This is the most audacious live-in son-in-law I have ever seen. On his wedding night, he nearly hooked up with his wife's best friend. He pawned his father-in-law's precious sword for spending money. He used his father-in-law's literary classics as toilet paper. Everyone looked down on Su Wuzhou, seeing him as nothing more than a worthless live-in son-in-law of the Qin family. Not only did he lack any talent for cultivation, but he was also a toad, lusting after a swan's flesh. But they had no idea that he was a transmigrator who possessed the divine treasure, the reincarnation bowl. As long as he continuously devoured metal, he would grow stronger. He went from a piece of trash to the strongest expert of the Taoist sect. A poem he casually wrote could cause others to achieve enlightenment and enter the Tao through literature. With his innate sword intent, even a pile of scrap metal could be turned into a divine weapon in his hands. The story begins just as Su Wuzhou transmigrated into this world. While he was completely bewildered, a gigantic old man's head popped out, scaring him half to death. Su Wuzhou immediately dropped to his knees, begging the old man not to eat him, claiming he hadn't bathed in a month and didn't even wipe after using the toilet, leaving the old man speechless. It turned out the old man was furious because he had prepared for 3,000 years to be reborn using the reincarnation bowl, only for our hero to snatch it first. He began to explain. He told Su Wuzhou about the miraculous properties of the reincarnation bowl. The reincarnation bowl could shatter at any time, but as long as it was fed metal, it could repair itself. During the repair process, the reincarnation bowl would produce a spiritual liquid. It could also nourish the soul, helping one comprehend the Tao and master secret techniques. But before the old man could finish, our hero gave him a taste of his fist for the crime of putting his foot in someone's face while talking. The old man raged. "I've taught you so much. I'm practically half your master. You unfilial disciple, disrespecting your elders. How dare you strike your own master? Your mouth has been running nonstop. When did I ever agree to be your disciple, old man?" Before his soul dissipated, he left Su Wuzhou his life's work, 2 secret manuals, the Nirvana sword and the Yin-Yang medical scripture. However, the old man had been using them as shoe insoles, so they were a bit fragrant. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting in the middle of the street, just like before. What? Was that all a dream? But he had already memorized the 2 secret manuals. Looks like he hit the jackpot. Su Wuzhou stood defiantly in the middle of the market, tilted his head to the sky, and shouted, "All you people who look down on me, watch closely. This time, I'm making a comeback." This declaration earned him a barrage of insults from the passers-by. Has he gone mad? Serve him right. This parasite is a disgrace to our linen city. Son, don't play with crazy people. Let's go. Just ignore the lunatic. And so, our main character couldn't escape the fate of being ostracized. It seems the original owner's reputation is damaged beyond repair. Just then, Su Wuzhou's stomach clock announced that it was mealtime. He thought to himself, first things first, fill the stomach now, and start the counterattack later. He skipped along for a bit before stopping in front of a luxurious, high-class building with a sign that read Imperial Cuisine Pavilion. He thought the name Imperial Cuisine Pavilion sounded quite nice. But the food sold here was interesting. It was the kind of food that cost 500,000 for a private room. Suddenly, a line of beautiful ladies appeared in the establishment, waiting for our main character to make his choice. "Big spender, come on in." Each and every one of them had fair skin, a gorgeous figure, and legs for days. Before he knew it, several ladies were already trying to entice him. "Young Master Su, it's been a long time since you last visited." "Young Master Su, I heard tonight is your wedding night. How do you have time to visit us?" Su Wuzhou froze on the spot. And they dare call this place the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion. The owner of this place is a real piece of work. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A plump and prosperous-looking madam ran out to welcome Su Wuzhou. "Master Su, it's been too long. Come, let's get you to a room." He was still dazed and confused as the madam's entire staff carried him into a room. "Hurry up, prepare a premium suite for Master Su." All Su Wuzhou could do was struggle and cry out, "Who will let me be a good person?" A short while later, a table full of delicacies was laid out, making Su Wuzhou feel ecstatic, as if he were the king of the world. Seeing all the delicious food, he thought to himself, "I'll just fill my stomach first and figure things out later." However, the ladies wouldn't leave him alone, sidling up to him and pressing their assets against him. Master Su, don't just eat. Come play with us. Master Su, we've recently invented some new techniques. Would you like to try them? No way, ladies. I'm hungry, not horny. Play with your grandmother. If people find out he came here on his wedding night, he's definitely dead meat. As expected, just as he thought of it, his 80-second tribulation arrived. By some miraculous force, the door to the building was kicked open, and a string of curses, as beautiful as a song, flowed into his ears. Su Wuzhou, get your ass out here. The commotion was so loud that it drew the eyes of countless drama seekers. Look, who's causing a scene at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion now? Isn't that Su Wuzhou in the brothel? While the girls ran for their lives, Su Wuzhou calmly chewed on a piece of meat, because even if the sky falls, you don't mess with a man's meal. A hot-headed warrior burst into the room, pointed his sword at Su Wuzhou's face, and roared, "You bastard! How dare you insult Qingci? And yet you come here to drink with prostitutes." According to the memories inherited from the original owner, this buzzcut brute was named Yangwei. He was one of Qingci's most persistent pursuers. It was as if someone had planted a camera on Su Wuzhou, because every time he found himself in an awkward situation like this, he was caught red-handed. The gossips all around began to whisper and curse him. This Su Wuzhou is truly shameless. If his father-in-law wasn't always protecting him, he'd have been dead long ago. If Yangwei kills him, it would be like ridding Linen City of a pest. These words seemed to empower Yangwei, fueling his heroic rage as he charged forward, intending to take Su Wuzhou's head. This startled Su Wuzhou so much that he couldn't even eat anymore. "We just met, and you already want to kill me?" Yangwei ignored him and slashed straight at Su Wuzhou. The clash was so intense that if Su Wuzhou hadn't leaned back in time, he would have lost his family jewels. Facing this simple-minded brute, Su Wuzhou could only tell him to cool down and talk things out calmly. Unfortunately, the guy didn't seem to understand human language. He was determined to get a piece of Su Wuzhou. "Go tell that to your prostitutes. Time to reincarnate." It seemed like a hopeless situation. Yangwei's attack was a genuine killing blow. The brute believed that by killing Su Wuzhou, Lin Qingci would be his forever. Instinctively, Su Wuzhou reached out and grabbed the sword's blade. Suddenly, the blade emitted a strange red light and then vanished. Yangwei was left with nothing but the hilt of his sword. Losing his balance, he face-planted onto the floor. This bizarre event left Yangwei completely traumatized. Where did my blade go? Meanwhile, Su Wuzhou's reincarnation bowl had absorbed the metal from the sword blade, helping him break through directly to the first level of qi and blood. It turns out that old man wasn't lying to him after all. This chipped bowl really can absorb metal to help its owner level up. After that humiliating faceplant, Yangwei grabbed Su Wuzhou by the collar, ready to interrogate him. "You bastard, where did you hide the rest of my... Wait, where's my blade?" Su Wuzhou gave him a meaningful smile and said, "Go ask in hell." Yangwei was furious, wondering where Su Wuzhou got this kind of audacity. But before he knew it, a fist smashed into his face, sending him flying straight into the chicken coop. "Hope you got a good whiff of the dirt, so you'll be used to it later." Yangwei paid the price for his terrible move, his face now parallel to the sky. A perfect landing, flat on the ground. But Su Wuzhou felt that one punch wasn't satisfying enough, so he threw in a combo of slaps for free. "You dare bully me? If I don't beat your face into a blooming flower today, I'll be a dog. This one's for conspiring with Lin Qingci to frame me. This one's for being ugly as sin. And this one's because your name is Yangwei, which just pisses me off." The poor guy was beaten black and blue, and Su Wuzhou even smashed his face in. Yangwei screamed that he wouldn't accept this. Without another word, Su Wuzhou shoved his shoe in the guy's face to teach him a lesson. Lu Sun once said, "The winner is king, the loser is wrong." Who cares about the process? But wait, who the hell is Lu Sun? Su Wuzhou raised his fist and said, "Go home and ask your ancestors." Then he threw a punch so powerful it broke through the wall, making Yangwei literally eat dirt. Don't ask why your mouth is full of corn when you didn't even eat any. The onlookers who had gathered in small groups couldn't believe their eyes. Since when did Su Wuzhou become so powerful? It sounded too absurd to be true. And yet, he defeated Yangwei, who was at the second level of qi and blood. After venting his anger, Su Wuzhou couldn't stop smiling. Finally, I get a fight back. However, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared from behind, calling Su Wuzhou's name. The familiar voice made him instantly switch from hero mode to coward mode, no matter how brave he'd been just a moment ago. Because this was the voice of his esteemed father-in-law. He, the son-in-law, was caught at a brothel and dragged back by his father-in-law. If word of this got out, he'd be the laughingstock of the world. And no matter how lawless Su Wuzhou was, he had to face the old man this time. The man before him was the head of the Qin family, Qin Li. He had covered for this troublemaker, Su Wuzhou, many times before, but it seemed this time he was serious. You still recognize me as your father-in-law? Everyone thought Su Wuzhou was definitely done for this time. The Qin family was one of the 3 great families of Linen City. If the Qin family head hadn't honored the marriage agreement with the Su family from years ago, why would he have betrothed his daughter to this good-for-nothing? On his wedding night, he went to a brothel. What a tragedy for the eldest young miss of the Qin family in Linen City. Qin Qingmo. At this moment, Su Wuzhou awkwardly said, "Esteemed father-in-law, if I said I came here for a meal, would you believe me?" Qin Li was so angry he could have coughed up blood. The Imperial Kitchen? You think I don't know what kind of place that is? Back in my day, I also... Suddenly, the old man realized he'd let something slip. He almost revealed his own past, so his face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Su Wuzhou, sensing some juicy gossip, suddenly became much more confident. "Father-in-law, what were you like back in the day?" Embarrassment turned to anger, and Qin Li slapped him so hard it could have knocked a tooth out. "Stop your nonsense here. You've completely thrown away the Qin family's reputation. This degenerate brat actually wants to know about my past." That divine slap sent Su Wuzhou flying 8 meters, landing flat on his back. The crowd burst out laughing. So, the head of the Qin family is also that kind of person. Who doesn't have a passionate youth? You guys don't know, but back in the day, this Qin Li called himself the king of the bed, the lord of the sheets. Having his past exposed by the gossip-loving crowd made Qin Li so ashamed he wanted to hide his face. Damn this melon-eating crowd. They'll say anything. Just then, a new arrival made the crowd gasp in awe. "Make way for her." Even Su Wuzhou was completely stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the woman before him. This devastatingly beautiful woman was Qin Qingmo, his original body's fiancée. For some reason, the brainless idiot Su Wuzhou didn't know how to appreciate his good fortune. He had such a delicacy at home, but preferred to eat out. Su Wuzhou was so ashamed he wanted to wear 100 pairs of pants. Did the original owner have a short circuit in his brain? How could he not want such a beautiful wife and instead climb in her best friend's bed? Looks like there's more drama to watch. This time, Su Wuzhou is probably dead for sure. I'm not so sure. He didn't break off the engagement, even after he climbed into her best friend's bed. She'll probably forgive him this time too. From out of the crowd popped a fake fortune teller who started predicting the situation. I bet Qin Qingmo will definitely break off the engagement this time. If not, I'll do a 24-hour challenge of eating shit. But in the eyes of the onlookers, this was clearly a losing bet. Any discerning person can see that. What the hell are you betting on? Qin Qingmo looked at Su Wuzhou for a long time. Then, she gently placed her hand on his cheek and said, "Su Wuzhou, does it hurt?" The sight of this beautiful woman's heart-wrenching pity made him freeze on the spot. Everyone present witnessed Qingmo's worry and concern for Wuzhou, and they were all extremely surprised. How is this possible? She's not hitting him? It seems like she's very concerned about him. Wuzhou thought to himself. This girl treats the original owner quite well. Qingmo looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why aren't you talking? The quick-witted young man placed her hand on his own cheek and uttered some sweet nothings. It hurt a lot at first, but the moment I saw you, my dear wife, the pain disappeared. She quickly pulled her hand back. She turned and walked away. If you're fine, then follow me back to the residence. Wuzhou mumbled a reply. As soon as the two left, everyone gathered in groups and started gossiping animatedly. Qin Qingmo actually forgave him. On their wedding night, he climbed into her best friend's bed, and he was caught fooling around here. She can forgive even that. This Qin Qingmo is way too forgiving. Suddenly, a stranger appeared and blocked their path. Stop! Qingmo frowned in annoyance and asked, Xie Guangping, what do you want? Wuzhou's eyes widened in surprise. So he's Xie Guangping. The man glanced at the two of them with eyes full of contempt. I'm here for Su Wuzhou. You piece of trash. Surely you don't only know how to hide behind a woman, do you? He stepped closer to him and retorted, Xie Guangping, you scoundrel. Judging by your constipated expression, It's obvious you're lusting after my wife." As he spoke, he used his hand to knock the hat off the man's head, revealing his bald head. This was the greatest blow he had ever suffered. Wuzhou didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. "Nowhere to vent your frustration. So it's all bottled up, making you go bald." Guamping could never have imagined how this guy's mouth could be so accurate. He leaned in close to his face and continued to ask, "What's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Nothing to say. Guamping puffed up his chest and shouted, "Enough with the trash talk. The family competition is next month. Do you dare to accept my challenge? If you lose, you'll leave Qin Qingmo." Wuzhou immediately gave his answer. "I, Su Wuzhou, do not use my woman as a bargaining chip. But I accept your challenge, because anyone who covets my wife must die." Guamping's face turned pale upon hearing the threat from his own mouth. Qingmo was deeply moved when she heard those words. "Wuzhou," he proactively reached out and took Qingmo's hand. "Let's go." Guamping stood behind them, watching them leave hand in hand. Why has this piece of trash suddenly become so sharp-tongued? "Qin Qingmo, just wait until I kill Su Wuzhou. Sooner or later, you'll be under me." The fortune teller, after losing the bet, had to face the pile of dung on the ground. "I really can't eat this." Everyone reacted harshly, shouting, "Shut up and eat it." At the Qin family residence, inside the room, the father-in-law was furious, slamming his hand on the table. "Su Wuzhou, how could you do something so beastly? You've completely disgraced our Qin family." The young man, far from being scared, wore a confident smile and said, "Father-in-law, please rest assured. I will definitely do my best not to bring shame to the Qin family." In his mind, he was plotting something sinister. "I have my own methods now. Just wait until I've cultivated for a while. I'll make them all drop their jaws in shock." Unexpectedly, his nonchalant attitude only fueled his father-in-law's anger to its peak. "Do your best? My ass. 2 months ago, you said you wanted to cultivate sword intent. I spent 1,000 taels to have a sword forged for you. And what happened? You sold it. A month ago, you said you wanted to study literature. I spent 3,000 taels to buy you books. And what did you do? You turned them into toilet paper. Is this what you call doing your best?" The young man trembled, not daring to make a sound. The mother-in-law sobbed as she blamed her husband. "It's all your fault. You wanted to repay Brother Su for something, but why this? Why did you have to marry our daughter to him?" He sighed in exasperation. "How was I supposed to know this kid would be so useless?" Qingmo walked in and said, "Forget it. We're already married. There's no point in saying such things anymore." She glanced at him and said seriously, "Regarding the bet with Xie Guamping, the Qin family will help you refuse it. The family tournament is a matter of life and death, not a game. You should change your habit of having unrealistic ambitions." Wuzhou stared at Qingmo without blinking. The young man chuckled happily. "My dear wife, are you worried about me?" Qingmo blushed and quickly looked away. You handle it yourself." Seeing her leave, Wuzhou shouted to stop her. "Wait." Unexpectedly, a more ferocious force appeared behind him. "Su Wuzhou, you stop right there." He was so scared that his whole body trembled. "Father-in-law, what are your instructions?" The old man immediately gave an order. "From today onwards, you are punished to spend your nights in the warehouse. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave." Wuzhou scrambled to escape. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'll take my leave now." The old man's heart was still heavy with many worries. Recently, the Mao and Li families have recruited martial artists with sword intent. This has allowed the swords they forged to possess sword intent. If Wuzhou continues to be this useless, and if we can't find a solution, our Qin family is doomed. His wife was also extremely curious. I wonder where those two families found martial artists with sword intent. Wuzhou, from a distance, cupped his ears to eavesdrop on his in-laws' conversation. "I don't know either. I'm not sure if the Qin family can survive this crisis." As he ran, he pondered. Sword intent. The Nirvana sword technique that the old man passed on to me before he died seems to have sword intent as well. I wonder if it can help the Qin family. Outside the gate, 2 strangers appeared. The guard was trying his best to stop them. Hey, you can't go in." Unexpectedly, the 2 strangers arrogantly pushed the guard aside. The people gathered at the gate whispered amongst themselves. "What's going on? Someone in Linen City actually dares to provoke the Qin family. You know how it is. The Mao and Li families want to buy out the Qin family's weapons business, and they've pushed things to the point of no return. The weapons business is the foundation of the Qin family. How could the Qin family possibly let it go? The Mao and Li families now have weapons with sword intent. Even if the Qin family doesn't let go, I'm afraid they're finished this time. Qin Li angrily went outside to see who was causing trouble. Who is so bold as to barge into my Qin family's gate? Mao Zhen laughed and replied, Family head Qin, we've come to discuss your family's weapons business. Li Feng added, If we have offended you in any way, we hope you'll forgive us. Li Rablia Fierceli. Do you think you could destroy my Qin family just because you have weapons with sword intent? Mao Zhen said with a contemptuous tone. Right now, 70% of the buyers in Linen City have come to our Mao and Li family's weapon shops. Are you still not convinced? Feng asked with a mocking attitude. Could it be that your Qin family also has weapons with sword intent? Qin Li was so infuriated by their taunts that he went ballistic. Of course, my Qin family has them. Knowing he was lying, the two of them continuously tried to embarrass him in front of the public. If you have them, then bring them out for us to see. With so many people here as witnesses, whether it's a mule or a horse, just bring it out. This will also avoid damaging the Qin family's reputation. The people had different thoughts and argued among themselves. The Qin family has deep foundations. They probably do have weapons with sword intent. They just haven't brought them out yet. The entire market is about to be taken over by the Mao and Li families. If he had them, he would have taken them out long ago. This time, if the Qin family doesn't produce a weapon with sword intent, I'm afraid they'll never be able to hold their heads up again. Qin Li now realized he had spoken out of turn and tried to find a solution. Damn it. The only way is to try with a newly forged batch of swords. I don't know if they can compare to the swords of the Mao and Li families. He raised his hand and ordered, Qin-san, bring out the latest batch of swords. Let them have a look. The old man's eyes widened as he whispered to the family head. Although that batch of swords is better than before, they still don't have sword intent. They can't compare. The old man insisted. No more words. Just bring them out, and we'll figure it out from there. Sin could only obey. Wuzhou had already hidden in a corner to observe the situation. This argument is getting heated. I still have to find a way to help my father-in-law. He immediately ran to the sword storage room. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by a mountain of swords. Let's see if I can nurture some sword intent in them. From that pile of swords, Wuzhou selected one that he liked. The quality of this sword is not bad. A stream of green energy emanated from the sword. It left Wuzhou gaping in astonishment. He laughed with delight. It seems that old man's Nirvana sword technique is somewhat useful after all. To think I was born with sword intent. Moreover, his eyes lit up when he saw the pile of swords lying in disarray before him. This pile of swords is all metal. Maybe I should grab a few? San, entering from outside, saw Wuzhou's sneaky actions and shouted, Young master-in-law, what are you doing? The Qin family is in peril. And you're here stealing swords? He explained in a fluster. No, I wasn't trying to steal the swords. I just wanted to help you carry them over. To show them that our Qin family has good swords too. San, realizing he had misunderstood Wuzhou's good intentions, lowered his voice and said, Is that so? With that, he helped carry the swords out. He even raised his voice and yelled at Qin-san. What are you standing there for? Carry the swords. After carrying all the swords out of the room, Qin-san announced. The Qin family's swords have been brought out. Qin Li told the two men. As for the specific quality, see for yourselves. Mao Zhen and Feng when flashed a savage smile. The act is quite convincing. Let's see how the Qin family can save face. The Qin family was extremely worried on the inside, but on the outside, they tried to appear tough. Mao Zhen suddenly rushed forward. I don't believe you actually have weapons with sword intent. He used his own sword to slash decisively at the Qin family sword container. Li closed his eyes, accepting his fate. It's over. Sin was horrified. Once the swords are broken, the Qin family's century-old reputation will likely be ruined. Wuzhou, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. Let's see how these two fools react. Mao Zhen's sword suddenly shattered into 100 pieces. All three members of the Mao, Li, and Qin families stood frozen for 5 seconds upon witnessing this scene. Mao Zhen couldn't believe his eyes. It broke? The other two were gaping in astonishment. How is this possible? Li was overjoyed, having just escaped a disaster. Our Qin family's weapons. Since when did they become even more powerful than weapons with sword intent? The common folk also had to admit, the Qin family's foundation is truly deep. I was skeptical before. These Mao and Li families. How could they so easily defeat the Qin family? Exactly. It turns out the Qin family was prepared all along. They just hadn't released them to the public yet. Mao Zhan was sweating bullets. He asked, his voice trembling. No way. Feng Feng also began to feel a little scared. Could it be that we really misjudged the Qin family? Qin Li, standing behind them, asked, the two family heads of Mao and Li, were you plotting in my Qin family's territory? Mao Zhan and Feng would immediately change their attitude. It seems it was just a misunderstanding before. Well then, family head Qin, we won't stay any longer. We'll be on our way. When he saw the two of them preparing to flee, Wuzhou appeared and stopped them. Wait a moment, you two. Wuzhou couldn't let those two get away so easily. You've seen my Qin family swords, but you broke my family's gate, and now you want to just walk away like that. Mao Zhan asked with a puzzled look. What do you want, kid? The father-in-law, standing to the side, worriedly thought to himself, what kind of trouble is this kid trying to stir up for me now? Wuzhou placed his foot on the gate and said, a life for a life. A debt must be paid. This is an age-old rule. Breaking my Qin family's gate and leaving so easily doesn't seem right. My Qin family won't make things difficult for you. 10,000 taels. Upon hearing the compensation demand, Mao Zhan and Feng felt like their souls were about to leave their bodies. 10,000 taels. Wuzhou began to elaborate. This gate of my Qin family is made from the 1,000-year-old wood of the parasol tree from Han Mountain. It underwent 81 years of careful crafting. It also took 10 years of meticulous carving. In the end, we had to spend all our savings to outbid others for it. It cost a lot, and the shipping fee to carefully transport it here. Everyone here is a witness. The most important thing in business is fair trade. The price I'm asking is just the shipping fee. They are still trying to evade it. Is this the behavior of a great, noble family? The common folk buzzed with discussion. A 1,000-year-old parasol tree is indeed worth that price. The Qin family is truly a powerful clan. They also conduct their business honorably. Indeed, 10,000 taels is not much. Wuzhou pretended to cry and beg. Everyone, you must seek justice for my Qin family. The father-in-law smiled, pleased with his son-in-law. I didn't expect this Wuzhou to care so much about our Qin family. Mao Zhan angrily pointed at him and cursed. You little brat. You're just a dog raised by the Qin family. What right do you have? Qin Li spoke up to remind him. Family head Mao, watch your words. Wuzhou is my son-in-law. Mao Zhan glared at him. Qin Li, you. Feng stepped forward to calm Mao Zhan's anger. Brother Mao, things are not in our favor today. Let's each pay 5,000 taels. Consider it money spent to avoid trouble. Mao Zhan gritted his teeth, unwilling. This, Fina. Finally, Feng held the banknote in his hand and said, here is the money to compensate for the gate. Can we leave now? Holding 10,000 taels in his hand, Wuzhou's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, these two are such cowards. Looks like 10,000 taels was too little. He immediately regained his calm demeanor and replied, I think you two have misunderstood. I meant 10,000 taels each. Mao Zhan and Feng Wen's faces turned pale. What? Li asked him again, his voice heating up. A line of the Qin family's elite guards. Handsome men made their debut. Wuzhou hadn't anticipated this move from his family. I didn't expect the Qin family's father-in-law to be hiding such top-tier goods. Who could possibly stand against this? Mao Zhan and Feng had no choice but to obediently comply. We'll pay. We'll pay. We can't handle these handsome men. Wuzhou smiled as he accepted the banknotes. That's better. We're having a fair transaction. Both parties are willing. The common folk witnessing the event couldn't contain their indignation. The Mao and Li families truly don't know their place. They still want to provoke the Qin family. They should take a good look in the mirror. You reap what you sow. Just wait until the Qin family gets angry. Li Grinat. Wuzhou's ability to swindle money is just like mine back in the day. He suddenly changed his expression, realizing, I almost revealed my true nature. Wuzhou, on the side, couldn't stop celebrating. 20,000 taels of silver. If I convert all of this into metal, I wonder how many levels I'll gain. In a flash, The bank notes in his hand vanished without a trace. It turned out his father-in-law had shamelessly snatched his 20,000 taels. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and lock yourself in the warehouse," he said with regret. "But that bank note." Lee gave him a swift kick. "I need the bank note to repair the gate. Now get lost." Wuzhou was fuming but could do nothing. "I hate this. I can't believe this old man is even more shameless than I am." We stood behind, watching him go. This kid Wuzhou isn't bad at heart. Hopefully, after some tempering, he can soon take on the responsibilities of the Qin family. Meanwhile, he was over here, crying his eyes out. "My bank notes." In the main hall of the Qin family, looking at the pile of swords, Lee asked with confusion, "There really is sword intent. But where did this sword intent come from?" I inspected them when they left the warehouse. There was clearly no sword intent on them. "Qin-san, has anyone touched this batch of swords?" The old man recounted. "No one touched them during the entire process. Only the young master-in-law and I touched them." Lee frowned, speculating to himself. Could it be Wuzhou? But he immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible. How could it be him? Could it be Brother Su Wuzhou's father? At the warehouse, Wuzhou locked himself inside the room. "I'm done for this time." He didn't even give me the bank notes, and he locked me in the warehouse. How pathetic. Where am I going to find metal to level up? His eyes widened as if he had discovered something. "What is this?" "A pile of broken swords has been thrown in here." Wuzhou looked at them as if he were seeing a long-lost lover. "Is this all metal?" This is truly like someone handing you paper when you need to go. To think they stored so many discarded weapons here. This is my paradise. A moment later, Wuzhou dusted off his hands and said, finally finished collecting them. He stuffed all the swords into a sack nearly as tall as a skyscraper. Wuzhou was extremely serious. "Next, I must begin cultivating." Wuzhou focused intently, starting to absorb all the spiritual energy into the bowl floating in midair. As soon as he shouted, "Go!" countless streams of red energy shot out. They wrapped around his entire body. Wuzhou vaguely realized, this is the 9 meridians. In an instant, he had opened all 9 meridians. I've reached the peak of the Qi and Blood realm, at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion, a super famous tavern in town. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, a customer in the tavern stood up abruptly. He picked his teeth with his hand. The old man swaggered out. The proprietress ran out with a warm smile to bid farewell to her esteemed guest. "Come out, Lin family. You must come and visit often in the future." On the way back, Shur-sun was drunk and wouldn't stop talking. Su Wuzhou isn't here. There's no one to pay, so it's not much fun. Shirley also felt something was missing and made a decision. We have to go find him tomorrow. That kid always manages to get valuable things from the Qin residents. We have to take advantage of it. Suddenly, someone appeared and blocked their path. "Shilei, shi senatore." Shirley's eyes widened as he asked, "Who are you?" "Sen, terried, stammered." A stranger. The stranger smirked and introduced himself grandly. Xie Guangping. Without wasting any time, he got straight to the point. "Help me kill someone. 100 taels. This is the deposit." As he spoke, he tossed a bag of money towards Shur-sun. Seeing the money, their eyes lit up. 100 taels. That's a lot of money. It was the money that awakened the evil second personalities of Shirley and Shur-sun. "I wonder who you want us to kill, big brother?" Xie Guangping immediately said. "From a Qin family? Su Wuzhou." The two of them were shocked and asked again, "What? Don't you know that Su Wuzhou is our sworn brother?" Xie Guangping spoke with utter contempt. "People like you, as long as there's money. Do you even care about friends?" Shur-sun and Shur-lei reacted strongly. "Su Wuzhou is our brother from another mother. We treat each other with sincerity. We live and die together. You want to kill him?" Guangping frowned and asked back, "So what?" He thought the bond between the three of them was unbreakable. But then Shur-sun and Shur-lei said, "Then you'll have to add more money." Guangping laughed at this cold-hearted brotherhood. "After the job is done, each of you will receive 500 taels." The two of them bowed their heads and said in unison, "Have a pleasant journey, big brother." Inside the warehouse, Wuzhou was completely focused on his cultivation. Blood Qi meridians. Each time one is opened, the strength of one ox is added. Reaching the 9th level of the Qi and Blood realm, An ordinary person can have the strength of 9 oxen. But the liquid in the black bowl, because its energy is too pure. Each level up only grants the strength of 3 oxen. His eyes flew open. Then he sat there, counting and calculating something. 1 level gives the strength of 3 oxen. 1 level is 3 oxen. Right now, I'm at the 9th level. So doesn't that mean I have the strength of 27 oxen? I need to find a place to test this out. He was extremely worried. This warehouse is too small. If the strength of 27 oxen is unleashed, I'm afraid I'll be discovered. It would be best if I could find someone. He was truly a lucky guy. Just as he wanted to find someone to test his strength on, the heavens sent him 2 assassins. It turned out the 2 were none other than Sun and Shirley. They burst into the warehouse and started smashing things on the ground. Xu Wutsu, prepare to die. Luckily, Wuzhou had quick reflexes and managed to jump to another spot in time. What's going on? Shilai, Yisin. What kind of bizarre posture is this? It seems you two didn't come looking for me today to go drinking. Shirley grinned and replied. Of course not. Sun continued. Someone has paid a large sum of money for your life. Wuzu finit surprise. You want me dead? But if I remember correctly, we're good brothers. Hearing this, the 2 of them revealed their treacherous faces. Good brothers? You think we were really treating you like a brother when we were living it up with you? Hilarious. My stomach hurts. We just thought, here's a fool offering free drinks. Why not take advantage of it? Wuzhou warned them seriously. Tell me who's behind this. And for old time's sake, I might spare your lives. Sun swaggered and replied. Su Wuzhou, we're only talking this much with you out of respect for our past friendship. If you know what's good for you, then end it yourself. Don't make us dirty our hands. Wuzhou gave them one last chance to turn back. Are you so confident you can kill me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you instead? They sneered at his confidence. Su Wuzhou, have you gone mad? Do you really think you're about to ascend to the Tao? Shirley brought his knife close to his face and challenged him. Come on, take this knife. Let's see if you can kill me. He glared and advised. You'd better not push me. Shirley, stop tormenting Wuzhou. Just give him a quick end. After all, we were friends. Suddenly, Shirsen's expression changed drastically. Shirley had been struck down by Wuzhou without mercy. They had awakened the beast within him. I gave you a chance. Wuzhou nonchalantly stepped over Shirley's body. Shirsun hastily knelt down. His whole body trembled as he stammered. You actually hid your strength so well. Shirley was at the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm, and he didn't even have a chance to react. Wuzhou coldly replied to his good brother. You can't blame me. You brought this upon yourselves. Now can you tell me, who sent you here? Was it Lin Qingxi or Xie Guangping? Jisin répète le Koltovith. Xie, it was Xie Guangping. He's the one who wants to kill you. Wuzhou, for the sake of our past friendship, I beg you spare me. He grinned and asked with a contemptuous tone, Spare you? Let's talk about it in the next life. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Shirsun straight in the jaw, sending his teeth flying out. He even made him spin in the air before landing painfully on the ground. After easily defeating both of them, Wuzhou became even more confident in his own strength. The strength of 27 oxen is indeed formidable. It was already laid outside. What worried him more was how to dispose of these 2 bodies. He sensed a stranger behind him and turned his head to look. A girl with fangs appeared, praising him incessantly. Interesting, truly interesting. Who would have thought that the worthless son-in-law of the Qin family is actually a martial arts master? Wuzhou's eyes widened in astonishment. Dai Yaoyao, the martial arts instructor specially invited by the Qin residents. Why is she here? She landed on the ground and asked him, A master, yet you needlessly tarnish your own reputation. Young master, are you ill? As she spoke, her hand touched Wuzhou's body. The young man began to feel strangely dizzy. The Yin-Yang medical scripture, this is, seeing him standing still like a statue. Dai Yaoyao glanced at him and asked, Why have you stopped talking, young master? Or have I hit nerve? Wuzhou laughed and revealed a secret. Whether I'm ill or not is none of your concern, miss. However, if your illness is left untreated, I'm afraid you don't have much longer to live. Dai Yaoyao was stunned upon hearing this shocking news. What? How did you know? Wuzhou bluffed to Dai Yaoyao so much that his nose grew a foot long. I could tell with just one look. The young man was ecstatic inside. The yin-yang medical scripture left by that old immortal actually activates automatically when I'm injured. I found a treasure. Dai Yaoyao forced a smile in admiration. Young master is truly amazing. Wu Zhou, taking the opportunity to show off in front of the pretty girl, didn't hesitate to reply. Actually, it's nothing special. My level is about the same as Naruto's. Or Luffy. Unexpectedly, Dai Yaoyao had hidden a sharp dagger behind her back. She was extremely worried. The news of my injury must absolutely not get out. Otherwise, it will attract my enemies. It seems I can only silence this kid. Wu Zhou, completely unaware, continued to ramble on. Not only can I see it, but the damage to your meridians, I can also treat it. Dai Yaoyao quickly hid the dagger. Then she asked with a puzzled look. Young master can treat it? She put on a calm and lovely expression and pleaded with him. If young master can treat it, could you help me out a little? It's useless. I'm not interested in women. Right now, I just want to make money. Dai Yaoyao understood and got straight to the point. So, how much do you want, young master? Wu Zhou seriously held up 3 fingers. This is a friendly price, not a penny less. He celebrated silently in his heart. A mere 300,000 taels. To cure my illness. I'm going to make a huge profit from this. Wu Zhou stated his demand frankly. 300 taels up front. Not a single cent less. And I don't accept IOUs. Dai Yaoyao was so shocked, she fell backward. What? 300 taels? Doesn't this kid know the market rate? Charging such a low price. He leaned his face close to hers and asked, What? Too expensive? If it's too expensive, then no treatment. Just wait for death. She reluctantly replied. Brother Su, don't be so hasty. I never said I wouldn't pay. But at the very least, you have to let me see some results first, right? Wu Zhou thought what she said made sense. Let's find a place. I'll treat you first. Wu Zhou's heart was filled with happiness as he imagined himself drowning in a sea of metal. According to the yin-yang medical scripture, curing this illness is incredibly simple. With 300 taels, I can buy a ton of metal. It turned out that the second personalities of both of them were extremely cunning, each thinking they had tricked the other. This time I've hit the jackpot. The two of them went to the warehouse, and Su Wu Zhou said, Go into the room first, and I'll treat you. Dai Yaoyao obeyed. Their back and forth woke up the little dog, who then hid to the side to watch what these 2 servants were secretly doing. Wu Zhou hesitated and said, Lie down first and take off your coat a little. Yaoyao sat down on the ground. Her provocative posture made Su Wu Zhou's face heat up and his nose bleed. The little dog outside couldn't stay still either and excitedly ran inside. It barked 3 times as an alarm, signaling Dai Yaoyao not to move and to leave everything to it. Su Wu Zhou was surprised. Why did Wang Kai run here? Dai Yaoyao was just as puzzled as he was. Wang Kai ran over and licked her leg. His face showed pure delight. Yaoyao was furious but could only scream internally. What is this damn dog doing? It's so disgusting. Su Wu Zhou was stunned for a second, and for a fleeting moment, he admired the dog. But with his pride as a man, he had to scold it for being too perverted. Dai Yaoyao couldn't take it anymore and kicked it far away, cursing nonstop. Su Wu Zhou respectfully expressed his gratitude. You have done what we only dare to think but not do. Your legend will be praised by generations to come. May you rest in peace. Dai Yaoyao screamed. Less nonsense. Are you going to treat me or not? Su Wu Zhou was startled and stammered. Treat. He regained his composure. He requested, Turn around. The acupoints are all on your back. Dai Yaoyao obeyed, exposing her beautiful, fair back. Su Wu Zhou drooled and muttered to himself. Such a fair back. It would be a shame not to get a closer look. Truly the thoughts of a boy. Yaoyao was embarrassed. She gently instructed, You have to be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Su Wu Zhou's inner self suddenly turned into a demon. He gave a sly smile and replied, Don't worry. This acupuncture treatment only targets acupoints. It won't hurt. Besides, my medical skills are superb. Su Wu Zhou brought the needle straight down, aiming for that beautiful back. Dai Yaoyao let out a scream. Su Wu Zhou jabbed continuously. Now, only the sound of the wind from his hand could be heard. Dai Yaoyao thought to herself, If this guy can cure my illness, then fine. But if he's just pretending and has other intentions, I'll annihilate the Qin family and him. As she was thinking, Su Wu Zhou delivered the 100th needle. It hit a critical acupoint, making her scream out loud. Dai Yao Yao Pante Devidi. The 100 Pulses Convergence. Only a top-tier physician can perform this kind of acupuncture technique. When he was done, he dusted off his hands and said, "Hurry up and get dressed so people don't see and get the wrong idea." At that moment, the black energy in her body suddenly vanished. Dai Yao Yao exclaimed, "Epidi." The black energy is gone. I'm really cured. Su Wuzhou proudly patted his own shoulder and complained, "I'm dead tired. My shoulders are so sore." Dai Yao Yao was full of admiration. Linen City, the most mysterious of the 9 prefectures, has produced such a formidable young man. To pretend to be a good-for-nothing for so long, he must have a grand scheme. Su Wuzhou leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Why are you staring at me? Don't want to pay." Dai Yao Yao was startled and stepped back, then took his hand intimately. "Good brother, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so amazing. I'm really starting to like you more and more." Su Wuzhou cautiously stepped back and reminded her, "That won't work on me. 300 taels of silver, not a single cent less." Dai Yao Yao moved even closer, using her beauty to entice him. "Little brother, can you make it a little cheaper?" The purpose of this was to make him not feel that 300 taels was too little. Indeed, this trick was effective. A hero can never escape the charms of a beautiful woman. Su Wuzhou agreed to the deal, reducing the price for her by a small amount, specifically 1 tael. Dai Yao Yao happily took out a money pouch and gave it to him. Su Wuzhou held his earnings in his hand, grinning with delight. "Actually, my bottom line was 100. I made a huge profit this time." Yao Yao once again used her feminine charms, using her sweet voice to enchant him. "Brother Su, if you don't want that 299 taels of silver, I'll like you even more." Su Wuzhou clutched the money pouch tightly and shouted, "Is that what you call liking? You're just after my silver, you big scoundrel." Dai Yao Yao was helpless. Is he a top-level straight man? He really doesn't understand romance. Dai Yao Yao made an attractive offer. "It seems you're having a hard time at the Qin family. How about I introduce you to a money-making opportunity?" Su Wuzhou's eyes immediately lit up. "Huh? A business opportunity?" Dai Yao Yao nodded. "Someone has been poisoned. If you help detoxify them, you'll get 1 tael." Su Wuzhou coldly refused. He presented his golden business card and set his price. "You're underestimating me. With my skills, it should be at least 500 taels." Dai Yao Yao pouted and bargained. "No way. 300 taels. Take it or leave it." Su Wuzhou grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "Then what are we waiting for?" Yao Yao was surprised. Already, Su Wuzhou, thinking he got a good deal, jumped for joy. He held her hand and skipped along. His inner demon celebrated silently. "I set a high price so she would bargain. I've really struck it rich this time." Dai Yao Yao was no different from him. The only difference was that she was wondering, did I overestimate him before? Remembering what happened earlier, Dai Yao Yao asked, "Right, didn't you say you were needling acupoints? It didn't hurt. Why did the last needle hurt so much?" Su Wuzhou didn't hesitate to tell the truth. "I thought your bow was too tempting, so I just poked randomly." Dai Yao Yao was so angry she wanted to chop this guy into 100 pieces. The two of them arrived at a room. She ordered him to wait outside while she opened the door and went in. Su Wuzhou watched her figure and sighed helplessly, still trying to be all mysterious. Yao Yao entered the dilapidated room. Yufeng was sitting there, his legs chained. He looked up at her, and his soul immediately scattered. Yufeng backed away, trembling and begging. "What do you want? Don't come any closer. I'll scream." Dai Yao Yao gently wiped the tears from Yufeng's face and said kindly, "Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. I was seriously injured before and was afraid you'd leak the news, so I locked you up. Now I plan to release you. Moreover, I can also detoxify you." Yufeng's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped as he wondered, since when did this little demoness become so kind? Dai Yao Yao leaned her face close. She asked him what's wrong. "You don't want to go." Yufeng dropped to his knees. He hugged her leg tightly, crying and begging, "Big sister, I beg you, stop tormenting me. If you have something to say, just say it straight. The way you're acting is scaring me even more." Dai Yao Yao was surprised by this action. Dai Yao Yao flicked her finger, pushing him away and breaking the chains on his legs at the same time. She began to mock him. The dexterous little thief, Yufeng, actually has moments of fear. Yufeng was overjoyed. "You're really letting me go?" Dai Yao Yao announced. "You don't have to do anything right now. You just have to help me with one thing, and I'll detoxify you." Yufeng was surprised and stammered, asking again, "Can you really detoxify me? This poison was administered by my own father. I've sought out all the great physicians, but none of them could cure it." Yahyao replied calmly, "Of course." Then she thought to herself, "If Su Wuzhou can cure my serious injuries, then detoxifying this kind of poison is as easy as turning over his hand." Yufeng once again knelt down, hugging her leg tightly and crying, "My dear grandmother, you are the savior of me, Yufeng. I will never forget this great kindness. My gratitude for you is as vast as the river, never-ending, like the Yellow River." Dai Yaoyao was startled and cursed silently. Is this guy from the QA tribe? But she ignored his flowery, empty words. She grabbed him with one hand and brought him out to Su Wuzhou. He had been waiting for a while and saw her come out with a strange object, so he asked immediately, "You're finally out, but what is that thing she's holding?" Dai Yaoyao threw him to the ground and said coldly, "Take a look and treat him." Su Wuzhou used his eyes to diagnose him and then pointed at Yufeng, passing judgment. "But does this friend of yours have a venereal disease?" Yufeng grabbed Wuzhou by the collar and shouted, "This isn't a venereal disease. You have a venereal disease. Your whole family has a venereal disease." Helpless, Su Wuzhou had to humor the patient. All right. You're not sick. You're not sick." He told himself, "The one who pays is the boss. I have to take good care of him." Yufeng cried aggrievedly. "It's all because of my devilish father. To stop me from touching women, he created this fake symptom. I haven't touched a woman in 3 days. 3 days. The flame of a virgin in Su Wuzhou's heart suddenly flared up, making him want to kick this shameless guy hard. "You're already this upset after not touching a woman for 3 days? I'm still a virgin. Shouldn't I be so upset that I have to jump into the Yellow River?" Su Wuzhou calmed himself down. Stay calm. After I get the money, I can go." He tried to control himself, then turned to comfort Yufeng. "Don't worry. This is a minor illness. I'll give you acupuncture. Please take off your clothes." Yufeng looked at him with a sorrowful gaze and asked, "Can it really be cured?" "Su Wuzhou apfim. Just trust me." And so, just a second later, Yufeng was stark naked, lying spread-eagled in front of him. "Sir, please go ahead. It's okay. I'm not afraid of pain." Su Wuzhou was stunned. "You take off your clothes way too fast." Yufeng winked. He thanked him for the compliment and said, "Thank you for the praise, sir. It's just a habit. Actually, I'm even faster at taking off women's clothes." Su Wuzhou was genuinely annoyed and cursed. "Shameless." Dai Yaoyao lowered her head and held it in her hands, helpless. This shameless creature deserves to die. A while later, Su Wuzhou finally finished the acupuncture. Su Wuzhou turned to Dai Yaoyao, held up 3 fingers, and said, 300 taels of silver, not a single cent less." Dai Yaoyao replied, "You can rest assured about that." Su Wuzhou received the money of his dreams, his face beaming as he thought to himself, "I've struck it rich this time. Another 300 taels. At this rate, before the martial arts tournament, my strength might even reach the Hotian realm." Yufeng, after getting dressed, heard that the price was 300 taels. He was furious, feeling like he had been scammed. Only 300 taels? To hire such a skilled physician? Did I owe Dai Yaoyao a promise just for these 300 taels? The girl, having been found out, not only felt no shame, but even smirked contemptuously. What's wrong? Regret it now? Under her fierce gaze, Yufeng instinctively covered his mouth and stammered. How could that be? This was a fair transaction. I have absolutely no regrets. Su Wuzhou interrupted their conversation. The illness has been cured. I'll be leaving now. Yufeng looked at Su Wuzhou's departing figure and, combined with his medical skills, he thought of a way to get close to him, perhaps to act as a middleman and earn a little commission later. By referring patients, Dai Yaoyao gently placed her hand on Yufeng's shoulder and reminded him softly, "You'd better not have any ideas about him. He's mine." Just that made Yufeng tremble. The next morning, at the small pavilion, the 3 of them were eating together. Suddenly, Dai Yaoyao asked, "The Linen Martial Arts Tournament is about to start. Aren't you going?" Su Wuzhou gently swirled the wine in his cup and said, "I can't appear too simple and approachable. When necessary, I still have to maintain a certain status." In reality, with his reputation, if he arrived early, half the people there would probably try to kill him. Yufeng agreed. The 2 of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and cheered. "It's okay. Our status is only worthy of a last-minute appearance. A toast to our nobility. As expected, when men touch alcohol, they start boasting like gods. At the martial arts tournament venue, the audience cheered excitedly. In a match, there are winners and losers, which makes it worth watching. It's just unexpected that the loser would be beaten to a pulp, unable to even lift their head. The referee announced, CF Family's Lai wins. Next match. The winner this time is Xie Pingxing. He had a shiny bald head that could reflect light and a face that could challenge anyone. He shouted loudly, "Who else dares to challenge me, Xie?" The stands erupted in cheers. The CF family is the strongest. The CF family is the CF family. The CF family is invincible. Qin Li was boiling with rage. We've lost 5 matches in a row to the CF family. According to the tournament rules, the losing side has to give up some of their family's business. One more loss, and our Qin family will be pushed out of the Western market. Qingmo offered to go up and fight. Qin Li stopped her. Although you have the strength of a peak Qi and Blood Realm cultivator, your martial arts are only supplementary. Unless you can enter the Tao through literature, you can't compare to the disciples of the Killing Temple. Qin Li heard someone call his name and turn around. The one who called him was Xie Guangping. He followed Xie Pingsheng to remind them of a past promise. Last year, Su Wuzhou and I made a bet. If he doesn't secure a ranking in this year's martial arts tournament, he has to give me the Su family's assets. He sat down, leaning close to the two of them, and continued, "Now, I see he doesn't even dare to show up, let alone secure a ranking. Shouldn't Martial Uncle Qin help Su Wuzhou hand over the Su family's assets to me?" Qin Li gritted his teeth and cursed. "This damn brat Su Wuzhou, why does he always cause trouble for me? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Su Wuzhou appeared to everyone's astonishment. He swaggered forward and said, "Xie Guangping, what's the rush? Are you in a hurry to get money to treat your impotence?" Seeing his opponent had arrived, Xie Guangping became much more excited. "Su Wuzhou, actually dare to come? It seems you really don't want to live anymore." He calmly replied, and also gave him some news. "I not only came, but I also prepared a big gift for you." He snapped his fingers. A group of tall, dark, and handsome men carried a coffin. They were ready to put Xie Guangping in it at any moment. Su Wuzhou began his advertisement. Singing and laughing, life and death are uncertain. Once the coffin is lifted, your time in this world is in vain. The Qin family's professional funeral team will take care of your final journey in life. Xie Guangping was so angry he was about to have a heart attack. Qingmo chuckled to herself. I wonder where he learned all these interesting things. The crowd of onlookers also chattered back and forth. Some defended him, while others criticized him. More specifically, Qin Li. The old man flew into a rage, landed a palm strike on Su Wuzhou's head, and began to lecture him. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay in your room and reflect on your mistakes?" Su Wuzhou cried aggrievedly, with tears in his eyes. "Didn't I come here to save face for you all?" Qin Li leaned in close and whispered, so only the two of them could hear. "What do you know? The Xie family already wants to kill you. Coming here at this time, aren't you just seeking death?" Only then did Su Wuzhou understand. His father-in-law was worried about him, which was why he had struck him so hard. He pushed Qin Li's hand off his shirt and leaped onto the fighting stage. Before that, he even reassured him. "Father-in-law, don't worry. I'm prepared." Su Wuzhou lendet lai di. His hands and feet began to execute the first move. He was determined that today would be the day he made a name for himself in Linen City. Xie Guangping was still reeling from the aftershock of a moment ago. He spat out harsh words. "You're about to die, and you're still putting on a show. Su Wuzhou, today is the day you die." Though he didn't have much strength, his mouth was still very powerful. Qingmo was worried. "Wuzhou, why do you always act on impulse?" As soon as Su Wuzhou stepped onto the stage, he began to boast. Come on. Is there anyone else who doesn't like the look of me? Today, I'll give you a chance. Seize this opportunity to get your revenge on me. There won't be a next time." He yawned and said, "Hurry up and get on the stage and make your move. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Hurry up. After this fight, I have to go home and catch up on sleep." All the spectators were stunned. This guy is so young. Then they started cursing and shouting. He's asking for a beating. This piece of trash actually dares to get on the stage? Isn't he afraid of being killed with one blow? This guy is blindly confident. At first, he even dreamed of entering the Tao through literature. Our Linen City has no masters who entered the Tao. He wants to enter the Tao. The thought alone makes me sick. Su Wuzhou's eyes narrowed. His gaze was like lightning. Since so many of you are unconvinced, and I'm in a hurry, why don't you all come up at once? The crowd suddenly fell silent. Xie Guangping sighed in exasperation. These passers-by who only know how to stir up trouble with their mouths are truly boring and pathetic. He lowered his voice and ordered, Ping Cheng, go, and teach him how to be a man. Xie Ping Cheng cracked his knuckles and, obeying his young master, stepped onto the stage. Xie Guangping whispered in his ear, if you get the chance, cripple him. That will be perfect. After hearing this, Ping Cheng gleefully stepped onto the stage. Su Wuzhou stopped him with a phrase in a foreign language. Chadomat. Xie Ping Cheng froze. He had only taken one step, and his opponent was already spouting nonsense. Su Wuzhou explained with a sigh. You don't even understand this? You chicken. I told you to wait a moment. Xie Ping Cheng asked back. What's wrong, Su Wuzhou? Are you going to be like last year and surrender as soon as you get on the stage? He snorted and replied confidently. It's not that I have to surrender. It's just that in our initial bet, if I lose all of the Su family's assets. But it wasn't specified what would happen if I win. Xie Ping Cheng sneered. Win? A piece of trash like you? I could handle 10 of you with one hand. Do you even have a chance to win? Su Wudu Ganli Zipli. Whether I have a chance to win or not is irrelevant. But if it's a bet, it has to be fair. Are you planning to use the Xie family's power to bully a live-in son-in-law like me? His fierce expression made Xie Guangping reluctantly name a price. If you're so eager to die, I'll bet 1,000 taels. If you win, the money is yours. Xie Pingqing became even more arrogant. My young master is being so generous. What do you say, Su Wuzhou? Naturally, with such a lucrative offer, he happily agreed. You'd better not go back on your word. The onlookers started making unpleasant remarks. 1,000 taels is enough to make this kid so happy. The title of trash is well-deserved. Look at him. Does he really think that 1,000 taels is already his? This kid is crazy for money. Someone of his status is only worthy of 1,000 taels. His father-in-law, Qin Li, stood behind them and shouted in his defense. Have you said enough? The people who were mocking him trembled like leaves. The battle began. Xie Pingcheng stomped his foot, shattering the stone. He charged forward aggressively. Su Wuzhou closed his eyes and challenged him. Go ahead and use your petty tricks. He opened his eyes, and the punch was already close to his nose. Xie Guangping's lightning-fast punch made everyone outside worry for Su Wuzhou. His father-in-law was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted his name at the top of his lungs. Xie Guangping blocked him with his hand. He smiled contemptuously and reminded him. A battle between juniors. Family head Qin, you shouldn't interfere. Qin Li could only curse him for being despicable, but he couldn't do anything. The onlookers burst out laughing and continued to mock him. Look, Su Wuzhou isn't moving at all. He must be scared stiff. The power of this Hotian First Realm is truly formidable. Qingmo's heart was uneasy as she kept her eyes glued to the stage. Su Wuzhou was completely unharmed. Not only that, but his expression changed. His determined eyes sparked with fire. He sighed. I thought you were strong. Xie Pingqing was stunned. What? How could he catch my fist with one hand? Su Wuzhou chuckled to himself. To make more friends, I should fight with a strength equivalent to his. Qin Yunjie rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what was happening, and stammered to Qingmo. Sister, am I seeing things? He actually caught it? Just like her brother. Qingmo's jaw dropped. The strength Wuzhou just displayed was that of the Hotian First Realm. When did he become so powerful? Qin Li took the opportunity to boast about his precious son-in-law. He turned to provoke Xie Guangping. How could Brother Su's son be a good-for-nothing? What do you think, young Master Xie? Xie Guangping's face darkened. He shouted angrily, Pingcheng, you must finish him today. Su Wuzhou gave a light push, sending his opponent stumbling backward. He got up, his anger reaching its peak, and charged at Su Wuzhou with killing intent. He wasn't afraid either and was ready to fight. The two sides exchanged blows for half an hour. People have begun to acknowledge Su Wuzhou's strength. He can actually match Xie Pingcheng. At his age, he has already entered the Hotian First Realm. The people who had just been laughing at him trembled, wondering if he would seek revenge on them later. Xie Pingcheng decided to use his final move. On this side, Su Wuzhou calculated that time was almost up, so he decided to knock him off the stage. The two sides clashed at the same time. Su Wuzhou maintained his balance, while Xie Pingcheng was knocked back. He stumbled, nearly falling off the stage. At the last moment, he managed to hang on and was safe. Unexpectedly, as soon as he looked up, he saw Su Wuzhou standing in front of him. He wore a wicked smile. He said softly, "You should still go down there." With that, he flicked Xie Pingcheng on the forehead. He landed gracefully. The audience discussed among themselves. The two are evenly matched. Did Su Wuzhou get lucky? Doesn't being bald make you stronger? It seems not. Xie Guangping was boiling with rage, and then Su Wuzhou came to demand his 1,000 taels. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't do anything. Xie Guangping threw the bag of silver and began to taunt him. But Su Wuzhou, you've hidden your strength for so long, yet you're content with just winning the last place? He didn't seem to care about his empty words and just told him to get straight to the point and stop beating around the bush. He himself leisurely counted the money. In fact, with Su Wuzhou's superior ability, he could have easily defeated Xie Pingcheng, but he wanted to add some drama, so he pretended to be evenly matched with him. Su Wuzhou's contemptuous attitude made Xie Guangping extremely furious. His eyes were about to pop out. This arrogant bastard. Today, I will definitely make you die here. Acting on his thoughts, he decided to fight one more time. The conditions this time were much more favorable than before. I'll give you one more chance. Bet with us one more time. If you win, the Xie family's Western market will be given to the Qin family, plus another 1,000 taels of silver. If you lose, you don't have to give up anything. How about it? His desire to win was easily seen by Su Wuzhou. He thought for a moment. This fool can't control his expression at all. It's obviously a trap, but I still have an ace on my sleeve for emergencies. Qin Li worriedly tried to stop his son-in-law. Wuzhou, don't pay any attention to him. Come back. Xie Guangping added a few more provocative words. Su Wuzhou, are you willing to hide under your wife's skirt for the rest of your life, being ridiculed by the world as a kept man? Don't you want to change your life? Are you just a good-for-nothing? Su Wuzhou smiled faintly and decided. You're saying all this just to get me to agree to fight you, right? Fine, I agree. Qingmo hurriedly tried to stop him. Wuzhou, he's provoking you. Don't fall for his trick. Su Wuzhou, it's not a trick. He's right. I'm just a live-in son-in-law. You all look down on me. Qingmo stammered, trying to explain. I'm not. Su Wuzhou cut her off. I will use fact to tell you all that from today onwards. Su Wuzhou, am a man who stands tall and cannot be easily insulted. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Qingmo had no more words to persuade him. Qin Yunjie burst into tears. Brother Su, it's my fault. Contrary to his resolute appearance just now, Su Wuzhou was secretly overjoyed, laughing loudly. I didn't expect to kill two birds with one stone. Not only did I move my wife, but I also won some silver. Could this be the so-called main character's halo? Well, that's about right. Xie Guangping ordered a large, burly man to the stage. He was probably 3 times the size of Su Wuzhou. Xie Guangping ordered, Xie Shan, go up there and teach him a lesson. Remember to follow my instructions. Seeing his savage smile, you knew nothing good was going to happen. Xie Shan reassured his young master. Young master, rest assured. I won't make the same mistake as Pingcheng. Qin Yunjie angrily pointed at Xie Guangping and cursed. Have you no shame? Xie Shan is of the Houtian Third Realm. You're clearly bullying him. Why don't you go up there yourself? He arrogantly replied. What a pity. The tournament rules state that the previous champion cannot compete. Besides, Brother Su has endured humiliation for so long. Defeating an ordinary person would be meaningless. Only by defeating Xie Shan can Brother Su make a name for himself in one battle. I'm helping Brother Su. Don't you agree, Brother Su? Su Wuzhou laughed along. Only Brother Xie understands me. Don't worry. In a moment, you'll be thanking me profusely. Xie Shan raised his fist and reminded him. Arrogant brat, do you think I'm useless? Take this punch of mine first, then we'll talk. His earth-shattering punch shook the entire area. Dust filled the entire stage. The audience below was in awe. So strong. Houtian Third Realm. 3 streams of blood and qi converging in one fist. Su Wuzhou is done for. Su Wuzhou is more likely to die than live this time. A few people laughed mockingly at him. A piece of trash is still a piece of trash. Su Wuzhou was crippled with one move. Looks like we don't have to worry about him seeking revenge anymore. A few more people mocked him. What an idiot. He could have just taken the 1,000 taels of gold and left. But he didn't know any better. After winning one match, he doesn't know his place anymore. Does he really think he's a big shot? Greed doesn't lead to a good end. For a little benefit, he arrogantly challenged a Hoteon Third Realm Master. This time, he's lost everything. Their exaggerated reactions made others feel indignant. Suddenly, a little boy uttered a sentence that startled everyone and made them continue watching the match. Wait, look! Xieshan was knocked backward. Su Wuzhou's terrifying expression truly scared people. He said contemptuously, "Too weak. I overestimated you just now." The audience erupted once again. Xieshan, a Hoteon Third Realm, was defeated? What just happened? I'm so shocked my jaw is about to drop. Xieshan, with his last breath, criticized Su Wuzhou. You fought on par with the First Realm, yet you defeated me in one move. You bully me like this and still scold me. I'd rather die. With that, he collapsed and fainted on the spot. Su Wuzhou held the person. Did he really die of anger? After Wuzhou's bold proposal. So now, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The bustling crowd suddenly fell silent as a tomb. Not a single master dared to step forward. At this moment, Qinli was also excited, thinking he defeated a Hoteon Third Realm in one move. Doesn't that mean Wuzhou's cultivation has reached at least the Hoteon Fifth Realm? Brother Su, look, Wuzhou is no less than you. May your spirit rest in peace. The other elders were all terrified. Isn't this kid a little too scary? He's been holding back for so long. This kid doesn't play by the book. Martial arts. I'd better not mess with him in the future. Xie Guangping was no exception, staring wide-eyed and wondering. He actually defeated Xie Shan in one blow. Xie Shan is one of the elites of my Xie family. Su Wuzhou, just how much strength have you been hiding? Before he could finish his thought, he was approached by him with a sarcastic remark. What are you thinking about so intently? Could it be, you're thinking of me? Little bald head, Xie Guangping, both ashamed and angry, shouted loudly. Get your filthy hands off me. And another thing, I'm not bald. I have a ton of hair. Do you hear me? I have so much hair it's annoying. His overreaction made Wuzhou hastily correct himself. Just kidding. You haven't forgotten about the 1,000 taels, have you? As soon as Xie Guangping heard this, he reluctantly shoved a bag of money towards him. Here, this little bit of money isn't even enough for me to get a hair transplant. I don't care about it at all. His angry words were deliberately twisted by Wuzhou. Didn't you say you're not bald? Why? Before he could finish, Guangping continued to shout. Shut your mouth. However, this didn't make him give up, and he retorted forcefully. How can I shut up? I told you before that I had to thank you. Have you forgotten? At this moment, Xie Guangping suddenly became weak. He tried to come up with a lame excuse. Su Wudu. I suddenly understand why you hid your strength. A live-in son-in-law. Where would he get money? I'm afraid he can only rely on these little tricks to earn some money. Don't you all agree? How pathetic. Faced with these insults, Wuzhou was not angry at all and calmly retorted. Xie Guangping, you're an idiot. Unexpectedly, he had no intention of giving up and continued to spout nonsense. Su Wuzhou, don't be so arrogant. Your little bit of strength is not enough. I will make you die a horrible death. The cage to discipline your wife has already been bought. You better wait for me. That thoughtless remark seemed to have touched Wuzhou's limit. It made him so angry that he couldn't help but issue a challenge. What's the point of just talking? If you have the guts, then do it. In his heart, he knew clearly. With Qinli here today, I can't act directly. So, he tried to stay calm and turned to leave. But Qin Guangping, emboldened, pushed his luck. He deliberately made a vow. Su Wuzhou, one day, I will make you die a restless death. After witnessing Wuzhou's duel, Yunjia's face was pale. Sister, do you think brother-in-law has become the young genius of Linen City? Hearing this, Qingmo patiently analyzed. Well, in Linen, besides the 10 great Xiantian masters like Father, the number of people who have reached the Hoteon Fifth Realm or above is no more than 10. This information made him even more anxious. Then doesn't that mean I'm done for? I just fought with him a few days ago. His brother's panic reaction made Qingmo chuckle. She quickly offered some advice. You should just keep praying for yourself, despite his desperate screams. Sister, You can't just ignore my safety like this. At the same time, Wuzhou appeared from behind, with a savage remark. Yunjia. It startled him so much that he jumped. Brother-in-law, then, like a turtle retreating into its shell. He hid behind Qingmo. Sister, save me. Brother-in-law wants to kill me. Wuzhou calmly explained. What are you talking about? I just want to give you some pointers on your martial arts. Don't be afraid. Come with your brother-in-law. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a thunderous blow from Qinli, along with an eager voice. Congratulations, Wuzhou. I knew Brother Su's son was no good for nothing. As he was being driven into the ground, he had to exclaim, This isn't a congratulation, it's an assassination attempt. Unexpectedly, in his excitement, he even made a suggestion. What are you whispering about? Looks like I have to congratulate you again. Upon hearing this, Wuzhou hastily sat up and shook his head vigorously. No need, father-in-law. I was indeed a bit too much before. I will reflect on my actions. Please give me a chance. I want to be a good person now. Not only did he agree, but he also hastily made a suggestion. A prodigal son's return is more precious than gold. The Western market that you won from the CF family, I'll let you handle it. Wuzhou couldn't miss this good opportunity and tried to persuade him. Father-in-law, I have a small favor to ask of you. Please help me. After receiving a nod of approval. What is it? Just say it. He hurriedly began to speak. The Su family was almost ruined by me back then. Now I want to revive the Su family. I wonder if you could give me the 10,000 taels of silver from the sale of the Su family's assets back then, father-in-law. Unexpectedly, he quickly decided to grant his wish. Back then, I was also afraid you would lose all of the Su family's assets. So I sold everything. I've accumulated these 10,000 taels for you. Now that you've become a man, it's time to give it back to you. Seeing Wuzhou's joyful expression. That's great. Thank you, father-in-law. He didn't forget to remind him. Don't you go spending it recklessly like before. While Wuzhou was deep in thought, 10,000 taels is equivalent to 10,000 drops of spiritual liquid. How many levels can I gain? He suddenly heard a loud call. Su Wuzhou. Qingmo, upon seeing her, called out in surprise. Qingci. She saw her and replied happily. Qingmo, it's been a long time. Can I have a private word with Su Wuzhou? Her pitiful appearance made Qingmo, despite her reluctance, nod reluctantly. Before leaving, Qinli didn't forget to remind him. Make sure you apologize to Qingci. Qingmo watched her husband's back. She tried to comfort herself. Wuzhou's absurd matter should be resolved by him himself. Meanwhile, Qingci was secretly pleased. As expected, he couldn't resist and came over. She even took the opportunity to show off her curves. With an alluring invitation. Am I beautiful? Want a touch? Unexpectedly, faced with a beauty, Wuzhou sang a song of indifference. Moreover, he replied with a harsh remark. Touch what? You. Your thighs have such prominent blue veins. I'm afraid you have varicose veins. Get it treated early. If it's too late, it'll be incurable. Qingci had just managed to utter. Su Wuzhou you. When he immediately cut her off. Me? What about me? Stop playing these games. If I remember correctly, that night, it was you who pulled me into your room. Not only was she shameless, but she also confidently asserted, but who would believe you? Everyone will only believe that you forced yourself on me. Faced with a direct question from Wuzhou, are you provoking me? Qingci brazenly replied, aren't you curious why I did that? While she was being urged by her thoughts. Wuzhou, it seems it's time to tell you everything. She received an unexpected rejection. Sorry, you disgust me. Stay away from me. Qingci was hurt by his harsh words and screamed repeatedly. Disgusting? Do you believe I'll scream right now? When that happens, no matter how many mouths you have, you won't be able to explain yourself. Wuzhou still showed a contemptuous attitude, saying confidently, let's see what you've got. She immediately warned him. I'm of the Hodian Third Realm. If you apologize to me now, I will. The scheming woman hadn't even finished her sentence when Wuzhou mercilessly choked her. Just now, I defeated Xieshan of the Hotian Third Realm with a single punch. Where do you get the courage to be so arrogant in front of me? In that moment, Qingci asked herself in terror, Is this still the same Su Wuzhou from before? Before deciding to let her go, he didn't forget to remind her. This is the last warning. Don't bother me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I'll do. Then he forcefully added, one last thing. Your thighs are quite nice. Out of respect for you being Qingmo's friend, I'll spare your life this time. There won't be a next time. Get your act together. Qingxi still didn't know when to back down. She secretly made a resolution. Su Wuzhou, you are my obsession. I will not give up. As he was turning to leave, he suddenly heard a loud call. Brother Su, I heard you won today. Congratulations. Congratulations. Wuzhou glanced over and was surprised to realize. You phone? Why are you here? He quickly replied with an excited attitude. Of course, I came to congratulate you, Brother Su. Faced with his intense reaction as he kept asking, Where are you taking me? He immediately received a firm reply from Yufeng. Just follow me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Brother Su. A short while later, both of them were at the small pavilion, with sumptuous dishes. Delicious. Yufeng, with a beauty in his arms, was still starting to announce the reason. Brother Su, to celebrate you winning the championship. Today's on me. Eat and drink as you please. The girls at the tavern were still trying to entice him. Master Su, touch me. That's right, Master Su. Weren't you like this before? Faced with Wuzhou's indifferent attitude, Yufeng had to hastily remind him. Brother Su, don't just stand there. He didn't know that he was actually feeling a little disappointed. The ladies here are far inferior to my Qingmo. I should just eat more. Wuzhou was still planning to evacuate the two hot thighs when he heard a familiar voice. You wretched creature. It made him turn around and exclaim loudly, Father-in-law. After a moment of hesitation, he dared to explain himself. Father-in-law, if I said I only came here to eat chicken thighs, would you believe me? Before Wuzhou could finish his sentence, he had to endure a barrage of attacks, with a series of 36 different punches and knees. It made Yufeng, who was witnessing it, jump in fright. Wuzhou's father-in-law is too violent. After venting his anger, he dragged his son-in-law away while constantly lecturing him. I originally thought you had changed your ways. I was even going to give you back the 10,000 taels. Go home and lock yourself up to repent. It made Wuzhou cling to the floor, regretting his loss. Yufeng, you owe me 10,000 taels. While serving his punishment in the Qin family's warehouse, he suddenly felt a little wronged. I'm not allowed to touch my wife, and I'm forced to lock myself up to repent at the slightest disagreement. It's obvious that I have no other choice. Oh well, strength is what matters most. The 2,000 taels I won should be enough to get me to the peak of the Hotian realm. So, next up it's time to get to work. Peak to the Hotian realm. Before he could celebrate for long, he realized his empty stomach was rumbling. He could only silently blame himself. I didn't eat enough at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion just now. While Wuzhou himself had no strength left, he saw the warehouse door slowly creaking open. It was Qingmo, who appeared and asked with concern. I made some food. I don't know if it's to your liking. He was like a blind cat that had found a fish, exclaiming with excitement. Food cooked by my wife is definitely delicious. So delicious. So delicious. I'll eat it for the rest of my life. While he was happily devouring the plate of food, he suddenly heard a call. Hey, Wuzhou. Tomorrow, the Shi family is hosting a literature gathering. I need a companion to go with. Will you go with me? His eyes sparkled at the good news. He carefully confirmed again. With you? Go out. No problem. My wife's wish is my command. My strength is much greater than before now. I will definitely bring you honor. Faced with Wuzhou's elation, she felt guilty and corrected him. It's just a literature gathering. It's not that serious. Well, I'll be heading back first. After taking a step away, Qingmo suddenly paused for a moment. Then she turned her head and looked back at the warehouse with longing. He's so easy to please. It's just that the Qin family. Meanwhile, Wuzhou was still floating in a state of happiness. My wife is taking me to meet her friends. Could it be that she's starting to accept me? No way. I must perform well tomorrow. At this moment, Xie Guangping still couldn't accept the truth. He furiously smashed things to vent his anger. Damn it. Su Wuzhou actually hid his skills so well. I must get rid of him quickly. His subordinate, holding a hat, approached and hurriedly advised. Master Ping, please calm down. He covered his bald head. He asserted with certainty. Tomorrow is the Shi family's literature gathering. Qin Qingmo will definitely bring Su Wuzhou. Go and tell Lin Qingxi. Tell her to find a way to lead Qin Qingmo away first. Su Wuzhou will definitely follow. This will give the two elders a chance to ambush and kill Su Wuzhou on the way. Upon hearing this, his subordinate tried to dissuade him. Master Ping, that Su Wuzhou is just a piece of trash. Sending 2 elders. Isn't that a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Before he could finish, he saw Xie Guangping erupt in a thunderous rage. Xie-san, are you questioning me? This terrified him, and he sincerely kowtowed. This subordinate wouldn't dare. This subordinate will follow your orders. On the street at this moment, a loud shout caused a commotion. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road. His godlike speed made the passers-by stare in astonishment. Are you rushing to a cremation? Why is it you again? Wuzhou seemed to ignore all the idle people. He was completely focused on his thoughts. Why didn't my wife inform me and just left on her own? Shirley and Shir's son were both killed by me. I wonder if Xie Guangping has told the Shir family. If the Shir family already knows, then my wife will be in danger. I have to catch up quickly. As he finished his thought, he suddenly paused for a moment. That's not right. Why is there no one on this street? Besides, my wife clearly said yesterday that she would take me with her. How could she leave me behind alone? Could this be a conspiracy? Just as Wuzhou predicted, a ferocious figure appeared before his eyes, along with a confirmation. Kid, you guessed right. Unfortunately, it's too late. In that moment of life and death, Wuzhou instinctively realized, this is bad. A terrifying explosion occurred right after. Fortunately, he managed to save his own life by retreating in time, but his opponent's move made him nod in acknowledgement. This destructive power seems to be a Hotian realm master. From behind the gray smoke, a familiar voice emerged. You piece of trash, you actually managed to dodge a combined attack from us. You've got some skills. It turned out the 2 speakers were none other than the pair, Xie Guangquan and Xie Guangnan. As soon as he recognized them, Wuzhou quickly taunted them. Xie Guangping really overestimates me. To think he'd send 2 Hotian realm masters here. This information left them astonished. You actually know we're from the Xie family? In that case, we can't let you live. After their bold declaration, Xie Guangquan and Xie Guangnan attacked together. In contrast, he responded with a confident attitude. You want to kill me? In your dreams. Wuzhou's first sword strike made them pale. After regaining their composure, they gradually found their rhythm and blocked the second sword strike. Xie Guangping and Xie Guangnan decided to launch a combined fatal attack. But Wuzhou quickly blocked it. This forced both of them to retreat to save their lives, while his opponents were showing their surprise. What? Damn it. You actually hid your strength? He immediately replied confidently, with just this little bit of strength. You want to kill me? I have a strength of nearly 30 oxen. An ordinary Hotian realm strength can't possibly match mine. Did Xie Guangping send you here to give me experience points? Upon hearing this, Xie Guangquan lectured him. You think you're so clever. On the path of cultivation, strength is not everything. Let me give you a taste of this first-grade martial technique of mine. Faced with his attack, Wuzhou couldn't help but be surprised. What strange power, with every black streak that wraps around that blade. I feel the danger increasing. Could this be a martial technique? Seeing Xie Guangquan descending from the sky, with a bold declaration, it made him suddenly feel worried. This is bad. Yu Feng, observing from a distance, quickly realized, this guy has condensed a first-grade martial technique into 9 inscription lines. His power has reached the 9th level. Su Wuzhou is about to lose. The main technique Xie Guangquan was using now was the blood-splitting slash. It made Wuzhou, while facing it, shout in anger. Damn it! I don't believe I can't block it. After a loud, earth-shattering explosion, Guangnan screamed, Guangquan, as he saw his comrade being thrown into the air. His counterattack made Yu Feng's eyes widen. Astonishing. His strength is actually this incredible. He can actually fight to a draw with his opponent's first-grade martial skill, just by relying on strength. Before he could finish his sentence, Dai Yaoyao covered his mouth. Could it be sword intent? Yu Feng, did you sense sword intent on his sword just now? He quickly shook his head helplessly. If you can't sense it, then there's no way I can. After managing to stand up from the pile of rubble, Wuzhou had to silently admit, a first-grade martial skill is indeed powerful. Guangnan was now anxiously asking, Guangquan, are you okay? He struggled to stand and replied angrily, I'm fine, but now I've confirmed one thing. We cannot let this person live. Guangnan, Let's attack together. We must kill him today. Faced with his opponent's unity, he immediately agreed to their wish. If that's the case, then today we'll fight to the death. After 49 fierce exchanges, Wuzhou was suddenly thrown far away. It made him, while seriously injured, ponder endlessly. Damn it, could it be that I have to die here today? In that moment of life and death, he couldn't stop thinking about the wife he had failed. Goodbye, Qingmo. In the next life, I will definitely be a good husband. Unexpectedly, just a second later, Wuzhou heard a resentful voice. What the hell are you being so sentimental about over there? You're pissing me off. He hurriedly looked around. He was startled. Why am I inside this bowl again? That mystical voice quickly continued. It rang out. You have the reincarnation bowl and my nirvana sword, and you're still pretending like this? What's wrong, kid? It's only been a few days, and you don't recognize me anymore? Recognizing the familiar figure, Wuzhou couldn't help but be startled. You, aren't you already dead? A ghost. The corpse has reanimated. The old man tried to chase after him. He grumbled and explained. Stop wasting your breath. My soul is about to dissipate. Listen to me. Cultivation is about cultivating strength. Martial techniques teach you how to use that strength. These two pieces of trash haven't even entered the Tao yet. What are you afraid of? Wuzhou, at this point, couldn't keep his cool and threatened him. Stop wasting your breath on me. Just tell me how to deal with them, and that's it. His aggressive action made the old man cry out in pain. You unfilial disciple. Let go. The nirvana sword I taught you can destroy them in one move. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to comprehend it. You've wasted all my efforts. You piece of trash. The sword manual is already in your head. Take your time and comprehend it for me. The nirvana sword quickly shot straight into Wuzhou's head. It made him realize with joy. I've comprehended it. Yufeng, at this moment, seemed to have lost all composure and was screaming nonstop. Su Wuzhou is in danger. He has helped me before. Even if it means breaking the 9 prefectures pact, I have to go save him. Faced with Dai Yaoyao's attempt to stop him. Wait a little longer. He retorted confidently. If we wait any longer, he'll be dead. You kill people like it's nothing. You don't care about this kid, but he's my kind of guy. You little demoness. Before Yufeng could finish, he heard an extremely savage voice. What did you say? It made him instantly obey. You're right. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. A giant light appeared from the sky, stabbing straight down to the ground. It made Yufeng, upon seeing it, scream in terror. That's sword intent. He has sword intent at the Qi and blood realm. His prediction was quickly and flatly denied by Dai Yaoyao. That's not sword intent. It's the Tao. He has actually entered the Tao. As soon as Wuzhou entered the battle, he quickly unleashed his move. Nirvana sword, combined with startling rain, severing the ancient melody. It made his opponents shout nonstop. Such powerful strength. Quick, scatter. It seems it's too late. The scene at the duel site was suddenly engulfed in a sea of fire. It made Yufeng terrified. How is this possible? How can someone at the Qi and blood realm enter the Tao? Meanwhile, Dai Yaoyao calmly analyzed. One sword emerges, heaven and earth startled by the rain of swords. To be able to execute such a sword technique at the Qi and blood realm, do you know who else can do that? Faced with his curiosity, as he anxiously asked, You're talking about? Dai Yaoyao deliberately emphasized. The sword Tao genius of the 9 prefectures. Swordsman Chen Jinghong. The more Yufeng heard, the more confused he became. You don't think he's swordsman Chen Jinghong, do you? He immediately received a firm confirmation. It's not what I think. It's what I saw with my own eyes. Linen City is truly interesting. It's worthy of being the ancestral land of that great figure back then. No wonder the 9 prefectures have a pact. No one is allowed to compete for interest here. I'm really getting more and more excited. From behind the thick gray smoke was the image of Guangquan and Guangnan once again kissing the ground. Only then could Wuzhou let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's settled. That last move consumed all of my blood and qi. I almost died from exhaustion. Sorry about that. At the same time, the old man appeared right beside him. He even tried to remind him, I forgot that your cultivation is too low. You might not be able to withstand the power of the Nirvana sword. Before he could finish, he was writhing in pain from Wuzhou's chokehold. He even questioned him angrily. Are you messing with me? The old man quickly declared boldly. With my reincarnation bowl, you still haven't reached the Hoteon realm after so long? Did you waste all your cultivation? While he was struggling fiercely, he retorted, You still have the nerve to say that. Do you think I wanted to? Unexpectedly, before he could finish, he discovered the old man's soul was gradually dissipating. Even so, he managed to say one last thing. This remnant soul of mine really can't hold on any longer this time. Kid, the Nirvana sword is deep within your soul. You must comprehend it well. Remember what I told you. At this moment, Wuzhou was still dazedly wondering, is this real or fake? Is this old man really gone? Oh well, I'll use this broken bowl to recover. My blood and chi first. This bowl can convert gold and silver into energy liquid for recovery. Blood and chi. Luckily, I earned 300 taels of silver, which can be exchanged for 300 drops of energy liquid. It can help me recover. Blood and chi. After a period of cultivation, he suddenly remembered. After expending 100 taels of energy, I finally recover my strength. It seems I really can't use that move casually this afternoon. I have to get to my wife quickly. Catching sight of Wuzhou's hurried, flying figure, Yufeng realized with start. He's already recovered his strength? Isn't that a little too amazing? Faced with Dai Yaoyao's excited tone, as she thought, Linen City is indeed getting more and more interesting. It made him shake his head in exasperation. What evil idea are you cooking up now? Faced with her teasing tone, as she kept asking, Do you really want to know? Yufeng shrank back in fear. I don't dare to know. At this moment, Dai Yaoyao couldn't hide her own ambition and admitted, But, a man skilled in medicine, and also a genius who has entered the Tao. For a moment, I really don't know what to do. After a moment of sympathetic thought, to be remembered by such a little demoness. Su Wuzhou is so pitiful. Yufeng bid his farewell. Well, you can take your time thinking about it. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. But after taking just a few leisurely steps, he suddenly remembered. Right, last time at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion, I discovered 2 disciples of the heaven-worshipping sect. Dai Yaoyao quickly came to a conclusion. Could it be that the heaven-worshipping sect has some designs on Linen City? Upon hearing this, Yufeng clearly declared, I don't dare to meddle in the affairs of your 2 righteous and evil sections. But you guys are too bold. You dare to act so recklessly in Linen City. Don't forget. Then he suddenly froze because of her reminder. This place is the ancestral land of that great figure. Help me investigate those 2 disciples of the heaven-worshipping sect. After a moment of hesitation, Yufeng happily accepted the order. If this counts as something I promised you, then fine. But I don't want to get involved in the battle between your 2 righteous and evil sections. Besides, I have important business to attend to today. Faced with Dai Yaoyao's question, You're not familiar with Linen City, so what business could you have? He immediately offered a rebuttal. I heard there's a literature gathering in Linen City today. It's a literature gathering. There will definitely be a lot of young ladies. Tonight, I don't know where I'll end up. I have to find a young lady to sleep with, so I won't be sleepless. His fantasies made Yaoyao shake her head in exasperation. At the Sher family's residence at this moment, the scene was being decorated quite splendidly. The people present were also buzzing with discussion. I heard many great masters will be here today. That's right. I have to make some new connections. Besides that, there was no shortage of sarcastic teasing. Who is this kid? Why is he wearing this outfit to a literature gathering? The literature gathering is organized by the Jixia Academy of the 9 prefectures in various places. This kid is a complete mess. He's a disgrace to Linen City. Meanwhile, Wuzhou, upon hearing this, looked down on them with contempt. What's so great about it? If I memorized 300 Tang poems, even the Jixia Academy would have to kneel before me. Here are a few dying words from a character. Villain. While Guangnan was lamenting his unfortunate fate, I just appeared, and now I'm dead. Guangquan also said with regret, I still want to live for a few more chapters. While strolling around, suddenly some random guy came looking for trouble with Su Wuzhou. The great genius of our Linen City has actually come to the literature gathering. What's wrong, great genius Su? Do you want to suddenly become famous and enter the Tao through literature again? This guy with a face as arrogant as a rice cracker was Wang Jiwen. Out of jealousy, he wanted to make Su Wuzhou lose face in front of the surrounding crowd. This gave the netizens a good laugh. This Su Wuzhou really doesn't know his own limits. He even came here to be humiliated. But our hero has returned, stronger than before, and won't let these pests get the upper hand so easily. Su Wuzhou immediately grabbed the fan from that Wang Jiwen and made him taste the floor. Let go, you. Suddenly becoming famous in front of trash, like you would truly be beneath my status. The other guy still didn't seem to realize he had poked a hornet's nest, so he still acted all high and mighty. Su Wuzhou, you still have the nerve to call others trash? That's hilarious. Let's show everyone who the real trash of Linen City is. With the commotion here, others ran over to enjoy the drama. Then they all joined in, laughing in Su Wuzhou's face. That's right. What gives this brat the right to look down on others? On his wedding night, he even climbed in his wife's best friend's bed. Only an animal would do something so disgusting. Exactly. Get out of the literary society. You're not welcome here. At this point, Su Wuzhou found the situation quite amusing. He reached for a chair behind him, signaling that someone would be going home on a stretcher today. So, does that mean everyone here is a gentleman? The crowd clamored, saying that was a matter of course. After all, even if they lost at love, they'd win on the battlefield. Su Wuzhou was ready to get serious. If that's the case, then everyone here must have a very good temper. Wang Jiwen had already sealed his fate, yet he was still stroking his mustache and smiling. My temper is excellent, of course. What's it to you? This guy was beyond saving. They might as well prepare his funeral. Su Wuzhou immediately sent a fist flying, sinking the old man's jaw into the floor, leaving him seeing stars. If your temper is so good, then you probably won't get angry if I hit you, right? So much for being elegant and polite. So much for being suave and nimble. So much for pretending to be a gentleman. The crowd was in an uproar. Looks like once he's made up his mind, he won't even spare Snow White. After a round of hair-pulling and slapping, Wang Jiwen's face was so battered that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. He resorted to the classic, winner is king, loser tells on his mom. Moreover, many others stood around, pointing and scolding Su Wuzhou. Su Wuzhou, you are a brute. You don't deserve to be here. Get out. Su Wuzhou hadn't wanted to bother with them. But if they didn't know their place, then once he got serious, all bets were off. That's right, I am a brute. And the principle I follow is, when words fail, violence prevails. Wang Jiwen had just been knocked to the floor, but he had no idea his next disaster was coming. Su Wuzhou grabbed his leg and threw him straight into the crowd of loudmouths. It was a truly spectacular group collision. This group was furious, but there was nothing they could do. Su Wuzhou gave them all a contemptuous smile. Now that you know I'm a brute, why don't you all disappear quickly? This time, no one dared to make a peep, fearing they'd be the next to eat dirt. Strolling around the literary society, Su Wuzhou saw many beautiful women, each one a city-toppling beauty. One look, and you could tell they had beautiful souls. He couldn't take his eyes off them. He just wanted to bury his face. In his hometown's river, of course. He sat in a pavilion, admiring the distant scenery, and couldn't help but be impressed. There are quite a few young ladies here who are easy on the eyes, as expected of the literary gathering organized by the Jixia Academy. While he was looking around, Wu Feng cheerfully approached him. Brother Su, in a refined place like this, if you don't act a bit more sophisticated, you won't be able to pick up any girls. Su Wuzhou wasn't a competitive person, but he couldn't stand losing when it came to wooing women. He replied, Brother Wu Feng, I didn't expect you to come to the literary society either. But when it comes to picking up girls, you have to be different. If everyone is acting refined, there's nothing that stands out. The chances of success are low. Wu Feng clasped his hands and smiled. Brother Su, what you say sounds absurd, but it's strangely convincing. Please enlighten me. Su Wuzhou's pride swelled upon hearing that. This rookie wants to compare his girl-chasing skills with mine? Su Wuzhou pointed to two girls walking on a bridge over a small stream nearby and asked, See those two girls over there? Which one do you think is better? Well, the one in green is slightly better. Su Wuzhou flashed a sly grin. Now, I'll teach you a move that's a guaranteed hit. Wu Feng asked in amazement. Are you that confident? Su Wuzhou then unleashed a torrent of his vast knowledge. First, you feint to the east and attack the west, using a mix of soft and hard tactics. Then, you deceive and conceal, making things up out of thin air. Imagine things without any basis. Bullshit across continents. Fabricate without foundation. Finally, turn the active position into a passive one, and you can kill two birds with one stone. After hearing this, Wu Feng was full of admiration. Brother Su, you're amazing. Su Wuzhou didn't hesitate to lend his buddy a copy of his brain-dead romance novel manual for picking up girls. Take this book. I wrote it while I was still in my mother's womb. Take your time studying it, and don't share it with anyone. Seeing this, Wu Feng's eyes lit up like car headlights. I can't believe Brother Su would give me such a treasure. Su Wuzhou put on a profound and dignified air and said, "This is just a small thing. Once you've made some progress, I'll teach you something more advanced." Who would have thought these two would team up to learn how to pick up girls? But in Wu Feng's eyes, Su Wuzhou was now nothing short of an idol. No longer the laughingstock of Linen City, but a convergence of essence, deeply loved by women. The proud and lonely figure of one who stands at the pinnacle of humanity. The lord of pickup lines, the king of deciphering love. I never thought Brother Su was so profound and unfathomable. It seems the world has misunderstood him. From this day forward, Brother Su is my spiritual mentor. After a session of brainwashing, Wu Feng was spectacularly manipulated by Su Wuzhou. The two of them started fooling around right in broad daylight. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Su. Today, I have received your true teachings. I will not return until I succeed. Brother Su, wait a moment. I'll be right back. Seeing his improper demeanor, it seemed he was about to put the tricks from those brainless novels into practice immediately. Su Wuzhou also replied professionally. Remember my teachings. Go on now. Inwardly, he was laughing his head off. Rookie, when it comes to theoretical knowledge, you're still a few time management experts short of my level. Just then, as he glanced through the bustling crowd, Su Wuzhou's attention was caught by a woman shining as brightly as a Kotex ad. It was Qin Qingmo. The moment Su Wuzhou saw his wife, he ran over like an obedient puppy. I've finally found you, wifey. I'm here. As he got closer, he noticed that Qin Qingmo was talking to someone. Qingci, I'm sorry about what happened with Wuzhou. Sitting next to his wife was the woman, Qingci, who had tried to seduce him. Now, she was acting all flustered and shy, saying, Qingmo, I came to find you today precisely because of this matter. Qingci moved a little closer, gently lifting her beautiful face. I don't blame you for what happened with Su Wuzhou. I just feel sorry for you. Why don't you divorce Su Wuzhou? Qingmo was silent for a moment. Then, a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. A parent's command is hard to disobey. Besides, the Su family did a great favor for my Qin family. Therefore, I can't abandon him. Su Wuzhou, listening from a distance, didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Actually, his nature isn't bad. I just didn't expect him to do that to you. Su Wuzhou felt like he had been struck by lightning. What the hell? It's obvious that I didn't even get a taste that day before being kicked straight out onto the street. Now, it was clear that everyone thought he had molested Lin Qingci. But he clearly remembered that on the day he transmigrated here, it was Lin Qingci who had actively seduced him. A crisis reveals a person's true character. What exactly was this Lin Qingci plotting? Just then, a group of 6 ugly-hearted gossips appeared out of nowhere, wanting to stir up trouble. Isn't this Miss Qin? Miss Qin, I heard you were extremely talented and have a chance to enter the Tao through literature. At tonight's literature gathering, won't you compose a poem? Qin Qingmo was troubled at heart, so she had no energy to argue with this group. She shook her head and refused. I haven't thought of any suitable lines yet, so I can't perform. However, the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Seeing Qin Qingmo take a step back, this group of green tea bitches took the opportunity to walk all over her with the most cliché line possible. Are you scared? Miss Qin, do you not want to perform? Or can you not? She can't even compose a poem on the theme of wine and the moon. I think she's all talk and no substance. That's right. I've never seen her compose a single poem. Her reputation was probably just made up by the Qin family. What do you think? If she really had talent, would the Qin family marry her to a parasite like Su Wuzhou? Who does she think she is? The Qin family is in chaos both internally and externally. Sooner or later, they'll be destroyed. On her wedding night, her husband would rather do beastly things than touch her. What, entering the Tao through literature? That's ridiculous. She's probably just like her worthless husband, full of nothing but grass. Even Lin Qingci couldn't stand the arrogant attitude of these gossips and was about to give them a piece of her mind. That's enough, you all. What nonsense are you spouting? Everyone knows that. Qin Qingmo brushed it off. Forget it. There's no need to pay attention to these disputes. Let them say what they want. Lin Qingxi gritted her teeth, unconvinced. But Qin Qingmo lowered her head slightly, with a look of resignation, and said, I'm Fine. Su Wuzhou, standing outside, was furious at the attitude of those high and mighty young ladies. Qingmo had endured such great humiliation because of him. But messing with anyone was one thing. Messing with his wife meant they had crossed the line, you useless bimbos. This time, he had switched to combat mode and was determined to vent this anger for his wife. The fool Yufeng, after his practical session earlier, ran back, grinning like he'd won the lottery. Brother Su, your strategy really works. I got a date with them. But Su Wuzhou paid no attention to him and was just focused on writing with his brush. The characters flowed like flying phoenixes and dancing dragons, some flying, some landing, impossible to read. Yufeng looked at it and thought he was drawing earthworms. What are you doing? You don't need to know. After that, Su Wuzhou folded the paper into an airplane and, with all his might, threw it straight towards the noisy group of women. This group of gossips is so annoying. Someone has to slap them in the face. I won't hit you bimbos, but I have to make sure you can't be so arrogant anymore. Go, little airplane, go. Every day Yufeng followed Su Wuzhou. He learned something new and interesting, seeing that a paper airplane could actually be thrown like that. This strange knowledge has been absorbed. What kind of skill is this? Without using any internal energy, he can make a piece of paper fly over there silently, making it impossible for people to detect. Su Wuzhou then gently dropped the airplane right on Qin Qingmo's table, leaving Yufeng stunned. Isn't the difference in momentum a bit too big? Just as the paper airplane touched the table, it was discovered by the loudest bimbo in the group. Taking the opportunity, she wanted to make a fool out of Qin Qingmo, so she immediately snatched it. This folded paper on the table, you folded it, right? You know what you wrote is trash, so you're too ashamed to show it, right? Meanwhile, Qin Qingmo and Lin Qingxi were also wide-eyed, not knowing where this piece of paper had come from. And the other gossips, after reading the contents of the paper, were all astonished. That's because the handwriting was as bad as a cat's scrawl, impossible to read. Another bimbo snatched the paper, acting all heroic. What's written here? Hurry up and read it out loud. If you don't read it, I will. It turned out the paper contained a poem called Xiao Go, which Su Wuzhou had quickly asked Google about to claim as his own. When did the bright moon first appear? Lifting my cup, I asked the blue sky. I do not know in the celestial palace what year it is this evening. I wish to ride the wind and return, yet I fear the crystal towers and jade halls, too high and cold for me. Rising to dance with my clear shadow. What joy is there better than in the mortal world? It shines upon the crimson pavilion, lowers to the silk-padded door, and shines upon the sleepless one with a heart full of sorrow. I wonder what grudge the moon holds. Why is it always full when people are apart? As the words were read, the group of bimbos froze stiff. Luckily, no one here was acquainted with Su Shi, because if he knew someone had plagiarized his poem, he would probably crawl out of his grave to strangle Su Wuzhou. This poem was like a slap in the face to the pride of those gossips. Whoever laughed the loudest just now would now be so ashamed they couldn't hide it even with 7 pairs of pants. This is the not yet satisfactory work that Qin Qingmo mentioned. And just now, we were scolding her for being all talk and no substance. This poem, even when compared to the works of the profound scholars of the Jixia Academy, is probably on par, if not better. In an instant, countless pairs of jealous, fiery eyes turned towards Qin Qingmo. Qin Qingmo had an expression of extreme confusion. What's wrong with you all? The gossips who had dared to laugh loudly at Qin Qingmo just moments ago were now silent. They all knelt down in admiration of her. We bow before you, Miss Qin. Please teach us how to write poetry. We beg you, please. Even Qin Qingmo herself was full of question marks. Just a moment ago, this group of gossips was laughing their heads off, and now they're as obedient as puppies. Su Wuzhou also joined in a cheer for his wife. My dear wife is so talented. Yufeng was also a little shocked at this point. Did Brother Su write all of this? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Qin Qingmo noticed something strange. From high above, a bright bolt of lightning struck down, as if entering her forehead. The clear blue sky of Linen City suddenly filled with dark, swirling clouds. The woodcutters on the mountain could also see the dark clouds gathering as if a demon was about to arrive. The weather is changing so quickly. It was just clear and sunny a moment ago. Grandpa, we should hurry home. It feels like a big storm is coming. From within the dense dark clouds, flashes of bright light suddenly appeared. Then, a deafening thunderclap echoed, and a fierce bolt of lightning struck down on Linen City. It lit up the sky for a moment. Good heavens! Why did that lightning bolt strike Linen City? Only this old woodcutter knew what was happening. You foolish kid, that's not lightning. Someone has entered the Tao, and that person was none other than Qin Qingmo. The water pavilion was in an uproar. How is she flying? Someone can actually fly? It's truly beyond imagination. Could it be that this lightning is also jealous of Qin Qingmo's talent? You fool! She has entered the Tao. Yu Feng, standing far away, was so shocked he was about to lose his mind. A celestial phenomenon, a goddess ascending to the moon. This is a peerless talent. Moreover, this girl is only at the Qi and blood realm, yet she can enter the Tao through literature and trigger a phenomenon. I'm afraid a great upheaval is about to happen in Linen City. As soon as Qin Qingmo entered the Tao, those in the shadows couldn't resist and got antsy. They discussed among themselves. Qin Qingmo actually entered the Tao through literature. If she really enters the Tao, then our plan is ruined. She has just entered the Tao, so she probably doesn't know how to use her power yet. Then we can't waste any more time. Let's hurry up and finish her off. The two scoundrels revealed smiles that screamed villain. Qin Qingmo was now in a different league, a higher class, so Su Wuzhou would probably have to work harder to be worthy of her. Lin Qingzi, standing behind, applauded nonstop. Qingmo, congratulations. I didn't expect you to actually enter the Tao through literature. It's just that Qin Qingmo still had a nagging feeling, as if she had suddenly hit the jackpot. And even the heavens couldn't detect this kind of cheating in an exam, which was just ridiculous. Who on earth wrote this poem? Why is my name written on it? Could it be a gift from the heavens? To think she could come up with such a childish thought. However, she didn't have much time to pay attention to the paper, because right at that moment, two strangers burst out from the bushes, aiming straight for Qin Qingmo. Lin Qingzi was the first to notice the abnormality and shouted, "Qingmo, be careful." Lin Qingzi used a move to kick the assassin's ass. It made him faceplant, slide 2 meters, and fly straight into the chicken coop. Truly, dying for a woman is the most tragic death. Lin Qingzi glanced at them. Who are these people? How dare they assassinate someone at a literature gathering? When they realized there was a very tense combat situation here, the young ladies ran in 8 different directions, fearing for their lives. They thought they were so tough when they were cursing each other earlier, but now they had to send out an SOS signal. Another assassin came from behind, intending to attack Qin Qingmo. Even though she instinctively backed away in fear, she was still hit by the assassin's slash. Lin Qingzi, seeing her every man for himself best friend get injured, worriedly started to run over, but she exposed her back to an attack from another assassin. You should worry about yourself first. Qin Qingmo called out Qingzi's name. But at that very moment, she felt a cold, killing intent radiating from behind her. Instead of being vigilant and running for her life, our female lead chose to stay and wait to be rescued. A scratch on her arm, and she thought she was crippled. Luckily, just as the fatal blow was about to land, the assassin was hit by a face-smashing blow that sent his front teeth flying. Su Wuzhou had arrived just in time to save his wife in a spectacular fashion. Damn it, mess with his wife, and he'll switch to God of War mode and beat the crap out of him. The unfortunate assassin, on his first day on the job, had the misfortune of running into Su Wuzhou and got a mouthful of pain. A flying kick sent him straight into a wall 3 meters away. This terrifying force shocked Qin Qingmo, who couldn't believe that this good-for-nothing who spent his days chasing women could actually play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Su Wuzhou turned his head to look at his wife and uttered a line straight out of a romance novel. Are you okay? Qin Qingmo, having narrowly escaped death, kept her eyes glued to the tough young man who had saved her life and said, I'm Fine. There's another assassin. Another reckless assassin who liked to show off charged in. What a sentimental fool. You still have time to worry about others. Qin Qingmo shouted for Su Wuzhou to be careful. This assassin intended to use his ultimate move, the Iron Head, with his shiny bald head to see if everyone would be impressed. Go to hell and serve dog food. But the result was a smile that died behind tears. The assassin who liked to show off was now left with nothing but his head, when he was hit in the face with a divine piece of wood. His jaw was shattered. He was sent through a wall along with his colleague. He couldn't even block a single move. This move was a mistake. Can you let me try again? The onlookers were stunned by Su Wuzhou's perfect performance. These two assassins seemed to be at the Hotian realm. This Su Wuzhou is handling them all as if it's child's play. One move, one Hotian expert. He's too powerful. It seems Su Wuzhou has more than just the skills he showed on the stage. We've underestimated him. We can't speak ill of him anymore. Su Wuzhou approached his beloved wife to see how she was injured. She looked up at him and asked, "Wuzhou, are you okay?" He immediately bent down and looked at her with concern. I should be the one asking that question. How is it? Can you bear it? Qin Xingmo's cheeks suddenly flushed red. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after some rest. Su Wuzhou immediately wrapped his arm around Qin Xingmo's back, intending to pick her up. All right, if you can still bear it, then follow me. What do you want to do? Su Wuzhou used his eyes, which were now in beast mode, to see who dared to mess with his wife. I'm taking you to ask them what exactly they want. Qin Xingmo said with fear. You want to find the people from the Shi family? But Su Wuzhou gently placed his hand on Qin Xingmo's head to reassure her. If I can't even protect the woman I love, how can I call myself a man? This high-quality dog food was enough to make all the ladies swoon. Lin Qingxi, either to discourage Su Wuzhou or out of jealousy for being fed a load of high-quality dog food, shouted to stop him. Su Wuzhou, think carefully. This is the Shi family's headquarters. But he didn't care whose family's property it was. He would take them all on. He hadn't even settled the score with this green tea bitch for luring him into a trap the other day. Su Wuzhou glanced at Lin Qingxi with contempt and said, Lin Qingxi, you'd better start praying. This has nothing to do with you. After I'm done with these small fries, it'll be your turn. Qin Xingmo was a very understanding person. She didn't want this matter to cause a big commotion. So she said to Su Wuzhou, whatever it is, let's talk about it when we get home, okay? Don't cause trouble here. But Su Wuzhou was determined not to let this matter slide. I won't let your blood be shed in vain. Just follow me. The surrounding people, seeing Su Wuzhou's aggressive demeanor as he went to settle the score, knew that this was going to be a big deal. Today, someone would surely be eating dirt and carried away by others. Lin Qingxi recalled when Xie Guangping had tempted her, saying that if she agreed to cooperate, she could have Su Wuzhou. But with the situation escalating like this, she began to have doubts. Could it be that all of this was secretly arranged by Xie Guangping from behind the scenes? Was I used by him? Su Wuzhou pointed at some random person on the street and said, Hey buddy, can I borrow your sword? His fierce demeanor directly scared the other person into running away, leaving the sword behind as a substitute. Thanks, buddy. No problem, no problem. It's a gift. In fact, the person thought it was best not to mess with this madman, causing such a commotion in the middle of a literature gathering. Everyone thought Su Wuzhou was playing with fire this time. Is Su Wuzhou out of his mind? He dares to provoke the Shi family all by himself? Qin Xingmo was only slightly injured. He should have swallowed his anger and left the Shi family to deal with it later. Is he trying to show off in front of a beautiful woman? But has he thought about the consequences? Su Wuzhou was seen using 2 slashes to break through the wall of the Shi family's house. Then he shouted, People of the Shi family, get your asses out here for me. This momentum stunned Qin Xingmo. Wuzhou, I'm really fine. Let's go home. But it seemed she was underestimating the hatred in Su Wuzhou's heart. This time, if he didn't stir up a storm, he wouldn't be able to compensate for the injustice his beauty had suffered. Such a beautiful arm. I wouldn't even dare to touch it. Yet they dared to injure you like this. Seeing someone bold enough to cause trouble, the Shi family's guards were the first to charge forward with an air of arrogance. Hopefully, they would maintain this spirit until the end of the round. You dare to barge into the inner courtyard of the Shi family? Who is so bold? As soon as the words left their mouths, the guard were all sent to their graves with a single slash. They were sent flying in 8 different directions. The one who stayed behind lost his teeth. At this moment, Su Wuzhou was like a god of war in combat mode. He met every attack head-on, not afraid of anyone. Tell the Shi family head to get his ass out here and meet me. Everyone else, get out of the way, or you'll be meeting your ancestors in the underworld. This momentum was enough to make the onlookers' jaws drop. This Su Wuzhou is too strong. He killed all the Shi family's guards with one move. Those guards were all at the peak of the Qi and Blood realm. Just then, a shooting star fell from the sky and crashed into the ground right in front of Su Wuzhou. Let's see which mysterious figure will be the next to lose their turn. Which damn brat is so arrogant in my Shi family? The newcomer was a tall, dark, and burly protector, probably twice the size of Su Wuzhou. He could probably crush people with his sheer size. The gossiping crowd immediately offered a moment of silence. This was beyond saving. It was time for a funeral. While the two sides exchanged fiery, loving glances, Su Wuzhou showed no weakness and said boldly, "You don't recognize your grandpa anymore?" The guards who had been beaten to a pulp took the opportunity to rush in and tattle to the master of the house. This Su Wuzhou barged in here and started killing without saying a word. "We've already lost several brothers." The Shi family head took the opportunity to settle old and new scores at the same time. "Su Wuzhou, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, even if Qinli himself comes here, I will chop you into 1,000,000 pieces." With that, the old man swung 2 hammers the size of telephone poles straight at Su Wuzhou's face. One hit from this, and instead of breathing air, he'd be smelling incense. However, Su Wuzhou was able to block it with his bare hands. "An answer? My wife was injured in your Shi family. Naturally, the lives of a Shi family must be used to compensate. This is my answer." The two sides glared at each other, sparks flying. One was a pound, the other 800 pounds. Neither side was willing to back down. They were just about to rush in and start a chaotic fight. A live reporter at the scene reported, "Su Wuzhou's words completely disregard the Shi family. He's too arrogant." However, in the eyes of his fans, this appearance of his was the standard of a male god, a convergence of elites, deeply loved by women. So touching, flying into a rage for beauty. Such a domineering man, who wouldn't be moved? Qin Shingmo was also won over by these words. "Su Wuzhou, am I really that important in your heart?" This scene of a hero saving a beauty with such charisma also made that fool. Yufeng spent countless amounts of ink to learn from it. As expected of Brother Su, a casual sentence can be included in the holy scripture of picking up girls. I have to copy this sentence down. Using it to pick up girls in the future will definitely move the other person to tears. The head of the Qin family, seeing that Qin Shingmo was still standing there unscathed, frowned. "Damn it, why hasn't she been crippled yet? Those two fools are so incompetent." But the old man still refused to admit his dirty deeds out loud. "Qin Yu's injury has nothing to do with my Shi family. On the contrary, you have no evidence and have killed people from my Shi family. Do you really think my Shi family is easy to bully?" And so, instead of fighting directly, the head of the Shi family chose to send out his weak guards for Su Wuzhou to farm for top rank. Dozens of swords were pointed at Su Wuzhou as if he were a celebrity. Su Wuzhou raised his hand and said, "Hold on for about 2 seconds. I didn't expect the head of the Shi family to be so shameless as to not admit what he did. I am speechless. After all, I don't have any evidence, and this is your territory." Su Wuzhou spoke as if he was about to be surrounded and was at a disadvantage, so he retreated. And so, the image of the cool hero saving the beauty shattered before the eyes of many fans. Did the male god, Su, finally give in? After all, one person against the entire Shi family is like an ant trying to shake a tree. It's understandable. Head of the Shi family, I beg you, don't kill the male god Su. After all, he is the son-in-law of the Qin family. Seeing this, the head of the Shi family smiled arrogantly, his face parallel to the sky. "At least you have some sense. Then you." But Su Wuzhou hadn't finished speaking. "But I've never needed evidence to kill someone." And so, he made a sharp turn that tilted the hearts of the people. He drew his sword with one move, wanting to teach the old man a lesson. "Die, old man." The old protector raised his twin hammers to meet the attack. "I think you're the one seeking death here." Martial technique, immovable as a mountain. The combat was fierce, creating an explosion and a terrifying shockwave that spread out. Qin Shingmo, standing outside, worriedly called Su Wuzhou's name. Yufeng, hiding behind a tree, also felt scared for the person involved. Good heavens, Brother Su isn't going to hit a wall this time, is he? The people outside were also in an uproar. The male god Su isn't going to die like this, is he? No, Is the male god Su going to die just like that? After a fierce fight, the only thing left was the hammer. It seems something is emerging from the mist. Is it the male god Su? When the dust settled, people saw that it was the weapon of the Sure family head stuck in the ground. No way. Could it be that the Sure family head has lost? As expected, whoever talks the loudest at the beginning is the most likely to be bedridden. After the enthusiastic takedown, the last one standing was Su Wuzhou. The netizens had a good laugh. How is this possible? The Sure family head was actually defeated by Su Wuzhou. Let's all charge forward and avenge the Sure family head. If the Sure family head is lost, then charging forward is just seeking death. Meanwhile, Su Wuzhou's fan club grew even larger. Not long after the martial arts tournament, Sure Sheng of the Hotian 7th Realm is no longer a match for the male god Su. The male god Su's strength is increasing too quickly. How exciting! Sure Sheng didn't even have a chance to show off his talent before he had a stroke. I used a martial technique and still couldn't take one of your moves. What is your true strength? At this moment, Su Wuzhou raised his sword, wanted to take a piece of the Sure family to repay the blood his beloved wife had shed at their hands. Go ask your ancestors that question. Sure Sheng was terrified and begged for his life. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, Xie Guangping won't let you go. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xie Guangping rode his horse at full speed to intervene. Su Wuzhou stopped. Su Wuzhou immediately said, not a chance. Isn't this the great young master Xie? I didn't expect you to be at the Sure family's residence. Wait until I deal with him first, then we'll talk. Su Wuzhou was becoming more and more aggressive. This forced Xie Guangping to rush forward and push Sure Sheng away before someone had to be carried away in a coffin. Su Wuzhou's slash was earth-shattering, tearing up the entire courtyard of the Sure family. Unfortunately, he was just a little short of being able to take this bastard's head. Xie Guangping was extremely frustrated. Know your limits. Linen City is not a place where mere live-in son-in-law, like you can do whatever you want. Su Wuzhou had never been afraid of anyone. He only knew that he would deal with anyone who touched his wife. So what if I do whatever I want? On the way to the Sure family, you sent people to kill me. Unfortunately, their strength was too low, so I dealt with them with one sword strike. Compared to me, Xie Guangping, you're the one who truly does whatever you want. Xie Guangping, as if his sore spot had been poked, flared up at Su Wuzhou. You're spouting nonsense. I never sent anyone to kill you. This has nothing to do with me. But in fact, it was because Xie Guangping had a guilty conscience. He was as bitter as if he had eaten a chili pepper and thought to himself. The two elders were actually killed by Su Wuzhou. Damn it, just how much strength has he been hiding? With this shocking news revealed, the public had another opportunity to speculate. Su Wuzhou and Qin Xingmo were repeatedly attacked. Is the Qin family being targeted? Just now, Xie Guangping rushed out from the inner courtyard of the Sure family. Could it be true, as Su Wuzhou said? This place is too complicated. We shouldn't get ourselves into trouble. Qin Xingmo thought worriedly. Wuzhou was ambushed and almost killed, yet he pretended like nothing happened. But when I was attacked, he immediately wanted to destroy the entire Sure family. After defeating Xie Guangping's subordinate, Wuzhou picked up the sword stuck in the ground and began to negotiate with him. It's fine if you don't admit it. After all, we were already mortal enemies. Now I'll give you two choices. 1. Get out of the way and let me kill Sure Sheng. 2. Fight me to the death today. Guangping covered his face and laughed maniacally. How interesting. So interesting. He glared and retorted forcefully. Su Wuzhou, do you really think I'm afraid of you? 1 week from now, in front of everyone in Linen City, you and I will have a life and death battle decided by fate. What do you think? As he spoke, he wore a cunning expression. Wuzhou showed no fear. On the contrary, he was extremely excited by this challenge. I was just waiting for you to say that. I agree. As expected, Xie Guangping was not easy to deal with. He had already formulated a perfect plan in his mind. You fool, you actually agreed. In 1 week, my peerless martial technique will be perfected. By then, among the Hotian realm and Linen City, I will have no rival. Su Wuzhou, when that time comes, I will grind you to dust. Wuzhou, being very intelligent, had already seen through his scheme. Postponing for a week is just to prepare, right? Do you think you can prepare? I still have some stock in my bowl. just in time to stabilize my realm this week. He laughed and made a deal with the cunning Gwamping. But if you lose, this house will be my compensation. A quiet and elegant house like this is very suitable for a refined and courteous gentleman like me. Without much thought, he immediately accepted the offer. He triumphed silently in his heart. What's so refined and courteous about you? The Shi family is about to be turned upside down by you. Shi Sheng, standing behind, whispered to Gwamping with a worried expression. Young Master Xie, this is my ancestral home. Hearing this, Gwamping glanced at him and asked, What? Do you think I'll lose? Shi Sheng hurriedly explained. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. On this side, Wu Zhou approached and took Qingmo's hand very affectionately. He even asked about his wife's well-being. You're injured. It's better to go home and rest soon. Qingmo agreed to follow his arrangements. After walking for a bit, she shyly called out, Wu Zhou, if you have any requests in the future, you can tell me. I will do my best to satisfy you. Wu Zhou immediately turned into a wild wolf, showing his excitement as he asked back, Really? My wife is so good to me. Qingmo shyly turned her face away. Don't be like that. We're still outside. And so, Wu Zhou happily took his wife's hand and went home. All right. Let's hurry home. After he left in a state of glee, the people of the Shi family, standing behind, couldn't stop whispering among themselves. The Shi family has completely lost face today. 1 week from now, the former number 1 trash of Linen City versus the current number 1 young master of Linen City. There's going to be a good show to watch. Who would have thought that Su Wuzhou had become this strong? As Xie Guangping stood there, lost in thought, someone unexpectedly approached him. Young Master Xie. Mao Zhen, extremely furious, spoke his mind. Su Wuzhou is so arrogant. Why didn't you just kill him just now to prevent future trouble? Feng Feng shared the same opinion as family head Mao. That's right. We could have also taken care of Qin Xingmo at the same time. Guangping analyzed the details for them to understand. We underestimated Su Wuzhou before. This guy's incredibly strong. Yet he was willing to endure humiliation for over 10 years. His scheming is so deep, it's unimaginable. He might also be at the peak of the Hotian realm like me. Right now, I'm not sure if I can kill him. Hearing this, Feng Feng also felt a little suspicious of Wuzhou. That is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant just now? The hatred in Mao Zhen's heart could not be quelled. I knew it. The whole flying into a rage for a beauty thing is just something from novels. A scheming man like Su Wuzhou must have had a plan from the beginning. The three of them huddled together to plan how to frame Wuzhou. This guy hid for so long and finally revealed himself. He definitely has a grand scheme. We must be very careful. Chapter 47. Wuzhou and Qingmo's happy time together didn't last long before something else happened. That night, he was beaten to a pulp by his wife, his hair a mess. His cheeks were swollen like 2 steam buns. He cried and tried to explain this huge misunderstanding. Wifey, I just wanted to see if the bed in your room was comfortable. Can't even a small request like this be granted? Qingmo was so angry, she didn't even bother to look at him. You jerk! Wuzhou stood beside her, constantly pleading with his beloved wife. You've really misunderstood me. The more he spoke, the more Qingmo's anger grew. Misunderstanding? I don't believe you. Once you mess with a woman, there's only one way out, death. She kicked him squarely in the throat with a decisive blow. That very kick sent him flying all the way to Mars. Qingmo, standing below, couldn't stop cursing. You big-headed ghost. You jerk. Wuzhou fell from the sky, creating a terrifying explosion that made the surrounding residents scream and complain. So noisy. What was that sound? It's the middle of the night. Can't you let people sleep? The ground right where Wuzhou fell was shattered. As for him, he lay there motionless, not daring to move. My poor back. I haven't even used it yet, and it seems it's about to be crippled. Unexpectedly, someone came over and sneered at his face. Serves you right. Don't think that just because you helped the Qin family win the family martial arts tournament, you can enter my sister's room. My sister has long lost all hope in you. Wuzhou looked up at him. Yunjie. He continuously made ugly faces to mock him. I think you should just obediently go back to the warehouse and stay there. Wuzhou staggered to his feet, regained his composure, and replied, Yunjie, it's the middle of the night. What are you doing wandering around here instead of cultivating? As your brother-in-law. I have to. He began to crack his knuckles and looked at him with a wicked expression. Give you some pointers on your martial arts cultivation. Yunjie trembled all over and begged. Wait, I came to find you for something. My father, but those words were too late. Wuzhou used the rule of the right hand and charged towards Yunjie. I think we should start by giving pointers on your body's ability to take a beating. That night, a tragic scream that shattered the sky lasted for the entire night. Everyone in Linen City lost sleep. Whose pig is squealing? Who's making such a racket in the middle of the night? After dealing with his brother-in-law, Wuzhou applauded himself, laughing at the suffering of others. This feeling is so refreshing. Yunjie lay on the ground with his butt in the air. His soul had flown away, and he no longer had the energy to laugh gloatingly as before. Wuzhou didn't forget to utter some sarcastic remarks. From now on, whenever I'm in a bad mood, I'll just come and give Yunjie's cultivation some pointers. Someone called down from the roof. Su Wuzhou. It turned out that person was none other than the woman, Dai Yaoyao. She sat there, writhing, and asked him, Did Qin Xingmo kick you out of the room? Wuzhou asked with confusion. Dai Yaoyao, why are you here? She proactively offered. The night is long and dreary. I can't sleep. If you're also alone, why don't we make our debut together? Lonely. As she spoke, she made a cute and adorable face to entice Wuzhou. Faced with these sweet temptations, his lecherous nature resurfaced. Could this be the legendary lose one, gain another? What you said, miss, is exactly what I was thinking. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, he quickly jumped onto the roof with her. I'm coming. He charged forward greedily like a wild wolf that had been starved for a long time. Dai Yaoyao unexpectedly kicked him in the face to stop him. I'm a bad woman in everyone's eyes. Aren't you afraid of being played by me? He transformed into a bad boy and replied, Then let's hurt each other. We'll use our own tricks. Whoever's skills are inferior, we'll have to accept being played with. As he spoke, he used his hand to caress her smooth, white foot. Dai Yaoyao coldly lifted her foot to Wuzhou's astonishment. Let's be serious. Xie Guangping has cultivated a third-grade martial technique. In 1 week, your fight with him will be extremely dangerous. Wuzhou sat in a corner, boiling with anger, knowing that he had been led by the nose like a fool all this time. This woman changes her tune faster than flipping through a book. He smiled and replied to her confidently. Don't worry, I'm sure to win this match. Dai Yaoyao moved closer to where he was sitting and began to speak words of temptation and manipulation. If you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? If you lose, you have to do one thing for me. If you win, you can do whatever you want with me. His eyes widened at this tempting offer. Dai Yaoyao made a seductive face and asked, What do you think? Wuzhou suddenly stood up and grinned. A promise is a promise, but on the outside, he was trying to pretend he wasn't a lecher. I have no desire for your body. I simply want you to know that a man's dignity is not to be trifled with. Dai Yaoyao stared at him intently, her eyes never leaving him. Though your words are tough, your body is very honest. What an adorable man. Another morning has come. The warm rays of the new day shone into the warehouse. Wuzhou lay sprawled on the ground, his face as bright as a flower. As he was enjoying the new day, someone suddenly appeared, scaring him pale. Qin Li angrily ordered, Su Wuzhou, get your ass out here. His whole body trembled as he stammered a reply. Father-in-law. The young man hurriedly knelt before him, putting on a pitiful expression as he asked, Did I do something wrong? Li frowned at him and asked, Yesterday, I told Yunjie to call you to see me. Why didn't you come? Hearing this, he feigned an innocent expression, as if he didn't know what had happened. Then he quickly came up with an excuse. I came back late yesterday. I didn't see him. In his mind, he vaguely remembered. So Qin Yunjie really came to call me for something last night. Looks like next time, I have to ask him clearly before hitting him. The father-in-law didn't bother to argue with him and turned to look away. Forget it. Follow me. Wuzhou asked curiously. Father-in-law, where are we going? The old man said seriously, I'm going to teach you a martial technique that your father left behind. At the vast Qin family training ground, only Wuzhou and Li were there. He held a sword in his hand and reminded him carefully, Wuzhou, this is a martial technique left by your father. You must comprehend it well. Open your eyes and watch closely. The wind blew fiercely, lifting the layer of stone at his feet. A crooked character written in the shape of a triangle appeared on the back of Li's hand. Wuzhou could never have imagined. 3 inscription lines. A third-grade martial technique. This was actually left by my father. Qin Li raised his sword straight to the sky. He fiercely instructed Wuzhou. Remember its name? Heaven-cleaving slash. As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered all his strength and slashed the sword down, creating a long crack in the ground. That power shot out faster than the speed of light in the air. It crashed into the wall, cracking it. That sturdy wall. Wuzhou, standing to the side, could also feel how powerful the heaven-cleaving slash was. After demonstrating for him, the father-in-law approached and said, "This is the power of the heaven-cleaving slash. My aptitude is limited, so I can only unleash the power of a third-grade martial technique. But if you cultivate it to the highest level, you can strike millions of times consecutively. Endlessly. You can even cleave the sky with a single slash." Deep within Wuzhou's inner world, he stood there, deep in thought, looking just like a famous detective. But if this martial technique is so cool, doesn't that mean that the father who left this martial technique for me is even cooler? The more he analyzed, the more his mind wandered to far-fetched ideas. Could it be that my main character Yahello is about to be officially activated? Could it be that my father is the young master of some hidden family? And my mother is the holy maiden of some great sect? Once they find me and bring me back, I can live a life of luxury, with beauties on my left and right every day. A beautiful girl placed her hand on his shoulder and asked, "What nonsense are you thinking about?" That very question brought him back to the harsh reality. There was no beauty beside him, only his father-in-law staring at him intently. Wuzhou was so shocked he wanted to turn to stone, and he called out loudly, "Father-in-law." After regaining his composure, he replied awkwardly, "I wasn't thinking about anything." Li asked worriedly, "Could it be that my explanation was too profound and you couldn't understand it?" With that, he took a book from his pocket and handed it to him. "This is the manual. Study it yourself. This heaven-cleaving slash is powerful, but it's extremely difficult to comprehend. I've cultivated it for several decades to achieve the power I have today. If you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me." Wuzhou briefly read a few sentences from it. "So, this is how this technique works." We strictly laid down a rule. "But if you can't even master the basics within a week, I won't allow you to duel with Xie Guangping. The gap in your strength is too great. I can't just stand by and watch you walk to your death." In fact, in his heart, he could already predict the outcome. Wuzhou will definitely not be able to learn it in a week. By then, he will know to back down. Wuzhou, standing behind, casually replied to his father-in-law, without any pressure or worry, "Extremely difficult to comprehend? I think it's very simple. With this, I can guarantee that I'll win." Hearing these confident words, Li offered some sincere advice. "Kid, you're still young and inexperienced. An experienced person like me had to spend several decades to comprehend it. Let alone you. You've made the heaven-cleaving slash seem too simple." Explained. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of power brushed past Li, causing him to freeze in surprise for a few seconds. Sensing something was off, he turned his head to see what was happening. It turned out Wuzhou was trying out the heaven-cleaving slash to see what it was like. He stood alone amidst the flying rocks and dust. The power from the sword shot towards the wall again, causing it to collapse completely. Li couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. This, he gaped in astonishment, asking himself, "He's already learned it?" Li looked at his son-in-law in shock. "Ew, you've already mastered the basics of the heaven-cleaving slash?" Wuzhou scratched his head and chuckled, confiding, "There are too many words in this book. It took me a while to understand it." He pretended to be naive on the outside, but in his heart he had known these ultimate moves for a long time. The reincarnation bowl has a divine effect that helps one comprehend the Tao. Learning a martial technique is just a small matter. His words were like a heavy stone on his father-in-law's back. He was completely devastated. It took a while to understand. It clearly hasn't even been the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. And I've been studying this martial technique for over 10 years. He turned to his father-in-law for guidance with a puzzled look. "Father-in-law, there are some parts of this heaven-cleaving slash that I still don't understand. Could you explain them to me?" Seeing him standing still like a statue, he called out in confusion and helplessness, "Father-in-law." Li was startled back to reality. He flew into a rage for no reason and hurriedly left. "Figure out yourself." Don't leave this place until you've reached the minor success stage. Wuzhou was filled with determination. Father-in-law is truly strict with me, but now that I have the martial technique. Next, I have to raise my realm. After walking for a bit, Li felt dizzy and unsteady, having to lean against the nearby wall. That was close. I've been comprehending it for over 10 years and have only just mastered the basics. What do I have to teach this kid? Luckily, I was quick-witted. Otherwise, that kid would have seen through me. How can I put on an act in front of him in the future? He secretly glanced at Wuzhou, who was jumping for joy. Time to cultivate. On this side, Wuzhou stomped his foot hard on the ground. He pointed straight to the sky and declared, "After absorbing this pile of metal, I'll be just one step away from the Hotian Ninth Realm. Plus the heaven-cleaving slash. Guangping is definitely no match for me. I'm so amazing." It was already late, but Wuzhou was still practicing diligently in the courtyard. Qingmo came over to talk. "Wuzhou, what are you doing at the warehouse door so late at night?" "I came here to clean up the discarded weapons in the warehouse. Father wants to gather them all up to sell. You can continue with your business. I'll leave as soon as I'm done cleaning." Those words were like a bolt from the blue. He was extremely panicked in this life-or-death situation. The weapons in the warehouse have been absorbed by my reincarnation bowl. If Qingmo finds out, won't everything be exposed? In a moment of crisis, he came up with a bold idea. When he saw her about to open the door, he shouted to stop her. "Wait!" Wuzhou suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Qingmo's shoulder. He quickly turned her around. Then he pinned her against the wall. Her expression went from dazed and confused to shy as she asked, "Wuzhou, what are you doing?" He answered honestly, "Qingmo, why are you so annoying today?" That answer made her extremely upset. "What do you mean?" Wuzhou used his hand to gently lift her chin and praise her nonstop. "You're truly so lovable and captivating." Those words made Qingmo blush. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wuzhou began to use his literary talents to deliver a barrage of cheesy pickup lines specifically for his wife. "Do you know the difference between you and the stars? The stars are in the sky, but you are in my heart. From now on, I can only call you darling, because you are in my heart. I noticed you're a little different today. Very cute. Everyone has their special preferences. For example, me. I especially like you." Qingmo's jaw dropped in astonishment at his smooth-talking skills. After hearing a barrage of cheesy pickup lines from Su Wuzhou, Qingmo's face turned beet red. She shyly turned her back and walked away. Her shyness made her utter a few loving scolds. "You silver-tongued devil. I'm not talking to you anymore." Wuzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Finally tricked her. Suddenly, Qingmo stopped. She said to him in a low voice, "Wuzhou, don't blame me. The Qin family's business is being squeezed by the Li and Mao families. If it collapses, it will be even more tragic than the Zhao family back then. Today, I really don't have the heart to think about anything else." Wuzhou understood these things better than anyone. He said coldly, "So, if I help the Qin family solve this problem, can we be a normal husband and wife?" Qingmo didn't answer his question and changed the subject. She said, "Wuzhou, when will you get rid of your habit of bragging?" In this situation, she knew that only a strong expert with sword intent could help the Qin family. Su Wuzhou couldn't do it. Wuzhou stood there, watching the figure of the woman he loved. His heart was filled with many emotions. "I can't let myself become so useless in her eyes. It's not difficult to deal with the Li and Mao families. But if I go directly to my father-in-law, he definitely won't believe me. It seems I need to find a representative." The scene changes. In a dark, narrow alley, filled with the smell of garbage, Zhao Shun was beaten up by a few familiar soldiers. He was kicked against the back wall. The leader sneered contemptuously at Zhao Shun. "Do you think you're still the head of the Zhao family? Our family head didn't kill you. It was to let you live on in humiliation. Now you're just a stinking beggar." He stomped hard on Zhao Shun's head. He shouted, "Kneel down and call me father." Su Wuzhou stood behind the group. He called out to Zhao Shun, "Do you want revenge? I can help you." The group turned their attention to Wuzhou with the same contemptuous tone. "Isn't this the worthless live-in son-in-law of the Su family? Who gave you the guts to meddle in our business? Are you tired of living? If you don't want to die, then get lost." Zhao Shun was battered and bruised. He sat leaning against the wall. He replied to Wuzhou's sincerity. "Help me? That's ridiculous. I'm a cripple now. No one can help me. For a fearless person like Wuzhou, others might not be able to, but he could. Between his fingers, long, sharp darts appeared. He used his ultimate move, the Yin-Yang medical scriptures, rejuvenation needle. He threw the darts, aiming at Zhao Shun. The silver needles pierced straight into his head. His body felt as if a source of energy was flowing into it. His body gradually recovered. The person who had difficulty speaking just a moment ago was now strong and healthy again. Even Zhao Shun himself didn't understand what was happening. He could feel his strength returning. The flame of his strength burned brightly. Zhao Shun's face was filled with exhilaration. The soldiers saw this and were so shocked they stammered, "Zhao." This Zhao Shun's meridians were clearly all severed. He had become a cripple. Why did he suddenly recover? Could it be that Su Wuzhou just used silver needles to heal him? How is this possible? Their jaws dropped. That worthless Su Wuzhou. How could he have such profound medical skills? After being treated with the silver needles, Zhao Shun was now like a beast, roaring, "I've waited for 3 years. It was to wait for this opportunity." He stomped hard on the ground. The ground cracked. He said proudly, "I'm not inferior, not because I'm that powerful, but to tell everyone that what I have lost, I will definitely take it back." Zhao Shun had endured all kinds of humiliation just now. Now it was time to teach them a lesson. The leader who was so aggressive just now had snot and saliva running down his face. Terrified, he hurriedly begged, "Wait. Family head Zhao, we were wrong. Please spare us." Without letting him ramble on, Zhao Shun flew in front of him. His face was filled with killing intent. He wanted to chop them into 100 pieces. Su Wuzhou stood outside, watching him deal with the group, looking at his martial arts. Wuzhou clapped and praised, as expected of a former Xiantian master. He's only recovered a fraction of his strength, yet he's already so imposing. I've really found a good helper. Zhao Shun, relying on his strength, was about to turn on him. You're only at the Houtian realm, yet you want to control me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Ignoring his threat, Wuzhou calmly said, "You can try. I can heal you. I can also cripple you again." Su Wuzhou brought out his treasure. His body was surrounded by flames. Zhao Shun saw this and was shocked. This is sword intent. How is this possible? He's clearly only at the Houtian realm. Wuzhou, with his blood-red eyes, ordered, "Kneel." As if controlled by someone, Zhao Shun knelt down uncontrollably. Respectfully greeted, "Greetings, young master." He smiled with satisfaction and praised, "Very good." The first thing Su Wuzhou needed Zhao Shun's help with was to bring the sword intent to the Qin family. 2 crates of swords were brought in. The head of the Qin family, Qingmo's father, personally came out to receive them. Qin Li politely said, "Master Zhao, this batch of weapons containing sword intent has solved my Qin family's urgent problem." On the other side, Zhao Shun replied, "Master Qin, you are too serious. I was merely entrusted by someone else to do this." Hearing this, Qin Li wondered, "Dare I ask, who is that person?" Zhao Shun glanced at Wuzhou, who was serving tea in the back. Wuzhou panicked, signaling with his body, "If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut." Qin Li saw him standing behind and asked Wuzhou, "Why are you here?" He forced a smile and replied, "Father-in-law. Have some tea." He raised his hand and smacked Wuzhou a few times, angrily shouting, "Drink what tea? Why aren't you focusing on cultivation instead of running around here?" Zhao Shun saw this and immediately intervened. "Oh well. Master Qin, is there need to be so angry?" Qin Li turned back and said to him, "Master Zhao, do not interfere. If I don't beat this brat, he won't become a man." A few days ago, he even agreed to a duel with Xie Guangping. How could he possibly be an opponent for Xie Guangping? Zhao Shun froze, thinking to himself, "Don't talk about Xie Guangping. Even you, Qin Li, might not be his opponent." Qin Li shouted, "Get lost and go into seclusion to cultivate the heaven-splitting slash. You are not allowed to come out until you reach the great success realm." Wuzhou quickly ran away. "Yes, father-in-law." Zhao Shun observed the situation. Seeing this, he also quickly took his leave. He paused. "Oh well. Master Qin, allow me to take my leave. As for the identity of that great person, it is truly inconvenient to reveal. To Zhao Shun, everyone in this family is terrifying. I must slip away quickly." Qingmo saw her father walking out and hurriedly ran over to ask, "Father, wasn't Zhao Shun crippled?" But just now I saw his vitality was abundant. It seems he has been cured. Who exactly is the person behind him to have such heaven-defying methods? Her father replied, just now I saw Zhao Shun's behavior. It seems he knows Wuzhou. She was surprised. He knows Su Wuzhou? Could it be that person is? According to her speculation, Qingmo thought it was her foolish husband, Su Wuzhou. Qinli affirmed, that's right. Then suddenly he got excited. This must be Big Brother Su's arrangement. He must have asked a powerful expert to come and protect Wuzhou, and conveniently helped our Qin family solve this trouble. Qingmo saw her father like this and shook her head helplessly. Thinking of her father-in-law, Qinli smiled automatically. Big Brother Su, I absolutely will not fail your trust. I will definitely nurture Wuzhou into a talent. After a period of training, the moment has finally arrived. Today is the day Su Wuzhou duels Xie Guangping. It is also the day his name will resound throughout Linen City. Wuzhou grabbed his weapon, aggressively walked out. Preparing for battle, a voice stopped him in his tracks. Stop right there. Qingmo's younger brother, Qin Yunjie, and his servants stood there menacingly. He spoke up, Su Wuzhou, where do you think you're going? Father has ordered that you are forbidden to take half a step out of the manor. Do you want to rebel? Wuzhou crossed his arms over his chest, clearly mocking. Qin Yunjie, I see your skin is itching again. Do you want me to instruct you in martial arts again? Yunjie smirked, replying, I am no longer the me of the past. Ever since you taught me a lesson last time, I have worked hard, undergoing the most tragic, bitter cultivation in the world. Finally, I have cultivated a peerless combat skill. What he called bitter cultivation was doing push-ups with a beauty sitting on his back. Pushing a small rock up a mountain while a child could lift a rock 10 times bigger. Yet he was so smug, wanting to fight Wuzhou. He asked disdainfully, you didn't practice this combat skill specifically to deal with me, did you? Yunjie confidently replied, that's right. I must regain my dignity as the eldest son of the Qin family. Su Wuzhou calmly said, then hurry up. I still have to go participate in the duel with Xie Guangping. His words didn't affect him in the slightest. Qin Yunjie's face darkened. Furious, he said, you dare look down on me? I will show you my power. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted and started showing off. Something like world-honored Earth Party, Great Luo Dharma Spell, Prajna Parmithahum, Flying Dragon in the sky, twisting and turning like a mosquito larva. Then, just as he was about to strike, Wuzhou kicked him. He spun around and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the guards didn't help their master, but dodged to the side. It seems those muscles are just for show, useless. They ignored Yunjie and ran away screaming for help. Wuzhou ignored those people. What's the use of dealing with this trash? He walked over and said to his brother-in-law, if this were real combat, waiting for you to finish dancing through those moves would have gotten you killed hundreds of times. You are still the same young boy as before. Haven't changed a bit. I'm going to the duel now. Wait for me to come back, and I'll give you more pointers. He patted Yunjie on the butt. My looks are deteriorating. You ugly thing, Yunjie. Crying out loud. Every time you hit me in the face. My handsome looks are all ruined. After Qin, Yunjie blocked the way. Now there's another person blocking the door. Wuzhou asked seriously, what do you want? However, that person was none other than his father-in-law. Father-in-law Qinli seriously said, you want to go duel Xie Guangping, fine. But you must defeat me first. He scratched his face awkwardly. This isn't very appropriate. Thinking he was afraid, he acted high and mighty, knowing the difficulty in retreating is good. Be obedient and stay home. Peacefully cultivate. Currently, you are not Xie Guangping's opponent yet. Wuzhou interrupted his father-in-law. Father-in-law, it seems you have misunderstood my meaning. I'm afraid that if I beat you, you won't know where to hide your face. Qinli was furious, but forced a smile. You bastard. Say that again. It seems if I don't cure your habit of boasting today, it won't do. Knowing he couldn't avoid the fight today, Su Wuzhou slowly drew his sword intent. He coldly said, Father-in-law, I know your hardships, but today I must go. I must prove to the entire Linen City that I'm not trash. Wuzhou slashed the sword heavily onto the ground. This power surprised Qinli. Standing in the middle, the ground where the sword struck split into 3 paths. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. He sheathed his sword and said, Father-in-law, just wait for my good news. Qinli's face turned pale. Wuzhou, He mastered the heaven-splitting slash? At the gate of the martial arts arena, people gathered as thick as ants. Today is the day Su Wuzhou duels Xie Guangping. How could there be few people? But why hasn't this Su Wuzhou arrived yet? Afraid, he ran away before the battle. After all, Xie Guangping is the number one among those below the innate realm in Linen City. Maybe Su Wuzhou was really too scared to come. The crowd discussed back and forth. Xie Guangping had arrived early, arrogantly sitting under a sunshade. The servant holding the sword flattered, "Young master is mighty." That Su Wuzhou still hasn't appeared. He must have been scared witless. Guangping calmly said, "Wait for another stick of incense. If that brat still doesn't come, we will take people to the Qin family to force him out." Xie Guangping was domineering. In short, today Su Wuzhou must die. The servant happily replied, "Right? Young master is mighty." Guangping took a big gulp of water. Arrogantly said, "Su Wuzhou, no matter what, this time I must completely destroy you." Yu Feng and Dai Yaoyao sat on the roof. Seeing the whole scene below, he yawned and wondered, why hasn't Su Wuzhou arrived yet? Could it be he was locked in the woodshed by Qinli again? Dai Yaoyao, with a radiant face, reassured, "Don't worry, he will definitely come. I even have an agreement with him." Yu Feng was surprised. An agreement? She changed the subject, looked down there. Speak of the devil, and he appears. The appearance was a bit exaggerated. Dust flying everywhere, surprising everyone, covering their faces from the dust. What is happening? Su Wuzhou stood tall in front of them. Xie Guangping gritted his teeth. "Su Wuzhou, sure enough, you came." Su Wuzhou raised his sword, gallantly said, "Xie Guangping, prepare to die." On the other side, Guangping also drew his weapon and replied, "Su Wuzhou, the one who deserves to die is you." His face became savage like a ferocious tiger of the forest, while Su Wuzhou's manifestation was a dragon god with sharp eyes. Both sides exerted strength to resist the opponent, full of killing intent, neither side willing to yield. Below, the crowd watching the duel was excited, thrilled, shouting and cheering. The martial duel has finally begun. Fight! It just started, and it already smells of gunpowder. So satisfying. Who exactly is the number one young master of Linen City? Today it will be clear. Everyone fought to speak. Dai Yaoyao rested her chin on her hand, observing the fight below. She placed her trust in him. "Su Wuzhou, don't you disappoint me." Both sides were pushed back by the opponent's power, standing facing each other. Xie Guangping was like a madman. "Lao Ging Wei Li, Su Wu." A few days ago, you indeed hid your strength. You're also at the peak postnatal realm like me, aren't you? Wuzhou winked, teasing him. "If I said I just broke through in the last few days, you definitely wouldn't believe me, right?" Xie Guangping laughed loudly. "Say whatever you want. It doesn't matter anyway, because you're about to die under my Tier 3 combat skill." Everyone was astonished. What? Xie Guangping actually mastered a Tier 3 combat skill? Worthy of being the number one young master of Linen City. Grasping a Tier 3 combat skill while only in the postnatal realm. Su Wuzhou is in danger. Hearing this, Wuzhou suddenly realized the reason he delayed the fight until today was because of this. "But are Tier 3 combat skills rare?" he asked Guangping. "I know that move too." Su Wuzhou held his sword. His whole body seemed surrounded by lightning, making him look even more majestic. He wouldn't let him act arrogantly any longer. Xie Guangping grinned grotesquely, about to die and still boasting. He used the Heavenly Cloud sword move, slashing down once. Su Wuzhou's whole body glowed, his eyes full of determination. He used the heaven-splitting slash to counter. The whole area lit up. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. A surge of power shot straight into the ground. The surrounding people were terrified and exclaimed, "This aura is too strong. Worthy of a duel between the strongest young people in Linen City." Master Qin also came here to watch Wuzhou's fight. He worriedly thought, "You must survive. Otherwise, how can I explain this to Big Brother Su?" Qingmo silently blamed him. "Wuzhou, why didn't you listen to my advice?" The junior brother beside him could only pray. "Brother-in-law, you are representing our Qin family. Absolutely must not lose." No movement was heard from the arena anymore. It seemed the match had concluded. The Qin family members watched anxiously. Who won? As long as Wuzhou is alive, it's fine. The smoke cleared. Wu Zhou's voice rang out. Xie Guangping, you lost. This victory made everyone erupt. Su Wuzhou won. Number 1 Young Master Su Wuzhou. Wuzhou actually won? Su Wuzhou, I want to marry you. And the happiest person was probably him. He laughed heartily and said, Wuzhou, well done. I don't have to be ashamed before your father. The junior brother was also happy and exclaimed, Su Wuzhou, finally you didn't embarrass our Qin family. In the future, I'll call you brother-in-law a few more times. Qingmo could finally breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, Wuzhou actually won, but now you've become the target of the entire Linen City. So on the other side, Dai Yaoyao sighed in disappointment. Peak postnatal realm. TF3 Kumbasquid. It seems I lost the bet this time. Yufeng came over, poked her bun-like cheek, and asked, What exactly did you and Su Wuzhou bet on? Can you tell me? But she slapped him into the ground and replied, None of your business. I still have to think of a way to shut Su Wuzhou's mouth. Otherwise, with his personality, who knows what demands he'll make. Yufeng cried for help from the side. Come help me. I can't pull my head out. She had to pull him up and lead him away, but Yufeng wondered where they were going. She said, to kill the person behind the Xie family. Back at the arena, he gave him one last mercy. Do you have any last words? But that Xie Guangping didn't seem afraid, lifting the tip of his sword and pointing it straight at his head, saying, Come on, kill me. Su Wuzhou, you despicable villain. To think you hit it so well. I thought I was insidious enough, but I didn't expect to lose to you. You think killing me will end everything? My Xie family will make your Su and Qin families pay blood for blood. I will make you live a life worse than death. Hearing him speak made him smirk sarcastically. Since you have no last words, then die. Thinking he was tough, but when he saw him swing the sword, he pissed his pants and exclaimed, What? Su Wuzhou, you bastard, you actually dare to kill me? Just as the blade was approaching, someone jumped up to block it, knocking him back. He asked, taking turns to fight? Beat the young one, and the old one comes. You Xie family people are truly thick-skinned. The people below broke into a cold sweat seeing that person. This person isn't this Xie Linyuan? He actually came too? The Xie family is too shameless. Said it was a life-and-death duel, yet they intervened. Xie Linyuan is one of the 10 great innate masters of Linen City. Seeing this, Master Qin had to speak up. Xie Linyuan, don't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. The thickness of your face is almost equal to the city wall. If you have already made a move, don't blame me for. Suddenly, 2 guys grabbed his shoulders and said, Master Qin, calm down. Do you want to start a war between the great families of Linen City? That's right, Master Qin. You'd better stay obediently here. After all, your son and daughter are also here. Hearing this, he couldn't do anything. On the arena, that Xie Linyuan said, Su Wuzhou, since you won, you can stop here. I will protect Pingner's life. But he didn't allow him to do so and replied, Relying on you won't save his life. Then he unleashed a powerful strike towards him. He felt it was ridiculous and said, Su Wuzhou, you are just a postnatal realm martial artist, yet you dare to draw your blade against me? I can break it with a wave of my hand. However, when he blocked that strike, it injured him, causing him to cough up blood. The spectators below couldn't help but gasp in admiration. The power of the postnatal realm injured an innate realm martial artist. Something like this has never happened in Linen City before. I'm not seeing things, am I? Su Wuzhou actually injured Xie Linyuan? I think Xie Linyuan underestimated the enemy just now. If he used his full strength, Su Wuzhou wouldn't be able to resist. This ability to fight across levels is even more formidable than Xiaohua. If this were drawn into a comic and didn't become hot, heaven and earth wouldn't tolerate it. The old man also didn't understand why. I was actually slashed and injured by a postnatal realm martial artist? Master Qin put on a proud face. Acting all pretentious now, deserved to be slashed. Wuzhou has mastered the heaven-splitting slash. Even an innate realm expert can't block it with one hand. He exclaimed angrily. I said it. You can't save Xie Guangping's life. If you dare to stop me again, I'll slash you first. Everyone around immediately discussed. What? Is Su Wuzhou crazy? He actually said he wants to kill Xie Linyuan? Is he boasting? Postnatal realm killing innate realm. This is impossible. Master Qin couldn't defend that sentence either. Wuzhou, you're boasting a bit too much. Hearing the provocation, he replied, Just now I was a bit careless and let you land a slash. But you really dare to talk. Take this move of mine. The redhead and the blonde saw him take this stance and excitedly said, could it be that move? This time it's settled. Xie Lin Yuan is even using his signature martial skill. This Su Wuzhou is dead for sure. Master Qin also recognized this move. Is Xie Lin Yuan going to use a martial skill? He unleashed the tiger roar fist with the force of 1,000 pounds towards him. But for some reason, he stood rooted to the spot facing this powerful blow. Qingmo shouted, Wuzhou, dodge quickly. Both of those people also worriedly exclaimed, Wuzhou, don't risk your life to resist. You already defeated Xie Guangping. No need to risk your life against Xie Lin Yuan. Su Wuzhou, I just admitted you as my brother-in-law. You can't die like this. Others also thought he was done for this time. Su Wuzhou hit a big rock this time. This tiger roar fist is Xie Lin Yuan's signature martial skill. Su Wuzhou definitely can't win. He recalled the memories of being cursed. Scolded back then. Incompetent and useless. Delusional dreams. Don't even think about entering the Tao. A piece of trash, not even worth dog shit. If not for the Qin family's righteousness in honoring the engagement, I'm afraid he would have gone begging long ago. Son, absolutely do not play with this idiot. This parasite is the shame of our linen city. Those words, however, gave him strength. Sorry, Qingmo. Sorry, father-in-law. This time I must let loose once. Because I want to prove to you. No, prove to everyone that I, Su Wuzhou, am worthy of the Qin family. His sword strike, filled with resentment, cut his opponent's move in half. Xie Lin Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Sword intent? How is this possible? No, spare my life. I don't want to die. An earth-shattering explosion at the arena. Those with weak hearts dared not look, only shrinking back. Terrifying. If you said this was a duel between two innate realm experts, I would believe it. But what in the end? Qingmo sobbed and called out, Wuzhou. And when she saw the figure still standing was him, she burst into tears and ran quickly towards him. Just as she was about to reach out and hug him, she suddenly stopped and asked, Are you okay? But he understood, gently taking her small hand, pulling her close, and saying, Qingmo, I'm fine. I made you worry. She blushed and stammered. No, it's good that you're fine. He also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Scare me to death. Luckily, this bowl helped me replenish my vitality. Otherwise, even using the sword intent of the Nirvana sword, I would have exhausted my strength. The cheering crowd dropped their jaws and said, Xie Guangping is dead. Even Xie Lin Yuan, one of the 10 great innate masters of Linen City, is also. The Xie family originally had 2 innate realm masters. Now, one is dead. Their strength has plummeted. Originally, he thought this battle was just a game for the younger generation, who knew it would change the entire situation of Linen City. The 2 fellow disciples couldn't believe their eyes after witnessing that fight. He actually died? One of them pointed at the father-in-law, speaking nonsense. Qinli, you clearly knew Su Wuzhou's combat strength was so strong, but didn't say a word. So it was all for this day. Your methods are ruthless. The other one also chimed in. That's right. This old fogey was pretending to be panicked and scared just now. Actually, he was already happy inside. They are an insidious father-in-law and son-in-law pair. But truthfully, he almost died of a heart attack too. With a slightly pale face, the father-in-law turned back and replied, To tell the truth, I was also very surprised. I didn't expect Wuzhou to be so formidable. But they didn't believe his words. We don't believe you. You evil old man. Suddenly, he called out, Mao Zhen, Li Bumfeng. Xie Lin Yuan has been killed. Do you still dare to be arrogant? Are you planning to come up to the arena to practice martial arts with me? Seeing his eyes full of killing intent made them want to wet their pants. However, they still talk tough. Su Wuzhou, even if you have innate realm combat power, you can't protect the Qin family. The other one also said, Let me tell you the truth. Our 2 families have released a batch of weapons with sword intent. The weapon market of Linen City will soon be monopolized by us. By then, your Qin family will lose its biggest source of income. The Qin family will naturally have to disband. Destruction is not far away. Qingmo looked at them speechless. Why are they suddenly posing so weirdly? Wuzhou thought to himself. Why are there so many idiots in this world? Then he replied to them. Is that so? I don't think anything will happen to the Qin family. Just then, an old man ran over shouting, Master! Master! There is news. From the weapon market. He immediately said smugly. Su Wuzhou, have you seen? My people have brought good news. Quickly tell them. Did our two families' weapons sell very well today? He panted and replied. That's right. At first, many martial artists came to fight for them. Our weapons were sold out quickly. No one paid attention to the Qin family's weapons. He quickly became arrogant. Did you hear that? Your Qin family's weapon business is gone. Qin family, get out of Linen's city. We might consider giving you a way out. But the old man interrupted. No, master, listen to me finish first. He shouted angrily. No what? Are you teaching me what to do? Shut up. There is no place for you to speak here. Your Qin family is finished. Quickly kneel and beg for mercy. The old man was so angry he shouted. You shut up and listen to me finish. Just now, the Qin family also brought out weapons with sore intent. Moreover, the quality is even better than our two families. The martial artists who bought our weapons today gradually felt cheated. So they are all rioting and demanding refunds. These words were like a thunderbolt. He couldn't accept it, grabbed the old man's collar and said, Old man, if you dare talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll kill you with one palm strike. Suddenly, loud footsteps approached. Mao Zhen and Li Wenfeng were both there. Scammers, you still have the face to say your weapons are the best. Catch them. Don't let them run away. The Qin family's weapons are unknown times better than theirs, and even cheaper. Refund. Mandatory. Refund. If you don't refund today, we'll beat you to death. They exclaimed in fear. How can this be? This is not good. Li Wenfeng turned and said, Brother Mao, what do you think we should? But his brother was nowhere to be seen. Turns out he had already fled far away. He even said, Master Li, my dog just gave birth to a second litter. I have to go home and check. I leave everything here to you. Li Bumfeng scolded angrily. Mao Zhen, you disloyal bastard. Your dog clearly gave birth last week. Suddenly, he felt something strange. The crowd rushed towards him. Li Wenfeng begged for one last mercy. Hitting the face is fine. But don't pull the hair, okay? Don't know what happened, but he got cursed badly. Beat this scammer to death. Beat him until he refunds the money. Don't let him escape. He begged. Wait, stop hitting. I'll refund, okay? But only receive the answer. Even if you refund, we have to beat you first. Take my kick that ends your bloodline. Mao Zhen ran, but also felt guilty. Master Li, don't blame me. Suddenly, he tripped over someone's leg. Fell headfirst into where a dog just pooped. Turns out it was Su Wuzhou. He played dumb and said, Master Mao, what are you doing? Everyone is waiting for your answer. Are you planning to run away? He cursed. It stinks. Damn dog. Su Wuzhou, your grandfather. And surely, doing bad deeds brings karma. The crowd caught up. Master Mao, where are you running? You aren't planning to renege on the debt, are you? You haven't given us an answer about the weapons yet. He could only give up. This time it's really over. The crowd said. Take him back to enjoy with Li Wenfeng. Share blessings and misfortunes together. Don't dream of escaping alone. Make him spit out the money he scammed from us. He shouted loudly. Su Wuzhou, this must be your doing. Just mentioned, and he sneezed. Did someone scold me just now? At the Sure Family Martial Arts Arena, a man ran in with a panicked face and said, Master, bad news. He wondered and asked, What happened that you were so panicked? The man trembled and said, Su Wuzhou showed great power. Not only did he defeat Xie Guangping, but he also slashed Xie Lin Yuan, the innate expert of the Xie family. Hearing this, he angrily punched the wooden log he was training with. He said, Then according to the previous bet, doesn't my Sure family's ancestral home belong to him? The man said, Master, what should we do now? Su Wuzhou even killed an innate expert. We can't possibly be his opponent. He said, Quickly notify everyone in the house to pack their things. Whatever can't be taken, destroy it all for me. Don't leave anything for Su Wuzhou. He thought to himself, Su Wuzhou, I'd rather destroy the Sure family ancestral home than leave it to you. Suddenly, the servant received a surprise blow from an unexpected person. He slowly walked over and said, Master Sure, I heard everything you just said. Do you really intend to destroy my house? Do you treat me, Su Wuzhou, like dirt? Right at the critical moment, he arrived. Just in time. He wondered, why did Su Wuzhou arrive so fast? Then he had to put on a friendly face and say, Wait, young Master Su, this is all a misunderstanding. He immediately gave him a thunderous punch in the stomach, making him want to vomit. Misunderstanding your grandfather. Wuzhou kicked him flying. The burly man rolled on the ground. Then he walked closer and said, Shi Sheng, I defeated Xie Guangping. According to the bet between us, this house is my property from now on. You actually dared to destroy my property. I think you're tired of living. He lifted his head and replied, Su Wuzhou, don't push it too far. We only bet this house. Other items are not included. He smiled and said, Originally, I only intended to take the house, but just now you'd rather destroy the house than give it to me. Since you did that, don't blame me for turning hostile. Ruthless. Anyone who dares to touch the items in this house will die. Hearing this, he stared at him. Another guy intervened. This Su Wuzhou is too arrogant. No choice, he has the qualifications to be arrogant. Even Xie Linyuan wasn't his opponent, let alone our master. Then the whole group rushed in and said, Master, we are here. Su Wuzhou, don't be smug too early. Surround him. Saying that, they lined up to block his path and continued. Su Wuzhou, we have long set up a dragnet. Just waiting for you to come. Su Wuzhou, I didn't expect you to have the guts to really come collect the house. Today, it will be hard for you to escape this fate. Su Wuzhou, last time you acted arrogantly at the Shi family, I recruited many martial artists. No matter how powerful you are, you can't be an opponent for so many people. He calmly asked, Is this your plan? Shi Sheng smiled smugly. Not only that, you fought consecutively with Xie Guangping and Xie Linyuan, so now you don't have enough strength left. If I capture you alive today and hand you over to the Xie family, surely the Xie family will be very grateful to me. Then I will be able to... Before he could finish his sentence, he punched him in the face and said, Blah blah blah. So annoying. The subordinates stared at each other. While Wuzhou was dealing with the master, he said, What's wrong with you? You guys dare to come and besiege me? Thinking a bit too much. He shouted, What are you guys standing there for? Come save me quickly. They finally woke up and replied, Master, then rushed in. Xu Wutsu, prepare to die. Charge. At this moment, Shi Sheng was beaten unconscious, so he threw him towards the crowd to hinder them. The subordinates were stunned. That works too. He replied, Don't rush, you'll get yours too. Saying that, he threw him towards them. They screamed, Don't. Then Shi Sheng hit them one by one. Not only that, he even kissed the subordinate. A while later, they had a hand over the keys and said, Young Master Su, this is the key to the main gate. Please accept it, he replied. If you understood the situation earlier, I wouldn't have wasted so much energy. Am I right, Master Shi? He was beaten into fear, so he replied, Young Master Su is right. Then he ordered, There is no business for you here anymore. Get out. They said, Yes, yes. Wuzhou continued, People of the Shi family, follow me. Don't touch anything here. Let me see what good stuff is in this house. Shi Sheng heard this and thought to himself, Good stuff? There's no good stuff. The Shi family is just an empty shell. The treasures accumulated by my Shi family have been hidden elsewhere. Su Wuzhou, you won't get anything. Suddenly, there was a voice. The assets accumulated by the Shi family have been moved elsewhere. Currently, the Shi family house is just an empty shell. He was stunned. Wuzhou was also quite surprised. Shi Sheng turned his head back, thinking in his head, Which bastard said that? Turns out it was Shi Mei, his daughter. She continued, Young Master Su, I can tell you the location of the secret room where the Shi family's ancestral assets are kept. But I only ask young Master Su to agree to one thing. He shouted, Shi Mei, what do you want to do? Wuzhou glared at him warningly, making him silent with fear. Then he said, Let's hear it. What do you want me to do? She said, I want to ask young master to help me. Help me kill Shi Sheng. The crowd was stunned. What? Shi Mei actually wants to kill the master? That's her biological father. Father and daughter killing each other. How can this be? He silently thought. How does Shi Mei know where the secret room is? No matter what, I can't let Shi Mei speak out. Then he intended to hit her and scolded. Shut up, animal. I will kill you. But was blocked by Wuzhou. He was tense. Su Wuzhou, he said, want to kill someone to silence them in front of me? Shi Sheng, you overestimate yourself. As he spoke, he knocked him far away. He hit the wall and cried out in pain. The subordinates ran out and said, Master, while Shi Mei gently said, Thank you for saving my life, young master. He replied, get up and talk. Sure Sheng is your father. I am very curious why you want to kill him. She said, he never treated me as a daughter, just treated me as a tool. In his eyes, I'm not even equal to pigs or dogs. He shouted, animal, I fed you, clothed you. What wrong did I do to you? You ungrateful wretch. She sobbed and replied, not worthy of being my father. The day my mother was humiliated by Mao Zhan and Li Wenfeng, you stood by and said nothing. I was teased by Xie Guangping several times. Not only did you not help, but you intentionally created opportunities for him. Scum who sells out even his own family for personal gain. You are an animal. I want you to be ruined. I must kill you to comfort my mother's spirit in heaven. He panicked. You, thinking in his head, I can't let her continue speaking. Otherwise, I will lose all face as a master. Then he rushed up frantically. Slut, shut your mouth. She screamed in fear. Young Master Su, save me. He replied, sure may. I am very interested in the secret room you just mentioned. Therefore, sure Sheng. Saying that he intended to finish him off. He stared wide-eyed. Not good. While he said, sorry, then punched him in the stomach, making him cough blood. The punch was so powerful, it sent Sure Sheng flying into and breaking a section of the wall. The subordinates panicked. The master was knocked out again. Su Wuzhou is too strong. We can't stop him. The master, after being beaten, coughed violently, face pale, clutching his chest, thinking, this bastard Su Wuzhou actually dared to cripple me. This time it's really over. At this moment, Shimei approached him. Sure Sheng said, vile spawn, what do you want to do? She replied, I thought I wouldn't have a chance for revenge in this life. Luckily, you offended young Master Su, giving me this opportunity. He still had strength to rush up. You slut. I must. Before he could do anything, she kicked him, ending his life. Then Sure Mei looked up to the sky and said, Mother, finally, I have avenged you. At this moment, Wuzhou said, I have helped you fulfill the condition you proposed. It's time to fulfill your promise. She replied, Young master, please follow me. He said, you lead the way. Looking at Sure Mei, Wuzhou happily thought, I'm finally about to get rich. That's the fortune of an entire clan. So the two went to the Sure family's secret room. It was full of chests containing gold and silver. Jewels. He happily picked them up. There must be at least 10,000 taels of silver in here. Really rich this time. Finally, my cultivation capital is enough. However, Sure Mei misunderstood his attitude. She thought, why is young Master Su? Could it be because the Sure family previously gave a large portion of assets to the Xie family, so the young Master Su is still not satisfied? Thinking this, she bit her lip, then said, Young Master Su, if you're still not satisfied, as long as young Master Su agrees, I can. Sure Mei took off her outer clothes to reveal the spring scenery inside, causing Wuzhou to have a nosebleed, thinking, are women in this world all so open? Taking off clothes without saying a word? I can't handle it anymore. Sure Mei shyly said, Young Master Su, are you satisfied now? He wiped his nose and replied, Don't worry, I am a generous person, so I am also very tolerant of big-chested sisters. She blushed in shame. Wuzhou put his hand on her shoulder and continued, But even if you didn't do this, I was already satisfied. Most importantly, I have a wife. It's not very appropriate for you to do this. So hurry up and put your clothes on. At this moment, Yunjia accidentally walked in and said, Brother-in-law, heard you confiscated the Sure family's house. Sister and I came to see. The two froze in place, daring not to move. He was laughing and talking, but also fell silent. Looking at each other, then Sure Mei screamed. He panicked. Don't scream. I didn't do anything to you. Screaming like that makes people misunderstand even more. Yunjia turned away and said, I have to go tell sister. Su Wuzhou, you animal. He said, Qin Yunjia, stand right there. At this moment, his wife also arrived and asked, Yunjia, what's wrong? He replied, Sister, come here quickly. Su Wuzhou, but before he could finish, his mouth was covered by him. Then he turned to signal Sure Mei. Go quickly, she replied. Then Xingmo walked into the secret room and asked, What was Yunjia trying to say? Wuzhou, what's wrong with him? He quickly answered, Nothing, nothing at all. Just now I found a batch of assets in the Sure family. Discovered a very beautiful necklace. Suits you very well. Was preparing a surprise for you, but Yunjia blurted it out. thinking in his heart. Too dangerous. Almost seen by Qingmo. She asked suspiciously, "Really? Why do I feel something is wrong?" Wuzhou pretended to be calm and replied, "Wife, your feeling must be wrong. How could there be anything wrong with me? Let's not talk about this. I'll take you to see the necklace I chose for you." So he found a blue diamond necklace and put it on her. Qingmo was happy. "This necklace is so beautiful." "Thank you, Wuzhou," he replied. "As long as wife likes it." Feeling lucky in his head. Finally got through it. At this moment, Yunjia also woke up. He worried. Oh no. He held his head, wondering. What happened to me? Then suddenly remembered. Right? I must quickly tell sister. Can't let sister forgive this bastard Su Wuzhou. However, he looked at him with threatening eyes and said, "Yunjia, I see your martial skills seem to have regressed. Do you need me to give you more pointers?" He screamed in fear. "Sister," but his mouth was covered again. Qingmo heard vaguely, so she asked, "Wuzhou, what are you and Yunjia doing?" He threatened. "Behave yourself." Then explained, Nothing. I'm taking Yunjia out to practice martial arts a bit." He mumbled incoherently. Qingmo smiled and said, "Is that so? Wuzhou, you must teach Yunjia carefully." He replied, "Don't worry. I will definitely teach him carefully." He continued trying to speak, but his mouth was covered tight, so nothing could be heard. Then he was dragged out by Wuzhou for a beating. His screams echoed through the sky. At night, Wuzhou sat on the roof, talking to himself, finally resolved Sure May's matter. Qingmo also agreed to stay at my place. Hope they won't cause trouble. Suddenly a hand reached towards him, followed by a graceful voice. "What's this? Could it be our eldest young master?" Su was kicked out of the room by his wife. Dai Yaoyao glided over and hugged Wuzhou from behind. Her tone was extremely seductive. He went with the flow, lifting her chin and asking, "So, are you planning to take me in?" Then he moved closer, putting his face close to hers. She then continued, "Moreover, I remember someone saying that as long as I beat Xie Guangping, she would agree to whatever I wanted." His action and words made her a bit shy. Immediately after, she smiled and stood up from Wuzhou, leaving him a bit bewildered. Dai Yaoyao tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "Don't worry, I came precisely for this matter. Let's go." But Wuzhou didn't follow immediately, replying with an interested face. "It's already the middle of the night. Us, a lone man and woman going out, isn't appropriate. I am a married man." Hearing this, Dai Yaoyao turned around with a radiant face. She gave a mischievous smile and winked at him, saying, "Just follow me. There will be a surprise. At the Xie family right now." Shi Sheng, bandaged all over, was lying on the bed groaning in pain. Xie Tao saw the scene in front of him and widened his eyes in surprise. His face frowned, looking extremely unsightly. He looked darkly at the injured person lying before him. As soon as he saw Xie Tao, Shi Sheng tremblingly propped himself up. He coughed a few times and said with difficulty, "Master Xie, that Su Wuzhou was so ruthless to cripple me. You must avenge me. Otherwise, wait until that guy truly matures. The next one to be crippled will be you." Xie Tao ignored him and turned around, waving a signal. "Men, take Master Shi down," the servant replied. Then they quickly carried Shi Sheng, who was lying on the stretcher, away. Although he was carried out, he kept shouting back, "You must avenge me. Must help me take revenge." He screamed with all his might, unaware that 3 people were secretly watching the fun with interested faces. Yu Feng asked blankly, "Why did you bring me to climb the Xie family's wall?" Wuzhou replied, "What's the rush? You'll know soon enough." Dai Yaoyao found them a bit noisy and signaled for them to be quiet. "Please don't talk." Scene changed. Mao Zhan spoke up. "Shi Sheng has been, then he is of no use to us anymore." Li Wenfeng said, "The Shi family's assets happen to be enough for our 3 families to share. It's just that Su Wuzhou is a huge threat to us." Mao Zhan heard this and said with some worry, "If we don't eliminate Su Wuzhou, the future trouble will be unpredictable." Li Wenfeng rubbed his chin with an unconfident face and said, "But Su Wuzhou's current strength is very strong. Not easy to deal with." Xie Tao, who hadn't spoken until now, spoke up. "Rest assured, you too." Then he turned back with a sinister smile, his face extremely terrifying. His eyes filled. "To deal with Su Wuzhou, I have already prepared." Finished speaking, he turned towards the inside and said, "2 lords, please come out." A figure appeared, making both Mao Zhan and Li Wenfeng drop their jaws in surprise. Before them appeared two people wearing masks, one covered completely. The other had an iron arm with sharp iron claws. Under the masks, they revealed deadly eyes, overflowing with killing intent. One confidently spoke up. Just a nameless brat in the postnatal realm. If we brothers take action, he is dead for sure. Next, both of them said in unison. With our Yin Tian sect backing you, the CF family will sooner or later become the master of this linen city. Mao Zhen and Li Wenfeng heard this and exclaimed in great surprise. Yun Tian sect. That is an ancient great sect of the 9 provinces. The other one couldn't help but exclaim. Actually, 2 innate realm experts. Wu Zhou's group outside overheard quite a bit. Hearing these words, he frowned and muttered. Yun Tian sect. So this is the force behind the CF family. Dai Yaoyao rested her chin on her hand and replied disdainfully. Just a bunch of villains hiding their heads and showing their tails. They dare not enter Linen City, so they sent 2 nobodies to die. Wu Zhou turned to smile at her and said, Then I have to thank you. I really like this surprise. Then his face hardened, face emotionless, secretly calculating. Just killing these 2 will ensure my Qin family stays peaceful for a while in Linen City. Yu Feng beside him suddenly raised his hand and volunteered. Let me say this first. I'm only responsible for keeping watch. I won't take action later. Wu Zhou heard this and was slightly startled, staring at him with disbelief. Seeing this, he turned around, speaking somewhat cowardly. Don't look at me like that. If my father finds out, he will definitely beat me to death. Seeing this expression, he raised his middle finger and silently cursed. Trash! Dai Yaoyao beside them suddenly interrupted. Actually, I won't take action either. Her sentence directly made his face turn black. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Then he cracked his knuckles. Face gloomy, he said. So you 2 didn't tell me this for the sake of the Qin family, but wanted to use me to help you eliminate 2 disciples of the Yintian sect, right? Perhaps seeing his state wasn't right, Yu Feng gave a thumbs up, sweating profusely, trying to force an ingratiating smile and flatter. You discovered that too? Brother Su is truly sharp, thinking superior to others, righteous and self-sacrificing. Hearing these fake words from him, his face became a bit unsightly, waving his hand in refusal. All right, stop saying superfluous words. Dai Yaoyao also spoke up. We indeed want to eliminate the 2 people from the Yin Tian sect, but Linen City is unusual. We are outsiders here. It's inconvenient to take action. Then she glided over and continued. So we have to rely on young Master Su. Next, she pulled her clothes slightly, seductively asking, Is that okay, young Master Su? But that didn't affect him at all. He calmly raised 3 fingers and said, Stop acting ambiguous. 1 sentence, 300 taels. His sentence startled both of them. Yu Feng directly complained. Brother Su, are you taking advantage of the situation? That's too much. Stabbing people? He ignored him and acted righteous. What do you understand? I am taking from the rich to give to the poor. You guys have so much money. I am poor. Supporting me a little is reasonable. Dai Yaoyao heard this and agreed. Fine, I agree with you. He stared in surprise at her sentence, then angrily clenched his fist, thinking, Giving money so decisively, seems I asked for too little. A moment later, he coughed twice and said, I think you misunderstood my meaning. I meant each of you gives me 300 taels. Yu Feng was directly driven crazy, angrily scolding, Brother Su, you. Wu Zhou smiled and said, If not, you guys do it yourselves. Dai Yaoyao sighed and continued. All right, dealing with the Yin Tian sect people is urgent. Give them money. After holding the money bag in his hand, he happily said, Next, start the main work. Then he slowly stepped down the wall, laughing secretly in his heart. These 2 idiots gave me 600 taels for nothing. I made another fortune. The other 2 looked at his happy appearance and smiled sinisterly together, thinking, 600 taels to kill 2 people of the Yin Tian sect. We made a huge profit. Scene changed to another place. Seeing the servant bring wine, Xie Tao said, That Su Wu Zhou is left to the 2 lords. Consider this wine as adding strength to the 2 lords. One said, No rush, leave the wine there. I'll go and return immediately. Seeing his new look, the others thought to themselves, Is this cosplaying Guan Yu? Mao Zhen and Li Wenfeng knelt down and flattered vigorously. The 2 lords are truly heroes. We await the two lords' victorious return. Hearing this, he put on a smug face and said, just a nameless nobody in the postnatal realm. Killing him is as easy as turning a hand. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling them. That person laughed loudly and said, warrior going, afraid he won't return. Truly strong. They were startled and scared, thinking. Wuzhou quickly appeared in the smoke. Eyes combative, speaking up. It's me. They screamed. What? Su Wuzhou, why are you here? A Yuntian sect disciple stepped forward and said, so this guy is Su Wuzhou? Just right. Saves me from searching. Mao Zhen behind fearfully reminded. Lord, be careful. This guy has vicious methods. Just as he finished speaking, Wuzhou rushed straight towards a Yuntian sect disciple. A loud bang rang out. That guy was directly stomped into the floor by him. The power was so great, causing the floor where he fell to shatter. Debris flew everywhere. Seeing this, Xie Tao and the remaining Yuntian sect disciple were extremely shocked. Xie Tao stammered. What? One move. The remaining Yuntian sect disciple could only exclaim, Big brother. Then he angrily channeled his energy and cursed him. You bastard. Today I will tear you into 100 pieces. Saying that, he struck hard towards Wuzhou. In the end, only a bloody hand was seen in the air. Turns out before the guy could do anything, his throat was directly cut by his hand. Mao Zhen and Li Wenfeng behind saw the scene in front of them, panicked and unconsciously trembled, saying, What? Solve two lords of the Yuntian sect in just a moment? Xie Tao was so angry he cried. He clenched his fists until they shook, secretly cursing. Still pretending to cosplay Guan Yu, now killed in the blink of an eye. Trash, truly trash. Wuzhou turned around and said with a disdainful voice, Xie Tao, relying on these two pieces of trash, you wanted to kill me? This sentence startled him, not giving the guy time to react. He continued to raise his middle finger and said contemptuously, Are you daydreaming? Finished speaking, he waved goodbye. See you next time, Master Xie. Master Xie was poked into bewilderment. After realizing the situation, he gritted his teeth in anger. Su Wuzhou actually dared to sneak into the Xie family and kill Yuntian sect disciples. After screaming, next he looked up at the sky, aggrieved to the point of crying and shouting loudly. How dare he do that? Oh heavens, send someone to subdue him. Mao Zhen and Li Wenfeng saw Xie Tao's state wasn't good and hesitantly asked, Xie, Master Xie, the people from Yuntian sect are dead. What should we do next? He let out a breath and gritted his teeth. What else can we do? Behind that Su Wuzhou, there must be someone secretly helping him. Then he turned to look at those two and continued. We can only send people to the Qin family to give gifts and apologize to protect ourselves first, then talk. Mao Zhen sweated and stammered. This, while Mao Zhen put on a sad face thinking, why don't I have son-in-law like Su Wuzhou? Scene change at the Shi family. Yu Feng and Dai Yao Yao, faces bright as flowers, put their arms around his shoulders. Yu Feng on one side said to him with a beaming face, Two disciples of the Yuntian sect are dead. We don't owe each other anything anymore. Dai Yao Yao beside him also spoke up. The remaining CF family people can only rely on you. It's inconvenient for us to take action. Congratulations, Brother Su, on your victorious return. He stood in the middle, arms crossed, smiling smugly. After tonight, the three families Xie, Li, Mao must be scared witless. Suddenly Yu Feng put on a perverted face and said, Brother Su, heard you took in a concubine at the Shi family. How does it feel? He looked at him with eyes, a bit helpless, saying, Don't talk nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. I have a wife. Suddenly a female voice rang out. Young Master Su, have you slept yet? Yu Feng quickly caught on. Speak up, Gao Gao, Gao Gao the. In Su Wuzhou's head appeared two words. She may. Then he looked at the person standing in the courtyard and asked, Why did she come here? Dai Yao Yao replied lazily. Why else would she come? Definitely to meet privately with Brother Su. You have a wife and do this? Then she poked him. Yu Feng beside him also quickly chimed in. Brother Su, indeed, you and I are fellow travelers. He looked at the two people singing in harmony, helpless to the extreme, saying, Do you two have to touch me when talking? Then he jumped down, saying as he jumped, Don't guess randomly. This is really a misunderstanding. Let me go ask what's going on. When they saw him come down, Shirmei quickly approached him gracefully. She said in a soft voice, "Young Master Su, you finally came out." As she ran, her chest bounced in front of him. This made Wuzhou panic. He gaped until his nose bled. Then he turned around, one hand covering his nose, the other waving. "Wait, don't come over here," to say whatever it is from there, secretly cursing in his heart. "If this goes on, I'll get weaker and weaker." Shirmei didn't understand what was happening. Face clearly bewildered, she stammered. Okay." Scene changed to where the crowd was hiding to watch. Yufeng wiped his face, disdainfully raised his middle finger and scolded, pretending to be decent. Dai Yaoyao beside him was equally disdainful, curling her lips and exclaiming, "Truly knows how to pretend." Shirmei on this side said with a serious face, "Actually, I came here tonight to tell young master that I can connect to the netherworld hell." Then she looked up at him and continued, "I don't know if it can be of any help to young master." Hearing these words from her, all three of them widened their eyes in surprise, hearts filled with shock, thinking, "Netherworld hell?" Wuzhou, after regaining his composure, asked, "Does the netherworld hell really exist?" She replied immediately, "That's right. I was able to escape the Xie Guangping group's threat because I hid in the netherworld hell." As if afraid he wouldn't believe her words, Shirmei hurriedly said, "Young master, if you don't believe me, I can take you to the netherworld hell for a trip to prove it right now." Hearing this, he said hesitantly, "This, however, don't know since when." The two eavesdroppers appeared blocking Wuzhou's front and raised their hands volunteering. "We're going to." This action of theirs directly made him dumbfounded. Doubting life, Shirmei saw two strangers appear out of nowhere and was stunned with fear. Next, she clenched her fists and shouted, "Help! Thieves!" Wuzhou in the middle panicked and explained, "It's okay, there are people. You don't need to be afraid." Then he turned his head and scolded angrily, "Can you guys not appear so suddenly? You'll scare people to death." The two of them thought confusedly, "Why is this sister so easily startled?" Shirmei on this side had tears in her eyes. Trembling, looking pitiful, she said, "Are they really not bad people?" He smiled and affirmed, That's right. Don't worry." Then Wuzhou glanced at the two behind and asked, "But why do you guys want to go to the netherworld hell?" Dai Yaoyao put a finger to her lips seductively and replied naturally, "The netherworld hell is a legendary place. If there's a chance to go there, of course I won't miss it. There might be great opportunities inside." While Yufeng put on a lecherous face. In his head appeared images of beautiful and seductive ghost girls. He laughed loudly and said, "Heard there are many ghost girls there. I want to go see. Maybe I can also become a necromancer knight like Ning Kai-chun." Wuzhou looked at his appearance and said disdainfully, "What are you thinking about all day? Relying on you. Wanting to be necromancer knight Ning Kai-chun? I am the grass python hero Su Hanwen." He listened blankly to his sarcasm, then put on a craving face and threw himself into his arms to curry favor. "Brother, Su actually knows a beauty from the snake tribe. Can you help your little brother meet her?" Wuzhou saw this appearance of his and felt annoyed, angrily slapping him painfully and saying, "Get lost. Stop talking nonsense." Shirmei behind suddenly spoke up. "Young Master Su, should I open the passage to the netherworld hell now?" He said with a serious face. Just open it and see." But in his heart, he secretly calculated, when the time comes, observe the situation from the outside first. If it feels wrong, don't go in. Shirmei heard this and immediately nodded in agreement. Next, she bit her finger until it bled. Drops of blood fell on her chest, forming red circles. Then a skull image appeared behind her back. Then a gloomy door began to rise, surprising all three of them greatly. Then looking at the gate in front, stammering, "Is this the netherworld hell?" The door emitted an extremely gloomy aura, making them a bit wary. Wuzhou exclaimed, "Didi Fai Yin Yoha," while Yufeng was a bit cowardly, hiding behind Dai Yaoyao and saying, "Suddenly, I don't want to be a necromancer knight anymore." He started finding ways to excuse himself. "I suddenly remembered I haven't brought in the laundry at home. Not going today, I'm going back first." Yufeng also quickly chimed in, "Brother Su, wait for me." Shirmei and Dai Yaoyao looked at the two acting in front of them with impatient eyes. Then Shirmei said to him with a slightly heavy face, "Young Master Su, the formation to the netherworld hell has been activated. People in the formation cannot escape." At this moment, Wuzhou noticed the formation under his feet. Yufeng asked with a blank face, "What is this formation for?" He replied, I don't know either. But it means we have to go whether we want or not. Saying that, he put on a helpless, fearful face, thinking, this time it's really over. Suddenly, the formation shook violently, making Yufeng and Wuzhou widen their eyes in surprise. Shimei shouted a reminder. The formation started. The two men were scared to tears and screamed. Save me. A moment later, all four of them disappeared. Only smoke, and the formation remained on ground. Down below, a place called Hell, naturally as ghost fires floating around. The air and temperature are also unusually chilling. The quartet landed successfully without anyone getting scratched. Wuzhou held his head and complained. So dizzy. He looked around this place with curious eyes. Is this the netherworld hell? Feels like a normal mountain cave. Yufeng was dizzy to the point of distortion. The guy staggered and babbled. I'm so dizzy. So dizzy. I need a beauty to hug. Maybe really dizzy this time. So he hugged the male Su Wuzhou. Yufeng rubbed his head against his chest. Voice comfortable and enjoying. Indeed, much more comfortable. Not dizzy anymore. But Wuzhou was extremely uncomfortable. Gave Yufeng a painful punch. Bonus, a friendly middle finger and cursed. Get off. Hugging is one thing, but groping around too? Pervert. The image of two young men interacting in the cave made Shimei feel pity for Yufeng. Pity for this person for a second. Our Dai Yao Yao, silent until now, finally spoke up. This place seems to be some mountain cave. But weren't we teleported to the netherworld hell? Why are we here? Sure, Mei was also confused. I have never been teleported here before. I also don't know where this is. Yufeng, cowardly by nature, wanting to leave before even fighting. How about we go back? Too scary. Every time I come here, I feel uncomfortable. I'm so scared. But naive Yufeng didn't know a scarier face was looking at him with judgment. Following Master Wuzhou, Dai Yao Yao used her long white leg to kick Yufeng in the face and scolded. Talk is talk. Why hug the leg? Witnessing the comedy duo, Su Wuzhou could only think. Strikes even more ruthlessly than me. Suddenly Mei said, Young Master Su, if you want to go back, I can activate the passage now. But after this time, we have to wait a very long time to activate the teleportation passage to enter here again. Hearing this, Su Wuzhou also agreed. After all, didn't prepare anything this time. Going back is fine. But besides the two, not everyone thought so. Specifically Dai Yao Yao. Already here, wouldn't it be a pity not to take a look? Su Wuzhou, are you scared? Me scared? You sure know how to joke. I'm the man who wiped out the Shi and CF families. How could I be scared? A while later, Wuzhou stopped, looked up and shouted, Any demons or ghosts, come out quickly. This young master is not afraid. But no ghost responded to that call. Everything continued as normal. Wuzhou saw the other three standing close together and got arrogant again. Isn't nothing happening? You guys are truly a bunch of cowards. I, Su Wuzhou, am the most capable man in Linen City. The other three suddenly trembled, pale-faced, pointing and saying to Su Wuzhou, Be behind you. He thought they were teasing him and replied calmly, You aren't planning to say there's a ghost behind me, are you? This trick is old. But what touched my shoulder? Wuzhou was startled then, turned his head and saw a whole skull asking for info, scaring his gender away. He screamed, Monster from where? Get away. Just dealt with one head. Su Wuzhou discovered another row of skulls standing in front of him. They looked at him with extremely loving eyes. In brackets. While the other two hugged each other praying, Dai Yao Yao spoke up. Su Wuzhou, back off quickly. These might be ghost souls with offensive capabilities. He looked at the skulls and thought, Not right. Just now it didn't seem like a ghost. But more like. He opened his mouth to deduce. These things are probably just corpses. Yufeng and Shimei heard this and believed it completely. They sighed with relief. Scared me. So just corpses. But Dai Yao Yao wasn't like that. Wait, these corpses look familiar. Suddenly she shuddered, thinking, These people are Star C Sect Master, Grand Sage Ancient Sect Leader, Yin Yang Academy Dean, Immortal Mountain Lord. These corpses were all peerless overlords dominating tens of thousands of miles thousands of years ago. Yufeng transformed into Detective Conan Fake to investigate. Let me check if they are real or fake. He examined the patterns and identities on the corpses. Yufeng screamed, Oh my mother, it's really them. The corpses sighed. Told you we were real. Dai Yao Yao recounted. Thousands of years ago, these people disappeared one after another for no reason, leading to their sects declining rapidly. Didn't expect them to die here. Su Wuzhou frowned and asked, why did their corpses appear here? Who could kill these people? Dai Yao Yao replied, I can't imagine who did it either. The power of these people combined is enough to shake the entire 9 provinces. Hearing this, Yufeng reached out toward the skull, acting rashly. Since it's like this, let me see if they have any clues on them. These people were ancient great powers. Surely they have some treasures. Dai Yao Yao and Su Wuzhou were horrified. They screamed to stop him. Wait, don't. But Yufeng's fingers had no ears. It touched the forehead of a random skull. Then the entire skull corpse turned to dust. Yufeng dropped his jaw. He stared in surprise at what he just did. I just touched it lightly. Why are these great powers so fragile? Am I that strong? Dai Yao Yao gave Yufeng a punch to wake him up. Combo of harsh words. Yufeng, is your head filled with water? These are corpses of ancient great powers. Touching randomly. What if there's danger? Do you want to kill us? Su Wuzhou shook his head helplessly at the stupid teammate. Truly a fool. Yufeng cried and begged for mercy. Stop hitting. I know I was wrong. Suddenly, green smoke rose from the ashes of the corpse just now. Shirmei trembled, pointing in that direction, and said, Look over there quickly. Something is emerging over there. Other skulls also emitted similar smoke. They looked at Su Wuzhou's group with killing intent. Suddenly, evil spirits rushed out threateningly. They floated in the air, making the quartet tremble. Dai Yao Yao froze. Trembling, she spoke. Yufeng, this time we are really harmed by you. Yufeng looked at the spirits and replied, Mommy, in the future, I will never touch random things again, especially in the 7th month. The spirits flew into a rage, roaring resentfully. Su Wuzhou reminded everyone, what are you standing there for? Run quickly. The quartet ran chased by ghosts. Yufeng was slower. Being close to the spirits, he cried, Mamma mia, don't come over here. Someone save me. I'll be a cow or a horse for you. A spirit looked at Yufeng and screamed, making Yufeng pale, running for his life. Just when he thought he would face the ghost while young, Dai Yao Yao suddenly appeared and kicked the ghost away, and fiercely said, Godi. The result was the ghostly skeleton fell onto its companions. Dai Yao Yao looked up and saw the skeletons she just kicked away recovering quickly. She worriedly thought, not good. These Yin souls can neutralize spiritual energy. Spiritual energy attacks are useless. Shirmei couldn't avoid misfortune either, being chased by 3 ghosts. She screamed, help! Unluckier, Shirmei tripped over a rock and fell to the ground. Just as the skeleton's hand was about to touch her, Wuzhou swung his arm and shouted. Then he threw a punch, shattering the vicious skeleton and cursed. Get lost. Then Su Wuzhou turned to Dai Yao Yao. They fear vitality. Use vitality power to defend. Yufeng and Dai Yao Yao heard this and replied. Both combined forces to chant a spell. Vitality like blazing fire. Evil cannot invade. A red circle surrounded the quartet. The demons outside curiously tried to touch it, but screamed in pain as if burned. Dai Yao Yao wondered and asked, Vitality power can disperse these things? Could they be real ghosts? Wuzhou replied, I'm not sure about this either, but we must think of a way to get out. He turned to ask the person who brought them here. Shimei, can you open the way back? Shimei replied anxiously, No, opening the passage cannot be disturbed by external objects. Yufeng heard that and cried out loud. What? Can't open the passage? Mamma mia, I don't want to die. Here. Dai Yao Yao felt he was too noisy, so she scolded. Stop wasting words. Calm your mind and focus. A while later, Dai Yao Yao said to Wuzhou, Brother Su, think of something quickly. Consuming vitality like this, we will sooner or later die here. Su Wuzhou thought, Vitality power? Then he remembered something. A large bowl appeared in his mind. He realized in surprise. How could I forget it? So Su Wuzhou immediately chanted. Reincarnation bowl, condensed for this young master. The other 3 saw Wuzhou glowing like a flashbulb. Su. Brother Su, why is Brother Su glowing? The demons outside also wondered. Similarly, Su Wuzhou raised his glowing hand and said, Isn't it just vitality power? This young master has plenty, he said while clenching his fist. The demons were still confused, unaware they were about to face a nightmare. Su Wuzhou reached out, preparing to transform. You ghosts rest in peace. He unleashed a move, and a blinding light emitted, blowing away all the demon bones in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Yahello couldn't help but exclaim, "Vitality like a furnace, red sun in the sky." If I remember correctly, only the vitality of sword obsession Chun Jinghong reached this level. I truly underestimated you. Didn't expect Su Wuzhou's natural talent to be so powerful. While she was thinking, Yufeng rushed over, grabbing Wuzhou's hand and praising. Brother Su is so handsome. Disperse these demons in a blink of an eye. Please sign here. Su Wuzhou heard this and felt proud. He said smugly, "No need to be so surprised. God-given ability, just use it." Mouth said so, but heart was secretly complaining. Damn it, to act cool. The liquid I painstakingly accumulated in the black bowl is more than half gone. At this moment, Yu Feng turned to ask Shermei. Anyway, those demons were scared away. Can we go back now? Shermei heard this and nodded. Yes, I can open the way anytime now. Just finished speaking. Wait. Sounds suddenly rang out from behind the two. Turning back, they saw Su Wuzhou curiously observing something shaped like a red ball. He asked curiously, "What is this?" then quickly picked it up to examine. This seems to be traces left after those demons dissipated. Inside seems to contain vitality. Hearing this, Yahello immediately walked over and affirmed it was origin blood. Seeing everyone still puzzled, the girl explained. Origin blood is said to be the blood of heaven and earth. Blood of all things. The first blood, also the most primal blood, containing the great Tao. Besides, taking blood as the sun, blood dividing yin and yang, can also condense the vitality of ghosts. Truly a treasure of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Yu Feng shouted happily. Didn't expect those demons to have such a treasure. Big win this time. Shermei beside also chimed in excitedly. Great, young master. With this item, young master's strength will definitely increase a lot. But Su Wuzhou is the main character, so he doesn't need this random stuff to increase strength. He held out his hand, presenting the origin blood to the girl and said, "No, see me. Here, your strength is the weakest. You use this first." Sure, Mei naturally dared not accept. She quickly refused. "Young master, please use it. Without young master, we wouldn't have reached here." Seeing he couldn't stand this couple's pushing back and forth anymore, the two behind spoke up. "I agree with Su Wuzhou. There must be other origin blood here. Can't be just this one." Shermei quickly accepted. Since everyone yielded to her, Shermei didn't refuse anymore. She thanked profusely. "Truly good people. I thank 18 generations of your ancestors." The other three could only ponder. This sister is truly... Gets excited and goes whoosh whoosh. Receiving the treasure, Shermei immediately absorbed it into her body. "Done," she said. "I reached the 5th stage of postnatal realm. This origin blood is truly powerful." Finished speaking, she jumped and hugged Su Wuzhou happily. "Really thank you, young Master Su." But at this moment, he couldn't think of any word other than the soft thing pressing against his chest. But that was just in his thoughts. Outwardly, the main character still tried to act stable to comfort Shermei. All right. Calm down a bit. There are others here." Yahello and Yu Feng were both pros, so they knew at a glance. They simultaneously gave the middle finger to Su Wuzhou to show disdain, pretending quite well. Deep down, he must be ecstatic to the sky. Wuzhou, hugged by a great beauty, felt energized. He jumped up excitedly and said, "Then next is for the origin blood. Chase and kill those demons." Yu Feng heard this, face pale, and asked, "Huh, you're not going back?" The main character replied immediately, "Entered a gold mountain. How can I return empty-handed?" Saying that, he turned and ran straight, deep into the cave, running and shouting loudly, "You demons, don't run. Leave all the origin blood for me." A while later, in a dark cave, the figures of 4 people sitting in a circle appeared. Rustling sounds of counting. "You 1 pill, me 1 pill. You 1 pill, me 2 pills. You 1 pill, me 3 pills." Turns out it was the main character's team. After a round of killing, now was the time for them to sit down and divide the loot. Yu Feng spoke up, asking Su Wuzhou, "Wait, brother Su, why are you dividing more and more origin blood for yourself?" Hearing this, the red-haired youth stood up and patted his chest, answering, "My vitality needed to condense to catch the demons consumed a lot. So me taking more, isn't it natural? At this moment, the group divided into two factions. Dai Yaoyao and Yufeng were extremely indignant and cursed. Truly despicable, not only thick-skinned, but also shameless. On the other side, Shirmei was a loyal fan of Su Wuzhou. She didn't back down and shouted, "I think young Master Su is right. Young Master Su should get a bit more." Young Master Su did right. The main character rubbed Shirmei's head praising. Still Shirmei understands me. Doesn't hurt my heart like those two. Dai Yaoyao and Yufeng sighed and continued to give the middle finger to this shameless guy. A while later, after finishing dividing the items, Su Wuzhou continued to call everyone. "All right, items divided. Let's continue forward. Maybe there are still good things ahead. Maybe there are beautiful demonesses here." The four walked together to a bright red sea of blood. Extremely terrifying. So this is the Blood Sea. While Shirmei and Yufeng competed to exclaim, "Oh, so cruel. Truly pitiful." Dai Yaoyao said, "This is the true form inside the netherworld hell." Suddenly, Su Wuzhou shouted that there was someone here. Seeing a skeleton rising in the middle of the Red Sea, Dai Yaoyao recognized it immediately. That person seems to be the Dao sect master from 6,000 years ago. Heard that year he was ambushed by the immortal Sirius and the Golden Toad. One hand pointing to the sky, the other pointing to the ground. Those two giant heads suppressed the netherworld and hell. Hearing this, Yufeng, who was hugging the beauty's leg, also had to poke his head out and shout. Could the legend be true? Didn't expect the Dao sect master, even after death, could rely on the aura of his remaining broken body to suppress two peerless great demons for thousands of years. Truly makes one admire. Dai Yaoyao also agreed. Worthy of being a peerless Superman of a long era, worshipped by many. The Dao sect master is truly too powerful. Just finished speaking, a voice rang out from behind the two. That's right, truly too powerful. Su Wuzhou made a despicable greedy face, sticking his tongue out showing craving. Then surely he has many valuable things on him. Dai Yaoyao saw the injustice and intervened. Can you restrain your greedy expression? Su Wuzhou, you won't do anything foolish, will you? The main character withdrew his expression and said, Do I look like I'm about to do something foolish? Then the young man pointed at the skeleton and explained, Look at the left hand of the skeleton. That ring might be made of 7-color glazed glass, extremely precious. The value absolutely cannot be underestimated. Finished speaking, Su Wuzhou thought to himself, If only I could take it down, it would be great. If I let the black bowl swallow it, it can definitely convert into a lot of vitality energy. The three behind saw his appearance and knew everything. Shirmei worriedly said, Young Master Su seems to have blackened. Only Dai Yaoyao and Yufeng affirmed firmly. I knew it, this greedy Su Wuzhou. The girl surnamed Shir continued to ask, Young Master, if you want to take it, why not go there, remove the ring, and take it down? Dai Yaoyao heard this and immediately stopped her. No, if we disturb the Dao sect master's corpse, it might cause the vitality on his body, suppressing the demons to besiege us. At that time, we will only die. Yufeng also hugged, the main character affirming. Dai Yaoyao is right. Brother Su, we better not touch the Dao sect master's corpse. If something really happens, regret will be too late. Su Wuzhou put on an extremely righteous face to reassure everyone. I was just casually saying it. Don't take it seriously. I really can't get that ring. In your eyes, am I someone who doesn't even care about my own life? Dai Yaoyao and Yufeng still resolutely didn't believe this guy's words, but Su Wuzhou continued. Anyway, in front is the boundless blood sea. We can't cross it. Looks like this trip to the blood hell is about to end. Finished speaking, the blue-haired guy changed into a Taoist appearance, crossed his arms, and said, Too bad. Also don't know what the boundless blood sea is. Do you know Nya Shaoqian? Wuzhou saw this and asked which island this style of dress came from. Not waiting for these two to act foolish anymore. Sure, Mei immediately spoke up asking, Young Master, is it time for me to open the way back? Brother Su quickly agreed. Open it. Anyway, there's nothing left to take. Mao said so, but inside, the brother was extremely uncomfortable. Not getting that ring feels like losing billions. Just thinking this, suddenly the ring on the skeleton's hand started moving and flying off the finger. Su Wuzhou saw this scene and shouted in fear. It moved. That ring really moved by itself. The three people Yufeng, Dai Yaoyao, and Shi Mei looked at Su Wuzhou with probing eyes. Dai Yaoyao said in disbelief. Act. Continue acting. Even an Oscar winner can't act as well as you. Yufeng also crossed his arms in agreement, thinking he was too boring. Are you planning to say the Dao sect master came back to life? Su Wuzhou explained to them. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, look for yourselves. He pointed at the ring with a pale green face. That ring isn't glowing anymore. At this moment, everyone noticed the ring. Everyone was stunned to see the ring flying up, leaving the hand of that skeleton. Dai Yaoyao screamed in fear. The ring really flew up by itself. Yufeng even suspected, did the Dao sect master really come back to life? Su Wuzhou looked at the flying ring in confusion and thought, there's no reason for the ring to fly up by itself. Unless it's the reincarnation bowl. What magic power does this ring actually have? How can it automatically make the reincarnation bowl suck it in? The ring flew past them quickly. Dai Yaoyao said. It flew past. Yufeng replied. Catch the ring, but couldn't. It flew too fast. Suddenly the ring flew back. Only heard Su Wuzhou cry out, then saw the ring automatically put itself on his finger. The other three saw this and were unwilling, angrily shouting. What happened? He replied. What? I said the ring flew on my finger by itself. Do you believe me? Dai Yaoyao's eyes turned red with anger. What do you mean ring flew on a finger by itself? Why didn't it fly onto my finger? Yufeng didn't believe it either, and cursed him as a pig trotter. Su Wuzhou this. Calm down, you guys. Let's sit down, drink tea, and talk. While the three were arguing about the ring, Shi Mei on this side seemed to discover something. She tremblingly pointed towards the skeleton and stammered. You guys look up quickly. Something seems wrong. The three stopped arguing and looked towards Shi Mei's hand, only to see the skeleton of the Dao sect master with a hand pointing straight at the sky dyed red strangely. Everyone sweated in fear and guessed. Something is wrong. Could it be the seal has been lifted? From a seal appeared a giant wolf. It let out a fierce roar, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Dai Yaoyao said, No, the Dao sect master's corpse was shattered. The immortal Sirius has broken the seal. Yufeng was scared and said to Shi Mei, Quickly open the way back. I can't take it anymore. However, under the terrifying awakening power of the immortal Sirius. She replied, I can't. Without the Eam tablet, I have no strength left. Cannot open the formation gate. Su Wuzhou said, Shi Mei, I'll help you. Saying that, he reached out to her and chanted, Hardship moves forward. Vitality like a furnace. Red sun in the sky. Hold steady for me. He continuously transferred power into Shi Mei's body. She became stronger. She shouted, I can't hold on anymore. Witnessing the beautiful figure. Seductive Shi Mei. Yufeng had a nosebleed, giving a thumbs up to cheer. I'm okay. Dai Yaoyao saw this and kicked Yufeng in annoyance. What time is it? Still acting lecherous. Above the sky, a pair of blood-red eyes dripping blood formed the shape of a wolf paw. Yufeng held his face, crying in fear. The immortal Sirius really broke the seal. I don't want to die yet. Many sisters are still waiting for me to return. Dai Yaoyao, seeing this scene, also became desperate. Looks like we're dead. Hearing constant fearful complaints in his ears, Su Wuzhou suddenly became angry. He shouted, Everyone shut up. His eyes burning red, he turned to the others and spoke powerfully and heroically. No one dies here today. Yufeng covered his mouth tightly, stopping the complaints immediately, thinking, why does Brother Su look so handsome when angry? On one side, Su Wuzhou kept transferring power to Shi Mei. Vitality like a long river. Give it to me. Suddenly he shouted. Condense. A protective formation circle appeared around them. Shi Mei was also fully charged at this moment. She successfully activated the technique to open the formation gate. The surrounding space shifted, falling rocks and floods. The immortal Sirius saw them opening the gate and rushed from afar. However, its sharp claws stopped on the ground because Su Wuzhou's group had successfully escaped the formation gate. No one knew that the dangerous Sirius was smug. Sealed for 6,000 years. Finally, it was free. Scene change outside the formation gate. Yufeng was the first to fall from the sky. In midair, he flipped his body to successfully land on hands and feet in a half-kneeling pose. Just this height. How can it trouble me? I'm still. Before he could finish, Yu Feng's body was flattened. Only saw above was Su Wuzhou holding Shimei. Above that was Dai Yaoyao landing one after another. Su Wuzhou even asked solicitously, "Are you guys okay?" Dai Yaoyao saw him holding Shimei and said, "Too convenient for you, Su Wuzhou." He himself felt it was soft. Quite stimulating. Sure, Mei didn't forget to thank him. "Young Master Su, thank you for catching this servant." Everyone escaped the formation gate unharmed. Only poor Yu Feng was flattened and crying. "Why is the injured one always me?" Shi Mei approached Shu Wushao. Respectfully said, "Young Master, after the Blood Hell formation gate is opened, it needs to rest for a few days before it can be opened again. If there is nothing else, Shi Mei begs to take leave." The young master stood stunned, sighed and agreed. Suddenly, the hypocritical Dai Yaoyao appeared from nowhere, her face beaming, putting her arm around Shi Mei. She flattered, "Sister, what lotion do you use? Your skin looks so fresh." Shi Mei heard this, a bit shy, but liked her compliment. "Really? I usually don't use anything." Dai Yaoyao praised even more. "Then it's truly God-given beauty. However, there must be some skincare secrets. Do you want to try? Let's walk and talk." The young master stood behind, unable to understand women's psychology. Frustrated, annoyed, leaving just like that? What about the immortal Sirius? Just then Yu Feng walked by and heard. He must have just woken up, stretching, yawning, and said, "Brother Su, falling from the sky might not have been that high. You don't need to worry." Dai Yaoyao went to sway her new prey. "I also have to go find a lovely lady to comfort my weak soul tonight." Saying that, he happily waved goodbye to Su Wuzhou and left. In a flash, he ran away to play very fast, leaving Su Wuzhou behind. The young master was extremely angry, thinking, "You bastards all ran away." He put on a sinister face, holding the treasure ring in his hand, thinking, "Looks like this treasure is mine alone." Although this ring is very old, worn by time, but the material and the light it emits prove it still contains a lot of blood energy. The young master threw the ring into the reincarnation bowl to absorb it. Suddenly, the reincarnation bowl emitted a blinding light. The cracks were gradually repaired. Just a few seconds later, the reincarnation bowl had upgraded. That treasure bowl looked very beautiful. Su Wuzhou was extremely happy, cheering excitedly. The young master danced and shouted, "Worthy of being my little treasure. My treasure is so cool. Let me see what miraculous thing my treasure refined this time." The young master looked inside and saw only a single drop of green liquid. He stood frozen. Young Master Su was so angry he flew into a rage and shouted, "Cheater, only one drop?" The young master slowly calmed down. However, felt this thing had extraordinary energy. "Let's just see what it is." He lightly touched the green drop refined by the reincarnation bowl. It suddenly emitted a green power entering Su Wuzhou's body. Turns out it was extremely powerful spiritual energy. Scene changed to Qingmo. She was walking with her father and brother. The brother recounted, "Father, sister, you must believe me. Su Wuzhou and that sure family daughter are definitely up to something. Just now I saw that daughter pass by. If we go in now, guaranteed to catch them in bed." The father heard this and asked suspiciously, "Yunjia, are you telling the truth?" Qingmo said, "Wuzhou has now changed to the surname Su. He wouldn't do such things." Yunjia saw they didn't believe him. Resentfully said, "Hearing is not as good as seeing. Just come and see." He thought to himself, "Su Wuzhou, you teach me every day. Finally today is the time I teach you." They arrived at Su Wuzhou's room. At this moment, he was cultivating to integrate with the new spiritual energy. Yunjia saw things were not as he imagined, angry to the point of dropping his jaw. The father-in-law saw the energy young master, Su, was refining and exclaimed, "Too strong." Qingmo was also surprised, eyes wide. Wuzhou's aura has reached the innate realm. Yunjia was extremely surprised, speechless, only able to shout loudly. Young Master Su opened his eyes, saw them, and thought, "This Yunjia definitely called Qingmo and father-in-law to catch adultery. Today see how I teach him a lesson." Su Wuzhou slowly stood up and said meaningfully, "Yunjia, why did you suddenly open my room door at this time? If not for being awakened right now, perhaps I would have reached the innate realm." The young master crossed his arms and continued sulking. Now I only reached half innate realm. What a pity. The father-in-law widened his eyes, gaping in regret. What? Why was it interrupted? Qingmo said, Wuzhou's aura indeed feels like the innate realm. Yunjie stood trembling and stammering. Father-in-law and sister turned to settle accounts with him with dagger eyes. You brat. Your brother-in-law was clearly cultivating behind closed doors. Thinking badly of your brother is one thing, but interrupting him. Yunjie, I know normally your brother-in-law teaches you martial arts. Maybe a bit heavy-handed, but how could you wake him up? You must know that being interrupted like that can make a cultivator die without remedy. Some people are ruined for life just because of one interruption. You brat. Yunjie was scolded thoroughly. Opened his mouth to defend himself. Father and sister, listen to my explanation. Su Wuzhou is really like that. Angrily rushing to grab young Master Su's collar and shouting. I don't believe you were just cultivating. Do you dare let me search this room? There must be traces of a woman in here. Su Wuzhou heard this and turned his face. Disdainfully replied, Be my guest. If you find someone, I'll let you handle it as you please. He was still selfishly angry. Today, I must catch your weakness. Make you die. He rushed to search every corner of the room, but still found no woman. Yunjie thought, So didn't I harm myself? Truly miserable. Young Master Su held a stick and said gloatingly, Young boy, you are idle all day, doing nothing, looking for trouble. So let me instruct you in martial arts today. Hearing the words, instruct in martial arts, he cried in fear, hiding behind father-in-law to beg. Father, save me. I swear I really saw that sure family daughter with Su Wuzhou. Father must believe me. The father felt annoyed and sighed, saying to Wuzhou, Yunjie, good or bad, is my son. You can't go on like this. Yunjie thought his father was siding with him. Happily laughed out loud. Worthy of being my father. Su Wuzhou, Listen, I have my father. See what you can do to me. But actually, father-in-law wanted to handle this brat personally. He pulled out a spiked stick preparing to beat him. Yunjie saw this and ran away crying. The father beat and scolded severely. Spare the rod. Spoil the child. Yunjie, you humiliated your brother-in-law like that. It's because I didn't teach you well. Today I must personally clean up the house for the Qin family. Each strike of the father-in-law landed extremely powerfully. Su Wuzhou, standing outside, was also terrified for Yunjie. Qingmo turned and asked, Is this okay? Wuzhou replied vaguely, This is indeed more ruthless than me. Truly a biological father. Father-in-law dragged Yunjie away. Before leaving, he said, Wuzhou, continue cultivating. Let me teach martial arts to this brat. Wuzhou was extremely grateful. Happily waved goodbye to father-in-law and said, Father-in-law, Yunjie is young and inexperienced, sometimes slack. You must not be lenient. Before Qingmo left, she said, I won't disturb you anymore. It's late. Go to sleep early. Wuzhou didn't want her to leave, so he ran quickly and held her hand tight. Wait. The young master hugged her. Whispered, Qingmo, the Qin family's crisis is resolved. Now can we officially be husband and wife? Qingmo was shy. Hesitantly said, Wuzhou, I'm still not ready. Can you give me a bit more time? Young Master Su, with a handsome sunny face, stole her heart. You just need to open your heart to accept me. I will gradually guide you. The atmosphere now was full of love and romance. Just when the two characters were at the climax, a loud noise disturbed them. Wuzhou gritted his teeth in regret. What the hell happened again? Right at the important moment, the streets of Linen City suddenly had an incident. Don't know what the people saw, but everyone was in chaos. Turns out the moon suddenly turned red. Qingmo said, This is the blood moon hanging in the sky. This is a very bad omen. Wuzhou worriedly thought, Has doomsday arrived? The streets were even more chaotic when people saw a monster standing in the moon. That monster emitted amazing power and light. He unleashed a move and the moon was shattered. Seeing this, the people were so surprised their jaws dropped in disbelief. Someone said, It seems the moon has been shattered. So the seal is broken? Then a monster has emerged. The monster unleashed too much power. Wind and dust blew everything away. Everyone had to cover their faces, screaming, He is the extremely insidious, immortal Sirius. He happily said, 6,000 years. Finally broke the Tao sect seal of that bastard. Now, he can move his body flexibly, seeing he had completely broken the seal. The people below fled in terror, shouting help. Run quickly. In the chaos, a child seemed to have lost his parents, crying in fear, but no one noticed. Su Wuzhou arrived at the scene and exclaimed, "Is a great disaster really descending?" While the immortal Sirius was running away, suddenly a voice came from nowhere. "Animal, don't dream of running away." People said to each other, "Who is it? Someone came to save us. Hope they can stop that monster." An ancient book with many spells shone down from the sky. Hidden in the book was the army of the Chancellor. He said sternly, "Daring to come to Linen, the land of sages, to cause trouble. Your audacity reaches the sky." Finished speaking, he ordered his army to join forces to seal him. The monster immortal Sirius was blocked by the Chancellor's sealing spell, but couldn't underestimate him because his power was immense. He said darkly, "Back then, I didn't even fear the Tao sect master. A junior like you still delusional about sealing me? Are you insulting this seat?" The Chancellor held a divine brush, focusing full power to seal him. He shouted, "You are truly an arrogant, delusional person." A series of spells were deployed by him, but still couldn't do anything to that monster. The sound of horses rang out. From afar, a mighty army approached, with high determination to subdue demons. Everyone deployed magic and rushed up together. "Kill the trash monster." The immortal Sirius shouted loudly. "Relying on you guys to kill me? Don't dream. You guys rely on numbers to bully the weak?" He unleashed the first move, Blood Moon Descends. He said, "I am the moon. The moon never sets." In just an instant, he summoned thousands of fierce wild wolves. The mages saw this and couldn't help but be afraid. That monster laughed and pointed, controlling his army to charge. The Jisha Academy side also decided not to retreat. They united with the highest determination to subdue demons. Qingmo was extremely confused, asking herself, why did the immortal Sirius come to Linen City? If someone really removed his seal, then truly the people of Linen City have met a disaster. Wuzhou reassured her, "Don't worry, Jisha Academy will definitely win. I trust them." She didn't believe and asked back, "Really?" Wuzhou replied, "Of course." Young Master Su cheered enthusiastically. "Jisha Academy, you must win. The immortal Sirius will definitely recognize me. If he wins, I will be miserable." The Chancellor with peak power was also hit by the move he unleashed. Wuzhou stood watching, jaw dropped in worry. Yufeng also arrived there. "Shouldn't the mit Wushao?" said, "Brother Su is truly a crow's mouth. Jisha Academy, even with the peerless treasure Tao book, cannot be an opponent for the immortal Sirius. If we talk about not stopping at Linen, even the 9 provinces will face a great disaster." Wuzhou happily grabbed Yufeng and said, "You came just in time. You know how to dispel the immortal Sirius's move, right?" Yufeng was surprised and didn't understand. "Stop joking. How could I know?" The immortal Sirius uses his body to become the moon, absorbing power from a moon. As long as the moon remains, almost no one can defeat him. Young Master Su heard this, stood stunned, then suddenly said, "I thought away." He told Qingmo, "You understand the tides. Quickly comprehend the Tao intent. Your Tao intent is correlated with the moon. See if there's a way in the Tao intent to cover the moon with clouds." Qingmo nodded. "Okay." She still wondered, thinking, how does Wuzhou understand the tides so well? At that time, he wasn't present. Could it be that Tao was written by him? Preparation complete. Qingmo began to cast extremely complex spells. Scene change. The immortal Sirius continuously cursed. Smugly said, "Old bastard, you block my way. Today is your death anniversary." The Chancellor, after being hit by his move, seemed to be in very bad health. He coughed up blood, making the disciples extremely worried. Strength, not much left, but he was still determined to seal him. Sacrificing oneself to become benevolent. Sacrificing oneself for righteousness. Sacrificing myself for righteousness. I'm also satisfied. Hearing that sentence from the Chancellor, everyone was extremely determined, united in effort. That monster saw this, used his sharp finger to control everything, shouted loudly, "Then you guys go die." When his red binding magic was super close to the Chancellor, suddenly a protective barrier appeared. The Chancellor suddenly discovered it was Tao intent. The immortal Sirius was extremely angry when he didn't achieve what he wanted. only stood outside observing. Yufeng was surprised, asking himself, is this the phenomenon of the bright moon on the sea? She can actually do this thing. The Dao intent Qingmo deployed was very strong, being reduced in power significantly. The immortal Sirius was indignant. Blood boiling shouted, what happened? Why is there moon Dao intent? Who did it? Seeing this as a good opportunity, the Chancellor began to deploy the technique. Seal, combined with the power of the disciples to create a magic circle. Tens of thousands of enchanted ribbons were released to bind that monster tight. He tried to struggle in vain. Screamed, I am not resigned. 6,000 years. Let me go. The Chancellor, after completing the seal, said, Immortal Sirius, return to the void. The 9 provinces is not a place you should come. Humanity does not tolerate you. Although the immortal Sirius was bound, it was still very arrogant, screaming and provoking the crowd. You guys can't do anything to me. It laughed wildly mocking. Old fogey, do you really think you can completely suppress me? Perhaps I have escaped the difficulty. You bunch of hypocrites. I will definitely kill you all. The crowd stood solemnly silent, not responding to its mockery. The immortal Sirius continued to threaten before it disappeared completely. Wait for me to return on that day. I will fill the gaps between my teeth with you. Its voice became smaller and smaller due to the spells wrapped around it. After a while, it was gradually compressed into a small round ball. Immediately, the round ball exploded and turned into smoke. Seeing the immortal Sirius destroyed allowed the Chancellor to breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like it's temporarily resolved. Suddenly, he unexpectedly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Seeing him like this startled the surrounding disciples. They quickly ran over to ask about him. While they were worried about the Chancellor, 2 people belonging to Jixia Academy walked over. The purple-haired guy, named Luo Tu. Accompanying him was Ji Lin. Luo Tu walked over and asked the Chancellor, the immortal Sirius it? Just hearing him say this, the Chancellor quickly realized. He gently said, we have tried our best. Let everything else follow fate. After thinking for a while, the Chancellor said, as for that woman, she could evolve extremely excellently under the divine ability of the immortal Sirius. Speaking of this, he coldly said, Jixia Academy needs such talent. Hearing the 2, Luo Tu understood and replied. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly something appeared in the sky, accompanied by fierce lightning bolts being released. That thing shouted loudly, telling them to stop. The clouds gradually dispersed around. A very shocking scene gradually appeared. It was a giant flag. On it were 2 dragons, with a black one looking very mysterious and a white one. They sternly said to the crowd below, Human Emperor's Dao. Outsiders forbidden to enter. Looking at the scene in front, made Ji Lin stare in surprise. What the hell is this? Hearing him say that, the Chancellor hurriedly reminded. Yilin, don't be insolent. He bowed his head and tentatively asked, do you want to accept disciples of Jixia Academy to eliminate demons and protect Linen? The 2 dragons said nothing, making the atmosphere more tense than ever. The Chancellor on the side silently hoped they would accept and say yes. After a moment of reflection, the black dragon responded to his words. It said aloud, but the white dragon showed a fierce look and continued. Must leave before dawn. Otherwise, it gradually shot out lightning bolts and sternly warned. On the other side with Qingmo. After everything was gradually settled, she gradually relaxed and landed gently very comfortably. Seeing all this made Yufeng reveal an extremely incredulous face. He helplessly held his head and exclaimed, first time seeing the tune of water entering the Dao. Second time already comprehended Dao intent. This is too fast. Worthy of being Brother Su's wife. Is the whole family full of talented people? Su Wuzhou's eyes were full of affection looking at Qingmo. He gently congratulated her. Congratulations, wife. You succeeded. The immortal Sirius has been sealed. Her face blushed when hearing him speak. She shyly replied, luckily you thought of this way. Your credit is even greater. The 2 gradually leaned close to each other, looking at the partner with eyes full of love. Just as they were about to exchange a kiss, Yufeng suddenly popped out and interrupted. He pulled the 2 apart and resentfully said, all right, you couple stop showing off. Can you think for this single dog like me? While speaking, Yufeng suddenly sensed something making him widen his eyes in surprise. Yufeng looked up at the sky in surprise. His face darkened. His heart constantly became panicked. Why did they come? Can't let them know I'm here. Thinking this, Yufeng quickly ran away. He ran straight into the room. Brother Su, borrowing your room for a bit. The whole group from Jixia Academy came looking. They coldly called Qin Qingmo. Hearing this, the two turned their heads in confusion to look. Ji Lin smugly told her that the chancellor of our Jixia Academy saw your talent is excellent. Agreed to accept you as a disciple. He didn't wait for her answer, but directly told her to pack up and follow them. Hearing those words from him made Qingmo extremely surprised. She asked back in disbelief. What? Lord Chancellor wants to accept me as a disciple? Ji Lin's face clearly showed pride, saying, Our Jixia Academy is the ancestral land of literary Tao. Being able to enter is your blessing. Don't dawdle anymore. We don't have much time. He continued to ramble to her. Besides, we know about your formal marriage. Anyway, you don't like Su Wuzhou. So I'll take charge and annul this marriage for you. Hearing this, Su Wuzhou's mouth started twitching as if wanting to rush in and curse him out, but he restrained himself and smiled, asking back, If I heard correctly, you want to take my wife away and want us to divorce? Yilin arrogantly replied, That's right. The reputation of a trash like you resounds throughout this linen city. How can you be worthy of the genius of our Jixia Academy? I am doing this for your own good. You are not from the same world. Avoid. Not letting him finish his sentence. Su Wuzhou couldn't endure another second and directly punched him straight in the face, looking very painful. The power from his punch was so strong it sent Ji Lin flying, thrown dozens of meters away. Su Wuzhou's eyes flashed a deadly look. Get lost. The people accompanying were shocked, seeing him beaten until his face was deformed. Rolling on the ground like this, Luo too was helpless, frowning slightly at this scene. He secretly cursed him as stupid. The guy wearing weird glasses angrily shouted at Su Wuzhou. Audacious! You dare attack my Jixia Academy? His current expression was full of anger. He shouted loudly. Jixia Academy what? Don't know anything but want to take my wife away? Did you study until you became stupid? Yufeng inside the room also gradually poked his face out to watch the drama. He exclaimed excitedly. Brother Su dares to beat even people from Jixia Academy. Too exciting. Seeing him hit people like that, Qingmo worriedly said, Wuzhou, doing this will anger Jixia Academy. Their strength is formidable. You absolutely must not show off anymore. Su Wuzhou gently said to her, I don't care. Qingmo for you. I can do anything. Saying that, he turned to look at her with very gentle eyes mixed with confidence. Hearing sincere words from him made Qingmo's heart skip a beat. She looked back shyly. Ji Lin was helped up by the person beside him. He spoke up angrily. Bastard. Su Wuzhou, you dare hit me? Ji Lin's face became extremely angry. He looked at him with resentful eyes. Just then Qin Li walked over coldly. He asked them gloomily, Who said they wanted to kill my son-in-law? Qin Li glared and asked further, Have you asked me, the father-in-law, yet? He emitted an angry aura looking at them. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Seeing this made Ji Lin shout resentfully, Hateful, you guys. While speaking, he was interrupted by Luo too. He didn't want to give him a chance to say more reckless words. Yilin, Luo too stepped forward and said, The Chancellor's matter is important. Leave the rest for me to negotiate. He bowed humbly and replied. He politely introduced himself first. Uncle, I am Luo too of Jixia Academy. Then Luo too gradually got to the main point, saying, Our Chancellor saw your daughter's talent is outstanding. Couldn't help but cherish the talent. Specially ordered me to come here to take her back for instruction. Jixia Academy is the ancestral land of literary Tao. Miss Qin entered the Tao through literature. If she can enter there to study, the future is limitless. Hearing that, Qin Li replied silently. Entering the academy to study is fine. He said sternly, Wanting my daughter and son-in-law to divorce is absolutely impossible. Su Wuzhou gave him a like. When hearing him say that, he was secretly happy that his father-in-law stood on his side. His answer confused Luo too, but then his face became serious to persuade. Miss Qin has hoped to become top class in the 9 provinces in the future, while Su Wuzhou is just a piece of trash in Linen City. Two people like roadside grass and clouds. They're not on the same level. Speaking of this, Luo too glared and emphasized asking, Uncle really doesn't want to reconsider? His contemptuous words made Su Wuzhou gloomy. He gently stepped forward and asked, "Not on the same level. You mean people of your Jixia Academy are superior to others?" His face showed clear anger looking at Luo too. He replied without denial, "That's right. I advise you to look out for yourself. Proactively leaving Miss Qin is good for both you and her." Su Wuzhou's limbs gradually became itchy, hearing advice from Luo too. He silently continued asking, "So what if you high and mighty people are trampled underfoot by someone like me?" Luo too asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" Su Wuzhou's eyes filled with killing intent answered, I want to challenge you guys." He shouted in Luo too's face. "Those who dare to show off in front of me must be crippled by me." Ji Lin outside laughed excitedly. "A guy who hasn't even reached the innate realm dares to challenge us? Sorry, you are not qualified enough." Under Su Wuzhou's feet, a faint aura gradually emitted. Immediately after, it flared up violently. His body was surrounded by a blood-red aura. He asked coldly, "How about this?" Looking at this aura, everyone around widened their eyes in surprise, realizing Su Wuzhou's current strength is actually the innate realm. Seeing this scene made Luo too smile faintly, finding it a bit interesting. He arrogantly said, "If you want to know the distance between us, then I will fulfill your wish." Just finished speaking, Luo too ordered Li Ming, Liamo, Li Fei, go out and fight Su Wuzhou. The three of them excitedly accepted the order. On Su Wuzhou's side, as soon as he saw that, he gently turned to borrow the saber from his father-in-law. The three guys just now excitedly asked him, "Who do you want to challenge among us?" Not letting him answer, they mocked, "No matter who it is, you are not an opponent. Although both are innate realm, you can't imagine our power." Hearing the three of them babbling made Su Wuzhou's head hurt. Headache. He gently raised his saber. Su Wuzhou glared and told them all to come at once. Saying that, he directly swung the saber, slashing a sharp path. Seeing the scene made them furious. Each of them also started using the brush in their hands to write characters. The saber path rushed at very high speed into those words. As soon as the attack collided, it created a terrifying shockwave. Those three were visibly smug. Seeing that, they said disdainfully, "Tier 3 martial skills in the academy are as many as the sea. This move of yours is too ordinary. Only having Tier 3 martial skills and daring to show off in front of others." They also said the martial skills they learned were directly transmitted, so basic things couldn't compare. Su Wuzhou silently asked them back, "Who said this is a Tier 3 martial skill?" He stepped out without a single injury on his body. Seeing that, all three of them were extremely surprised. They exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Not injured at all?" The mark on Su Wuzhou's hand gradually appeared. Immediately after, it glowed with lightning bolts, looking very oppressive. Qin Li widened his eyes, realizing the mark on his hand was the Tao intent of the heaven-splitting slash. He was secretly surprised knowing Wuzhou's heaven-splitting slash had become a Tier 4 martial skill. Ji Lin realized something unusual. He hurriedly told the three of them to retreat quickly. Hearing that, Su Wuzhou jumped up high and said to them, "Retreating now is too late." He raised the saber high and aimed straight at the three standing dumbfounded there. Seeing the saber path rushing fast like that, all three of them wrote a line of words to block it. Seeing their words gradually shattering made them feel disbelief. "We are geniuses. How could we lose?" Before they could finish, they were coldly slashed by the sword path. Luo too silently looked at the corpses under his feet. He glared and angrily shouted, "Su Wuzhou, you want to die?" Drops of blood were gradually falling from his saber. Wuzhou coldly flicked the blood away and asked sarcastically, "Are these the disciples of Jixia Academy who consider themselves superior? Didn't expect them to be so weak." Ji Lin gritted his teeth in anger hearing him say that. "Bastard, you dare kill all three disciples I brought? Su Wuzhou, this grudge is irreconcilable under the same sky." While speaking, he emitted a killing aura wanting to take his life. Luo too silently ordered, "The dignity of Jixia Academy is not allowed to be provoked. The class between people also absolutely cannot be broken. Hear my order. Kill Su Wuzhou." Ji Lin gradually took out a brush and immediately accepted the order. Immediately, he drew many daggers and shot them directly. Although seeing the daggers flying towards him, he remained very calm and did nothing. This scene made Qingmo and her father worry and shout, "Wuzhou, be careful! Dodge quickly!" The daggers flew closer and closer, but Wuzhou didn't move a bit. He suddenly smiled mysteriously, as if everything was within his expectations. He secretly gloated in his heart. Two idiots fell for it. Based on what Dai Yaoyao said, people of their realm cannot take action in Linen City. True to what he thought, dark clouds in the sky gradually rolled up, then suddenly struck down a warning lightning bolt. Two dragons on the flag appeared again. They sternly reminded, outsiders are not allowed to take action inside Linen City. Luo too immediately bowed to explain, but he only spoke blatant lies. Senior, Su Wuzhou actively provoked Jixia Academy, killed my academy disciples. My revenge is reasonable and fair. Hope Senior fulfills it. Hearing that made Qin Li feel indignant. He bluntly exposed, clearly you guys just want to separate. My daughter and son-in-law first. Moreover, my son-in-law killed your disciples in a fair duel. Based on what you speak, as if it's all Wuzhou's fault. Luo too glared and answered him. Based on the lives of Academy disciples being more precious than Wuzhou's life. Finished speaking, he turned to beg the two dragons. So still asked Senior to respect Jixia Academy's face. Fulfill it for me. Ji Lin was overly angry. He shouted loudly saying, Su Wuzhou is also a human talent. My 3 dead nephews are the real talents. I think your brain. Before he could finish, Ji Lin was crushed by the terrifying pressure from the two dragons. He collapsed in pain, continuously coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. This pressure almost crushed Ji Lin's internal organs. The two dragons looked at him with eyes full of anger. Lightning bolts were continuously released in large numbers. It sternly asked, "Are you teaching me how to work?" Seeing he made a mistake, Ji Lin bowed his head to the ground begging, "Junior dares not. Please forgive me, Senior." The dragon huffed a warning. "If there's a next time, kill without mercy." Hearing that, Ji Lin fearfully replied, "Yes, obeying orders." He gradually stood up. The hatred of killing nephews cannot be shared under the same sky. Ji Lin said bitterly, "Su Wuzhou, if you have ability, then hide in Linen City forever, don't come out." Hearing that, Su Wuzhou frowned uncomfortably asking, "Are you threatening me?" His face became extremely resentful, replying, "Not threatening, but telling you a truth. Inside Linen City can't touch you, but step out of this place. Methods to kill people are plenty. So in the future, if you want to live, just stay in Linen City forever, don't come out." Qingmo was upset by their actions, and words from earlier until now. She stood out and declared, "Your disciples were not as skilled as him." Being killed and still blaming Wuzhou. If Jixia Academy is like this, I'd rather not go. Hearing that, Ji Lin was not afraid but arrogantly said, "Going or not is not for you to choose. Although we can't enter Linen City, there are 10,000 ways to suppress your Qin family." The more he spoke, the more smug his face became, saying, "By then, regret will be too late." His despicable words made Qingmo angrily step out, but was held back by Su Wuzhou. He advised her not to waste words with this kind of person. Saying that, Su Wuzhou aggressively stepped forward asking him, "Didn't you want to avenge your nephews? Choosing a day is not as good as meeting the day. Why not today?" His face darkened, accompanied by red, killing aura radiating around. "Today, if not dead, then it won't do." Hearing that, Ji Lin laughed excitedly. "Good, you said it." He hurriedly turned to beg the two dragons. Senior saw it. It was Su Wuzhou who actively challenged me. I agree to suppress my strength to innate. Hope Senior fulfills it. They didn't refuse, but immediately agreed, saying, "Okay." The two dragons' answer made Ji Lin secretly happy. "Su Wuzhou, I intentionally provoked you to duel me. Today I must tear you apart to avenge my 3 nephews." Qin Li suddenly shouta. "No, I don't agree." He turned back to tell Su Wuzhou, "Don't show off. That is an expert from the outside world. Even suppressing strength, it's not something a newly innate realm like you can fight against. My Qin family can be lost, but you are my son-in-law. My family absolutely cannot have anything happen." Even Qingmo stood out saying, "Wuzhou, you don't need to be like this. At worst, I'll go with them." He was a bit surprised seeing their reaction like that. Su Wuzhou also smiled happily that both of them didn't mind sacrificing everything to protect him like this. He gently stepped forward telling them, Father-in-law, Qingmo. You two rest assured, if I dare to provoke him, it means I have confidence in winning. His face became bright as he continued. This Su Wuzhou is very afraid of death. How could I go fight without preparation? Before Su Wuzhou's words, Qingmo couldn't suppress her emotions and exclaimed. But suddenly Su Wuzhou kissed her forehead lightly instead of comforting words. At this moment, not knowing why, Qingmo's heart beat fast continuously, emotions bursting. Smiling gently, Su Wuzhou confidently said, "Believe me, believe your husband will definitely win." Unable to stand watching the two selling dog food, Luo, too, said darkly, "Su Wuzhou, you are too arrogant. Just now was just you hiding your weak strength. This time your strength has been exposed." Gritting his teeth in anger, he shouted, absolutely no possibility of turning the tables anymore. Nearby, Jilin, full of confidence, stepped up speaking. "Lord Luo too, rest assured. This battle, I will definitely kill Su Wuzhou. If I fail, I will bring my head to you." Standing before Jilin's momentum, Su Wuzhou was not only unafraid, but also resolutely pointed his sword at him and challenged. "Want to fight, then fight quickly. Why talk so much?" Hearing that, Jilin snorted, disdainfully replying, "If you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish." After that, he respectfully turned towards the military banner saying, "Senior, I am ready." The military banner replied. After those words, the military banner used its power to shoot a mysterious force towards Jilin saying, "I have suppressed your strength to innate. Begin." Finished speaking, both sides were filled with fighting spirit, eyes revealing killing intent staring at each other. At this part, Jilin smiled, triumphantly speaking up. "Su Wuzhou, I will let you make the first move. After this move, I will send you on your way." "Lao Ging Gon Li, Su Wuzhou Deep Li." Since it's like that, then I will also make one move. Word just finished was also when the sword in Su Wuzhou's hand fell. Two pupils flashed blood red at this moment. Eyes full of killing intent, he thought. "If this move doesn't kill you, I will suppress you." Seeing Su Wuzhou's appearance, Jilin laughed sarcastically, pointing and saying, "I see you are scared, stupid. You threw away the saber. Unless this move is wanting to beg me to spare you." Hearing that, Su Wuzhou questioned sternly, "Make me beg you to spare me? You are not worthy." Saying that, he pointed to the sky, deploying his domineering skill. From the peak, rays of light in the void seemed disturbed, converging into a vortex with the center being the direction of Su Wuzhou's finger. As if responding to the call from that skill, simultaneously all weapons throughout the garden moved together. Witnessing this heaven-defying scene, Qingmo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Father, what move is Wuzhou using? Why have I never seen it?" Qin Li was also in confusion replying, "I also don't know what move this is, but I feel a familiar sword intent." As if realizing something, he swallowed, nervously thinking, "Seems very similar to the weapons with sword intent near our Qin family. Could it be?" On Luo Tu's side, he also thought distractedly, "This feeling is..." As if suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly shouted, "Yilin, don't be careless. Su Wuzhou has entered the Dao. Comprehended sword intent. You must use full strength to defend." Sweating, Jilin immediately replied. Then he quickly deployed techniques stacking on each other. Shield come, cauldron come, defense come, formation come, protect me. Finished speaking, a very solid-looking barrier appeared around Jilin. On Su Wuzhou's side, he resolutely exclaimed, "Shield cauldron formation defense? Jilin, didn't you just want to kill me with a sword? Today I will let you know what is called." While speaking, the void vortex became brighter and brighter. Powerfully swung his hand down. Sword come. From the void appeared an extremely terrifying sword energy about to pierce Jilin's tiny defense. Facing Su Wuzhou's terrifying sword energy strike, Jilin could only helplessly receive it. His shield couldn't last a second. Facing the sword tip, Jilin revealed a face of extreme fear. Then only a scream of pain was heard. How could I lose? From afar, Su Wuzhou's attack was like a pillar of light lighting up an area. Witnessing such a shocking scene, the Chancellor gloomily evaluated. Good for Linen City, worthy of being the ancestral land of heroes. Actually appeared two geniuses. He regretted thinking, pity, if given another chance. The person I should choose is him. Back to the battle. After the smoke screen, Jilin lay helplessly on the ground. Suddenly a foot stomped heavily on his head. No stranger, it was Su Wuzhou majestically stepping on Ji Lin's corpse. Coldly he said, Ji Lin is dead. As if not believing his eyes, Luo, too, thought in shock. Impossible. How could Ji Lin be killed by Su Wuzhou? As for Qingmo, she said joyfully and emotionally. Great. Wuzhou did it. Qinli was also secretly surprised. Finally, I know. So the sword intent of the Qin family's weapons has always been nurtured by Wuzhou. Trembling, clenching his fist, he thought with regret. Wuzhou has always been secretly protecting the Qin family. Yet I usually blame him, never giving him the normal treatment of a Qin family son-in-law. Gritting his teeth tightly, Qinli exclaimed emotionally. Big brother Su, I'm sorry. Scene change to the battle. Su Wuzhou spoke. Liu Tu, you brought 4 people. I killed all 4. Now only you remain. Just need to kill you. Qingmo won't need to go anymore. While speaking, he activated spiritual power in his palm. Seeing that, Luo too worriedly thought. After deploying that move, he still has strength? But suddenly Su Wuzhou's body slumped weakly. Panicked, he thought screaming. Done for. Just now drained all power into the reincarnation bowl inside the body. Witnessing this, Luo too rejoiced secretly. Sure enough, strength is only at this level in the end. Su Wuzhou at this moment struggled to get up until trembling. No, I must stand up. For Qingmo, I absolutely cannot fall. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Wuzhou, enough. I don't want to see you risk your life anymore. I don't want to see you get hurt for me anymore. I'm not worth you doing this. Choking back tears, Qingmo shouted. Before those sincere words, Su Wuzhou paused for a moment, then smiled gently and wiped the tears on Qingmo's beautiful face, saying, No, you are worth it. Even paying with my life is worth it. Words just finished, a very surprising scene occurred. Qingmo, with tears in her eyes, kissed Su Wuzhou fully. Wuzhou, thank you. After those words, suddenly Qingmo hit hard on Su Wuzhou's neck. In pain, Su Wuzhou asked in surprise, Qingmo, why? While about to faint, he only saw Qingmo's figure gloomily saying, Sorry, Wuzhou. Risking more, you will really die. Before, it was always you protecting me. Tears of happiness fell on Qingmo's cheeks. She said radiantly, Now, it's my turn to protect you. Then, Qingmo turned away coldly, but didn't forget to leave a message for Qinli. Father, help me take good care of Wuzhou. Qingmo apologizes. Unfilial daughter. Saying that, she quietly left in Qinli's helplessness. He choked, calling, Daughter, my good daughter. Regarding Qingmo, she walked closer to Luo Tu, saying, Luo Tu, I'll go with you, but you are not allowed to make things difficult for my husband and father. Otherwise, I definitely won't spare you. Smiling smugly, Luo Tu replied, I agree with you, but Miss Qin, very quickly you will see your choice is extremely correct. Saying that, he took out a necklace from his person. Suddenly the necklace face glowed intensely. From the void, a beam of light shone straight towards the two. Teleportation passage opened. Coldly Qingmo spoke. Let's go. Gritting his teeth in extreme despair, Qinli said to himself, Qingmo, it's all because father is useless. Regarding Su Wuzhou, he was using all his strength to struggle up and called after. Luo Tu. Hearing someone call him, Luo Tu turned back and said gloomily, Su Wuzhou, Miss Qin has decided to leave here. What else do you want to do? Clenching his fist, Su Wuzhou said firmly, You remember clearly from me. I will definitely personally come to Jixia Academy to take your head. Following those words, Su Wuzhou seemed to turn into a demon immersed in true anger. Seeing that, Luo Tu only laughed scornfully and said, The gap in status between me and you is like the galaxy. Impossible to cross. I won't care about a screaming kind, not knowing reality like you. Laughing contemptuously, he said loudly. So he and Qingmo left amidst endless laughter. Facing this contempt, Su Wuzhou's inner energy soared to the sky. Teeth clenched so tight his whole body trembled. 2 eyes flashing with sky-high, killing intent, he roared, Luo Tu. However, the person had gone, leaving only the ruined scene outside and inside. At this moment, Qinli hurriedly ran to help Su Wuzhou up and reassured, Wuzhou, you don't need to worry too much. This time, Qingmo, leaving isn't a life and death separation. You guys will still have chances to meet. However, Su Wuzhou waved his hand and replied coldly. Father-in-law, you don't need to say any more. Eyes full of determination, he shouted. Su Wuzhou swears here. Must make Jixia Academy respectfully bring Qingmo back. If I break the oath, heaven and earth destroy me. After that oath, even the heavens were moved and constantly emitted lightning filling the sky. Witnessing this heaven-defying scene, Yu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Brother Su's oath moved heaven and earth. I feel Jixia Academy is about to face a great disaster. Suddenly Yu Feng was startled by Su Wuzhou's sharp cold gaze directed at him. Couldn't help but panic and shout. Calling me for what? The military banner hasn't left yet. Words just finished, Su Wuzhou kicked away the stone slab in front of Yu Feng. Scared, he hurriedly reassured. Brother Su, calm down. While Su Wuzhou grabbed Yu Feng's collar and asked sternly, Who is that Luo Tu? Tell me everything about him. Worriedly glancing at the military banner afar, Yu Feng answered awkwardly. Release that. Worriedly he thought. Military banner discovered I also didn't take action. Looks like this place can't be stayed in for long. I must quickly escape. At this moment, Su Wuzhou couldn't be more patient and shouted. Speak quickly. Seeing the situation couldn't be hidden anymore, Yu Feng hurriedly replied. Okay. Brother Su, don't rush. I'll speak. The world has 36,000 provinces. Gathering the top 100 geniuses in 36,000 provinces. But the world has 9 people, known as the 9 obsessions, standing uniquely outside the 100 talents list. Each one is a supreme hero, and that Luo Tu is the book obsession among them. Smitting like the Su Wuzhou spoke. So that's it. No wonder he was so arrogant. Saying that, he coldly released Yu Feng. Although a bit painful, Yu Feng couldn't help but advise. Brother Su, that Luo Tu is very strong. You should still extinguish the thought of killing him. In a short time, how can you catch up to him? Eyes determined, Su Wuzhou clenched his fist replying. Rest assured, 1 year later, I will be stronger than him. The reason he could speak boldly like that was because Su Wuzhou thought, with the reincarnation bowl hack like this, my cultivation speed is fast as flying. Just give me time, and everyone will be trampled by me. Seeing Su Wuzhou's imposing manner, Yu Feng thought helplessly. Looks like Brother Su's mind is made up, can't be persuaded. Thinking so, Yu Feng hurriedly turned away preparing to leave and said, Brother Su, the military banner is still here. Probably I can't stay in Linen City anymore. I have to change place to pick up girls. Wrong, cultivate. Running away, great technique. Right? Dai Yao came because of Jixia Academy and also left. Before she left, she asked me to say, if later you want to leave Linen, Dao sect is the most suitable choice. Hearing that, Su Wuzhou pondered. Dao sect? Could it be related to the 7-color glazed glass I devoured before? Qinli spoke up. Wuzhou, what do you plan next? Clasping hands, face solemn, Su Wuzhou replied. Father-in-law, I plan to leave Linen City. Still need to become stronger. Before that answer, Qinli was stunned for a moment. But he quickly regained his spirit saying, Good, go then go. Staying in Linen City only restricts you from becoming stronger. With Qinli's approval, Su Wuzhou turned to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, Then father-in-law, I take my leave first. Standing watching Su Wuzhou's figure gradually distancing, the military banner beside couldn't help but ask, Is Su Wuzhou the son of that person? Qinli replied, Su Wuzhou, originally before dying a few years ago, returned to Linen and entrusted him to me. Before that answer, the military banner shouted excitedly. He still had the face to return. At this moment, Qin Li only silently glanced at the military banner, then clasped hands respectfully saying, If there is nothing else, I'm going. Seeing Qin Li leaving, the military banner called loudly, Wait, Linen City in Yunzhou is ownerless, constantly attracting families to probe. I can make a decision for you, an opportunity. You can seize Yunzhou, so you be the king of Yunzhou. Standing before the military banner's words, Qin Li paused for a moment, then he coldly spoke up. Feudal Lord King? After that, the military banner also left a message, then disappeared into the void. I only say this much. You choose yourself. Before the military banner's words, Qin Li turned shame into anger, smashing the rock beside him, gritting his teeth saying, If I can become a feudal Lord King, then Qingmo is a princess. Jixia Academy also cannot look down on her. Moreover, At that time, even if Wuzhou loses, I can protect him. Eyes full of determination, he shouted, "Do it!" Scene changed to Su Wuzhou's perspective. He was looking back at his hometown, then said, "Goodbye, Linen City. Next time I definitely will return with a king's demeanor." When he prepared to leave, he met a quite familiar person. That person spoke up asking, "Su Wuzhou, you plan to go alone like that?" At this moment, Su Wuzhou couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Lin Qingzi, what did you come for?" Suddenly, she threw herself into Su Wuzhou's arms and said, "I specially came to see you off." Why not moved? Surprisingly, Su Wuzhou only coldly pushed Lin Qingzi away, saying, "Lin Qingzi, did you forget my warning? Inside I am not wearing anything anymore. Specially prepared for you." But standing before Lin Qingzi's seduction, Su Wuzhou only gently took his hand off her, then turned to leave with an annoyed face, saying, "Forget it, not caring about you." Standing before his coldness, Lin Qingzi was silent for a moment, then shouted, "Su Wuzhou." Coldly he turned back asking, "What else?" Suddenly Lin Qingzi, with a soft body, stole Su Wuzhou's lips in surprise. After that she bit hard on his lip, as if leaving proof that she broke off the engagement with Su Wuzhou, as well as proof of the intense feeling she had for him. While Su Wuzhou still didn't understand what happened, thinking, "She bit me?" Then helplessly clenched his fist. After a passionate kiss, Su Wuzhou also left, leaving Lin Qingzi still full of reluctance. She lightly touched her plump lips, then said, "Su Wuzhou, I want you to never forget me." Scene changed to the road. Su Wuzhou was walking alone. Standing before a stone stele, he silently said, before leaving Linen City, "Dai Yao once asked Yu Feng to pass a message to me, saying Dao Sect is the most suitable choice. But why didn't she tell me? Dao Sect is so damn far. I walked for so long, but still more than 5,000 miles. In front of him was a stone slab with words. Dao Sect, 5,000 miles. Toilet 1 meter. Graveyard 6 meters. Too tired with life, Su Wuzhou had to sit down in a nearby tree corner and lament. Rest a bit, then continue. Miss the days with cars and airplanes so much. Suddenly, Su Wuzhou sensed something. From the sky, a sword energy split the tree Su Wuzhou was sitting on in half, forcing him to jump away in shock. From midair, a pencil-head guy smiled smugly, saying, "Su Wuzhou, finally you came out of Linen City." The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a fat guy and a skinny guy riding on a white tiger. Both said in unison, "We waited here for a long time." Seeing the badge on the clothes of the two newly appeared guys, Su Wuzhou thought, "People of the Jiaoqian sect. Could be they came to catch me." At this moment, the skinny guy smiled cunningly, saying, "You were protected by the military banner in Linen City. Out here, there is none daring to offend our Jiaoqian sect. You must pay the price." The fat guy beside also smiled smugly and continued, "Don't dream of resisting. We too are innate third stage realm. If you obediently follow us back to the Jiaoqian sect, I can let you suffer less. Otherwise," but unlike what the two thought, Su Wuzhou was extremely happy because he was having a headache, having no amount to travel. So he threw away shame and hugged the white tiger's leg, saying, "Rest assured, I absolutely won't resist. Moreover, I know an earth-shattering secret in Linen City. If you capture me back, definitely will establish great merit." Before this shameless attitude, the skinny guy said confusedly, "Reaction is not quite right. Why doesn't this guy follow the script?" The fat guy was also confused, continuing, "I'm also a bit confused. Could it be this Su Wuzhou has no bad intentions?" Meanwhile, Su Wuzhou thought sinisterly, "Going to the Jiaoqian sect must pass through the Dao sect. Not easy to meet, such a free taxi. No matter what, can't be left behind." At this moment, the skinny guy conferred with the fat guy. "Senior brother, things are going too smoothly. There must be something unusual. Su Wuzhou is plotting something. We must be guarded." "That's right. Must think of a way." After that, the fat guy threw Su Wuzhou a bottle of medicine and said, "Su Wuzhou, this is a pill to seal meridians. You eat one to show sincerity. Like that, it's easier for us to take you on the road." Receiving the medicine bottle, Su Wuzhou gently opened the cap and said calmly, "Only one pill? To prove the sincerity of non-resistance of this little brother, I decided to swallow it all. The whole bottle." Seeing this scene, the two guys stared wide-eyed, snot and drool messy, shouting, "This guy is crazy. drinking so many meridian sealing pills. Even innate peak realm can't withstand it. However, Su Wuzhou had finished the pills and was acting very refreshed. "Thank for the treat," he shouted. "Two big brothers. This time you can take me, right? Just get on. I warn you, don't play tricks. Otherwise the saber in my hand won't be polite." Face beaming, Su Wuzhou replied, "Rest assured, I am very obedient." However, in his heart he laughed disdainfully. Two idiots, with the yin-yang medical scripture in hand. These meridian sealing pills are basically useless to me. Just like that, he flew with the two Jiaoyan sect guys towards the sect. On the way, Su Wuzhou kept exclaiming, "Zulfust, finally don't need to struggle walking anymore." After traveling for a while, the group stopped at a mountain. The fat guy said tiredly, "Still half the journey away from the Jiaoyan sect. Rest here a bit first." The skinny guy also continued, "Brat, behave yourself along the way. Wait until the Jiaoyan sect. If you provide useful information, I can put in a few good words for you. Maybe can keep your life." Hearing that, Su Wuzhou happily asked, "Just don't know how far this place is from the Dao sect?" Surprised by his question, the skinny guy arrogantly replied, "Dao sect. This place is over 300 miles from the Dao sect." "Why do you ask this?" Just hearing the answer, Su Wuzhou slowly stood up with a fake smile, replying, "Nothing. Just thinking. Which way of dying suits you two better?" Before that arrogant attitude, successfully making the two Jiaoyan sect guys angry, but even more surprised, shouting, "What? This guy can still erupt spiritual power? Impossible." Clearly he took the meridian sealing pills. Moreover, a whole bottle. "Dit typhoon su wudu viplit." "You mean the trash refined using poison stonegrass and spirit fire dissolving stone that I ate?" Smiling cunningly, he insulted. "Such low-level toys, to an excellent doctor like me, of course have no damn effect at all." Seeing themselves tricked painfully, the two Jiaoyan sect guys gritted their teeth, saying, "Stinkin' brat. So you played us before. Even if you're a physician, and even if you've recovered your strength, you're still only at the first stage of the innate realm. The two of us are at the third stage. Killing you would be as easy as flipping our hands. Kid, since you're so clueless, we'll just have to cut off your limbs. We'll leave you barely breathing and take you back to the heaven-suspending sect." As they spoke, their killing intent flared, and they readied their weapons, prepared to do whatever it took to capture Su Wuzhou. However, facing the threat of two third-stage innate realm cultivators, Su Wuzhou calmly pushed the fat man's hand off his shoulder and said with a faint smile. The guys from Jixia Academy said the same thing, but now they're all 6 feet under. "And now, it's your turn." The moment he finished speaking, the fat man's arm was twisted and deformed by Su Wuzhou's terrifying strength. An excruciating pain shot through the fat man, causing him to scream in agony. "My arm." Seeing his comrade injured, the skinny man called out in concern. "Are you okay?" Su Wuzhou's action had pushed the two third-stage innate realm cultivators to their breaking point. Their eyes now held only the desire to kill him as they roared. "You bastard! You're asking to die? Today, I'll definitely show you what happens when you cross us." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden slash cut across their faces. The one who struck was none other than Su Wuzhou. He coolly pulled up the hood of his cloak and sighed. Two idiots, in Xian City, amidst the bustling crowd. For some unknown reason, Su Wuzhou held a paper megaphone and shouted, "Come and see, come and see, a momentous event. Passers-by, don't miss out. For just 1,000 taels of silver, you can own a tiger-lion beast that travels 1,000 miles a day. You won't regret this purchase. If you have money, come support me. If you don't, come watch the show." It turned out this shameless fellow had taken the white tiger from those two guys to sell it. Unbelievable. Yet Su Wuzhou thought smugly, "I can't believe how poor those two were. They didn't have anything valuable. Luckily, there's still this tiger-lion beast. Maybe I can sell it for some money." The onlookers, hearing Su Wuzhou's sales pitch, were filled with doubt. A tiger-lion beast isn't bad, but they're naturally violent. Without the proper taming technique, you can't ride them at all. Another person chimed in. 1,000 taels? Is he crazy? Without a way to control it, no one would even pay 100 taels. Exactly. What a scammer. Boring. Let's go. We should go watch the literary gathering organized by Sir Chong Yen. Seeing the crowd start to leave, Su Wuzhou desperately tried to keep them. "Don't go. 1,000 taels is negotiable. Just name your price. Who knows, I might agree." The white tiger also roared, as if pleading for rescue from the shameless man. In his moment of desperation from losing customers, a man who looked very wealthy called out from a distance, "I'll take this tiger lion beast." Hearing this, a delighted Su Wuzhou turned and asked, "Whose voice is that? Which wealthy patron is speaking?" The person who appeared, covered in gold, was Xianwei. He was laughing heartily. Seeing the wealthy figure, Su Wuzhou's eyes filled with greed as he thought, "This is a fat sheep. My time has come." Xianwei smiled, pointed at Su Wuzhou, and said, "Brother, this tiger lion beast of yours." This was the moment for Su Wuzhou's shamelessness to shine. He quickly approached, full of flattery. "Brother, you have a good eye for quality. This tiger lion beast of mine can travel 1,000 miles a day. Today is the 1-year anniversary of my shop. And you, brother, are the very first customer. How about I give it to you for just 5,000? Hearing the number, Xianwei froze. "Wait a minute, brother. I may be rich, but I'm not stupid. You just said 1,000 taels. Besides me, no one else in Xian City will buy this tiger lion beast." His expression hardened as he raised his hand. 50 taels. No bargaining. Sell it or not. Faced with Xianwei's offer, Su Wuzhou found it hard to accept and shouted, "Are you kidding me? This tiger lion beast strength is equivalent to a Hotion 8-stage expert, and you want to buy it for 50 taels? You crook." But Xianwei maintained his businesslike smile and replied, "No matter how good something is, if you can't sell it, it's just junk. 50 taels isn't bad. Think it over, brother. If I don't buy it, you won't be able to sell it to anyone else in Xian City." Furious, Su Wuzhou pointed straight at his face and yelled, "You say I can't sell it?" Xianwei calmly replied, "That's right. If you can sell it, I'll call you my big brother. Also, don't get so close to me. You stink." Xianwei's attitude successfully provoked Su Wuzhou. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This bastard, how dare he look down on me?" Suddenly, he noticed a roasted duck shop behind him. Hugging the tiger, Su Wuzhou turned around, but not without shouting back, "You just wait. Today, I'm accepting you as my little brother." With the same smile, Xianwei replied, "I'll be waiting right here. Are you going to roast that tiger lion beast?" Suddenly, his face turned ugly as he realized something. At that moment, Su Wuzhou had changed into a different set of clothes and was shouting, "Come and see, folks. Premium tiger lion beast skewers. 10 taels a skewer. Don't miss out as you pass by. Delicious tiger meat. Get it before it's gone. A rare opportunity you can't ask for. This is roasted meat from a powerful, demonic beast. The price is right. Miss it and it's gone for good." Hearing Su Wuzhou's pitch, people were skeptical, not believing their ears. Tiger lion beast meat? I've never eaten this before. The person next to him, already drooling, added, 10 taels isn't that expensive. Let's try it. This is demonic beast meat. You can't normally get this. 10 taels is worth it." And so, everyone rushed to buy some. "Boss, give me 10 skewers to try." "Boss, 2 skewers for me." "Don't push. Give me 5 skewers." "Don't rush. Line up, line up." Suddenly, the voices of Xianwei's 2 guards were heard. "Don't cut in line. Boss, give us 2 more skewers." Meanwhile, Xianwei's face was dark, bewildered by what was happening. He never expected this move from Su Wuzhou. Flustered, Xianwei thought, he really roasted the tiger lion beast. Damn it, this guy is a genius. A moment later, all that was left was the tiger's skeleton. Su Wuzhou happily tossed a money pouch in his hand and said smugly, "Sorry about that. 300 taels in total. So, are you impressed or not?" His face grim, Xianwei cursed under his breath. If that tiger lion beast had been paired with my family's taming technique, it would have been unstoppable. Who knew this guy would just roast it? This guy must be a prodigal son. Definitely. While Xianwei was trembling with anger, Su Wuzhou triumphantly put away the money pouch. With a provocative smile, Su Wuzhou got close to Xianwei's face and said, "What's with that look? Hurry up and call me big brother." Raising his hand, Xianwei cursed. "Call you what? I am the city lord of Xian City. With my status, how could I possibly call you big brother? Dream on." Oomph. As he turned to leave, Xianwei didn't forget to add, "A great scholar from Jixiao Academy is holding a literary gathering in the city. I have to go see it. Don't block my way." Hearing this information, Su Wuzhou quickly grabbed Xianwei's shoulder. "Wait, did you just say Jixiao Academy is holding a literary gathering here?" Faced with Su Wuzhou's imposing presence, Xianwei jumped back into a defensive stance and stammered, "That's right. What do you want? I am a city lord of Xian City. I'm warning you. If you dare lay a hand on me, the city guards will immediately come and arrest you. Su Wuzhou gently patted Xian Wei's head and said, Relax. I won't do anything to you. I just want you to take me to the literary gathering. Smiling awkwardly, Xian Wei thought to himself, This bastard. How dare he pat the city lord's head? With a sly grin, Su Wuzhou continued, I want to slap the faces of those Jixia Academy folks. And while I'm at it, I'll see how good their literary skills are. Sweating profusely, Xian Wei spoke up. Brother, are you sure you're not lying to yourself? You're really not going to cause trouble, are you? How could I cause trouble? I'm such a gentle person. Hearing this, Xian Wei thought to himself, You gentle? Who believed that? And so, the two of them happily made their way to the literary gathering. A man with a somber expression, Chong Yen, was looking at the scrolls. After reading for a moment, he exclaimed, This piece of writing is not bad. The people below excitedly shouted. Sir Chong Yen praised my writing. Sir Chong Yen is a famous scholar. If my poem can be praised by him, I'll surely become famous overnight. Sir Chong Yen has dedicated decades to his studies. He just left the academy not long ago. We must seize this opportunity. In the crowd of contestants, Su Wuzhou looked up at Chong Yen and said, Is this the so-called great scholar of Jixia Academy? Brother Xian, what's this great scholar Chong Yen's cultivation level? Xian Wei explained, Not everyone in Jixia Academy is a cultivator. This great scholar Chong Yen has unparalleled knowledge, but he has never cultivated. What a pity, my literary talent. Otherwise, I'd go up there. Hearing this, Su Wuzhou raised a finger and thought. So he's not a cultivator. This will be easy. With that thought, he decided to go on stage. Excuse me, let me through. Who's that? What the heck? Seeing this, Xian Wei panicked and called out. What are you doing? Come back. After pushing through countless people, Su Wuzhou finally came face to face with Chong Yen. He confidently cupped his hands and said, I am Li Daijia of the Heaven Suspending Sect. I heard that Sir Chong Yen of Jixia Academy is here to preach the Tao. I have come especially to ask for your guidance. Hearing this, all the surrounding scholars angrily shouted, This guy wants guidance from Sir Chong Yen? What arrogance! We all use the word request. Li Daijia, you brat. How dare you insult Sir Chong Yen in front of everyone? Insolent. This is not a place for a brute like you. Get down from there. As for Chong Yen, he smiled and said, Li Daijia, young friend, you're quite interesting. Forget it. Today, I have many poems to review. I don't have time to play with you. Please step down. With a confident smile, Su Wuzhou said, You want me to step down? He then jumped onto the table full of poems, kicking them all over, and looked down with killing intent. Are you worthy? Seeing this disrespectful act, Chong Yen frowned slightly. Su Wuzhou's eyes glinted with a blood-red light as he continued. Or should I say, the people of Jixia Academy are all talk and no substance? You don't even dare to accept a challenge from a junior like me? Unable to tolerate Su Wuzhou's words any longer, Chong Yen slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Insolence! You brat! How dare you insult my Jixia Academy? Raising his hand, Su Wuzhou put on a businesslike smile and said, Jixia Academy is a top power in the 9 provinces. How would an unknown junior like me dare to insult it? I just feel that. Frowning, Chong Yen asked, Feel what? Confidently pointing his finger down, he said, I just feel that. All of you from Jixia Academy are a bunch of trash who only know how to use martial force to bully others. What etiquette and knowledge could trash like you possibly have? Even an uneducated person like me can easily defeat a great scholar like you. The scholars below, upon hearing this, flew into a rage and started cursing him. Is this kid crazy? He dares to say he can defeat Sir Chong Yen? Sir Chong Yen's knowledge is vast and profound, especially when it comes to poetry. This kid wants to defeat Sir Chong Yen? Is he delusional? I get it. He's trying to create a scene to become famous. Getting famous by being cursed at isn't a bad idea. I'm so envious. I want to be cursed at by others too. Meanwhile, a depressed Xian Wei was muttering to himself. Brother Su, are you trying to get yourself killed? I don't know him. Don't drag me into this. As for Chong Yen, after hearing those words, he calmly said, You can insult me, and I could dismiss it as the arrogant ramblings of youth. But you insulted Jixia Academy. Chong Yen gritted his teeth, his inner energy surging as he shouted. Today, you must give me a satisfactory explanation. Faced with this imposing aura, Su Wuzhou remained full of confidence and retorted. You want a satisfactory explanation? Fine. Let's have a poetry competition. If you win, I'll do whatever you say. But if you lose, every time you see me, you must kneel and perform the disciples' ritual. Do you dare, great scholar? Cheng Yin began to shout, Fine. Today, I will let you know that there's always someone better. His eyes and Su Wuzhou's locked in a fierce confrontation. As they faced off, different thoughts ran through their minds. Su Wuzhou thought, with my 5,000 years of Chinese history and poetry, defeating a native of this backward world will be as easy as flipping my hand. Cheng Yin thought, in terms of poetry, I rank in the top 3 at Jixia Academy. Top 3 in Jixia Academy. You dare to compete with me in this? Kid, you've picked the wrong fight. Su Wuzhou suddenly turned around and ordered, City Lord Xian, for the sake of fairness, can you set the topic for this competition? City Lord Xian, looking flustered, stammered, Me? I'll set it. He immediately raised a hand and winked, signaling to Brother Xian that it didn't matter what the topic was, as he would win anyway. Everyone cheered and shouted their support. Someone on my side said, Kid, you're too arrogant. You claim you can beat Sir Cheng Yin? What gives you that confidence? Another replied, Just wait. Let's see how you get humiliated later. Brother Xian, his mind in a whirl, sighed and said, All right, I'll set the topic then. But I don't really understand the affairs of you literary folks. The only thing I'm familiar with here is the wine, Zweiking, Jiananshan, Lullaby, Zingwaken. Not stopping there, he pointed to the sky, especially the 9 spirits true brew that everyone chipped in to buy for Sir Cheng Yin's table. It's a 100-year-old precious wine that also aids in cultivation. In my opinion, let's just use wine as the theme for the poems. However, Su Wuzhou glanced at the wine jug on the table, his eyes lighting up. Surprised, he thought, this wine can aid cultivation? Good stuff. I have to find a way to drink this wine. Cheng Yin suddenly spoke up. Since we have a theme, let's begin composing the poems. Although this is for the reputation of Jixia Academy, competing with you is still a case of the old bullying the young. So, I'll go first to give you some time to think. But Su Wuzhou disagreed with the old man's words and retorted, No need. I don't want to hear your garbage. After speaking, he turned, picked up the wine jug, and said, Today, I will show you what it means to be a true poet. He quickly poured the wine into his mouth continuously and declared, 1 jug of wine, 1 poem. Hearing this, the old man angrily shouted, You brat! How dare you? But then his tone softened. This fine wine? I've only had 1 cup. To think it would be wasted by this brat like this. This is infuriating. The people outside shouted, What the hell? Is this guy composing a poem or just drinking? This kid didn't just come here to get a free drink, did he? Damn it. That 9 spirits true brew cost us a fortune to gift to Sir Cheng Yin. To think it would all go down that brat's throat. At that moment, the young man drank the last drop from the jug. Then he tossed it aside and declared, Not bad wine. After drinking it, my spiritual power has increased by several points. Truly good wine. Unexpectedly, the old man pointed a finger at his face and said, You've finished the wine. Now, compose your poem. If you can't, then admit defeat. Don't waste my time. Upon hearing this, Su Wuzhou broke into a wide smile and said, You want me to admit defeat? You'd better stand firm. If you're so shocked by my poem that you fall to the ground, don't blame me. Hearing this, the old man could no longer contain himself and roared with anger. You arrogant brat. The soldiers on the old man's side also stood up, agreeing with him. This kid is too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. Offer up these socks, unwashed for 3 months. They'll definitely make him stink to death. I don't think he can do it at all. Let's throw the things in our hands at him to teach him a lesson. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, the old man shot up, pointed his finger, and yelled, Are you going to compose a poem or not? If you can't, then admit defeat. Hearing this, Su Wuzhou's voice softened. I'll start with a simple poem to whet your appetites. He quickly began to recite, Grape wine in cups that glow at night. As we prepare to drink, the Peepa urges us on from horseback. Don't laugh if we fall drunk on the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many have returned from war? After hearing Su Wuzhou recite the poem, everyone wore expressions of admiration and praise. This poem sounds quite good. It's not just good. This could truly be passed down through the ages. The crowd erupted in praise. Great poem! Great poem! This poem could definitely be included in this literary gathering. In just 4 short lines, he created such a profound poem about life in the military camps and border regions. It's as if I can feel the hearts of the soldiers on the battlefield myself. I never thought this kid would have such profound knowledge. I was just judging a gentleman by my own petty standards. Hearing such words, the city lord of Xian burst out laughing, arrogantly saying, "It's just my own lack of culture. Even a country bumpkin like me can appreciate the beauty of this poem. Brother Su is truly amazing." However, the matter was not over yet. The old man demanded, "Wait. I admit this poem is indeed a masterpiece for the ages. But did you really write it?" In his heart, the old man thought, "Today I represent Jixia Academy. No matter what, I cannot lose." Su Wuzhou laughed loudly in response. "If you have something to say, just say it. No need to be so secretive." The old man stroked his beard and slowly explained, "A poem expresses the true feelings of the author. This poem speaks of the life of soldiers at the border outposts on the battlefield. Only someone who has experienced the brutal battlefield and entered the military camps could write such a thing." Instantly, the old man's face tensed. He asserted, "If my guess is correct, you have never been to a battlefield. Therefore, this poem was not written by you. You stole it." At this, the people's faces showed no resistance, fiercely retorting, "No wonder this kid could compose a poem in an instant. And such a good one at that. It seems plagiarism is the most plausible explanation. I was moved by this poem just now, but I never thought a poem this powerful could be composed in an instant. Or perhaps Sir Chong-yen has a keen eye for people, unlike such a petty person. You are not worthy of being in our ranks here. Get down from there now." Everyone roared in unison, "Get down! Get down!" they shouted forcefully. Seeing that things had gotten too tense, the city lord of Xian could only think helplessly. This situation looks bad for Brother Su. Maybe I should. Unable to yield to such talk, Su Wuzhou opened his mouth and said, "If this poem was written by me." He stood up and asked clearly, "Then everyone here, has anyone ever heard this poem before? You all claim to be well-read and wise, and Jixia Academy is the holy land of literature. How could you, who love to show off, have never heard it?" As soon as he finished, the lively discussion started again. The old man began to speak softly. "What you say does have some truth to it, but the world is vast, with 30,000 provinces. Even the grand libationer here wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. You just happened to hear some great master recite a poem. It's not impossible." Then, Su Wuzhou laughed heartily. "Here it comes, here it comes." The old man was extremely surprised and wondered, "What are you laughing at?" His eyes lit up as he replied, "If that's the case, then I'll just continue." Hearing this, the old man had another question. "Continue." "Continue what?" Su Wuzhou snapped his fingers and said, "Of course, I'll continue composing poems. Since you say this poem wasn't written by me, then next, I'll compose an even better one, and slap you right in your smug face." Suddenly, the old man's face turned pale, devoid of blood, as he said in fear, "What?" At this point, he began to explain calmly and slowly, "This poem of mine is also on the theme of wine. Open your ears and listen carefully." He began to recite the poem. "How many years have the wandering knights of Yu province roamed? A measure of fine wine from Jun Tian costs 10,000. In the tall building, there are horses and trees. Meeting again, the atmosphere is joyous." After hearing Su Wuzhou's poem, everyone praised it one after another. "This poem isn't bad either, is it?" He said he could do it, and he did. In an instant, he composed another poem. Great poem, great poem. In just 4 lines, he has so profoundly captured the chivalry of a young knight. Such a fine verse. Even Sir Chong-yen couldn't produce it in a minute. As for the old man, he was left with no words to argue. He thought, "Damn it, where did this brat come from, to be able to speak such verses so easily?" Su Wuzhou, with a haughty expression, turned to ask Chong-yen, "How is this poem of mine? I'm afraid you've never heard it before either. Next, are you going to say I stole this one too?" Without thinking, the old man quickly replied, "Of course, this poem wasn't stolen by you. You must have prepared it in advance. Otherwise, how could you compose a poem on the theme of wine so quickly?" Even I couldn't compose such a verse on the spot. This is the advantage of being prepared. A soldier spoke up. Sir Chong Yin's words make a lot of sense. Perhaps this kid prepared it long ago. A soldier with spring-like hair refuted that idea. So what if he prepared it in advance? If you were given a few months to prepare, could you produce such a verse? Hearing this, Su Wuzhou crossed his arms and said, as expected of the great scholar, Sir Chong Yin from Jixiao Academy, you're just like the others. The people from Jixiao Academy are twice as thick-skinned as normal people. They'll always find some excuse to make a stand. Suddenly, he pointed to the sky and declared, but the thicker your face, the more satisfying it is for me to slap it. After speaking, he turned and punched the old man in the face, demanding, shut up and listen to my poem. He insisted, listen carefully. He began to recite the first poem. Fine wine from Lanling, fragrant with the scent of turmeric. Held in a jade bowl, it shines with an amber hue. If only the host knows how to make his guest drunk. Who knows where's a foreign land? Then he recited the second poem. The morning rain in Weicheng dampens the light dust. The guest house's willows are fresh and green. I urge you to drink one more cup of wine. West of Yang Pass, there will be no old friends. Not stopping there, he continued with the third poem. Among the flowers with a pot of wine. I drink alone, with no one for company. Raising my cup, I invite the bright moon. With my shadow, we become three. The people outside continued to discuss after he recited the poems. In an instant, he composed 3 more poems. We have truly never heard these poems before. If this kid is composing poems on the spot, and the poems he recites are ones we've never heard. And each poem is a masterpiece worthy of praise throughout the 9 provinces. Next, Su Wuzhou told Chong Yin, these poems were also prepared by me in advance. The old man angrily pointed his finger and scolded, I see your only specialty is composing poems on the theme of wine. If you have the skill, then don't use wine as the theme. In an instant, compose a poem with words that are sorrowful but not sad. Then I will acknowledge that you have one. He spoke with great bravado, but in his mind he thought, today I represent Jixiao Academy. No matter what, I cannot lose. Outside, a voice said, to compose a poem with words that are sorrowful but not sad in an instant. Isn't that making things difficult for him? As a great scholar, to force and pressure a young man like this, it's hard to avoid being seen as jealous. Unafraid of any challenge, Su Wuzhou replied, sorrowful but not sad. Chong Yin, do you think that could stump me? He demanded, bring the wine. Xianwei quickly ran over, holding a wine jug, and said, here it is. The 9 Spirits True Brew has arrived. He also thought, I never knew Brother Su was so talented. Building a good relationship with him is a great bargain. He immediately drank the wine. After finishing, he threw the wine jug to the ground and demanded, open your ears and listen carefully. He began to recite, how many times have I chased girls in vain? One day, chased by a dog. Another day, she's not home. A few times I met her old man. Invited in for a drink, it was always stale tea. After hearing this, everyone stood there, stunned. They admired him beyond measure, at a loss for words to praise him. A whirlwind swept up all the literary works placed on the table. The contestants tried to hold on to their works amidst the chaos. Why are all my writings flying up like this? Mine too. What's going on? They've all flown up high. It turned out the master of this event was none other than Su Wuzhou, playing his tricks. He was seen on the stage, striking a pose like the Statue of Liberty, leaving the crowd below in awe. My God, a poem that resonates with heaven and earth. 10,000 scrolls respond in unison. This, only a timeless masterpiece can trigger such a celestial phenomenon. I never thought I would witness the birth of such a masterpiece with my own eyes in this lifetime. This life has not been in vain. What kind of poem could cause such a stir? His older opponent couldn't believe his eyes. He screamed, how can this be? He not only composed a poem that fits the theme, but also caused such a resonance with heaven and earth. I have studied the Tao of literature for half my life, but no poem of mine has ever reached such a realm. Isn't this the master I've been searching for? Seeing his body trembling uncontrollably, Su Wuzhou spoke up. Chong Yin, the autumn rain is here. It's time for you to fulfill your earlier promise and accept me as your master. Overwhelmed by his power, He didn't dare to utter a single word. Su Wuzhou pressed on. What's wrong? In front of everyone. You, a great scholar of Jixia Academy. Are you going to break your promise? The people below began to condemn him. Is Sir Chong Yin trying to go back on his word? That can't be right. After all, he is a great scholar. This little bit of endurance should be nothing to him, right? If he breaks his word, then he's no longer worthy of being called a great scholar. Those words just happened to reach his ears. Chong Yin's face was grim for a long time before he finally made a decision. He clasped his hands together and kowtowed, his head touching the ground. Chong Yin spoke. We are all brothers in the martial world. To be defeated by you, sir, Chong Yin willingly accepts it. Having achieved his goal, Su Wuzhou smiled faintly, turned, and walked away. He didn't forget to reply. Forget about being my master. I don't want to accept a great scholar from Jixia Academy as my disciple. With your level of skill, I'm afraid you'll only bring me shame. The old man Chong Yin tried to hold him back. It is Chong Yin's talent that is limited. It has nothing to do with Jixia Academy. Master, don't go. Su Wuzhou ignored him and pushed through the crowd below, under the gaze of the entire audience. He declared to everyone, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Sooner or later, I will prove that Jixia Academy is just a bunch of trash. Unworthy of the title, Holy Land of the Literary Tao. Xianwei watched his figure leave and hurriedly chased after him. Hey, Brother Su, wait for me. The focus of attention began to shift to Su Wuzhou's words. I originally thought this literary gathering would be the starting point for Sir Chong Yin to be the first to enter the path of the literary Tao. I never expected this kid to appear out of nowhere. The younger generation is truly formidable. This is a true genius of the Tao of poetry, a world of difference. Compared to Chong Yin, with that, they made up their minds. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Well said. A voice called out to Su Wuzhou. Great master. By the time he looked over, a group of people, including Xianwei, had rushed towards him. The crowd chanted in unison. The same phrase was heard. Please comment on my poetry. Help me too. This overwhelming scene made Su Wuzhou feel panicked. He hurriedly looked for a place to hide before they swallowed him whole. The scene shifts to Imo Daoxian's location. He, along with his two disciples, Wu Feng and Dai Yaoyao, were observing Su Wuzhou's situation from an attic. Imo Daoxian praised his innate talent. Wu Feng beside him kept saying, See, I told you Brother Su's talent was amazing, didn't I? He recounted. You guys didn't believe me. I saw it with my own eyes. One of Brother Su's poems, Prelude to Water Melody, directly caused the eldest daughter of the Qin family to enter the Tao. Imo Daoxian was quite pleased. A single poem that can resonate with heaven and earth. This kid's talent is truly outstanding. The girl Dai Yaoyao added. That's not all. His medical skills, swordsmanship, Wuzhou's strength and physique are also extraordinary. She looked at Imo Daoxian with affectionate eyes and said, Palace Master, if you can accept him into the Tao sect, he will definitely bring you a surprise. On the contrary, he felt suspicious. Little Demonis, you're being too enthusiastic about recommending a disciple from my Tao sect. I'm afraid you're up to no good. Dai Yaoyao replied. Palace Master, you're joking. How could my wicked intentions be hidden from you? Besides, the seven-colored glazed ring of the Tao sect master from 6,000 years ago has already accepted Su Wuzhou as its master. Isn't it fate for him to join your Tao sect? It sounded reasonable, so he no longer argued. Fine, I'll give him a chance. My Tao sect has no shortage of talented disciples. We only lack disciples who can make it onto the prodigy list. I hope he won't disappoint me. With that, he vanished using his lightness skill. Now, only Wu Feng and Dai Yaoyao were left. He asked her, You went to great lengths to get Su Wuzhou into the Tao sect. Are you plotting something? Dai Yaoyao smiled faintly. You're overthinking it. I just feel that Su Wuzhou's personality is very suitable for the Tao sect. And while I'm at it, I also want to see. The 9 provinces have been peaceful for so long. If things suddenly start to get lively, what would that look like? Her expectant gaze sent a chill down Wu Feng's spine. Outside Xian City, in a deep canyon, Xianwei's panting echoed through the air. The fat man was exhausted from chasing after Su Wuzhou. He questioned him. Brother Su, why are you walking so fast? I've already arranged a banquet. Can't you stay in Xian City for a few more days? Let this little brother be a proper host. Su Wuzhou immediately declined the invitation. No need. I'm in a hurry to get to the Tao sect. The main reason he was in such a rush was because the people from Jisha Academy were very petty. He had embarrassed them so much this time. If he stayed here any longer, they would surely retaliate. Xianwei was stunned when he heard the words Tao sect. It took him a few moments to realize. The Tao sect. It's very close to my Xian city. Moreover, it's the leader of all Taoist sects in the world. If I could get in, it would mean having a strong backer. Xianwei's eyes lit up. He rushed over, grabbed Su Wuzhou's sleeve, and pleaded earnestly. To be honest, this little brother has long wanted to join the Tao sect. But unfortunately, I don't know anyone. Seeing how confident you are, Brother Su, do you have a special way in? Su Wuzhou note that? I do have a way. Actually, the method is very simple. You just need to give me 1,000 taels for team money. I guarantee you can enter the Tao sect and become a disciple. How about it? Xianwei was shocked by the number. 1,000 taels? Isn't that a bit expensive? I was in a hurry when I left, so I only have 100 taels on me. Hearing this, Su Wuzhou immediately held out his hand. Deal. Give me the money. Who said we're brothers? I'll give you a friendly price. The fat man couldn't believe his haste. You agree just like that? Su Wuzhou said, Brother Xian, don't you worry. My relationship with the Tao sect master is very good. He reluctantly handed over all the money he had because of that promise. Although his heart ached, Su Wuzhou smiled confidently and asserted, with just a word from me, getting you into the Tao sect is a small matter. Suddenly, from behind, Mo Daoxian had heard the entire transaction. He slowly descended and said, Since when did you and I, the sect master, have such a good relationship? How come I don't know about it? Both of them were startled and slowly turned their heads. It seemed a battle with no chance of victory was about to begin. The two of them stared blankly at the sky. Mo Daoxian floated in the air, his sharp gaze fixed on them. Su Wuzhou recognized him instantly. Hiss, it's the Tao sect's sect master. Gradually, he descended, step by step, approaching him. As expected of Su Wuzhou, who killed 4 people from Jisha Academy in Linen City. You got some nerve. You even dare to use my name to brag outside? His face was flushed with anger, his mouth smiling, but his eyes looked like they wanted to crush him. Tell me, what should I, the sect master, do? The air around him began to shift, gradually forming columns of energy that radiated everywhere. Su Wuzhou thought, such a powerful aura. It seems he really is the Tao sect's sect master. Beside him, Xianwei was screaming nonstop. Brother Su, you were bluffing when you said you knew the sect master? Hearing this, his heart was exposed. Damn it, I've been caught. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. He immediately switched on his acting mode. Sect master, you've arrived at the perfect time. Our Tao sect's enterprise is vast, and our expenses must be great. I just earned 100 taels of silver to show my filial piety to you, old sir. At this, the aura around him vanished. He realized what was happening and started to play along. You're a very sensible kid. He continued with his flowery words, handing over the money pouch while crying inwardly. The sect master has exhausted all his strength, dedicated himself completely, and risked his life. He has made something out of nothing. He has worked in secret. He has thought baseless thoughts for the Tao sect. You are truly a role model for our generation. I am only making a small contribution. Mo Daoxian listened to the flattery, his nose growing long with delight. Well said. Our Tao sect needs disciples like you who speak the truth and do practical work. You have a bright future, kid. Behind them, Xianwei was utterly shocked. It can even be like this? After claiming him as a disciple, Mo Daoxian continued. All right, kid, I don't want to chat with you anymore. Dai Yaoyao has already told me about your situation. You want my Tao sect to protect you, and even suppress Jisha Academy for you. Then let me see if you have the corresponding value. His face full of doubt, he asked back. Value? Senior, what kind of value are you referring to? Cultivation talent, martial skills, or... Before he could finish, he was cut off. None of those. Those are all child's play. The value I'm talking about is work. As he spoke, he held up a secret manual. On it was written, Tao Sect's Principle, Work. He looked at him with a sinister smile. If you can't work, how can you show your value as a person? After speaking, he laughed loudly. The two of them stood there, looking at him. In their hearts, they thought, what kind of value can work show? I really want to argue, but he looks so scary. Mo Daoxian continued. Recently, the Jun Tianjiao is recruiting disciples. You should go take the assessment and see what kind of disciple you can become. Then, you'll be that kind of disciple in the Tao sect. Remember these 2 words, work. He was about to ask something more when the man crushed the secret manual in his hand and asked him back. But what? He said, nothing, sir. Hearing that, the man said, since you've agreed so readily, I'll take the trouble to send you there. He opened his mouth wide and thought, what did I agree so readily? He approached him with a perverted look and told him to stick his butt out. He looked at the man, sweating. Palace Master, what do you want to do? A little to the left? No, to the right. A little lower? Don't move. Just hold it like that. At this moment, a dark scenario was playing out in his mind. Palace Master, I'm a decent person. Let's talk things over slowly. The man's hands clasped together, and sparks of electricity appeared around them as he replied. What are you thinking? Who isn't a decent person? I just want to send you to the Jun Tianjiao. He charged straight at him without mercy. He never thought he would experience this feeling once in his life. In the sky, there was a speck of light, which was Su Wuzhou. Mo Daoxian watched with pride. At this speed, he'll probably arrive in half an hour. Xianwei sighed and said, Brother Su has it rough. Good thing it's not me. Hearing this, Mo Daoxian glanced at him. I heard you also want to join the Tao sect. Xianwei tried to wave his hands and deny it. No, I think being a city lord is not bad. Without listening to Xianwei, he gave him a ticket to follow Su Wuzhou. All right, you fly up for me too. For the development of the Tao sect, I have worked hard for so many years. The ancestors in heaven will be very happy. As he wiped his hands, he admired himself. Why am I so handsome? Then he shouted, I'm about to fall in love with myself. A passerby thought, where did this idiot come from, laughing like a fool in the middle of the forest? Meanwhile, at the vast Jun Tianjiao, located in the middle of a forest, a large crowd had gathered outside the entrance, creating a noisy and lively scene. It seemed that many different warriors had gathered here. They wore various outfits and carried a diverse range of weapons. The Jun Tianjiao truly lives up to its name as the #1 great sect of Yu province. I'm afraid there are more than 10,000 disciples participating in this assessment. I don't know if I'll be able to show my full talent. I will definitely be able to join the Jun Tianjiao and bring glory to my ancestors. Another person said, as long as I join the Jun Tianjiao, with my talent, I will definitely be able to achieve glory. Stir people's hearts, grow stronger by leaps and bounds, and suddenly become famous. Suddenly, from high above, 2 specks of light shot down to the ground, causing a thunderous explosion. Appearing in a cloud of dust were Su Wuzhou and Xianwei, doing headstands. This Tao sect master dares to mess with me? He even lets other sects handle the assessment of his disciples. Xianwei, with his head stuck in the ground, said, Brother Su, I got dragged into this mess because of you. You must take responsibility for me. He continued to ramble on. Don't you worry. It just so happens that I have a grudge with the Jun Tianjiao. Just watch me turn this place upside down. Xianwei paid him no mind. Let's first figure out how to get our heads out of the ground. Then we can talk, okay? I'm about to suffocate. At this moment, at the entrance of the Jun Tianjiao, while everyone was chattering noisily, something appeared. A figure gradually emerged. He told everyone to be quiet. This person's name was Lu Wendao, the supervisor of this assessment. He announced, the assessment is about to begin. There is one rule for this assessment. The warriors listened attentively to the rules of the selection. Within 2 hours, whoever can walk up to my mountain gate can become a disciple of the Jun Tianjiao. After hearing this, Xianwei said, the Jun Tianjiao's assessment is this simple? You just have to walk up to the mountain gate? You're thinking too simply. There's definitely some trick to this path. Lu Wendao then said, the assessment officially begins. I will be waiting for you at the mountain gate. After speaking, he vanished into a wisp of mist. The warriors then clamored and asked, how did this person come and go so quickly? Why is there suddenly fog here? I can't see the stone steps. How am I supposed to climb up? Could this thick fog be a trap? A test is a test, but I don't want to die. Without hesitation, one of them rushed forward. This is the best chance to get into the Jun Tianjiao. Are you still hesitating? I'll go first. You bunch of slowpokes can just stand there and hesitate. His figure blurred and then slowly became clear again. He was back where he started. At this moment, his face showed that he had no idea what was happening. Huh? Why did I circle back here? The people around him thought. So this guy is an idiot? After a long while, that guy still refused to give up. I still don't believe it. I'll try again. Seeing this, a few others decided to follow his lead. Let's try too. We can't let that guy get the opportunity first. After a while, they were back where they started. They had returned. It seems this thick fog not only obscures vision, but also confuses the senses. Once you enter, you can't find your way at all. After going in and out, they were starting to get tired. Xian Wei stood to the side, observing the situation. It seems this thick fog is indeed not as simple as it looks. Brother Su, do you have any way to get through this thick fog? Su wu ju deeply. It's quite simple. This thick fog may seem formless, but with enough qi, you can easily clear a path. After speaking, he channeled his spiritual power and blasted it into the fog, causing it to disappear. Xian Wei stood to the side and praised him. Amazing. Brother Su is truly a genius. Let's hurry up there. He replied. It's not that simple. You need at least the strength of the innate realm to have enough qi to easily clear the thick fog and reach the Jun Tian Jiao's mountain gate. The guys around them ignored everything that had just happened. Even though I don't know how to clear this fog, I'm going to charge through. I will definitely make it to the mountain gate. And so they scrambled, pushed, and shoved each other. Not long after it dissipated, the fog closed in again. Everyone turned away, dejected. How did the fog gather so quickly again? I should just go back to raising pigs. Su Wuzhou said. I can climb up myself. But if I do that, the chosen one will probably be... He paused here and smiled. It seems a plan has already formed in his mind. Let's do it this way. He told old Xian to come closer and whispered something to him. After hearing it, old Xian was startled. Do we really have to do that? That doesn't seem very good. He replied, You're saying everyone worked so hard to come to the assessment, only to fail in the end? Isn't that heartbreaking and cruel? Are you that heartless? Well, I'm not. Just listen to me. I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. As he spoke, Su Wuzhou's face was so sincere that old Xian also agreed. The people in the fog were trying their best, but couldn't get through. Damn it, I've tried so many times. Why do I keep ending up back at the starting line? Damn it, if I don't pass the Jun Tian Jiao's assessment, the Zhang family won't let me marry Ziyu. Are we really not fated to be together? Another person lamented. Why is life so harsh? If I can't get into the Jun Tian Jiao today, in the future, I'll make you all kneel before me and beg. Suddenly, the crowd heard Xian Wei deliberately say loudly, Why are there footprints here? Could it be that a powerful expert intentionally left them behind after releasing their blood qi? If we follow these footprints, we can definitely get through this thick fog. At this moment, footprints appeared on the ground. The other guys, seeing a path forward, just pushed and shoved to get ahead. This is great. I didn't think there was no way out. Which kind person is this? I want to set up a memorial tablet for him. So touching. They all say the cultivation world is cruel, but isn't this love? Hurry up. Let's seize the time while the blood qi hasn't dissipated. And so, old Xian was covered in footprints. This bunch of guys, only caring about the immediate benefits, almost trampled me to death. The Jun Tian Jiao probably won't find out, right? Anyway, it was all Brother Su's doing. It has nothing to do with me. I have to catch up, or I'll be late. After speaking, old Xian leaped and followed the group. Every step Su Wuzhou took left an imprint. If so, getting through this thick fog should be much simpler, right? He smirked. When it comes to getting things done, I'm not afraid of anyone. Jun Tian Jiao, here I come. The scene shifts to a place called the Jun Tian Jiao's mountain gate. The expressions of the people here were not very happy. They were being reprimanded by someone and didn't dare to talk back. This is terrible. This year's spiritual Jingzi fruits are all bad. Mo Daoxian sat with his legs crossed on the table, holding fruit and wine. How long has it been since I last came back? Has your Jun Tian Jiao fallen to this state? You can't even bring out proper refreshments for guests. A few men whispered to each other. He's eating our food, drinking our wine, and still cursing us like this. If it weren't for the fact that he's the Dao Sect's sect master, I would have beaten him up already. Another person said, Why did this guy suddenly come to our Jun Tian Jiao? I always have a bad feeling about this. Another man chimed in. As long as it doesn't interfere with our disciple selection, let's just ignore him. After all, he is the nominal leader of the Taoist sects. Then, a man called out Mo Daoxian's name. That person was the sect master of the Jun Tian Jiao. He cupped his hands respectfully and asked, May I ask what brings you here from so far away? Mo Daoxian wiped his mouth with one hand and held a wine jug with the other, replying, It's nothing major. I just came to see the quality of the disciples your Jun Tianjiao is recruiting. With a thoughtful look, he continued, If some bad apples affect the image of our entire Taoist sect. Lu Wendao immediately replied, There's no need for the Tao Master to worry about that. This time, more than 30,000 people have come to our Jun Tianjiao to participate in the assessment, and the boundless sky formation I've set up can only be passed by those at the innate realm. I believe we will definitely select a group of powerful individuals. The Jun Tian sect master next to him added, Elder Lu is my right-hand man. I am quite at ease with his work. Mo Daoxian looked at them, but said nothing. He scratched his face and thought to himself, You brat, don't disappoint this old man. A silence fell over the air. Suddenly, all three of them looked towards the city gate. A crowd of people rushed in, shouting noisily. Although it took some effort, overall, it wasn't difficult at all. I'm truly a genius. I passed. I finally passed. I've become a disciple of the Jun Tianjiao. I should really thank that kind person for this. An instructor said, These disciples aren't bad. They made it up here without even breaking a sweat. The person next to him said, Although there are some Hotian realm disciples among them, their complexions are rosy. They are full of spirit and can be used. But who is this kind person they keep praising? What does this mean? After a stick of incense had burned, more and more people made it to this place. More than 3,000 people have arrived so quickly. It seems the quality of this group of disciples is much better than the previous batch. It's just that there are a few more Hotian realm disciples among them. It seems they make up more than half. The two old men continued to reassure each other. It's fine. We can accept a few more outer disciples. After all, the sect's chores need some outer disciples to do them. And so, half an hour later, people had surrounded the entire city, and there was still a long line stretching behind them. The two instructors had started to sweat. There are a few too many disciples passing through this great formation, aren't there? Something's not right. It's almost 10,000 people. What on earth happened? Could it be? He raised his hand to the sky in joy. The heavens are protecting my Jun Tianjiao. My Jun Tianjiao is about to become stronger. 1 hour later, the elder's position was nowhere to be seen. The applicants crowded together, growing more and more numerous. Make way for me. I'm about to fall off. I was here first. Let me in. Who the hell are you that I should make way for you? The two instructors were pushed and trampled by the crowd. They struggled and asked, What on earth is going on? Why are so many people passing the assessment? Damn it, who did this? He screamed. How dare they turn the grand disciple selection ceremony of my Jun Tianjiao into this? Behind them, the crowd continued to push and shove. Whose stinky foot is that? Get off me. The elder spent 2 hours reorganizing. The school grounds were restored to order. In the bustling crowd, Xin Wei told Su Wuzhou, Brother Su, I think we went a little too far. The Jun Tianjiao won't kill us, will they? He replied with a confident expression. Brother Xian, don't worry. 250 times, it's fine. Old Xian stood to the side with a look of disdain. 250 is an insult in Chinese. Immediately, he pointed in a direction. We have someone backing us up there. If anything happens, he'll take the fall for us. It turned out the confidence Su Wuzhou had was because Mo Daoxian was here. At this moment, he stood up and yawned. When will this end? I really want to go lie down. Old Xian then said, Why do I feel like he's not reliable at all? Su Wuzhou told him to get used to it. At this time, the Jun Tian sect master's face had turned pale as he thought. So many people. What was Lu Wendao doing? Old Mo stood to the side, glancing over. Looking at his expression now, he seems very aggrieved. I should go comfort him. Who made me the sect master of the great sect, the leader of the Taoist sects of the world? Mo Daoxian then approached the Jun Tian sect master and patted him a few times, saying, The Jun Tianjiao is truly worthy of being the great sect of a province. To be able to recruit so many disciples of superior quality. I, the sect master, am very impressed. He thought to himself, but this Su Wuzhou's ability to cause trouble is not bad. He has a bit of my style when I was young. On the other side, the Jun Tian sect master was boiling with anger, his aura flaring around him. Lu Wendao, what on earth happened? I told you to preside over the grand selection ceremony. How did you end up with this messy situation? Old Lu knelt down in fear and replied, Sect Master, please forgive me. I personally inspected that great formation. There is absolutely no problem with it. Someone must have intentionally tampered with the assessment to cause this situation. The Juntian Sect Master rushed forward and grabbed old Lu by the collar. All right, I don't want to hear your explanation. I want to know what to do with these 30,000 people. Mo Daoxian, who had been listening from aside, spoke up to help. The solution is very simple. Just accept all 30,000 of them. Won't that work? After all, your Juntian Jiao has a large enterprise. You're not short on a little food, are you? As soon as he finished speaking, countless red, resentful eyes stared at him. This bastard only knows how to make sarcastic remarks. Where would our Juntian Jiao get so many resources to supply them? This Mo Xian is really just a troublemaker who loves chaos. If I weren't unable to defeat him, I would have let him taste the power of my vast heaven pool. On the side, old Mo was still oblivious, admiring himself. I'm truly a genius. The Juntian Sect Master stepped forward with a grim face. All right, I'll handle this. He announced clearly, I am the Sect Master of the Juntian Jiao. There were some errors in this disciple assessment. Therefore, I, the Sect Master, declare this assessment invalid. We will hold a new assessment. Everyone who heard this was shocked, and their mouths fell open. What? Another assessment? So our test this time was for nothing? Such an important new disciple assessment, and there were errors? Is there something wrong with you, Juntian Jiao? The crowd continued to complain. Damn it, it wasn't easy to get in. If there's another assessment, I'll definitely be eliminated. The Juntian Sect Master stood above, hearing everything. Xianwei stood there, blaming Su Wuzhou. Brother Su, the Juntian Jiao is holding another assessment. It seems everything we did was in vain. He stood beside him and told old Xian to rest assured. He said with a gleeful smile, it's not that easy to hold another assessment. Instantly, he shouted into the crowd. The Juntian Jiao is unfair. It wasn't easy for us to pass the test. On what ground are you retesting us? Su Wuzhou manipulated the people around him. Brother, if the Juntian Jiao retests, with your strength, you'll definitely be eliminated. How will you marry the young lady of the Zhang family then? Turning to another side, he shouted, I'm a child of heaven's pride. The Juntian Jiao insults me like this. Can we just watch? We can't stand for it. We must fight. Fight to the end. Gradually, everyone started to follow his lead because what he said made too much sense. Well said. The errors in the assessment are the responsibility of your Juntian Jiao. Why should we take the blame? We will never agree to a reassessment. A protest was organized right there in the city. Your Juntian Jiao is too much. I will call on my friends and family to expose you to the world. Tear off your mask and let the world see your true face. We must fight to the end. Old Lu stood there, his whole body fuming with anger, which was clearly visible on his face. Damn it, how dare they do this? Su Wuzhou's plan had gone as he wished. In his mind at this moment, cause chaos. The more chaotic, the better. Sect Master, how will you handle this? At this very moment, the Juntian Sect Master's mouth was forming words one by one. Do you all know where this is? Immediately, the crowd was terrified by this overwhelming aura. Some were speechless, some were about to cry. The Juntian Sect Master's anger was indeed no simple matter, an overwhelming pressure. However, this led to an unforeseen consequence. Their reputation. Because of this, one of the Juntian Jiao's disciples had to step forward to calm things down. The fat man said, Sect Master, calm down. If we don't appease the people this time, it will not only affect the reputation of our Juntian Jiao, but it could also affect our future disciple selections. On the contrary, the Juntian Sect Master not only did not calm down, but became even more enraged. Perhaps because he had thought things through while circulating his qi, so the pressure also subsided. He said, this time, I will listen to them. Go and do as I say. Yes, sir. The 30,000 candidates below started to clamor again. It seemed they had already considered the next step in their plan. Among them were the two brothers, Xianwei and Su Wuzhou. Xianwei asked him, Brother Su, do you think the Juntian Jiao will yield? Su Wuzhou replied with a confident face, Brother Xian, rest assured, they will definitely yield, because our power is limitless. The power he and his comrades referred to was none other than keyboard warriors. Lu Wendao, after reaching a consensus with his sect master, he stepped onto the stage. He said, Everyone, Although our Jun Tianjiao's resources are limited, our sect master cannot bear to see such talented individuals wandering outside the sect. After discussion, we have unanimously agreed to accept everyone. Their expressions gradually changed after hearing the announcement. 3 seconds ago, they were silent. But 3 seconds later, they were all cheering. We succeeded. This is great. From now on, I am a disciple of the Jun Tianjiao. Ziyu, did you hear that? I finally met your father's requirement. You don't have to be a widow anymore. Xianwei, overjoyed, expressed his feelings to Su Wuzhou. Brother Su, your predictions are like a god's. This little brother is truly impressed. This is nothing. He replied. The more he spoke, the more Su Wuzhou's nose flared with pride. Just a small Jun Tianjiao. When I make a move, isn't it just playing the palm of my hand? Right. Brother Su is right. Their joy was about to be extinguished when Lu Wendao read out the conditions for confirmation. But only those at the innate realm can enter our sect's inner gate. The rest will be outer disciples. The 30,000 candidates were all stunned. They went from joyful to angry. Protests and reproaches began to emerge. On what grounds? My talent is not bad. I just started cultivating a little late. I also want to enter the inner gate. The inner gate must be better than the outer gate. Brothers, for our rights, we must fight with all our might. That's right. As long as we are united, the Jun Tianjiao will surely yield. Xianwei in the crowd whispered into Su Wuzhou's ear. Brother Su, why don't you encourage everyone to continue fighting this time? Su Wuzhou maintained his confident expression and replied, It's good enough that things have turned for the better. The people of the Jun Tianjiao are not fools. How could they allow so many people into the inner gate? If we keep making trouble, I'm afraid we'll provoke the Jun Tianjiao into action. As expected, just as he had said, the Jun Tianjiao's sect master exploded once again. He shouted, Enough! Immediately, the candidates standing nearby were pushed back by his power. Su Wuzhou was wary of his power. This aura is a bit terrifying. On the other hand, those who were not strong enough all vomited blood and collapsed on the spot. He repeated the condition once more. All innate realm disciples will enter the inner gate. Other martial artists will all enter the outer gate. I will not repeat these words a second time. The atmosphere became more tense than ever. Such terrifying, killing intent. The Jun Tianjiao sect master is truly worthy of being a top expert of the 9 provinces. This aura can actually make us unable to move. Forget it. Being able to enter the outer gate is not bad. I should stop fighting. Xianwei watched as events unfolded exactly as Su Wuzhou had predicted. Even standing behind, we can feel that oppressive feeling. He praised him again. Brother Su, you are truly amazing. From now on, you're the big brother. I'm a little brother. If you need anything, just say the word. I will definitely do my best. Su Wuzhou note that? All right, I accept you as my little brother. But in a moment, you should stay away from me for a bit. His expression turned cold. His voice deepened. Next, there's more drama to come. The Jun Tianjiao's sect master began the preliminary selection. Now, innate realm disciples, take one step forward. The reason he did this was because only someone at the innate realm would have the energy to tamper with the assessment. He had to find that person. The powerful individuals of the innate realm stepped forward one by one, as he said. It was surprising that out of 30,000 candidates, only about 100 were at the innate realm. They formed a small group and stood close to the stage. The Jun Tianjiao's sect master continued to give instructions. One by one, step forward and show your strength. I will select one person based on your performance to be a core disciple and focus on nurturing them. It turned out this strategy was to force that person to reveal themselves. He gritted his teeth viciously. Let's see how you hide this time. I, the sect master, will definitely drag you out and punish you severely. The killing intent he emitted rushed towards Su Wuzhou. He immediately understood. This killing intent is aimed at me? Then let me make an even bigger scene. Just as Su Wuzhou was about to speak, another person interrupted. Then let me go first. This person, dressed like a clown, called himself Yu Ziao. He was at the second stage of the innate realm. A super elite, AAA martial artist. But he didn't stop there. Yu Ziao winked and began a boast. Don't fall in love with me. My nickname is loved by all who meet me. Flowers bloom when they see me. In response to his long-winded speech, Su Wuzhou delivered a kick straight to his face. He used his opponent's talent as a springboard to leap onto the stage, where the Jun Tian Jiao's sect master was waiting. Su Wuzhou spoke up. Sect master, I don't think we need to waste time with this trash coming up one by one. Even if they all came at once, it wouldn't be enough for me to fight. Let me be the core disciple. What do you think? The Jun Tian Jiao's sect master had found the person he was most looking forward to. He mused. So it's this kid. Mo Daoxian, beside him, saw the killing intent and the unfriendly expression on his face and rejoiced inwardly. Su Wuzhou, this kid is good at causing trouble. Look at that angry sect master. As expected, the innate realm candidates below were provoked by his words. Everyone's face turned ugly. Who is this kid? So arrogant. He dares to say he'll be chosen as the core disciple? Who the hell does he think he is? I really want to go up there and teach him a lesson. No one noticed a muscular figure slowly approaching from behind. This guy looked like he possessed superior strength. He was twice as tall as anyone else present. The spiritual power he radiated was also formidable. He walked along the path and said, "Excuse me, please make way." Those standing nearby were all overwhelmed. Who is this guy? He's huge. Looking closely, they saw that his face was covered in scars. Perhaps those were the marks that proved his innate realm status. Since you are so confident in becoming a core disciple, your strength must be extraordinary. I am sure Gondang. Please enlighten me. More and more people wanted to become core disciples, and they stepped forward to join the fight. A man with his mouth covered and a hot girl stepped onto the stage. Sure, Gondang said, "Since you are so arrogant, you probably don't mind a 3-on-1 fight, right? You can make the first move." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a knee from Su Wuzhou and immediately coughed up blood. The two people next to him were terrified by this speed. Su Wuzhou glanced at their bewildered faces and launched a spinning kick that sent them flying off the stage. In just a few seconds, all three of them had been defeated by him. The innate realm crowd, with their motto quantity over quality, continuously rushed onto the stage to compete with Su Wuzhou. Unfortunately, for everyone that came in, another went out. For every person who rushed in, another was knocked off the stage. Su Wuzhou was now dancing with his martial arts skills. No one could match him. He launched a kick that went straight through 5 people at once, breaking through the large formation in front of him in one go. Su Wuzhou's eyes became brighter than ever. His voice also became stronger. Then let's finish this quickly. His attitude and martial arts skills caught the eye of Mo Daoxian. He looked at him and thought quickly. This kid is good. Not only is he good at getting things done, but he's also not bad at fighting. He glanced at the Jun Tian Jiao's sect master, whose eyes were wide open. But the old brother next to him is not easy to deal with. The Jun Tian Jiao's sect master looked at Su Wuzhou with burning killing intent. It really is this kid who's causing trouble. I will definitely chop you into 100 pieces. As for Su Wuzhou, he was still toying with those who were not on his level. He was so focused on fighting that he forgot about his work. Isn't it chaotic enough yet? Then, let's make it a little more chaotic here. A person who had been knocked to the ground by the battle slowly sat up. They groaned. Even watching the show gets you involved? What kind of useless sex assessment is this? I want to go home. He propped himself up on the ground and accidentally touched the butt of the person lying next to him. And from this, another fight broke out. You dare to touch my butt? So what if I did? I'm the kind of person who likes to touch butts. The fight between the two somehow sparked other fights. The current situation is extremely chaotic. You damn pervert. Today I will kill you. I can't beat Su Wuzhou, but I can't beat you either. What are you looking at? I'm looking at you, so what? With just a little more shouting, this place could be called a broken market. The arguments continued. I've disliked you for a long time. Last year, you owed me 3-1, and you still haven't paid it back. Pay up. Miss Zhang is mine. You're not worthy of her. You stinking rogue. Who are you hiding behind? Brothers, avenge your grudges. Settle your scores. The members of the Jun Tian Jiao selection committee could only cry as they watched this scene. How did it turn into this? It's over. Is the grand disciple selection ceremony of my Jun Tian Jiao really over? I must chop that troublemaking bastard into 1,000 pieces. They thought they could solve the problem. Unexpectedly, those three also jumped into the fray. The chaos only intensified. After several hours, their strength was exhausted. Some were crawling, others were lying down, defeated. Only 2 familiar figures remained standing tall. It was Su Wuzhou and Xian Wei, standing grimly in the center. Xianwei, after a few seconds of looking cool, froze. A series of questions popped into his head. What happened here? My mind is blank. What happened? Where am I? What is the meaning of my existence? Su Wuzhou smiled and said, Are you all no good? It seems the core disciple position must belong to me. He looked up at the Jun Tian Jiao's sect master and said, What do you say, sect master? He didn't answer, but glared at him with murderous intent. Su Wuzhou didn't hesitate to respond with his own unparalleled, domineering aura. The two sources of pressure collided, tearing the air apart. He began to speak. We're the law enforcement elders. Capture this brat for me. Understood. The two henchmen behind him rushed forward. How dare you disrupt the grand disciple selection ceremony of my Jun Tian Jiao? Have you eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Faced with that attack, Su Wuzhou just smiled faintly and said, Do you really want to attack me? That wouldn't be good. I have someone protecting me from above. Just in time, bring out your protector. I'll kill him with one palm strike. Just as the two attacks were about to hit Su Wuzhou, an extremely powerful figure appeared and blocked the way. It was none other than the old man, Mo Daoxian. He looked at the attack and directly used 2 fingers to counter. The moment they touched the staff, it immediately shattered into pieces. Not only that, the 2 henchmen of the Jun Tian Jiao sect master were also severely affected. One of them had his entire arm burned. The other had his collarbone fractured. They stammered, Dao Master, what is the meaning of this? He replied, Didn't you say you would kill me with one palm strike? Crippling one of your arms isn't too much, is it? Su Wuzhou stood to the side, not daring to make a sound, because Mo Daoxian's power was too terrifying. The disciples were shocked. Mo Daoxian actually stepped in for that kid? What on earth is going on? Could it be that the protector that kid mentioned is actually Mo Daoxian? They didn't notice a disaster about to strike from behind. The subordinates hurriedly knelt before the Jun Tian Jiao's sect master and pleaded. Even if that kid has Mo Daoxian as his backer, my Jun Tian Jiao will not let this go so easily. Please, sect master, restore the honor of our Jun Tian Jiao. We cannot let the person who disrupted the grand disciple selection ceremony of our Jun Tian Jiao go unpunished. As for Su Wuzhou, he quietly whispered into Mo Daoxian's ear, Palace Master, this is the Jun Tian Jiao's territory. Can you handle all of them by yourself? He calmly reassured him. Don't worry, I am the leader of the Taoist sects. With me here, no one will dare to lay a finger on you today. While Su Wuzhou was admiring him, the Jun Tian sect master had already flown over using his lightness skill. He questioned him. Dao Master, what is the meaning of everything you've done today? Mo Daoxian scratched his head and replied, My Dao sect has been busy lately. We didn't have time to organize a disciple selection, so we relied on your Jun Tian Jiao to test him. His eyes suddenly became serious. You don't have any objections, do you? The Jun Tian Jiao's sect master clenched his fists. You've turned the grand disciple selection ceremony of my Jun Tian Jiao into such a mess. And you say I have no objections? Dao Master, you've gone a bit too far. Montauk Daoxian sneered. Remember back then? You guys didn't gain a small amount, did you? If it weren't for my Dao sect, your Jun Tian Jiao would just be a small, dilapidated sect now. So Jun Tian, remember your place. Jun Tian, Mo Daoxian began to seriously display his power. With just a blink of an eye, he immediately demonstrated his own oppressive aura. A pillar of light shot down upon him, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. They collided. It was thought there would be an earth-shattering battle. Yet, the Jun Tian Jiao's sect master was hesitant, even fearful, as his body trembled uncontrollably. He was shaken by Mo Daoxian's power. He gritted his teeth in resentment. He couldn't believe it. The Dao sect has clearly been in decline for so long. How can this old man be so powerful? Mo Daoxian continued. You all must remember, it doesn't matter when. My Dao sect will always be the leader of the Taoist sects of the world. The Jun Tian Jiao's sect master reluctantly bowed his head. Mo Daoxian called Su Wuzhou over. He stood before Jun Tian and requested of him, inform a few sects. Recently, I am preparing to shoulder the responsibility of the leader of the Taoist sects. I will visit the various sects and factions to do some work. To give some guidance, I suppose. Jun Tian bowed his head and accepted the instruction. With that, Mo Daoxian turned and patted Su Wuzhou on the shoulder. Then let's go. Su Brat, how should we go? He asked back. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up with a mysterious smile, giving Su Wuzhou a bad feeling. And so it was. They chose to shoot straight up into the sky to get there faster. He believed this was the shortest route. The subordinate whose arm was injured earlier stepped forward and said, "Sect Master, are we just going to let them go like this? Then all the face of our Jun Tianjiao will be lost." He explained with a grim face. Mo Daoxian is nominally the leader of the Taoist sects of the world. We cannot touch him. But Xu Wutsu must die. The remaining factor here was Xian Wei. By some miracle, the fat man was still here. He was bewildered. They're gone. They've all flown away. But I haven't gotten on yet. The innate realm disciples behind him began to take notice. Isn't this kid with Su Wuzhou's group? That's right. It's him. Xian Wei whimpered. If I say now that I'm not on the same side as Su Wuzhou, is it still too late? We can't beat Su Wuzhou, but we can't beat him either. We absolutely cannot let him go. The only sound left after the battle was Xian Wei's screams. Help! Please go easy on me. Su Wuzhou, I hate you. An eagle appeared in the sky. It spread its wings and flew with great power. In a flash, it flew to the Tao sect. Suddenly, it descended below the ancient house. Unexpectedly, that bird was Mo Daoxian in disguise. At that moment, he laughed loudly. This is our Tao sect. No matter how many times I see it, it's always so majestic. So he turned back and told Su Wuzhou. The Tao sect has 9 peaks. My Taoist temple is on the holy peak. Just hearing him mention the holy peak, he was very surprised. Mo Daoxian spoke up. From now on, you will be a disciple of the holy peak. However, he showed a bored attitude towards the scene at this moment. It was this attitude that made him angry and question him. You stinking brat, why are you reacting so coldly? Do you want to die? But he quickly explained. It's not that. I just feel like we've forgotten something. The two of them suddenly fell into deep thought. After just a few seconds, they were shocked. It's Xian Wei. Before leaving, he gave Su Wuzhou a token. This card represents your identity as a core disciple. You can go take a walk first. Let me go pick up Xian Wei. I hope but hasn't been beaten to a pulp. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his brother. Poor brother Xian. A moment of silence for you for 3 seconds. I hope everything is well. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wuzhou revealed a cunning expression. So next, Tao sect, here I come. The Tao sect is the leader of the Taoist sects of the world. There must be a lot of treasures, right? As a core disciple, taking a few things as benefits probably won't be a problem. However, a few minutes later, he threw the token to the ground. It seemed he couldn't get in, so he revealed a dark expression. Are you kidding me? You won't let me in, and you won't let me hold it? What's the use of me having this core disciple's token? So he could only sit and sigh. Where am I supposed to get metal this time? Su Wuzhou suddenly remembered and looked at the token. Or maybe he picked it up with a perverted look on his face. Should I melt you down? Just then, 2 soldiers approached. They were carrying a pile of old weapons. The quality of these weapons is also not good. They can't withstand the strength of the senior brothers. They break after a few uses. All right, stop talking nonsense. Quickly take this junk to the scrap warehouse. We still have to clean up later. Su Wuzhou's mood immediately became ecstatic. He immediately flew out, surprising the 2 of them. Seeing this, they shouted, "Who are you, causing trouble in the Tao sect?" He would present the token. I'm a newly promoted core disciple. Where are you taking these broken weapons? When they saw this token, the 2 of them changed their attitude to one of respect. Greetings, senior brother. We have offended you. Please forgive us, senior brother. It's fine. Tell me, what are you doing? So they explained to Su Wuzhou. We are moving these scrap weapons to that scrap tower. Inside, there's a pile of old, broken weapons waiting for us to clean up. The scrap tower. That tower was huge, and it was filled with old, broken weapons. In his eyes at this moment, it was like a tower plated with shining gold. Amazing. This is truly a treasure trove. If I take all of them, won't my reincarnation bowl produce a ton of spiritual liquid? In another development, Xian Wei was screaming in pain, his face covered in wounds. Why am I so miserable? I'm so miserable. So Mo Daoxian comforted him. All right, stop crying. Who told you to hide in that crowd? I forgot about you. How about this? From now on, you will be an inner disciple of my holy peak lineage. This compensation should be good enough, right? Xian Wei suddenly asked. But where did Brother Su go? The guy rushing over here seems to be him. Su Wuzhou ran over. His spirits couldn't be higher. Seeing this, he asked thoughtfully, "Why is this kid so happy? Could it be Brother Sue?" He immediately thought of the scene where he comforted him. "Are you okay? I'm fine. Don't worry, Brother Sue." And then he burst into tears. As expected, in this strange place, only Brother Sue cares about me the most. Mo Daoxian thought, "Why do I feel like you've misunderstood something?" Not accepting what he said, he insisted firmly, "Absolutely not. I believe Brother Sue has feelings for me. From now on, Su Wuzhou is my true brother. My money is his money. My city is his city." Xianwei was now like a person with Su Wuzhou, but he couldn't believe that he would ignore him and run away. "Scrap Tower, here I come." Xianwei became extremely desperate. "I told you, you're just being sentimental." The scene shifts to the Scrap Tower. Su Wuzhou entered the warehouse where the weapons were stored. He was very surprised by the number of weapons. So many broken weapons. At least, they could bring me a few thousand drops of spiritual liquid. This time, I really struck it rich. I'm so happy. Suddenly, a familiar voice called him from behind. "Su Wuzhou." Mo Daoxian approached with a serious expression. "You and Xianwei, quickly go to the Holy Peak's main hall to report. Stop wandering around in the Scrap Tower." A few minutes later, he explained, "Sect Master, I've just arrived at Holy Peak and am not yet familiar with everything. Even though I was chosen by the Tao Master to be his successor, I'm afraid many people will not be convinced that I am a core disciple. So I want to start from a most basic level, from the most fundamental place, and go to the Scrap Tower, to contribute my strength to the Holy Peak and the Tao Master." Hearing these words, Xianwei was shocked and thought, "Brother Sue, is he turning over a new leaf? Giving up being a core disciple to go work at the Scrap Tower?" Mo Daoxian, in the end, still couldn't understand his calculations. What trick is this kid trying to pull now? Su Wuzhou was ecstatic and thanked his two brothers. "You've worked hard. From now on, just leave these trivial matters to me. It's all my fault for being late and making you two suffer." Faced with Su Wuzhou's arrogant behavior, he said seriously, "Su Wuzhou, you can go to the Scrap Tower if you want, but now you must give up your status as a core disciple. At that time, it won't be so easy to become a core disciple again. Core disciples are allocated precious medicines every month. The precious medicines are rich in spiritual energy, helping one to cultivate twice as fast. However, those things couldn't attract him. I don't care. My reincarnation bowl can absorb metal spiritual liquid, which is much better than those crappy precious medicines." Next, Mo Daoxian said, "Core disciples can also choose to cultivate 4th grade combat techniques. Cultivating a 4th grade combat technique can help one grasp martial intent." Unexpectedly, he took out a pile of secret manuals. "I don't need them. I have the Annihilation Sword and the Sky-Splitting Slash. That's enough for now." After a while, he had to give in to his stubbornness. "Fine, have it your way." However, at this moment, he suddenly revealed a secret. Core disciples were originally supposed to be served by beautiful maids in the small courtyard. It seems you don't need them either. As soon as he mentioned beautiful girls, Su Wuzhou's attitude changed, and he shouted, "Palace Master, please stop. This is acceptable." But saying that now is pointless. Mo Daoxian flatly refused. "Too late. Now you're an outer disciple and don't have this privilege." In his desperation, he said to himself, "This time it's a huge loss." So he gradually left. "This Scrap Tower must be cleaned every day. I will send someone to inspect it. If there is any place that does not meet the standards, I will not be lenient." Just hearing that made him tremble with fear. That shameless old man is using this trick again. It's an old trick, but it works. Let me see you suffer in front of me. Su Wuzhou was so angry his eyes turned red. "Wait until I have a chance. I'll beat that shameless old man up." Feeling that something was wrong, Xianwei tried to calm him down. "Brother Su, why are you making things so hard for yourself? Giving up being a core disciple. Why do you have to come to this Scrap Tower to do this?" He then thought, "You're really behind the times. This is for my own benefit." "What do you mean, for your own benefit?" "My goal is to become the spokesperson for the Tao sect and suppress that colorful bunch from Jixia Academy. Now that I've given up my status as a core disciple, as an outer disciple, I'll quickly become famous on Holy Peak." Even so, he still couldn't understand. This doesn't seem like a good reputation. Whether it's a good reputation or not, at least everyone knows me now. This is the first step to success. After a while, he also chased them away. "All right, you guys hurry up and go. Don't bother me while I'm working." His actions made Xianwei scratch his head and give up. He's already of the Dao sect, and Brother Su is still working? There's really something wrong with his brain. The scene shifts to inside the scrap tower. Su Wuzhou was focused on cultivating. The janitor has successfully cleaned up and started. Suddenly, a large bowl appeared above his head. Seeing that the time was right, he ordered it. Suck it up for me. In an instant, it had almost sucked up all the weapons inside and absorbed them all. The next day, there was nothing left inside the scrap tower. Su Wuzhou, on the other hand, his body seemed to have become a different person. Innate Realm 4th stage. Cultivating with the reincarnation bowl is very fast. Unfortunately, there's a bit of cold metal chi. He strode out of the tower's door with great power. It's time to go out. I'll get some metal and, while I'm at it, go to the martial arts library to get some low-level combat techniques to practice and build my foundation. Inside the martial arts library, there were many people who came to look up books. Su Wuzhou was no exception. He carried a stack of books and said as he walked, "Excuse me, please make way." Seeing this, the people nearby began to gossip. Who is this kid? Why did he borrow so many useless combat techniques? He can't possibly learn all these combat techniques. Even if he did, it would be useless. The grade of these combat techniques is low. They have no power at all. A short while later, he placed them on a table and said with a smile, "Excuse me, please register these. I'm borrowing all these combat techniques to read." But in front of him was an old man. Hearing someone call him, he slowly opened his eyes and looked. Then he pointed and said, "Although you are an outer disciple and can borrow the lowest level martial arts, the books in the martial arts library can only be borrowed for one day. You're borrowing so many books at once, even if you don't practice them and just want to understand them a little. With so little time, it's hard to do anything meaningful." Even so, he said firmly, "Of course it's meaningful. I am." Suddenly, he paused and thought. The guardian of the martial arts library is an old man on the verge of death. He kindly reminds a talented disciple, "Based on my experience reading novels in my previous life, there's only one truth. He is the sweeping monk of the Dao sect. This old man must be a great master hiding in the Dao sect." Just thinking about it made him overjoyed. Next, I will be taught a supreme combat technique. Under the guidance of the great master, I will become the successor of the Dao master. And while I'm at it, I'll defeat that bookworm and bring Qing Mo back. Just thinking about it is exciting. He saw that he was still silent, so he spoke up. "Kid, are you having a seizure? The secret manuals you borrowed have all been registered. Hurry up and go. Don't block others." Su Wuzhou was stunned and asked, "Aren't you supposed to scold me now? Then, in a moment, I'll learn a secret manual to show you. After that, you'll think highly of me and teach me a high-level martial art, right? Isn't that how it's supposed to be?" He was shocked when he heard that. Then he advised him, "Go to bed early. You can have anything in your dreams. Hurry up and go. Don't disturb me while I'm sleeping." But Su Wuzhou still stubbornly said, "I really am a genius. The day you test me, I will absolutely not let you down. The future of the Dao sect depends on my performance." Hearing him ramble on, he started to get annoyed. Immediately, he punched him and sent him flying. "You crazy bastard, don't bother me." In the end, he was kicked out with his pile of books. "Take the books and go. Make sure to return all the secret manuals tomorrow." He shouted angrily, "So what if you don't teach me? What's so great about it? I'm a real genius. Not teaching me your martial arts is your loss." Watching his figure gradually disappear, he thought, "His chi and blood have broken through the limit, reaching the state of the red sun in the sky. Extreme Yang gives birth to Yin. He is indeed a genius." So he slowly returned to his chair. It's a pity that the geniuses of the Dao sect only die young. What's wrong with being an ordinary person? A short while later, another person came to the martial arts library. "Senior, what you've said is a bit off." Mo Daoxian approached and said seriously, "If the disciples of the Dao sect only want to be ordinary people, then who will make the Dao sect rise again?" However, the old man replied calmly, "Your temperament is too extreme. If we follow your way, I fear the Dao sect will face a great calamity." But he believed, "The Dao master's ring is in that brat's hands. I will retrieve it soon enough. Until then, senior, you must also follow my orders. To restore the Dao sect to its former glory, I will stop at nothing. I would rather do something wrong than do nothing at all." After speaking, he left. Hearing Mo Daoxian's words, the old man sighed. Could it be that we old geezers have been wrong all along? The scene changes to the Shung Peaks martial arts ground. Here, many disciples were gathered practicing their martial arts. All of them were strong young men, broad-shouldered and powerful. Yet, in a corner, Wuzhou wasn't training but was collecting broken weapons. He yawned continuously. These martial techniques are too simple. With the help of the reincarnation bowl, I can learn them very quickly. There's basically no challenge. These guys are so weak. After fighting for half a day, they've only damaged this few weapons. I have to think of a way to get more weapons damaged. Suddenly, someone was sent flying towards him. Luckily, he managed to dodge to the side in time. Wuzhou was stunned. But when he turned and saw his stall had been destroyed, he was shocked and yelled, "My lovely stall has been completely obliterated." He flew into a rage. "You people." However, the person who was hit just now couldn't stop spitting up blood. In front of him stood an incredibly imposing figure. He had an arrogant attitude. The disciples of Shung Peak are truly the worst of the 9 peaks. 3 at the 5th level of Xiantian combined are no match for me. His taunt provoked a fierce reaction from the others. "How dare you insult Shung Peak? You're too arrogant." However, he just revealed an even more arrogant expression. "The sect's resource distribution is coming up. It looks like the resources allocated to your Shung Peak will be even less this time. I'm just kindly reminding you." Then he, Cui Yiming, laughed out loud. "I'm so worried about you all." Despite these insults, no one dared to fight back. Our Shung Peak has been humiliated to this extent, and no one is standing up to shut him up? Damn it. If only senior brother Chinchanho were here, this wouldn't be happening. He pressed his advantage. "Forget it, this is boring. I'll go check out the other peaks. Hopefully, they'll give me a bit more fun." Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave?" Hearing that, he glanced back to see who it was. Su Wuzhou stood there, looking at Cui Yiming with an arrogant expression. The others saw this and started whispering, "Isn't that the kid who's always squatting over there collecting broken weapons? He's just an outer disciple. How dare he stop Cui Yiming?" Another person chimed in. "Is this kid trying to challenge Cui Yiming?" Just now, even several senior brothers combined were no match for him. Cui Yiming waved his hand dismissively and said, "So it's just an outer disciple. Who gave you the guts to block my path? Get lost. A good dog doesn't block the way." He had barely finished speaking when Su Wuzhou shoved him, sending him flying into a wall. He said in alarm, "What is this situation?" The other disciples outside were completely shocked. What has happened? Cui Yiming was sent flying by a single blow from an outer disciple of our Shung Peak. He didn't even get to make a move. Su Wuzhou angrily asked, "You smashed my cart. I haven't even said anything, and now you want to hit me? If you don't compensate me with a few thousand taels, don't even think about getting up and leaving Shung Peak today." As he spoke, he held a very intimidating sword. Cui Yiming was frightened by his appearance. He said nervously, "Are you blatantly threatening me?" Su Wuzhou replied, "Wrong. I'm seeking justice for the disciples of Shung Peak. I'm getting justice." As he spoke, he brought down his sharp blade. This amused his opponent. He drew his own blade and said, "I accept your challenge." Su Wuzhou replied, "I hate it when people act tough in front of me." He swung his sword with an incredibly sharp and swift motion. Su Wuzhou looked at his broken sword and complained, "The training weapons in the sect are really useless. Looks like I'll just have to switch to another one to continue. If I keep fighting like this, I'll have a lot of scrap metal." He smugly thought, "I'm such a little genius." Now, Su Wuzhou had a new sword. He swung it back and forth and said, "This sword feels pretty good." The disciples behind him watched and whispered, "This guy is actually suppressing Cui Yiming. Is he really an outer disciple? Who cares who he is? As long as he restores Shung Peak's honor, I'll support him." The other person added, "4th level of Xiantian. Since when did the entry standard for our Shung Peak's outer disciples become so strict?" From a distance, Cui Yiming's companion shouted, "Go for it, brother." Seeing this, he said excitedly, "All right, let's continue." The other guy was also fired up. "Bring it on. The word fear doesn't exist in my Wu Peak's dictionary." Hearing this, Su Wuzhou teased, "I think you just don't have a dictionary at all." On a bright and sunny morning, the two of them continued their sword fight. The disciples gathered around, constantly commenting on how powerful they both were. The two young men continued to fight until noon. By now, the sun was at its peak. The air was incredibly hot. The disciples watching the match were in awe. The chi and blood of these two are truly formidable. The match dragged on until sunset. The sun was about to set. The spectators were also exhausted. They began to complain, "Seriously, How can they fight for so long? At this moment, Chui Yiming seemed to be exhausted. He said tiredly, "Damn it, we've been fighting for so long. Damn it, my sword is about to break." As he spoke, he looked up at his opponent. But why is this kid's chi and blood so abundant? At this moment, Su Wuzhou looked at the pile of broken swords and said, "There are no more intact weapons. It's time to end this fight. Next, I'll deal with you." Chui Yiming heard this and replied indignantly, "Arrogant words. The one who will be dealt with is you." With that, the two swords clashed with great force, and it was clear that Chui Yiming's sword was broken in two. Su Wuzhou pressed his advantage. With just one sky-splitting slash, he was able to hit his opponent so hard that he spat out blood. The other disciples outside saw the scene before them and screamed in alarm, "It's an earthquake!" Chui Yiming was knocked down and knelt on the ground. He said in a desperate tone, "A fourth-grade combat technique with martial intent. Why? Why didn't you use it earlier and instead tortured me for a whole day?" Su Wuzhou, on the side, said triumphantly, "If I had used a fourth-grade combat technique earlier, how could I have gotten a pile of broken weapons?" The other person felt extremely angry. "You're just a scumbag playing with people's feelings." He replied, "No, I'm very innocent." The surrounding disciples gossiped nonstop. Chui Yiming lost? Where did our holy peak get such a strong outer disciple? With such abundant chi and blood and such a powerful strategy. Even the inner disciples can't compare to him. It's just that during the fight, he was too intense, and our long swords were all broken by him. On the side, Chui Yiming clutched his chest and confided in his opponent, "Today I was inferior. I admit defeat. I never thought an outer disciple of Holy Peak would have such strength. I underestimated you." Just as he was about to leave, Su Wuzhou stopped him. "Wait a minute. You came to my Holy Peak, had a good fight, and didn't give anything. And you want to leave? Though my Holy Peak not need face?" Hearing this, he trembled with fear and asked, "Then what do you want?" Su Wuzhou, with a joyful expression, replied, "It's simple. Just pay up." Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Money? Easy. I have 100 taels here. No need for change. Having to pay for breaking a few weapons is really interesting." Su Wuzhou ignored his words and started calculating, then said, "Wait for me to calculate. Damage to the clan's reputation, 320 taels. Damage to weapons, 570 taels. Medical expenses for injured disciples, 1,000 taels. Plus compensation for mental distress, 600 taels. Plus compensation for delaying my work. I'll round it down for you. The total amount you need to compensate is 5,000 taels. Here is the bill. Please accept it." The difficult accountant said this while presenting a detailed bill for 5,000 taels. Chui Yiming looked at the paper, his mouth agape. "I was the one who got beaten, and you're still demanding 5,000 taels? You're a robber. I will not submit. I don't have any money for you, so you're just a money grubber." Su Wuzhou heard that he had no money and felt very bored. "It seems I had too high expectations for you. If there's no money, we'll find a way for there to be no money." Hearing this, Chui Yiming trembled with worry and asked, "What do you want to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was forcibly stripped of his clothes by Su Wuzhou. This made him scream and shout, "I am a disciple of the Martial Peak. Don't take my clothes." "This is truly forced upon a man," Su Wuzhou said with a gleeful tone. "Less nonsense. Take it all out for me. This time it's a huge profit." Su Wuzhou said seriously, "I have an announcement to make. From today onwards, any disciple who comes to my holy peak to spar must pay a fee. Breaking one brick, 10 taels. Destroying one weapon, 100 taels. Sparring will be charged by the hour. If you lose to a disciple of my holy peak, the fee is doubled." Seeing everyone below frozen stiff, standing still like statues, he angrily continued, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and write down what I said. Later, write on a sign and hang it outside." Everyone unconsciously obeyed. Yes, we'll go right away." The disciples scrambled to find writing materials and quickly wrote it down. They found a sign to hang up. One person spoke up, "Go find a brush and ink. From now on, we won't have to worry about disciples from other peaks coming to challenge us, and we can even increase our income." Chui Yiming sat in a corner and saw this, startled. With one command, all the outer disciples obeyed him. Is this kid really an outer disciple? Could he be a disguised successor of Holy Peak? Su Wuzhou saw this and replied smugly, Who says an outer disciple can't become the spokesperson for the Tao sect? As long as I become famous and bring benefits to everyone. Sooner or later, this position will be mine. A mysterious voice came from behind Su Wuzhou. Who gave you the authority to mess with the rules of Holy Peak? He arrogantly replied, of course, all the disciples did. With that, he slowly turned around and was terrified to see Mo Daoxian behind him. He grabbed Su Wuzhou by the hair and asked in a scary tone, just an outer disciple, and you dare to represent Holy Peak? If I gave you a higher status, wouldn't you just usurp my position? He happily explained, Sect Master, listen to me. I'm all for the holy sect. He didn't bother to listen to the explanation and slapped him straight across the face. Explain? Explain my ass. Do you think I'm stupid? So he gave him a good beating. An outer disciple can cause this much trouble? In the future, won't you just be putting on airs? The surrounding disciples saw this and were startled. I've never seen the sect master be so ruthless before. The sect master turned to look at the surrounding disciples and seriously warned them. This kid, Su Wuzhou, is too ambitious. From now on, you're not to have any contact with him. Be careful not to be used by him. The disciples all obediently obeyed the sect master. The cruel sect master dragged Su Wuzhou inside. As he walked, he said, I have to give this stinking brat a good beating. The other disciples were worried that if this continued, it would not be good. They gossiped among themselves. The sect master forbids us from contacting Su Wuzhou. Does that mean we have to isolate him? This is also the first time I've seen the sect master personally beat an outer disciple like this. As expected, an outstanding person is different from us. Someone else said, what a pity. I think Su Wuzhou's method is quite good. At that moment, Su Wuzhou had been dragged to the scrap weapon tower. The man threw him down and said, Kid, stop playing dead. Get up. Su Wuzhou, feeling flustered after being caught, said, You saw through that? The man calmly replied, From now on, you will work for me peacefully. Clean up this scrap weapon tower and stay out of trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, his jaw dropped in surprise when he saw that every corner of the tower was already spotless. He spoke up, I can't believe it. You've cleaned up all the old, broken weapons here quite nicely. He arrogantly replied, Of course. You should love whatever job you do. Sect Master, you don't need to praise me. This is my duty, something I should do. For the Tao sect, I would jump into a sea of fire and refuse nothing. Hearing this, the man punched him in the face. Stop joking around and be serious with me. He added, Right, Dai Yao Yao said the Tao Master's ring is with you. Hand it over now. Su Wuzhou was currently worried about his good looks. He whined, My handsome face. It's killing me. Hearing the question, he asked, What's that? What did Dai Yao Yao say? Coming to his senses, he realized, Isn't that the ring? He screamed in his thoughts. That thing was absorbed by my reincarnation bowl. Where am I supposed to find it for him now? The sect master called his name again, Su Wuzhou. Don't tell me you've lost the ring. He said in a menacing tone, Dai Yao Yao said you used the Tao Master's ring to trade for entry into the Tao sect. Otherwise, do you think I would have gone to such lengths to test you? Hand over the Tao Master's ring now. Don't force me to be ruthless. Seeing the urgent situation, he immediately admitted fault. The ring is no longer with me. That item is too precious. At that time, I was forced by the Jixia Academy. Something unexpected happened, so I gave the ring to my wife, Qingmo. Qingmo has gone to the Jixia Academy now, so the ring is there too. Sect Master, please raise your hand high and strike with mercy. He looked at Su Wuzhou with a thoughtful gaze and asked, The ring is at the Jixia Academy? He continued, Kid, the consequences of lying to me are very serious, you know. Hearing that, Su Wuzhou trembled and replied, Why would I lie to you? That item is very important to me. I also wanted to return it to you, Sect Master, as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the ring is no longer on my person. The man then asked, You want to be the successor of the Tao sect? You're not worthy yet. He explained, That item is of utmost importance and must be retrieved. In a few days, I will personally take you to the Jixia Academy. Hearing this, he became extremely anxious and thought to himself, Why does my handsome face always run into such bad luck? The sect master continued to threaten, If we go and fail to retrieve the ring, you should know the consequences. In a spacious room, Su Wuzhou rested his chin in his hand, thinking, What should I do this time? I'm really screwed. Forget it. If it doesn't work out, I'll just tell him. that the ring was stolen by the Jixia Academy. Anyway, this mess can't be blamed on me. The important thing now is that there are still too few broken weapons. Right now, I consume at least several dozen drops of the liquid in a single day. To cultivate with the reincarnation bowl, I need to think of a long-term solution. While he was worrying, a young man walked in, cheerfully saying, "The recently reported scrap weapons. Senior brother, please take them to Chi Peak." Hearing this, he asked, "What's Chi Peak?" The enthusiastic disciple explained, "Chi Peak specializes in weapon forging. The scrap weapons from the other 8 peaks are all sent there. They're melted down and reforged multiple times to be used as training weapons. Don't you know, senior brother?" Hearing this, Su Wuzhou seemed to have realized something. Su Wuzhou, trying to save face, replied, "Of course I know. I'm heading to Chi Peak right now." With that, he dashed off, thinking to himself, heaven truly does not disappoint those who try. All the scrap weapons of Chi Peak. I'm going to be rich this time. The disciple waved goodbye from his side. "Goodbye, senior brother." Senior brother runs really fast. His cheerfulness began to fade. I'm also responsible. I should learn from him. Meanwhile, at Chi Peak, a disciple led him there, pointed to the place, and said, "Junior brother, we're here. This is our Chi Peak's scrap heap." A massive and majestic sight appeared before Su Wuzhou's eyes, making him exclaim, "It's so big." His excitement grew, and he said enthusiastically, "This is great, really." He rejoiced inwardly. This is the true power of the leader of the world's Taoist sections. With such a beautiful sight, I have to do a little dance. This is the first time I feel that joining the Tao sect was an incredibly correct choice. I will be devoted to the Tao sect. I have no regrets, even in death. As he spoke, he climbed all over the place. How can there be such a magnificent sight in the world? It's truly amazing. This made the disciple next to him feel extremely alarmed. This junior brother isn't an idiot, is he? He's getting this excited over a pile of scrap weapons. I'd better get out of here. With that thought, he said to Su Wuzhou, "Hey, junior brother, from now on, just bring Shung Peak scrap weapons here. Our Chi Peak will process them at the end of each month. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Hearing this, he was overjoyed and waved his hand vigorously, saying, "Take care, senior brother. Get plenty of rest, senior brother." The disciple ran for his life. That junior brother definitely has something wrong with his brain. At this moment, a look of immense ambition appeared in Su Wuzhou's eyes. They're all gone. Now it's our time. He began to use the reincarnation bowl to absorb all the scrap weapons here. After an hour, he had reached the 6th level of the Xiantian realm. With a powerful expression, he said, "Moreover, the reincarnation bowl has stored several hundred drops of the green liquid, enough for me to cultivate for a while." With that, he happily ran off. That's enough good fortune for today. I must use it sparingly. I can't focus on short-term gains and ignore the long-term consequences. It wouldn't be good if the people of Chi Peak discovered any abnormalities. The scrap weapons in Chi Peak felt extremely resentful. I really hope that kid never comes back here. So scary. He sucked me dry. I've lost several pounds. On his way back, he was very surprised by the beautiful scenery around him. Wow, I didn't expect there to be a hot spring here. It's the perfect time to wash off the sweat from my recent cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, he stripped off his clothes, jumped into the spring, and felt incredibly comfortable after his cultivation session. Soaking in a hot spring is truly blissful. Finally done with cultivation. Soaking in a hot spring now is the most comfortable thing. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and thought, "Huh? What's going on? Why does that sound like a woman?" On the other side, it turned out that the disciples of Xinnu Peak, led by Ruo Shui, were relaxing here. A beautiful girl called out, "Senior sisters, let's go to the hot spring." Another girl said, "When it comes to hot springs, we have to invite junior sister Ruo Shui. With junior sister Ruo Shui here, we don't have to worry about any of those men peeping on us." She recounted, "Last time, a junior brother who was tired of living tried to peep on junior sister Ruo Shui while she was bathing and was immediately struck by lightning." Another girl heard this and commented, "I'm really envious of junior sister Ruo Shui being protected by the heavens. If any man does anything bad to her, he'll be punished by the heavens immediately." Hearing this, junior sister Ruo Shui became shy. "Senior sisters, please don't tease me anymore. I'm ignoring you. I'm going in first." The other girls continued to tease junior sister Ruo Shui. You look so cute when you're embarrassed. Over on his side, Su Wuzhou felt extremely anxious. Why are there suddenly so many women here? If I go out now, I'll definitely be discovered. If I'm seen as a pervert, my reputation will be ruined. How can I become the successor of the Dao sect then? With that, he frantically looked for a place to hide. Not knowing where to hide, he had no choice but to submerge himself in the water. There's no other way. I'll just have to hide in the water for now. At that time, the girls were having a great time playing. The girls happily played around. Senior sister Lu, what do you eat every day to be so big? Let me touch it. Men are all disgusting. That's right. After saying that, she immediately stood up. At that moment, she stepped on the hand of Su Wuzhou, who was hiding below. He was in pain, but couldn't cry out. With a pained expression, he thought to himself, I can't. I'm about to lose it. At this moment, admiring the female body, he was so shy that his nose started bleeding. He thought to himself, damn it, are you testing my patience? Suddenly, she noticed a red puddle on the water surface. Her senior sister saw this and asked, what's wrong, Ruo Shui? She replied, huh? Why is there blood here? But those slender legs were getting closer and closer. This made him unable to bear it any longer, and he surfaced. He shouted, I'm suffocating to death. The girls looked at him with a dazed expression. He told himself, a great master responds to all situations calmly. I, Su Wuzhou, can handle this situation. Now I just need to find a way to resolve this awkwardness. With that, a confident expression appeared on his face, his eyes full of charm, and he pointed a finger straight at the girl and said, with a cool demeanor, Miss, you're big and white. I say this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? But as fate would have it, the finger he pointed out to look cool touched the girl's chest. In his heart, he worried, oops, a mistake. The girls around him were indignant. Junior sister Ruo Shui has been harassed by a man. Seeing this, Ruo Shui burst into tears, crying, you're a stinking rogue. With that, she cried and ran towards her senior sisters. The girls comforted her. Ruo Shui, you've been wronged. Don't cry. It's okay. Then two girls turned towards Su Wuzhou with very scary expressions and said in unison, senior sister will definitely help you. Get justice. Su Wuzhou was so scared he was trembling. It seems I'm going to get beaten black and blue today. He cried and said, they've been tormenting me for almost a few hours. Why haven't they started yet? Over here, the girls were eagerly discussing. I think we should just bury him alive. Then we can plant some flowers or grass on top. That would be nice. Or let's castrate him to eliminate future trouble. Hearing this, he felt angry and a little scared. Castrate me? Are these damn women really that vicious? If you're going to be so unjust, then don't blame me for being unkind. The girls were chattering excitedly when suddenly a voice spoke up, senior sisters. Su Wuzhou said this as he walked closer, and the rope automatically broke. He spoke up, I say, aren't you guys being a bit too much? Seeing this, the girls felt uneasy. It seems he's not simple, but this is Fairy Peak. Disciples of Holy Peak can't come here. Hearing this, he replied, senior sisters, don't be nervous. I just have a few words to say. The girls angrily shouted, is this the expression of someone who wants to talk nicely? Can you manage your expression? He continued, today the time I entered the water was at the hour of Wei, and the time you senior sisters came to the hot spring was also at the hour of Wei, but a little later. From this, I deduced that I arrived at the hot spring earlier than everyone else. Hearing these words, the girls were confused. So what are you trying to say? He continued to explain, so, based on my interpretation, the truth about today's peeping incident is that you are the real peepers. Not only did you peep on me, you also falsely accused me and subjected me to inhumane abuse. I will report this to the higher-ups of the Dao sect to punish your conduct and discipline. I will make your crimes public to everyone. Let everyone in the Dao sect see the ugly face of your fairy peak. Moreover, after I entered the water, I was always submerged, focusing on my cultivation. Who would have thought you would suddenly appear, causing me to go in a chi deviation? I vomited so much blood. Luckily, my will is strong, and I finally broke through successfully. Suppose something had happened to me. I want to ask you, senior sisters, can you bear the crime of slaughtering a fellow disciple? As soon as he finished speaking, because he was too engrossed in his own words, his pants button came undone, revealing what needed to be seen. He told himself, I got too excited and couldn't control my strength. The girls looked at it and commented, "It's small. It's not that big anyway." Su Wuzhou heard this and said indignantly, "Stop looking down on others. It's just resting a bit." The girls began to reconsider his arguments. But there really was blood there. Could it be that he really had a chi deviation and vomited so much blood? I observed that his aura is indeed very similar to someone who has just broken through. Could it be? Is what he said true? If what he said is true, then we've made a huge mistake, haven't we? Seeing that the fish had fallen into the trap, Su Wuzhou felt triumphant. Luckily, I'm smart. I probably tricked them this time. Maybe I can even intimidate them a little more. Ruo Shui spoke up from a distance. "Senior sisters, I have something to say." Hearing this, the senior sisters tried to stop her. "Why are you here? It's not convenient for you to show your face in this matter. Let us senior sisters handle it." Ruo Shui continued. "Everyone knows about my special constitution. If he really peeped on me, he would definitely be punished by the heavens. But he's fine, so I feel that this senior brother did not peep on us." The girl spoke with absolute certainty, her demeanor extremely confident. Hearing this, Su Wuzhou felt very lucky. Just now there really was a strange power heading towards me, but my chi and blood are in the air, so I'm not afraid of anything. So I escaped the danger. Suddenly, a girl turned back to look at him with a serious expression and said, "But even if you didn't peep on us, it's fine. Outsiders are not allowed near the hot spring of Fairy Peak. This is the rule of the 9 peaks. You can go cultivate and break through anywhere. Why did you have to come here? You must have some ulterior motives." He trembled and explained, "I am a new disciple of the Tao sect and don't know the rules here. If I have offended you, senior sisters, then please forgive me, senior sisters. Swords and blades have no eyes. We should put them away. As for why I came here to cultivate," he immediately made up a story. It was because of Chui Yiming of the Martial Peak. That's right. It was because Chui Yiming of the Martial Peak said the spiritual energy in this hot spring is very dense. It's beneficial for breakthroughs. Not long ago, I sparred with Chui Yiming. Afterwards, he said my strength had accumulated enough and I could break through. He suggested I come here to cultivate. The matter of me fighting with Chui Yiming. Everyone on Holy Peak knows. If you don't believe me, you can go ask." Hearing this, the girls felt it was very unfair. I see. It must be that after Chui Yiming lost, he still held a grudge, so he deliberately played this trick. That guy's intentions are truly sinister. He's really despicable. We must let him taste our power. Let's go to the Martial Peak. We absolutely cannot let him off today. With that, the girls quickly made their way to the Martial Peak. Su Wuzhou stayed behind and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's settled. The next day, at the martial arts library, the disciples were constantly gossiping. "Did you hear? Yesterday at noon, Chui Yiming of the Martial Peak was taught a lesson by the people of the Fairy Peak. He was beaten so badly. This guy actually had designs on the Fairy Peak. He deserved to be beaten." Su Wuzhou, holding a stack of books, heard this and felt a chill down his spine. There was a hint of guilt somewhere. Leaving those feelings behind, he threw a towering stack of books in front of the senior and said loudly, "Senior, in one day I have read all of these combat techniques. This should prove that I am a genius, right? If you have any combat techniques, feel free to teach them to me. I will definitely not embarrass you." Hearing this, the senior slowly replied, "Kid, I do indeed have a high-grade, 3rd-rank combat technique. If you want to learn it, that's fine. But you're not to give that Tao Master's ring to Mo Daoxian for the time being." Hearing this, he replied, "I am just an outer disciple. Mo Daoxian is the sect master. If he wants to take the Tao Master's ring, how can I stop him?" Hearing this, he continued, "At most, it's a 4th-grade combat technique. This is a high-level combat technique that only core disciples can learn. It can't be any higher." Hearing this, Su Wuzhou's eyes lit up. He said arrogantly, "Senior, rest assured. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades and jump into a sea of oil, I will absolutely not give the Tao Master's ring to the sect master." The senior was satisfied and said, "Take this back and practice it well. The name of this combat technique is the Heaven-Suppressing Seal. One seal can unleash double the power." As he spoke, he handed a book to Su Wuzhou. He took it with a very excited expression. "Thank you, senior." Seeing this, he warned, "I've given you the item. Remember to do what you promised me. As for whether you can learn this Heaven-Suppressing Seal, it all depends on your understanding. This Heaven-Suppressing Seal is not that easy to learn. I remember it took me a year to even get started. You stinking brat, just take your time and learn. With the manual in hand, Su Wuzhou was excited and immediately began to practice. He shouted, "Heaven-suppressing seal." The power it released broke the ceiling and shot out into the sky. The senior saw this and was stunned. He was so shocked that his teeth fell out. He's already mastered it? This can't be real. Could it be that this kid is a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy? There was a hole in the ceiling. Rocks and dust rained down. Su Wuzhou saw this and was also stunned. He forced a smile. "Senior, this roof of yours hasn't been repaired in years. Let me help you." The senior was so angry he was about to explode. He cursed inwardly, "This damn brat. He's already gotten a great deal, and he's still pretending to be obedient." It was like being slapped in the face. It took him a long time to learn this move, yet he could use it so easily. The senior shouted, "Get away from me." As far as possible. Su Wuzhou was kicked out while he still didn't understand anything. He scratched his head. "Why are you so angry?" Who knew the heaven-suppressing seal was so simple? I just tried it randomly, and it worked. Forget it. I heard today is the Nine Peaks competition. I should go there to watch the excitement. At the Dao Sex Arena, everyone was cheering for the fighters. On the stage, the people of the Martial Peak were fighting against the Holy Peak. The fight was extremely fierce. However, it seemed that the Holy Peak side was weaker and was being beaten badly by Cui Yiming of the Martial Peak. One by one, the people of the Holy Peak were defeated. On the stands, a group of 3 people were watching, one wearing glasses, one with a black blindfold, and one with a bald head and a tattoo on his head. The one with glasses said, "The Holy Peak has lost this team battle again. The disciples of the Holy Peak are really weak." On the Holy Peak side, only Chen Changhe was left. The Martial Peak still had 5 people who hadn't fallen. Although Chen Changhe is powerful, one person can't deal with so many people. Besides him, everyone on the Holy Peak is trash. On the stage, Chen Changhe was carrying the entire Holy Peak on his own. While fighting fiercely, Chen Changhe was punched in the stomach and coughed up blood. The 3 people sitting in the stand saw this, and their mouths fell open. No way. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Changhe has been miserably defeated. The Holy Peak is too weak. The one with the black blindfold was so shocked that his blindfold fell off, and said, "Very weak." At that moment, at the Peak Master's platform, a large crowd of people had gathered there. Inside the room, the Martial Peak's Peak Master sat on a chair, watching the match. He stroked his mustache and said to the person sitting next to him, "Junior brother Mo, it seems that in this competition, your entire Holy Peak army has been wiped out." The Fairy Peak's Peak Master, sitting next to him, also added, "The strength of the Holy Peak's disciples is also too poor. Sooner or later, they will be abolished. They must fight properly once. I see that the future resources of the Holy Peak's disciples have all been reduced by more than half." The Martial Peak's Peak Master suddenly also spoke up in agreement. "I also agree. The disciples of the Holy Peak are really not good at all. The resources have been reduced by more than half. They should also be made to feel ashamed and courageous." Mo Daoxian was angry when he heard the 2 of them criticizing his sect. With his head bowed, Daoxian angrily slammed his hand on the chair and said loudly, "No, I don't agree. My Holy Peak's resources are already not much. And you want to cut them in half? What the hell are the disciples supposed to cultivate with?" The Fairy Peak's Peak Master next to him smiled faintly and said calmly, "This time, it's useless for you to make a fuss. The disciples of your Holy Peak are no good. Besides Chen Changhe, there's no one else." Hearing this, Mo Daoxian's expression changed. His face was covered in veins as he said, "Who says there's no one left on Holy Peak who can fight?" Mo Daoxian turned and told the soldier, "Immediately call the outer disciple Su Wuzhou here." The Martial Peak's Peak Master sat there and said, "Junior brother Mo, why are you calling an outer disciple here?" Mo Daoxian smiled faintly, held up one finger, and said, "My Holy Peak will have one outer disciple make a move. As long as you can send out a disciple of the same rank to defeat him, the resources will be split in half for you. If not, I will take an extra share of the resources. What do you think?" The Fairy Peak's Peak Master replied with a cold expression, "Fine. Let's do as the Sect Master says." The Martial Peak's Peak Master's face was full of killing intent. He's just an outer disciple. The elite disciples of the 8 Peaks are all here. I don't believe he can pull any tricks here. The disciples of the Holy Peak stood together, talking amongst themselves. The sect master actually trusts an outer disciple to deal with the disciples of the Eight Peaks? How could he use this move when he's about to lose? It's already decided that the Holy Peak's resources will be cut. It's useless for anyone to come. At that moment, Su Wuzhou was called in. His face was full of bewilderment. He scratched his head and thought to himself, "What's going on? I didn't sign up for the match, did I? Why did they put me up here?" Suddenly, from behind, a hand was placed on his shoulder. It turned out to be Mo Daoxian. He said, "Su Wuzhou, the next battle of the same rank. As long as you can win continuously. From now on, you won't have to stay at the scrap tower anymore. I will make you a core disciple of the Holy Peak. Even being the successor of the Holy Peak is not impossible." Hearing this, Su Wuzhou was struck by lightning. He was so panicked he couldn't speak. He thought in panic, "What? I don't have to stay at the scrap tower anymore. Without the scrap tower, how can I seize and cultivate metal?" Breaking out of his panicked thoughts, he said, "No, I absolutely do not agree. As a newly initiated disciple, how could I be so shameless as to become a core disciple?" When Mo Daoxian saw him refuse, he was extremely angry and grabbed him by the collar, saying, "Stop using this trick on me. If you lose, I will make you a menial disciple. You will clean the toilets for me every day." Hearing this, Su Wuzhou had to exclaim, "This is too cruel." He had no choice but to reluctantly agree to participate. This disciple will definitely do his best. After speaking, Mo Daoxian left and said, "The disciple of the Holy Peak, Su Wuzhou, is ready. Let's begin." After the sect master left, Su Wuzhou could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He sighed and said, "That was close." The disciples of the Martial Peak stood together, laughing and asking each other, "How many rounds do you think this Su Wuzhou will last?" The other guy replied, "You're overestimating him. I think he'll be defeated in a few moves. Let's finish this quickly. The cafeteria is about to open." Besides, the disciples of the Holy Peak were cheering for him. "Go, Su Wuzhou. You are the last hope of the Holy Peak. You must win." Towards Su Wuzhou, the surrounding audience cheered for him. He smiled smugly and thought to himself, "I've only been initiated for a few days, and I already have to shoulder the responsibility of the entire Holy Peak. I'm truly an outstanding person." Suddenly, a hammer slammed down on the ground. A very muscular man appeared. He said, "Kid, I am Cui Yiming's older brother, Gui Jingren. Today, I will let you know how serious the consequences of bullying my younger brother are." The people around them whispered to each other, "Cui Jingren. This is one of the core disciples of the Martial Peak. To face such a strong opponent right from the start, I'm afraid Su Wuzhou is done for." It seems these two also have a personal grudge. This time, Su Wuzhou is in for it. After hearing him speak, Su Wuzhou waved his hand and provoked him, "Come on. I hope you're not as useless as Cui Yiming." Hearing this, he went crazy. He threw his hammer straight at Su Wuzhou. The hammer struck with great force, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured everything. On the Peak Master's platform, the Martial Peak's Peak Master, seeing the situation, said to Mo Daoxian, "Junior brother Mo, it's over. This time, you have nothing more to say, right?" Mo Daoxian just smiled faintly and replied, "Who said it's over? You see, this is just the beginning." On the stage below, after the dust settled, Su Wuzhou was seen blocking Cui Jingren's hammer with just one arm. He said, "Is this all the strength you have?" Seeing this, his expression immediately changed, from arrogant to extremely frightened, making him exclaim, "How is this possible?" Su Wuzhou's sharp eyes stared straight at him. He gathered spiritual power into his fist. He said, "You're gritting your teeth already?" After speaking, he threw a punch straight at Cui Jingren's face. Receiving Su Wuzhou's blow, he was like a soul leaving its body, only able to let out screams of pain. He was sent flying off the stage and lay there motionless. On the Peak Master's platform, the Peak Masters were stunned, not believing their eyes. In the stands, the audience cheered for Su Wuzhou's last match. Winning so easily made him ecstatic. He smugly said, "If the disciples of the other peaks are all this weak, I think we should just stop fighting. I have to go back to the scrap tower to clean." Hearing him say that, Mo Daoxian's face darkened. Could it be that this kid wants to work again? Su Wuzhou stomped his foot on the ground. A source of power radiated around his body. He confidently asserted himself once more. Su Wuzhou of the Holy Peak. challenges the talented disciples of the Eight Peaks. No need for the same rank. Anyone in the innate realm can fight once. Hearing this, the disciples started to gossip. This kid is crazy. He dares to look down on all the innate realm disciples. As far as I know, the highest realm in the Eight Peaks is Senior Brother Wu Woody of the 12th stage of the innate realm. And this kid is only at the 6th stage of the innate realm. Someone even laughed out loud and sneered. Who the hell are you to challenge him? It would be more accurate to say you want to be abused. In the stands, the Fairy Peak's Peak Master said to her disciple, Junior Brother Mo, Su Wuzhou's strength is not bad. In a battle of the same rank, your Holy Peak might still have a chance to win. If it's a battle of different realms, I'm not so sure. The Martial Peak's Peak Master, hearing this from the other side, stroked his beard and replied, It's not that I'm not sure. It's that he definitely can't win. Young people can be arrogant, but if you're too arrogant, you don't know your own limits. And Mo Daoxian didn't want to hear the two of them argue anymore. So he stood up. He stepped forward and said, Whether he's arrogant or not, we'll know after a fight. Since I sent him out to participate, I definitely have faith that he will win. He then shouted down below, reminding Su Wuzhou, Su Wuzhou, you must win the next match for me. If you lose, you will clean all the toilets in the Dao sect. Su Wuzhou, standing below, heard this and found it very funny. He's playing with me again. And Mo Daoxian continued to roar, Just you try and lose. The other two Peak Masters stood behind him, speechless. This isn't faith in victory. This is clearly a threat. On the stage, Su Wuzhou stood proudly with his hands on his hips. He didn't directly choose someone but asked in a loud voice, Eight Peaks innate realm. Who wants to challenge me first? A man holding a knife leaped up to challenge him. He said angrily, Just a 6th stage innate realm, and you dare to be so arrogant here? Today, I will let you know how high the sky is, how sweet the honey is, how fragrant the flowers are. I am a disciple of the Spirit Peak, 7th stage of the innate realm. Su Wuzhou flew up to face him. He smirked and sneered at him. No need to announce your name. You should know the role of a side character. Before he could defend himself, he was slapped in the face by his hand. This sent him flying far away. Su Wuzhou couldn't hide his smug expression and continued to provoke. Is this all the skill your 8 peaks have? Can you send out someone a little stronger? Let this young master stretch his muscles a bit, okay? Winning so easily is also very boring. The crowd at this moment was in an uproar. What? He sent a 7th stage innate realm flying with just one palm strike? It seems this Su Wuzhou has some real strength. There were also other confident opinions. Don't be so arrogant. Wu Woody and the others, who were at the 12th stage of the innate realm, haven't even taken the stage yet. On the contrary, the reaction of the Holy Peak's disciples was full of praise. For so many years, our Holy Peak has always been looked down upon by others. Now it can also look down on others. I suddenly feel that Senior Brother Su looks much cooler than Chinchanghe. Senior Brother Su, if you can win this match, I will give birth to a monkey for you. The Martial Peak's Peak Master, after secretly calculating, Arrogant kid, if you're looking for a tiger, I will grant your wish. He immediately gave the order. Lielena, you go up. Fight with Su Wuzhou. Remember, you must finish the match within 10 moves. While his disciple was respectfully obeying, Mo Daoxian stepped forward. He protested vehemently. Old thief Wu, that Li Lin has already comprehended fist intent. Moreover, he is already at the 9th stage of the innate realm. It's only the 2nd round, and you're already sending him up? You're truly shameless. The Martial Peak's Peak Master quickly replied. What you said, Junior Brother Sect Master, is too much. It was your disciple who, despising the realm, wanted to challenge all the innate realm cultivators. The fact that I didn't send Wu Woody is already giving you face, Junior Brother Mo. The Fairy Peak's Peak Master, who was nearby, spoke up in defense. Li Lin taking the stage is within the scope of Su Wuzhou's request. Junior Brother Mo, we should just quietly watch this match. Their united front of bullying the weak made Mo Daoxian silently resolve. You stinking brat, you have to win for me. Li Lin immediately obeyed the order and went out to compete. He even boldly declared, Your realm is still 3 levels lower than mine. I don't want to bully the weak. But the Peak Master has given the order. I have no choice but to obey. How about this? I'll give you a hand. If you can withstand 10 of my moves, I'll consider you the winner. His confident attitude almost made Su Wuzhou burst out laughing. Bullying the weak? And giving me a hand? Am I being looked down upon like this? He hadn't even finished his thought when he had to witness Li Lin continue to be smug. Not satisfied? Forget it. I'll give you another leg. This is the most I can concede. If I concede anymore, I'm not sure I could beat you in 10 moves. Faced with Su Wuzhou's cool reply, sorry, but I don't need you to concede. It's just the 9th stage of the innate realm. How good can you be? This made the people of the martial peak continue to have a chance to mock him. He's only at the 6th stage of the innate realm, yet he looks down on the 9th stage. Who gave him the courage to say such things? Senior brother Li Lin, don't be polite with him. Just one punch is enough to deal with him. The encouragement from his teammates made Li Lin even more smug. Are you sure you don't need me to concede? Just based on your 6th stage innate realm strength, I can defeat you with one punch. This is pure realm suppression. You can't block it. After Su Wuzhou's sarcastic smile, he confidently thought, it's just the 9th stage of the innate realm. The two of them stepped into position, ready to fight. Before the battle, Su Wuzhou confidently asserted, it'll be over in a flash. His rapid advancement made even Li Lin exclaim in shock. What? The crowd suddenly became chaotic with gossip. Am I hallucinating? Is Su Wuzhou at the 9th stage of the innate realm? Back then, it took senior brother Wu Wudi a year to go from the 6th to the 9th stage of the innate realm, and he only used a single breath? I know. This kid must have intentionally hidden his realm. He wants to surprise everyone here and attract attention. The two peak masters, who were just speaking so confidently, were now also surprised by him. The Fairy Peak's peak master quickly spoke up and reprimanded. Junior brother's sect master. This time, you've gone a bit too far. That Su Wuzhou is clearly at the 9th stage of the innate realm, and you made him pretend to be at the 6th stage, to trick us into betting with you. This made Mo Daoxian have to reply with frustration. I'm very confused by this situation right now. If I say, I don't know about this, will you believe me? You definitely won't believe me. Believe it or not. His overreaction made her also wonder to herself. Why is he more agitated than me? After Mo Daoxian calmed down, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect this kid to be hiding his strength. He made me worry for nothing all this time. He had just finished his thought when he was startled by the loud voice of the Martial Peak's peak master. So what if this kid is at the 9th stage of the innate realm? Li Lin has already comprehended fist intent. A few tricks are just a small matter. Li Lin, use all your strength. Don't give Su Wuzhou any chance. As soon as he heard this, he nodded in reply. That's what I was thinking. Su Wuzhou, you're really despicable. You actually dared to hide your strength and plot to mess with my mind. As soon as he heard the reprimand, he calmly explained, you're overthinking it. It only takes one move to deal with you. Why would I waste my energy on something like that? Before, I was at the 6th stage of the innate realm. Believe it or not, he was so arrogant and smug on the outside, but in his heart, he felt a little uneasy. This time, I've consumed a lot of the Black Bull's liquid. Later, I'll have to get some benefits from Mo Daoxian to make up for it. Faced with his confidence, Li Lin smirked, thinking, one move to deal with me? Even senior brother Wu Wudi wouldn't dare to say that. Su Wuzhou, you're too arrogant. As soon as he launched his move, he immediately received countless praises. Is this senior brother Li Lin's fist intent? Such a powerful aura. Is Li Lin using his ultimate move? Su Wuzhou is done for. Serves him right for deliberately provoking Li Lin. He's way too arrogant. Before the battle, he even made a bold declaration. Me, arrogant? How could I dare? How could I dare? Just now you said you'd give me a one-hand, one-leg handicap. Now, I'm returning those words to you. The peak master of Xiannu Peak heard this and shook her head with a sneer. As expected, still a man with a death wish. Meanwhile, the peak master of Wu Peak hastily confirmed. It seems this match is about to end. On the contrary, Mo Daoxian was incredibly embarrassed by Wu Zhou's fiery entrance. I can't watch. Can't you not show off? Will it kill you? Is it too late to switch him out? As Li Lin began to unleash his move, he spoke with confidence. Su Wuzhou, you are seeking death. The technique he used to fight was called fist intent, combined with true dragon, creating an incredibly powerful and majestic attack. Faced with his opponent's interesting opening move, Wu Zhou made an announcement. I just happened to learn a new move recently. I'll use you to test it out. The technique he used to fight Li Lin was called the Zhou Tian Seal. Unexpectedly, as soon as the Zhou Tian Seal appeared, it immediately crushed the true dragon. This left Li Lin looking pale and frightened. It broke my true dragon fist intent. How is this possible? Before he could recover, he saw Wuzhou lift the Zhou Tian seal to continue with the next attack. Though ashamed, Li Lin had to raise the white flag and surrender. No, I surrender. But who would have thought Wuzhou was in the zone? His ears were sealed to the plea. Li Lin's body was slammed flat onto the ground. This left the disciples of Wu Peak utterly shocked. Senior brother Li Lin was defeated in just one move. Are you kidding me? What kind of martial technique is that? Why have I never seen it before? Meanwhile, the Peak Masters recognized it at a glance. The Zhou Tian seal? How is this possible? The Peak Master of Xiannu, Peak, couldn't hide her curiosity and eagerly asked, Su Wuzhou, when did you learn this technique? While the Peak Master of Wu Peak showed clear frustration. Great Elder, why would he teach you this technique? After securing his victory, Wuzhou began his song of self-praise again. What can I say? A handsome guy like me is sought after wherever I go. I didn't even want to learn this move. He shamelessly insisted that I learn it, while Mo Daoxian was silently pondering. The Great Elder has always been modest. He never interferes in the affairs of the Nine Peaks. Now he's passed on his signature battle technique to Su Wuzhou. What is he planning? He was promptly interrupted by the sarcastic voice of the Xiannu Peak Master. Junior Brother Sect Master, you really know how to scheme. To even be able to snatch the Great Elder's battle technique like that. No wonder you had a trump card to let Su Wuzhou challenge the North. The Wu Peak Master was no exception, continuously attacking him. You value Su Wuzhou so much. Could it be that you want him to replace Chun Changha as the successor of Shang Peak? Faced with these pressing questions, Mo Daoxian immediately gave a perfunctory reason. This kid Wuzhou is very arrogant. I would never give the position of Shang Peak's successor to him. If there's nothing else, stop spreading rumors. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard them say in unison, Really? The Xiannu Peak Master quickly retorted. To explain is to cover up. To cover up is the truth. Men are truly creatures, skilled with words. Even the Wu Peak Master showed his displeasure. On the surface, you recommend Chun Changha, but behind the scenes, you cultivate a Su Wuzhou. If Shang Peak wasn't facing the risk of resource cuts today, who knows how long he would have hidden it? Mo Daoxian's heart was suddenly deeply wounded. He then fiercely corrected them. What are you all guessing? Everything I just said is the truth. Unexpectedly, the two of them stubbornly replied in unison. Who would believe your lies? Wuzhou, at this time, continued with his old question. Does anyone else want to fight? If you do, then get up here and get beaten. At least give my arms and legs a bit of workout, right? His arrogant words enraged the crowd. Su Wuzhou is so arrogant. Not only does he look down on us, but he also dares to be so insolent. Damn it, just you wait. Senior Brother Wu Wudi is about to enter the ring. You won't be smug for much longer. Senior Brother Wu Wudi is already at the 12th stage of the innate realm. Moreover, he has been in the Tao for several years. Su Wuzhou is definitely no match for him. After a moment of hesitation, the Martial Peak's Peak Master hastily made a decision. Wudi, you go up there and teach Su Wuzhou a lesson. Then he persistently warned, don't be too ruthless. If you defeat Su Wuzhou, Senior Uncle Mo will be heartbroken. As soon as Mo Daoxian heard the sarcastic remark, he angrily shouted, Old thief Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Wuzhou quickly spotted the enemy, confidently rushing towards him. He even eagerly announced his name. Wu Wudi of the Martial Peak has come to ask for more guidance. He immediately expressed his concern. You are the strongest disciple of the Martial Peak. If I win this match, will it be considered that I am suppressing the Martial Peak? At that moment, an idea suddenly popped into Su Wuzhou's mind. Continuing to fight in turns is not a solution. I have to think of a way to resolve this. Once and for all. Moreover, I have to make them completely convinced. Faced with the bold declaration from him, Wu Wudi of the Martial Peak immediately refuted. What? You want to suppress my Martial Peak? The people below were also indignant and shouted loudly. Suppress the Martial Peak? How dare Su Wuzhou have such thoughts? The Martial Peak has the strongest combat strategy among the 9 peaks. Where did Su Wuzhou get the guts to talk like that? Wu Wudi is the strongest innate realm expert of the Martial Peak. If Su Wuzhou defeats him, he can really suppress the Martial Peak. He immediately got straight to the point. Aren't you the strongest innate realm of the martial peak? If I defeat you, isn't that suppressing the martial peak? This made him unable to bear the feeling of being looked down upon, and he retorted loudly. Wuwudi, cannot represent the martial peak? The martial peak has talented people. Perhaps there are hidden innate realm masters who have not yet appeared. This match is not just between you and me. Even if you're lucky enough to defeat me, you can't say that you've suppressed the entire martial peak. Faced with that sharp rebuttal, Su Wuzhou did not hesitate to refuse. If you don't represent the martial peak, you're not worthy to fight me. Step down. This hurtful remark made him both ashamed and angry, and he shouted loudly. What? What do you mean by that? In the end, he had to calmly analyze the situation. If I defeat you, and your martial peak is still not convinced, and sends another person, what should I do? This will never end. If the next person who challenges me cannot represent their own peak, I think we shouldn't waste any more time. I'm not interested in weaklings. The more Su Wuzhou spoke, the more Wu Wudi wanted to give up. He even kindly reminded him, Weakling? Junior brother, watch your words. Unexpectedly, his argument received countless words of agreement. Although this Su Wuzhou is very arrogant, what he said makes a lot of sense. The number of disciples in each lineage is not small. If they refuse to admit defeat, even in death, and keep sending one person after another to challenge him, sooner or later, they will exhaust Su Wuzhou's strength. Although I really dislike Su Wuzhou, continuing to compete like this is indeed unfair to him. Now that it's come to this, the Peak Masters probably won't let ordinary disciples go up, right? The Fairy Peak's Peak Master quickly proposed a solution to appease public opinion. Senior brothers and junior brothers, Su Wuzhou wants to fight the successors of the 8 Peaks. What do you all think of this proposal? The Martial Peak's Peak Master immediately showed his approval on the surface. I'm fine with whatever. Wu Wudi is the designated successor of the 8 Peaks. But in his heart, he was smug. It seems Su Wuzhou is dead for sure today. The crowd was in an uproar again. Even if we win this match, it won't be very glorious. But if Su Wuzhou actively proposed a challenge, I have no objections. Then let's do it that way. Each of our peaks will send out one person. As long as he defeats the person we send out, we will admit defeat. The Fairy Peak's Peak Master, after seeking opinions, immediately stood up to preside. If Junior Brother Sect Master also has no objections, let's do it this way. Mo Daoxian was very much looking forward to this match. He thought to himself, Su Wudu, let me see what you will do. Do you want to take this opportunity to place yourself in the position of successor of the Holy Peak? But without my consent, you will never be able to become the successor of the Holy Peak. The representatives for each peak were quickly called out. Ling Long, you will represent the Fairy Peak in battle. Huang Dao, you will represent the Medicine Peak in battle. Zhu Yu, you will represent the Qi Peak in battle. The remaining representatives have also shown themselves. They quickly formed a single line to surround Su Wuzhou. Even so, he did not flinch at all. When faced with these extremely aggressive and bloodthirsty masters, after the battle formation was prepared, the Fairy Peak's Peak Master continuously urged, Su Wudu, the successors of my 8 peaks are all ready. You can compete with Wu Wudi first. Unexpectedly, he immediately raised another point. I'm sorry, Peak Master. It seems you have misunderstood my meaning. I don't want to fight in turns. Therefore, the 8 of you come to me all at once. Don't waste any more time. This bold declaration made the representatives of the 8 peaks stunned for a long moment. The Fairy Peak's Peak Master even deliberately asked again. Su Wuzhou, I didn't mishear you, did I? You want to challenge the successors of the 8 peaks all at once? Su Wuzhou did not hesitate to express his desire. Senior brothers and junior brothers, senior sisters and junior sisters, senior uncles and grandmasters. For many years, the disciples of the Holy Peak have been dedicated to cultivation and have not cared for empty fame. But now it has come to the point where the resources of the Holy Peak must be reduced. I, Su Wuzhou, am untalented. Today I have no choice but to stand up and challenge the successors of the 8 peaks. Today I will let the entire Dao sect know that the disciples of my Holy Peak have never been weak. Everyone on my Holy Peak dares to fight. The disciples of my Holy Peak are not trash. If I lose this battle, the Holy Peak will offer up all its resources. If I win, all the peaks must give half of their resources to our Holy Peak. I wonder if the peak masters agree to this. His bold proposal made Wu Wuti silently think. Is he crazy? He wants to settle this once and for all, to challenge all the elites of the Tao sect by himself. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Holy Peak were constantly encouraging him. Senior brother Su Wuzhou is amazing. Even if we fail, all the disciples of our Holy Peak will support you. Go, senior brother Su Wuzhou. Not only that, the disciples of the Fairy Peak were also silently cheering him on. Su Wuzhou, I hope you can win. Su Wuzhou is amazing. He has great spirit. Meanwhile, in his heart, he had already begun to plan meticulously. After this battle, I will build a strong reputation in the Tao sect. In the future, I will also become the successor of the Tao sect in a reasonable way. At that time, even old Mo Daoxian will probably find it hard to stop me. Meanwhile, he was still immersed in a feeling of resentment. I knew this kid would pull some trick, but I didn't expect this kid to play so big. That's a whole year's worth of resources for my Holy Peak. How can I casually let a prodigal son like you ruin it like this? I will absolutely not agree to this. Although a little annoyed, the Fairy Peak's peak master had to nod in agreement. Although this kid is a bit arrogant, he dares to challenge the successors of the 8 peaks all at once. In terms of spirit, among the disciples of the same generation, no one can compare. At the same time, the Martial Peak's peak master was constantly mocking. That's right. Even if Su Wuzhou fails in the end, he will still make the entire Holy Peak famous. Junior brother sect master. This time, you have truly received a good disciple. Mo Daoxian, who was nearby, had to hastily correct him. Old thief Wu, what did I agree? Actually, I feel that we can negotiate a little. Unexpectedly, the 2 peak masters still stubbornly stuck to their decision. No need to negotiate. Let's do it this way. I also agree. The Holy Peak has not easily gotten such a good seed. Don't you ruin it. Appoint a successor for the Holy Peak soon. Su Wuzhou has already said this much. We have no choice but to grant his wish. Mo Daoxian at this moment could only tremble with the thought. This time, it's really over. While the other 2 peak masters were extremely smug. This time, we've got a great deal. Before the battle, Su Wuzhou even thoughtfully confirmed again. Senior brothers and senior sisters. The peak masters have all agreed to let me deal with the 8 of you at once. What are you waiting for? Faced with the objective assessment of a disciple, this Su Wuzhou has only just arrived at the Tao sect. He's just a newbie. Another opinion immediately refuted. I find this junior brother quite interesting. I hope he can withstand a few of my moves. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Holy Peak were full of praise. Our Holy Peak's successor, challenging the successors of the 8 peaks. This is truly an unprecedented sight. That's right. The successors of the 8 peaks usually have very little contact with the outside world. This sight is very rare. Even if Su Wuzhou loses, his name will spread throughout the Tao sect after this battle. After all, not everyone has such courage. The 8 representatives of the peaks were also taking the opportunity to confer. What do you say? Is it really 8 against 1? It's said to be 1 against 8, but this kid is probably no weaker than any one of us 8. Forget it. You guys go first. I'll rest for a bit. Wu Wuti of the Martial Peak quickly questioned. Su Wuzhou, I could have clearly defeated you on my own. What do you mean by letting the other 7 go up? Are you looking down on me? In the end, he received a very impactful reply from him. No. Senior brother Wu Wuti, you must have misunderstood something. I'm not targeting you. I'm looking down on all of you. All of you. You bunch of scum. While the others were irritated by the curses, Wu Wuti couldn't swallow his anger and reacted immediately. Since I entered the Tao sect and have trained hard until now, this is the first time I've been looked down upon like this. Today, I will kill you. Faced with his move filled with resentment, Su Wuzhou quickly stepped forward to block it. Although he fought back fiercely, Wu Wuti still found it hard to overcome the difficult obstacle. After exclaiming in shock, "What?" he was immediately thrown backwards. Wu Wuti's hands seemed to have lost control, making him constantly wonder, what kind of move is this? It actually injured me. This guy still has hidden secrets. Meanwhile, Su Wuzhou was still constantly admiring. I didn't expect the weaponly Lin left behind could be used on the stage. Just in time to use this weapon's sky-splitting slash. Just now, I felt that the sky-splitting slash has improved. It seems I have to fight more with strong experts. Then let's continue. As soon as he finished his thought, he hurriedly continued to use the sky-splitting slash. This made the 8 representatives of the 8 peaks jump in fright. The stage at this moment seemed to be engulfed in a sea of fire after a loud explosion. After the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed those who were considered the strongest still kneeling on the ground. They were still constantly cursing. This kid actually dared to take the initiative to attack us. This kid is not simple. He can actually fight Wu Wudi to a standstill. Everyone must be careful. As soon as Su Wuzhou heard this, he immediately sneered. Careful like this? Senior brothers and senior sisters. Or should I call you a bunch of cowards? This taunt seemed to have crossed all limits of endurance for those representatives. This made them quickly shout, "Don't hold back. Let's attack together and suppress him." Meanwhile, the peak master of the fairy peak was extremely surprised. It's the sky-splitting slash. This kid knows a lot of things. On the contrary, the Martial Peak's peak master still showed a look of disdain. So what if it's the sky-splitting slash? Back then, that person was very happy to pass on his skills. In the 9 provinces, I don't know how many people know the sky-splitting slash, but no one has comprehended its Tao. This kid's sky-splitting slash is the same. Unexpectedly, after observing, Mo Dao Xian was full of hope. Could it be that Su Wuzhou wants to use the hands of the successors and the peak to train his sky-splitting slash? But the power difference between the two sides is quite large. Go Su Wuzhou. But it seems that with the opponent's relentless attacks, he gradually became exhausted and was finally thrown far away. While his body was being damaged, Su Wuzhou began to acknowledge, based on my current strength, dealing with 8 12th-stage innate realm cultivators at once, it really does take some effort. Faced with the all-out attack of the representatives, the disciples watching from the stands also expressed their concern. Su Wuzhou has consumed too much energy. He has to hold on. Moreover, the successors of the 8 peaks have all brought out their special weapons. It seems this match is about to end. Wu Wudi at this moment boldly claimed, Su Wuzhou, my next palm strike will completely defeat you and end this match. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly smirked. He confidently thought, defeat me? Just based on you? You can't do it. As soon as Su Wuzhou finished speaking, he charged towards his opponent. A power he was mobilizing had an extremely strong resistance. This caused his opponent to start to panic and be cautious in every action. After observing the situation, they were horrified and shouted, how is this possible? In just a blink of an eye, he broke through to the 11th stage of the innate realm. Let's attack together. Don't let them go up one by one anymore. If we can't suppress him today, we'll lose all our face. At this moment, Su Wuzhou boldly announced, I have good news for you. The real match starts now. Faced with his confident attack, they still boldly reminded him, don't give him any more chances. The 1-on-8 battle had truly begun. Su Wuzhou was fighting with nothing left to lose. Yet he was not at a disadvantage against his opponents. The battle caused loud explosions, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire stage was filled with flying debris. The destructive power that Su Wuzhou created made them jump in fright. So strong. Is this a battle at the level of the successors of the 8 peaks? To be able to witness this battle scene, it's truly worth dying for. The Fairy Peak's peak master at this moment finally understood everything. What a good Su Wuzhou, using the successors of my 8 peaks to fight. This time, the Holy Peak has truly produced a formidable character. Junior Brother Sect Master, you've really given the 8 peaks a lot of face. Although he always had to listen to criticism, Mo Daoxian still held firm. Su Wuzhou, you must win. While they were all rushing forward, they were faced with an extremely powerful formation. This made the opponents pause for a moment, thinking, this guy, how much more is he hiding? Faced with this dangerous situation, Wu Wudi still tried to hold on. He kept urging his teammates, we can't drag this on any longer. Let's use our strongest combat techniques together to deal with him. While fighting, Su Wuzhou Sudenli Zilit, the liquid in the reincarnation bowl is almost used up. Now I have no way out. The sky-splitting slash must break through. Quick. It must be quick. An ordinary person slashes once. You must at least be able to slash 3 times. The sky-splitting slash has been cultivated to its peak, but it still didn't lessen his anxiety. But to slash 1,000,000 times, to slash the heavenly palace. Finally, Su Wuzhou had comprehended the elements one by one, including the essence, the Taoist technique, breathing, posture, and finally the incantation. After so much effort, he could confidently shout. Although he was still using the sky-splitting slash to fight, the power that Su Wuzhou created was many times stronger than before. This made those who were aggressively rushing forward turn pale. The battle quickly erupted with a sky-shattering explosion. This caused the representatives to be quickly thrown away with the debris. This made them constantly wonder, how is this possible? After floating in the air for a moment, they were quickly thrown off the stage, followed by an explosion that shook a large area. At this moment, Su Wuzhou still appeared safe and sound after the gray smoke. But he didn't stop there. Su Wuzhou boldly declared, "It's over." His victory brought the disciples of the Holy Peak to tears. I'm not dreaming, am I? The successors of the 8 Peaks have been defeated. Su Wuzhou really did it. Such talent. He could be ranked first on the list of the younger generation of our Tao sect. Meanwhile, the Martial Peak's Peak Master was still in a state of shock. To be able to comprehend the true meaning of the sky-splitting slash in battle, and in an instant slash out 100,000 sword lights. Su Wuzhou's talent is truly terrifying. It was this thought that prompted him to make a terrifying decision. If this kid is not eliminated, my martial sect will never have a day at the top. On the contrary, Mo Daoxian couldn't hide his surprise. Su Wuzhou, this kid really won. At this moment, he confidently exclaimed, I didn't expect Su Wuzhou to really be able to fight 1 against 8. No wonder the Grand Elder was willing to teach him the heaven-suppressing seal. Just now, he said if Su Wuzhou won, you will give half of your peak's resources to the Holy Peak. Everyone, it is time to fulfill your promises. While everyone was buzzing with discussion, the master of the Martial Peak showed signs of wanting to go back on his word. Who said Su Wuzhou won? Wu Wudi and the others merely fell down once. They haven't lost their combat ability yet. Don't forget that Wu Wudi and the others have long since entered the Tao. The successors of the 8 Peaks will use the Tao entry method. Let me see what Su Wuzhou uses to block this. His unreasonable attitude forced Mo Daoxian to suppress his anger and retort. 8 against 1, and you still want to use the Tao entry method? Old thief Wu, have you lost all your shame? Facing the Taoist master's anger, the master of Fairy Peak calmly explained, that is half of our peak's resources. It concerns the cultivation of all the disciples in the peak. We are peak masters. We must be responsible for them. Facing his furious gaze, she boldly asserted, if it were you, you would do the same. At the same time, the master of Martial Peak spoke up again. It was Su Wuzhou who proposed 8 against 1. So what if we use our full strength? Since he already said that, are you now expecting the successors of the 8 Peaks to forfeit? Or does Junior Brother Sect leader want to override the masters of the 8 Peaks? On the surface, Mo Daoxian appeared to accept it. Fine, you people are ruthless. But deep inside, he still harbored worry. The Tao entry method of the 8 Peaks successors. Su Wuzhou, can you withstand it? At the same time, Wu Wudi also spoke aggressively. Su Wuzhou, don't blame us. We represent our peaks, carrying the burden of 1 year's cultivation resources for our brothers and sisters, with their strengths in spear intent, staff intent, saber intent, and sword intent. He boldly declared, we must win this battle. After studying their formation, Su Wuzhou had to nod in acknowledgement. The Tao entry method of the 8 Peak successors is indeed somewhat strong. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Holy Peak kept shouting, Senior Brother Su, just admit defeat. You have done enough. We don't want anything to happen to you. Even if you admit defeat now, Senior Brother Su is already a hero in the hearts of us Holy Peak disciples. Senior Brother Su is already our Holy Peak's hero. Give up, Senior Brother Su. Facing the encouraging words of his teammates, Su Wuzhou had to think with a headache. Asking me to admit defeat? You're really making it hard for me. I need to think for a second. After complaining for a moment, he boldly made a declaration. I, Su Wuzhou, do not know what defeat is. Come at me. Wu Wudi, hearing this, exclaimed in shock. You really have guts, but you will bear the consequences yourself. His firm affirmation left the Holy Peak disciples with no choice but to cheer him on. Su Wuzhou, do your best. I believe in you. You're amazing, Su Wuzhou. You must win, Su Wuzhou. That enthusiastic cheering made the other representatives feel confused. Why does everyone think Su Wuzhou will win? Clearly, he was the one who challenged us first. Why does it feel like we are the villains? Don't let external forces shake you. Winning is all that matters. Meanwhile, Su Wuzhou responded with a confident look. Is the Dao entry method very formidable? Just because you guys use the Dao entry method, does that mean I must lose? Who gave you such confidence? Before the battle began, Wu Wudi patiently explained further. The Dao entry method is the foundation for walking the path of the strong. It can guide the rules and the power of heaven and earth. Ordinary martial arts skills cannot compare at all. You haven't reached that step yet, so naturally, you don't understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a smug laugh from Su Wuzhou. I don't understand? Then what do you think this is? He simply waved his hand, creating a terrifying source of power. It immediately condensed at a point in the sky, causing the sky to suddenly turn dark, making that group of people immediately feel panicked. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Could it be? Seeing the rain pouring down like a waterfall, Wu Wudi looked up at the sky in astonishment. Could this be? The three peak masters also easily recognized it. Dao entry method. Mo Daoxian was shocked and asked himself, this brat hasn't just entered the Dao. He can even cause weather changes on such a scale. Su Wuzhou, how many more surprises do you have for me? In his current stance, he confidently shouted, Wu Wudi, judging by the aura, my Dao entry method seems to be more formidable than yours, doesn't it? His confidence made Wu Wudi extremely furious. Su Wuzhou, stop being so smug. Even if your Dao entry method is powerful, you can't be an opponent for the 8 of us. The 8 of them quickly merged their stances into one, then confidently declared, go to hell. The move Su Wuzhou used to deal with this aggressive group was the Silent Leaf Sword. Facing his incredibly calm demeanor, they acted even more arrogantly, exerting their full power. Then Su Wuzhou decided to unleash his move, Phoenix shocking the ancient mountain, creating a massive earthquake, sending the 8 representatives of the 8 peaks flying into the air immediately. They couldn't stop screaming miserably. The 2 peak masters witnessing this were once again astounded. Su Wuzhou was hiding such a peerless martial skill. If this continues, Wu Wudi and the others will really lose their lives. Mo Daoxian felt uneasy and shouted to stop him. Stop it, Su Wuzhou. But he seemed to have no reaction. He continued to watch the aggressive group being tormented, added to the urging of the martial peak master. Junior brother sect leader, don't go too far. If Su Wuzhou doesn't stop, I will intervene. This made Mo Daoxian urge him even more frantically. Su Wuzhou, stop your hand. Finally, he stopped making things difficult and began to withdraw his move, causing the 8 representatives, after hovering in the air, to suddenly crash to the ground. Wu Wudi, heavily injured, didn't forget to express his resentment. Su Wuzhou, you. Immediately, he was provoked by Su Wuzhou again. Do you want to fight some more? Although unwilling, he had to grit his teeth and declare, I admit defeat. Su Wuzhou's victory brought extreme happiness to the disciples of the Holy Peak. After experiencing such tense and thrilling moments, they cheered wildly. Su Wuzhou won. Our Holy Peak won. Su Wuzhou is the pride of our Holy Peak. Not only that, a disciple of Fairy Peak made a very bold proposal. Su Wuzhou, I want to have your babies. Facing the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, he didn't show outward smugness, but secretly told himself, after this battle, I have built prestige among all the disciples of the Dao sect. I must pretend to be calm, otherwise I'll be exposed. The women of the Fairy Peak also admired Su Wuzhou. I didn't expect this kid Su Wuzhou to actually win. One person fighting against 8 successors of the 8 peaks. He actually won in the end. This is the hero in my heart. I just don't know. Does he have a girlfriend yet? Meanwhile, the men also had to marvel in admiration. That sword just now, among the innate realm disciples of our Dao sect's 9 peaks. Absolutely no one could block it. Such a powerful sword Dao. It has almost surpassed the scope of the innate realm. Wu Wudi and the others didn't lose unjustly. With this kid's talent, if he is nurtured properly, getting on the top 100 talent list shouldn't be difficult. Mo Daoxian couldn't hide his eagerness and repeatedly reminded them. Everyone, since Su Wuzhou has won, then the resources you said you would give to the Holy Peak should be handed over now, right? The Peak Masters immediately responded happily. The bet we promised will certainly be fulfilled. With the talent Su Wuzhou has shown, don't mention just half of my peak's resources. I could give all the resources to your holy peak. Their fawning reaction made Mo Daoxian shake his head in exasperation. These two-faced people. Just now they were ganging up on my holy peak. They flipped their faces faster than flipping a book. Not stopping there, the peak masters boldly proposed. We must nurture Su Wuzhou well. The hope of reviving our Dao sect might rely on him. Meanwhile, the master of martial peak and the master of fairy peak shrank back like turtles, secretly praying. Don't look over here. Just pretend we don't exist. But they couldn't avoid their fate and were named by Mo Daoxian immediately after. Master of fairy peak and martial peak. Let's discuss how to implement this, making them all look extremely regretful. Sure enough, we couldn't escape. Half of the resources are just gone like that. Gambling harms people. Unexpectedly, the peak masters brought up a core issue to discuss together. That's right, the position of the Dao sect's successor. What do you think of Su Wuzhou? Su Wuzhou's aptitude is absolutely sufficient. This information made Mo Daoxian panic. What? Su Wuzhou as the Dao sect's successor? The direction of this development is somewhat wrong. At the same time, Su Wuzhou began to speak up to explain. Peak Master Lords, please let this disciple say a word. If the peaks really share half of their resources, it will definitely affect the cultivation of the disciples of those peaks. Subsequently, it will affect the overall strength of the Dao sect. So after careful consideration, I feel that the peaks only need to share 20% of the resources with my holy peak. I hope the Peak Master Lords will grant this. His proposal immediately received gratitude from the disciples. Senior Brother Su, you won these resources through battle. No matter how you distribute them, we disciples of the Holy Peak will support you. Senior Brother Su is a man of virtue, extremely generous, truly a shining example for us all. Even a master of martial peak and the master of fairy peak stared in amazement. Is this kid Su Wuzhou genuinely thinking for our Dao sect? Standing before the cheering crowd, Su Wuzhou is the coolest. Su Wuzhou is forever God. He smiled smugly and secretly gloated, saying these words, who else but me could be the Dao sect's successor? His seemingly noble action continued to receive a shower of praise from the other peak masters. This Su Wuzhou not only has great talent, but also knows how to think for the Dao sect. Truly rare to see. In Mo Daoxian's heart, he suddenly realized with alarm. Not good. I've been tricked by this Su Wuzhou. This brat wants to be the Dao sect's successor. Originally, I wanted to suppress him a bit, but this duel has pushed his reputation to the very top. If I really let him become the Dao sect's successor, who knows, tomorrow he might drag me over to fight Jixia Academy. While he was still confused by his thoughts, he heard a loud call. Junior Brother Sect Leader. Su Wuzhou is so talented. His reputation is very high among the disciples. I feel we should consider letting him be the Dao sect's successor. That sudden proposal made Mo Daoxian feel surprised. Why have even you started to be seduced? Didn't you want to kill Su Wuzhou just now? Women are truly fickle creatures. He looked at Su Wuzhou and grumbled to himself. You think I don't have a way to deal with you? Finally, Mo Daoxian boldly made a decision. Su Wuzhou has established merit for our holy peak. Naturally, there must be a great reward. I have decided to let Su Wuzhou be the successor of the holy peak. That grand declaration caused frustration in Su Wuzhou's heart. What? Successor of the holy peak? Finally, unable to endure it, he boldly retorted. Who wants that? The holy peak successor is just a master of one peak. I want to be the Dao sect's successor. In the future, I must become the boss of the entire Dao sect, along with the suggestive words of the fairy peak master. Holy peak successor? That's also good. This identity is enough to go challenge the top 100 talent list, making Mo Daoxian even more annoyed and angry. You brat, you want to fight with me? You're still just a medium rare steak. Still too green, darling. As soon as he finished his thought, he urged continuously. Su Wuzhou, kneel immediately to officially accept the position of Holy Peak successor. From now on, focus on your cultivation. Serve the Holy Peak. Don't think about other things anymore. Mo Daoxian was secretly planning. Su Wuzhou, I will use the Holy Peak successor title to blind you first. If you refuse and express your desire to be the Dao sect's successor, it will reveal your ambition. His declaration unexpectedly received countless expressions of gratitude from the disciples. What? The sect leader is officially passing the Holy Peak successor position to Su Wuzhou? The Holy Peak successor position has been empty for so long. It really needs a ruthless person to step up and lead the team. It seems the sect leader values Su Wuzhou very highly. I've been in the Dao sect for so many years. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. The Fairy Peak Master also hurriedly offered encouragement. An innate realm cultivator taking over the position of Holy Peak successor. This is a huge honor. Su Wuzhou, if you have no objections, then we will immediately. In that critical moment, Su Wuzhou urgently voiced his fierce opposition. Wait, I have an objection. I don't want to be the Holy Peak successor. The information he revealed made everyone stare in wide-eyed astonishment. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Su Wuzhou refuses to be the Holy Peak successor? The successor of a peak is almost like the existence of a peak master. If it were any other disciple, they would have been crazy with joy long ago. Why does Su Wuzhou's face look so unwilling? The other peak masters were also a bit confused. Is Su Wuzhou looking down on the Holy Peak successor position? Or is this kid's brain broken? This child Su Wuzhou is a bit arrogant. Montauk Daoxian secretly prayed. Refusing is good. Su Wuzhou, I knew you would refuse. Let's see how you handle this now. In his heart, Su Wuzhou also carried extreme frustration. Montauk Daoxian, you old geezer want to play me? It won't be that easy. After a fleeting thought, could it be that I misjudged Su Wuzhou? Does he have other ambitions? The Fairy Peak Master couldn't help but question him. Su Wuzhou, you don't want to be the Holy Peak successor? Then what do you want to be? Unexpectedly, Su Wuzhou immediately turned the situation around. With a humble attitude, reasonable and sensible. Peak Master Lords, please understand. To become the Holy Peak successor, naturally I would love it, 10,000 times over. But now I'm just an outer sect disciple. In the Holy Peak, compared to the senior brothers who have talent, virtue, and prestige, there are countless others. I'm just a small junior. How dare I be so arrogant as to sit in the position of Holy Peak successor? Just take senior brother Chun, for example. He is someone with a very high reputation among the Holy Peak disciples. Who knows how many merits he has established for the Holy Peak? If a successor must be chosen, I feel he is 100 times more worthy. A disciple who just arrived like me. Where do I get off stealing such a high position? I'm not worthy. With his superb acting skills, the crowd buzzed ceaselessly. So Brother Su holds this dream. I misunderstood him just now. Facing the temptation of such a grand Holy Peak successor position, Su Wuzhou still maintained his heart, even refusing it. Truly a shining example for our generation. Another peak master spoke up to express regret. Just now, this old man thought he had other ambitions. It is truly shameful. Such excellent character. Letting him be the Holy Peak successor. I feel it's unfair to him. The Fairy Peak Master also had a nod in agreement. This kid Su Wuzhou really has no greed. Junior brother sect leader, you truly have a good disciple. It really makes people envious. Even so, Mo Daoxian quickly realized at a glance. This brat really knows how to act, huh? Su Wuzhou was secretly gloating at this moment. Talking about acting, I don't lose to anyone. The Fairy Peak Master immediately stood up to take charge. Su Wuzhou, you don't need to worry. Although you haven't joined the Dao sect for long, you have prestige. After today's duel, I believe all the Holy Peak disciples have acknowledged you today. The Holy Peak disciples all shouted in unison. Senior Brother Su, we support you. Senior Brother Su, don't refuse. Long live Su Wuzhou. Su Wuzhou continued his ridiculous acting performance. Hearing everyone cheering for him, Su Wuzhou waved his hands, adamantly refusing. No, I only did a small thing for the Holy Peak. What prestige are you talking about? Senior Brother Chun is the one with prestige. He continued, being a disciple of the Dao sect is already a great honor. I only ever use the identity of a Dao sect disciple to bring glory to the Dao sect. Like that, I'm already very satisfied. I don't need to ask for more. Su Wuzhou hadn't finished speaking when a shout cut off his acting flow. Junior Brother Su. Hearing this, Su Wuzhou was angry. Who interrupted my touching speech? Senior Brother Chun Changhe stood tall behind him. Su Wuzhou was surprised. What is this situation? Why did Senior Brother Chun Changhe's aura suddenly increase so terrifyingly? Did I say something wrong just now? Did he come up to make things difficult for me? The fierce battle just ended. I don't have any strength left. Su Wuzhou suddenly became cowardly, trembling in panic. Respectfully greeting senior brother Chun. Do you have any business? Is there somewhere this junior brother wasn't good enough? Please forgive me. Chen Changha walked over aggressively. Reaching out, he said, what junior brother said was truly beautiful. Senior brother Chen grabbed Su Wuzhou's hands, crying emotionally. Su Wuzhou was so surprised he couldn't do anything. The emotion rose even higher. Changha shouted loudly, all along, I wanted to become the holy peak successor. It was just my personal thought. But junior brother Su's words today have awakened me. Even someone as ordinary as junior brother Su claims to lack virtue and lack talent. What face do I have to be the holy peak successor? Senior brother Chun raised Su Wuzhou's hand high, shouting to inform the peak master lords above. If junior brother Su refuses to be the holy peak successor, then I won't do it either. If a holy peak successor must be chosen today, I only accept Su Wuzhou. The disciples below shouted in unison. Senior brother Chun is right. Support senior brother Su as the holy peak successor. Senior brother Su, stop refusing. Everyone chanted Su Wuzhou's name. Since just now, he couldn't open his mouth to say a single sentence. Now that things have turned out like this, is this shooting myself in the foot? Setting traps back and forth. Finally, I fell into the pit myself. The Fairy Peak Master observed everything from above and smiled happily, saying, unexpectedly, Su Wuzhou's words resolved the obsession in Shin Chang's heart, breaking through the realm once again. Indeed, an excellent person can lead those around him to be excellent too, humbly yielding the successor position to each other. This could be considered the best conversation in the Dao sect. Mo Daoxian smiled with satisfaction. Changha, well done. I didn't nurture you in vain. Dragging Su Wuzhou into the water just like that. The Fairy Peak Master reminded, junior brother sect leader. Both Su Wuzhou and Chun Changha refuse to be the holy peak successor. Look, he calmly replied, if they don't want to, then fine. Anyway, I still remain. The holy peak successor can be chosen slowly later. However, in Mo Daoxian's heart, he gloated, as long as this brat Su Wuzhou doesn't become the Dao sect successor, it's fine. Mo Daoxian stood up and announced to the crowd below, since Su Wuzhou has won, then the battle ends here. Next, I will take a group of disciples down the mountain for training, to prepare for breaking through to the Divine Sea Realm. Disciples above the innate 10th stage can sign up. The destination is G City. Hearing this, everyone was buzzing. G City? Isn't that next to Jixia Academy? I heard it's extremely prosperous there. There are also heroes from the top 100 talent list. The person next to him replied, I'm already at the innate peak, only one step away from the Divine Sea Realm. I must participate in this training. The others were also excited. I want to go too. Even if I don't break through to the Divine Sea Realm, going out to broaden my horizons is good too. Others were dejected. So annoying. I want to go too. But I haven't reached the innate 10th stage yet. Su Wuzhou was in a miserable situation, and hearing this made him want to faint even more. Going to G City for training? What nonsense. This old man is being slippery. This is clearly borrowing the pretext of going to Jixia Academy to get the Dao Lord ring back. But where am I supposed to find the Dao Lord ring for him? I better slip away quickly. I'm not going to this G City. Su Wuzhou turned his back, wanting to run away, but all his calculations were seized. A hand reached out and grabbed Su Wuzhou's ponytail. Mo Daoxian raised his voice at him. As the winner of this battle, I decided to let you lead the team for the training. Where do you think you're going? Perhaps not running away, right? His face became more haunting to Su Wuzhou than ever. Su Wuzhou was terrified. Trembling, he said, no, I wouldn't dare. Actually, I feel that cultivating in the sect isn't bad either. Sect leader lord, how about you invite someone else? Mo Daoxian heard this and exclaimed, very good. He still held on to Su Wuzhou's ponytail, pulling it up, and excitedly said, since Su Wuzhou has agreed so frankly, then tomorrow we will set off for G City. Su Wuzhou was in pain. His whole body felt like it was electrocuted. The disciples excitedly cheered, great. If senior brother Su is going, then I must go too. The girls heard that their dream man was going and were happy. Senior brother Su is going too? Great. I originally didn't want to go. But since senior brother Su wants to go, I will participate too. Mo Daoxian reminded him. Su Wuzhou, gather at the square tomorrow. Don't forget. Ignoring his words, Su Wuzhou was busy stroking his hair. Seeing him not speak, he smiled sinisterly. Threatening, if I don't see you, you understand, right? Su Wuzhou was angry but couldn't resist. Starting again, this old guy is truly evil. Waiting for Mo Daoxian to turn and walk away, Su Wuzhou started bad-mouthing him in a super low voice. I will definitely become the Dao sect successor quickly. Kick you, old man, down, then punish you to clean the Dao sect toilets 10,000 times. Against absolute power, he could only stand behind and be furious. Suddenly someone called him, interrupting that anger. Turning back, he saw a fair-skinned little girl. Rosy cheeks. Behind her, Su Wuzhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Great white. Oh no, junior sister Ruoshui. Is something wrong? The girl was shy, bashfully saying, we at Fairy Peak admire you very much. We want to invite you for a meal. Hearing this, he wondered a meal. Ruoshui hurriedly explained, we just want to develop feelings further. No other intentions. Senior brother Su doesn't need to worry. The words develop feelings ran into his brain. A scene full of beauties appeared before his eyes. Su Wuzhou sitting in the middle, surrounded by beauties. Someone feeding him grapes, eating watermelon, even peeling apples for him to eat. Just thinking about it, drool was already flowing down. Daydreaming, Ruoshui saw him acting strangely and asked, Senior brother Su, what are you laughing at? Su Wuzhou pretended to be calm and said, nothing. Just suddenly remembered some funny things. You're still young. You wouldn't understand. About the meal, I agree. He grinned widely. Junior brother Su. A person shouted his name. Su Wuzhou and Ruoshui turned around to see who it was. Chun Changha brought a few burly brothers over. Introducing, just now, after sparring with you. We really admire your combat skills. How about tonight, before we leave, everyone trains together a bit to enhance practical combat experience. Hearing him say that, Su Wuzhou was stunned for a moment. Why does this Dao sect have so many good brothers, even inviting me to train with them? Su Wuzhou thought of a horrifying scene. Those brothers hugging, caressing him, pressing close to him, man on man. He would absolutely not let this happen. Su Wuzhou refused. Senior brother Chun, just now, junior sister Ruoshui invited me to dinner, so I can't make it to your side. Intending to use the beauties as an excuse to refuse, but he didn't know that Fairy Peak didn't just invite him. Senior brother Chun stepped forward and asked junior sister Ruoshui, did your Fairy Peak also come to invite junior brother Su? She replied, that's right. But senior brother Su hasn't agreed yet. The burly brothers heard this and laughed out loud. Fairy Peak has so many beautiful junior sisters. It seems senior brother Su will definitely choose them. That's right. If it were me, I would also choose to go to Fairy Peak. Even they think so. Su Wuzhou felt relieved. Everyone is a man. Don't make it hard for each other. Senior brother Chun turned back and scolded those people. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think senior brother Su is like you? A vulgar commoner seduced by women? He is the person with the best morals in the Dao sect. He is our role model. Hearing that, the guy replied, you have a point. Junior brother Su and us are not on the same level. Su Wuzhou stood outside observing the situation and was horrified. Is this the image I built playing me now? Junior brother Su? Senior brother Su? Both Chinchangha and Ruoshui called his name, asking if he had decided yet. Standing at a crossroads. One side is a beauty trap. One side is comradeship, or rather his own face. Su Wuzhou made a difficult decision. The hand that had extinguished so many lives trembled at this choice. He desperately placed his hand on Chun Chang's shoulder. I decided to go with senior brother Chun. He was happy. Great, junior brother Su. Su Wuzhou wanted to cry a river. Smiling at the beauty Ruoshui. Sorry, junior sister Ruoshui. We are about to go down the mountain. The practical combat ability of our disciples concerns the face of the Dao sect. If senior brother Chun and the others have a need, as the leader, I feel I should still go train with them. Ruoshui sighed in disappointment. All right then. Senior brother Su is right. Then see you tomorrow, senior brother Su. She said goodbye to Su Wuzhou and left. Watching the beauties back leaving right before his eyes. Su Wuzhou was like a cat losing a piece of fat meat. Tears streamed down his face. Goodbye, junior sister Ruoshui. Junior sister Ruoshui, just now there was a bit of regret in your eyes, right? Great. A man's shout woke him from his dream. That brother excitedly said, Having junior brother Sue with us for the long night is truly fun. My big saber is already itching. Su wuju chenba. Thinking about his miserable fate, he stammered back in tears. I'm also very happy. Through this situation, one learns a lesson. One shouldn't show off. It's very easy to harm oneself. The next day, a carriage was running through the sky. The brave horse galloped. Inside, Su Wuzhou sat in the middle, quietly cultivating along with Ruoxue and a few other disciples. Ruoxue was like a playful puppy, looking outside, excitedly asking, "Are we really in the sky?" The city below became very small. People look like ants. She exclaimed, "Senior sister, look, it's a rainbow." The senior sister sitting next to her looked at the girl in front of her and doted on her, saying, "That's right. Very beautiful. This is the first time seeing a rainbow in the sky, huh?" Ruoxue suddenly noticed Su Wuzhou cultivating in seclusion. She smiled gently, to be able to calm his mind and cultivate in such a place. Truly our good role model. Ruoxue frowned and reminded the two people opposite, "Senior brother Su is cultivating. Let's speak a bit softer. Don't disturb him." Hearing that, they thought to themselves, "Isn't she the only one being the noisiest?" The person wearing glasses looked at him and said, "Not moved by external things at any moment. A heart for cultivation. Is this senior brother Su's secret?" The blindfolded guy replied, "We are still far behind junior brother Su." The person sitting opposite heard this and felt his ears itch. He spoke up, "That pretender. What is there to admire?" Ruoxue whispered to him, "Then why couldn't senior brother Wu beat senior brother Su?" That simple question was like a knife cutting into his heart. A manly man, but highly sensitive. The humiliation was great. On the other side, Su Wuzhou touched the seat surface, commenting, "Emotions must be firm. The feeling of touching is so good. This carriage is definitely made of rare metals. If I can appropriate it, I can definitely get a large bowl of liquid." He suddenly had an idea. Should I try to appropriate it? Just a little bit. Just need. Before he finished thinking, Mo Daoxian, who was sitting reading a magazine, already knew all his tricks. Speaking up to ask Su Wuzhou, "What do you want to do?" With his sharp eyes, Mo Daoxian stared at Su Wuzhou. "You brat, what trick are you trying to pull?" "I know very well. Don't force me to act in front of everyone. I don't care about your face." Su Wuzhou was surprised. "No way. I haven't started appropriating yet. Was I discovered by that old guy already?" He coldly ordered, "You come over here." Su Wuzhou, like a shrinking turtle, immediately ran over to present himself. "Coming, sect leader lord. If you have any instructions, just say it." Everyone witnessing this was helpless. Senior brother Su is very small in front of the sect leader. He threw 2 books at him. Introducing, this is a 4th grade peak combat skill, Fire Dragon Slash, and a 3rd grade peak combat skill, Thunder Kick. One is suitable for group combat. One can enhance your speed. Take them and cultivate. Su Wuzhou was surprised. "Sect leader lord, you are suddenly so good to me. This isn't a trap, is it?" Mo Daoxian replied, "With your talent, you might reach the Divine Sea realm very quickly. We are going to the territory of Jisha Academy. You definitely won't behave yourself. Not raising your power a bit. I'm afraid you'll be destroyed by others very quickly. At that time, our Dao sect will lose face." While lecturing him, he was reading a beauty magazine, evaluating, "This little lady isn't bad." Su Wuzhou forced a smile and replied, "Sect leader lord, I have always behaved myself." He frowned and replied, "Use that trick less with me." He also took the opportunity to instruct the others. "Listen carefully, all of you. The outside world is not as peaceful as you think. Although G City looks very beautiful on the outside, there are plenty of dangerous places. We must be careful in our conduct. I don't hope that when we return, anyone will be missing." Everyone bowed their heads. "We obey the sect leader's command." Mo Daoxian closed the magazine and said, "As for Su Wuzhou, I will only say one sentence. As long as you all act according to the rules, no matter how big the trouble you cause, my Dao sect is not afraid. Understood?" Hearing the sect leader's instruction, he respectfully replied, "Yes." Wuzhou understands clearly. According to Mo Daoxian's meaning, as long as it's based on rules, he can cause as much trouble with Jisha Academy as he wants. After traveling for some time, finally they arrived. Mo Daoxian told everyone, "It's almost time." Below is G City. At G City, the streets were bustling with people coming and going. Their carriage landed on the street. The locals wondered, which big shot is coming to our G city? To be able to ride such a luxurious carriage. The status must not be low. Could it be the holy lord of some holy land? The group stepped out of the carriage. Mo Daoxian announced, G City has a Dao sect station. Later, after you enter the city, someone will come to meet you. Su Wuzhou was surprised. What about the sect leader? I have to go meet an old friend. He replied. A person walked up from behind. Greeting, Dao sect graces us with their presence. Jisha Academy cannot come out to welcome you. Please forgive us, Dao sect. Mo Daoxian raised his voice. If there's no sedan chair, fine. If there's no team to welcome me, I can tolerate it. But your massive Jisha Academy only sent one sacrificial wine official to welcome this Dao Lord. I see that you don't take this Dao Lord seriously, do you? The sacrificial wine lord smiled and replied, Dao Lord, forgive us. Jisha Academy is currently busy. There really isn't anyone available. Although smiling on the outside, in his heart, he was malicious. You still want a sedan chair to pick you up? If not for respecting you as the Dao Lord, this old man would have slapped your mouth broken long ago. The people standing around watching the gossip discussed. So the person who arrived is the sect leader. I thought it was some big shot. That's right. Still wanting a sedan chair to pick him up? Lord Sacrificial Wine, personally coming out to welcome him, is already giving a lot of face. He doesn't even know his own strength. Ruoshui heard this and was angry. These people are truly hateful. Su Wuzhou comforted the girl. Don't mind them. Just a bunch of loudmouths. The others continued. The disciples in the sect don't even make the top 100 talent list. Now, the Dao sect probably only has an empty reputation left. Truly pathetic. They laughed loudly. A person from the Holy Peak heard those sarcastic words. An insult, so he went crazy. He shouted, If you guys keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will cut off your tongues? The crowd knew no fear. The deaf are not afraid of gunshots. Still boldly challenging what? A Dao sect about to collapse still dares to be arrogant? You dare to touch us and see? Then now, he would grant their wish. He shouted, Then I will fulfill your wish. You bunch of ignorant, loudmouth villains. Eyes like bullets. Teeth gritted. Spiritual power gathered in his palm. But before he could strike, he was stopped by Mo Daoxian. He coldly said, If the whole G city is full of this sound, then will you cut off the tongues of the entire G city? There will be a day. These sounds will disappear on their own. The day the Dao sect restores its glorious era. Hearing his master's teachings made him understand many things. Respectfully replying, Disciple understands. Disciple will endure hardship to cultivate, to bring honor to the Dao sect. Having resolved this issue, Mo Daoxian turned to reason with the sacrificial wine lord. Sacrificial wine, the leader of the world's Dao sects, is here. You alone came to welcome me. Such a perfunctory matter. I'm afraid you have forgotten that year. Your Jisha Academy suffered quite a bit. The sect leader's body emitted a spiritual aura that wanted to crush people to death. The sacrificial wine lord panicked. This aura, I can't quite withstand it. He immediately bowed to admit his fault. Dao Lord, forgive me. Jisha Academy, indeed, is a bit in a difficult position. Montauk Daoxian gently replied, Adelicht. Do you really think I don't know what's in your hearts? Looking down on the Dao sect. These words are already written on your face. Stop talking so much. Go ahead and lead the way. Su Wuzhou stood behind, observing the situation, thinking, although the Dao sect is getting worse. As the world's Dao leader, more or less, face must be respected. It seems, to fight against Jisha Academy, I must get the identity of the Dao sect's successor. Suddenly someone came and patted his shoulder, smiling happily, saying, All right, it's getting late. Let's quickly go to the resting place. He was surprised. Xianwei, I remember you haven't reached the innate 10th stage yet. Why'd you get to come here? He replied, I indeed haven't reached the innate 10th stage. But my uncle has a bit of power in G City. So the sect leader lord entrusted me to lead the way. Wuzhou shouted, You say just a bit? I'm afraid he bought the whole G City. He smiled sinisterly. Brother Su, don't say that. G City belongs to Jisha Academy. We don't dare to buy it. Su Wuzhou felt utterly shocked. Looking at your appearance, it looks like you really want to buy it. Xian Wei changed the subject. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's enter the city first. Someone, listen to the order. A carriage drove up. Su Wuzhou was surprised. What is this situation? Xian Wei smiled smugly. Nothing much. A shiny carriage appeared in front of them. Acting cool. Consider it just a simple fleet. When hearing Xianwei say that, Su Wuzhou had to drop his jaw in amazement. Such a glamorous carriage, and he calls it simple? Could this be the difference in class? Behind, Ruoshui had to exclaim, amazing. Su Wuzhou thought to himself, this is face. If Mo Daoxian knew, he would surely die of anger. A moment later, Xianwei suddenly spoke up. He said, everyone, don't just stand there. Get on the carriage. The carriage will take everyone to the Dao sect's resting place. The senior sister said to Ruoshui, junior sister Ruoshui, let's sit in one carriage. The Holy Peak group happily said to each other, this is the first time I get to sit in such a luxurious carriage, then laughed loudly. At that moment, Ruoshui also spoke up, senior brother Su. You sit with us too. Hearing this, Su Wuzhou's face became cheerful, and he immediately agreed. Suddenly from behind, a hand grabbed Su Wuzhou's ponytail and yanked it back, making him extremely angry and exclaim, which bastard pulled my hair again? It turned out to be Xianwei. His face was extremely cunning as he said, brother Su, don't rush. We will sit in the same carriage. Hearing this, Su Wuzhou was both angry and loud, saying to him, what's special about that? Having junior sister Ruoshui is what's special. Xianwei smiled cunningly again and said to him, follow me and you'll know. Then Su Wuzhou walked to the carriage, opening the curtain. Inside were many beautiful, sexy girls, extremely seductive. There was also a sign hanging with the words exclusively for young Master Su. Su Wuzhou saw the carriage full of beauties, and his eyes lit up, drool flowing down, eyes looking like they were about to pop out. His attitude changed 180 degrees. From being angry about not sitting with junior sister Ruoshui, now his face changed color, affirming he would sit in this one. No one can stop him. Seeing this, Xianwei could only force a smile, thinking, I knew it. Suddenly, Chun Changha cut through the atmosphere. He lifted the curtain and said, junior brother Su, they invited you to sit in the same carriage. It's always him ruining his good things. Su Wuzhou glared at the person. Chun Changha looked inside and saw it was full of beauties. His face full of righteousness, he questioned Su Wuzhou. Junior brother Su, you want to sit in this one? Making him sweat bullets. He changed his attitude again as fast as flipping a pancake. He said, how could I sit in this one? It's all Xianwei's trick. Xianwei also had to give up on Su Wuzhou's attitude, unable to utter a word. Not stopping there, Su Wuzhou turned around, pointed at Xianwei's face, and spoke clearly. Xianwei, don't you dare use these things to make me lose my determination for the martial Dao will. If there's a next time, I will kick you out of the team. Then he went to tell Changha, senior brother, let's go. Changha also replied, scare me to death. I thought you would take this one. Behind, Xianwei heard this, and his jaw dropped to the ground. Suddenly Changha turned back, eyes extremely scary, saying, Xianwei, I warn you, stay away from junior brother Su in the future. Otherwise, watch out. Xianwei was too scared to say anything, only able to think in his head. So unjust for me. You guys have been tricked by Su Wuzhou. Walking along, Changha said, in the future, you should also stay away from that kind of person. Don't let him pollute you. Su Wuzhou saw this and replied, senior brother is very right. I was almost tricked by him. Then Su Wuzhou walked and cried. He thought, I don't know how many precious opportunities this image will cost me in the end. The carriage started moving. The carriage was moving. Outside the carriage door, someone was cursing, arguing with Changha. He said, if you have guts, get off the carriage. This old lady will beat you to death. Changha replied, only someone with brain problems would be seduced by you people. Su Wuzhou saw this and thought to himself, a straight man like senior brother Chun has probably made a huge breakthrough. Cursing vigorously, suddenly Changha turned back and said, junior brother Su, help me. I can't out-curse her alone. Su Wuzhou just shyly replied, yeah, forget it. I have to cultivate. He suddenly remembered Xianwei. Tears flowed down again, thinking, that bastard Xianwei, I don't know how happy he is right now. And here I am with this bunch of burly men in the carriage. Su Wuzhou felt self-pity, hugging his knees lonely. The two people next to him didn't understand his suffering and said, it seems senior brother Su is a bit unhappy. Maybe he's homesick. Outside, there were a few fierce-looking guys, holding weapons like axes, swords and sabers, looking extremely scary. Suddenly one of them, with a dangerous face, said, "Finally, the new disciples of the Tao sect have arrived. Our chance to become famous has come. Follow those guys to the Tao sect's camp." At that time, at the Tao sect's camp in G City, Su Wuzhou's carriage arrived. Everyone got off the carriage. Xianwei appeared and said, "Everyone, this is the Tao sect's camp in G City. Let's go inside." Traveling by carriage was tiring. Everyone just dressed first. Suddenly the door opened and a voice appeared. "Fellow disciples came to G City for training, right?" He introduced, "I am Jing Yong. This time the elders sent me to be in charge of the affairs of fellow disciples coming to Jixia Academy. If you have any problems, just find me directly." Su Wuzhou saw this and also spoke. "Greetings, senior brother Jing Yong. I am Su Wuzhou, the leader of this training team." Hearing him introduce himself, Jing Yong felt his name was quite familiar. Suddenly he remembered and said loudly, "You are junior brother Su, the selfless Su Wuzhou? Virtuous? Good." Hearing this, Su Wuzhou also thought to himself, "I didn't expect my reputation to reach here already. How can I change my image this time?" Suddenly Jing Yong bowed 90 degrees and said, "Although I am not at the Tao sect, I have heard of junior brother Su's great name. Your deeds are truly a role model for our generation." Hearing this, Su Wuzhou was stunned and speechless. In his head, he thought, "No need for such a big ceremony. This only makes it more awkward for me." Su Wuzhou also bowed 90 degrees in return. He said, "It's all just empty fame. Senior brother Jing praises me too much, compared to the senior brothers risking their lives outside. This little ability of Su Wuzhou is only as small as the light of a firefly. Not worth mentioning." Saying this made Jing Yong's eyes pop out in fear. He bowed all the way to the ground and said, "Junior brother Su, you are too humble. It is pride. You are very worthy." To return the courtesy, Su Wuzhou also bowed to the ground. He replied, No. Senior brother Jing is much more formidable." Behind, Xianwei and Ruoshui saw this and had to exclaim, "Can you two stop being so humble?" After that, Jing Yong gestured to invite everyone inside. He said, "We will catch up later. Junior brothers, junior sisters, go inside first. We have prepared dinner." As everyone was entering, suddenly a voice came from behind. "Hey, Tao sect disciples inside there," making everyone startled and turn their heads back. It turned out to be the group standing guard outside the carriage window earlier. The leader with oxhorn hair said, "Who dares to fight a battle with me? Mandainyo?" The two behind also spoke up. "I am Jia Bufan of the Boundless Sword Sect. Specially came to the Tao sect to ask for advice." The other one also said, "My heavenly god sect is much greater. Today we came specifically to defeat the Tao sect." Suddenly some people saw this and took the opportunity to open a ticket booth. Seats to watch the show. Buy a seat to watch the show. First come, first serve, buy one, get one free. Challenging the Tao sect is very attractive. Come here, come here." The other one also said, "Beer, alcohol, food, mineral water, sunflower seeds, peanuts here." Su Wuzhou saw this and asked, "What is going on?" Chun Changha also continued, "Are the people of G City all this brave?" Xianwei also spoke up, "Why are there so many people challenging our Tao sect?" Su Wuzhou sensed something. Feeling something was wrong. He said in his head, "This guy just broke through to the innate realm. And the guy holding 2 swords is at the postnatal realm. Who gave them such courage?" He said to Jing Yong, "Senior brother Jing, these guys have such low realms. Why do they dare to come to our door to challenge us?" Jing Yong immediately replied, "This is actually quite good. A few days ago, there were even martial artists of the Blood Chi realm coming to challenge us. The Holy Peak group also wondered, why are they so arrogant? What do they consider our Tao sect to be?" Ruoshui saw this and became worried, asking, "Senior brother Jing, why is this happening?" Jing Yong replied, "These guys want to borrow the Tao sect's name." Jing Yong continued, "First, our Tao sect leads the world. Greatest reputation. Moreover, nominally, we have the obligation to guide the disciples of the lower sects. Therefore, when we train, most of us hold back." The guy with oxhorn hair said, "Even if our disciples' strength is a bit inferior now, there is still a chance to win. Finally, even if we lose, we can still brag to the outside world about fighting 300 rounds with a Tao sect disciple, defeated in one move." Su Wuzhou laughed loudly and said, "I understand. They just see our Tao sect as easy to bully." His face suddenly became scary. His two hands formed fists. More and more challengers arrived. There was a guy hugging a big sword, provoking. You don't even dare to accept my challenge? How can such a Dao sect be worthy of the title of the world's leading Dao sect? It seems they knew each other from before. The guy with a scarf on his head said to the guy with a red conical hat, You came too? The guy with the conical hat replied, Heard the new disciples of the Dao sect arrived. I ran over here before I could even eat. Then Manhwa shouted loudly, It's fine if you don't accept the challenge. Just admitting defeat to me, Manhwa, is enough. He laughed loudly. Hearing this, Chen Changha's group angrily said, Bastards! Daring to insult our Dao sect like this? I absolutely won't forgive you. Hateful. Although our Dao sect isn't what it used to be, you want to challenge us, right? I will fulfill your wish. Today I will show you the power of our Dao sect. The two were stepping forward when suddenly Jing Yong spoke up to stop them. They suddenly objected and retorted. Senior brother Jing, why stop us? Did you not hear him say those nasty words? We are disciples of the Dao sect. Shouldn't we protect the sect's honor anytime, anywhere? Jing Yong heard this and sighed. He said, Then let me ask you. Today you beat them. What if they come again tomorrow? They immediately replied, Of course, we continue to fight. We must show the prestige of our Dao sect. Jing Yong's eyes became solemn, and he continued, Then what if the day after tomorrow? The day after that? Several days later, they still come? Do you plan to fight this group of people until you are exhausted? Not doing anything else? Speaking up to here, the two of them didn't know how to respond. So Jing Yong continued, You came down the mountain to train because you want to break through quickly. Break through to the divine sea realm. If you fight with this trash all day, does the training still have any meaning? They objected again. But do we just let those guys insult the Dao sect like that? At this point, Jing Yong calmly said, Junior brothers, junior sisters, rest assured. I will send someone to handle this matter. Everyone should go inside and rest first. Behind, Su Wuzhou suddenly spoke up. Senior brother Jing, do you plan to send someone to accept their challenge? Jing Yong immediately replied, That's right. It was like this before. Just fight a few battles. Satisfy them. Only then will they leave. Currently, it can only be like this. Can't think of any other way. Su Wuzhou heard this and fell into deep thought. But this is not a long-term plan. Just finished seeing Jing Yong sending people down to fight them. The group sent by Jing Yong came out and said, Stop making noise. If you want a challenge, line up here. The challengers saw this and shouted, Why is it you guys again? What a waste of time. Let the new disciples of the Dao sect come out to fight. Manhwa said again, The new disciples of the Dao sect are probably too scared to come out. Don't even dare to accept my challenge. Then why don't you quickly scram back home? The guys behind heard him and joined in shouting. The strength of the new disciples of the Dao sect is probably trash. Fighting with us, we will definitely win. The other guy also said, That's right. Wait until we win. We can go out and badmouth the Dao sect kids. After speaking, they laughed loudly. Hearing this, Manhwa turned back and cursed them. You stupid bunch. Why did you say out loud what's in your hearts? We came to challenge the Dao sect. Watch your language. Chen Changha and the other saw this and understood the problem. They said to each other, Finally understood. These guys are targeting us. Taking me for a coward? If I could act, I would definitely beat him until his mother doesn't recognize him. Behind, Ruoshui said to the two, Senior brother Jing explained clearly just now. We shouldn't care about them. Otherwise, they will cling to us every day and won't let go. The two of them felt extremely annoyed. Ruoshui turned to look at Su Wuzhou. She thought, Does senior brother Su have a way to solve this? At that time, Su Wuzhou was still deep in thought. Being seen as a coward is a bit unpleasant, but this seems to be a good opportunity. If I use it, not only can I break the embarrassing image from before, I can also make my reputation resound outside. It's the path for me to become the Dao sect's successor, truly killing two birds with one stone. Looks like it's time for me to take the field. He stepped out, causing Jing Yong standing there to be startled and try to stop him. But he just said, Senior brother Jing, rest assured. Leave the rest to me, stepping out to face them. Su Wuzhou opened. Is it you guys who want to challenge the Dao sect? The three hooligans grinned, clearly replying, That's right. It is us. The new disciple of the Dao sect finally appeared. Time to get famous. These guys truly haven't seen the coffin yet, so they don't shed tears, so Wuzhou will teach them a lesson to remember. He lowered his face. smiling a friendly smile. If you guys want it that way, let me help you achieve your wish. Su Wuzhou held his precious sword in front of him, taking a stance. Chen Changha behind saw this and shouted, "Hey, why did junior brother Su accept the challenge? Did he not hear what senior brother Jing said?" Little Ruoshui stepped up to speak for Su Wuzhou. "Senior brother Su has courage and strategy. Maybe he has a way." Senior brother Chen replied, "Could it be that junior brother Su has a way to beat back these troublemakers?" "Definitely. I trust senior brother Su." Ruoshui was certain of her choice. Jing Yong heard the two of them discussing and remained silent. He turned to remind Su Wuzhou, "Junior brother Su, you will get into trouble doing this. So many people. You can't fight them all." Su Wuzhou reassured, "Senior brother Jing, rest assured. I won't fight many battles." Looking at Su Wuzhou's back, Jing Yong pondered, "Junior brother Su, hope you are as reliable as the rumors say." Back to the battle. Su Wuzhou confidently introduced, "I am Su Wuzhou, Outer Sect disciple of the Tao Sect. Innate Realm Peak. Is there anyone at the Innate Realm Peak who dares to fight me? Of course there is. Today I will defeat all the talents of the Tao Sect." The long-haired guy grabbed his strange weapon, using a cloth to wipe the sharp blade. He smiled sinisterly, thinking, finally someone accepted the challenge. Whoever doesn't grab this advantage is a fool. The two-horned guy in the group was beaten to the punch and got angry. Hateful. "Oh Mao, I was a step too slow, letting this brat snatch it first." The long-haired guy started first, shouting, "Watch my move," and jumped up high, pointing the blade straight down at Su Wuzhou, standing before danger. He didn't dodge, but used his sword, slashing a line across his body. He lay down, rolling back and forth, clutching his chest and screaming, "My six-pack abs! Hurts me to death." Everyone there stared wide-eyed, not believing their eyes. Why are Tao Sect people so ruthless? Everyone was terrified by the scene in front of them. Not only those people, but the insiders Chen Changha and Ruoshui were even more surprised. Jing Yong was surprised. Junior brother Su actually injured the challenger? The long-haired guy was still rolling on the ground, mouth screaming nonstop. Su Wuzhou seriously said, "Stop screaming. Quickly go to the clinic for a checkup." He smugly asked, "Who is the next challenger?" Seeing the brother injured, the others were terrified. No one dared to step forward. The whole area suddenly fell silent, not a sound. Only the sound of the wind whistling. Taking advantage, Su Wuzhou spoke up, "Scared of a little blood? With just that little ability, you want to challenge the Tao Sect?" The buzzcut guy boldly pointed at him. "The Tao Sect is the leading sect. It has the obligation to guide the disciples of the world in cultivation. You act so ruthlessly, basically unworthy of being called a disciple of the Tao Sect." Su Wuzhou glanced at him, coldly saying, "Are you here to challenge or to argue? If not challenging, then scram. I don't want to talk much with cowards. Think I'm afraid of you?" An opponent stepped forward. It was Mandainyo of the Oxhair Sect, who was beaten to the punch by the long-haired guy earlier. Now, standing out to challenge. Today he will demand justice for his brother. Mandainyo rushed up with his saber, smashing down on Su Wuzhou. If he defeats Su Wuzhou today, his fame will resound throughout the 9 provinces. Not letting the two-horned guy be disappointed, Su Wuzhou directly stabbed the sword through his chest. Bones from the rib cage shattered piece by piece. He fell down screaming in pain, "My chest!" Su Wuzhou bravely said to Mandainyo, "You are too weak. You don't even need a sword. Who else?" He emphasized each of those 3 words. Everyone standing inside, watching Su Wuzhou act, was surprised. Junior brother beat another challenger to injury, this time even more vicious than the last. What exactly does Su Wuzhou want to do? Ruoshui, in the distance, spoke up. "I know why senior brother Su is doing this. Senior brother Su wants to use ruthless means to terrify the challengers. If every challenge requires paying a serious price, then these people definitely won't want to come anymore." Jing Yong heard this and thought, using ruthless means to terrify the challengers, leaving aside whether this method works or not. Doing so will definitely damage our Tao Sect's reputation. Ruoshui continued, "But if this continues, senior brother Su's reputation will definitely not be good anymore. He is shouldering too much alone." She worried for him. Outside, those guys below were terrified. This kid is too ruthless. Basically can't be messed with. We better slip away first. Very true. It's not like the Tao Sect is the only one around here. We better change to another place to challenge. They all ran headfirst without looking back. Su Wuzhou looked at the remaining guy and said, "They left. You guys are still here. Can I understand that you intend to continue challenging?" The purple-haired guy respectfully said, "I am Qianchuan Shan, a disciple of the Cantillon sect. I have something I don't understand and want to ask for advice. These people just want to train a bit with the Dao sect to broaden their horizons. But why were you so ruthless? Hasn't this lost the demeanor of the leading Dao sect?" Su Wuzhou heard this, laughed, and asked back, "I act ruthlessly?" Then he turned cold, his face full of murderous intent, shouting, "That's right, ruthless enough to make others angry. If I didn't act a bit ruthlessly, would you think my Dao sect is easy to bully?" The purple-haired guy also craned his neck to argue back. "These words of yours are truly absurd. I really dare not offend. We challenge the Dao sect clearly out of respect, hoping to learn and comprehend. Then in your mouth, it becomes bullying the Dao sect. Are you judging a gentleman with a villain's heart?" The people nearby heard this and also supported him. "Brother Qian is right. We don't feel like we're bullying the Dao sect. The Dao sect is the leading Dao sect in the world, yet treating challengers so ruthlessly. Today we must demand justice. Let the Dao sect elder come out. Today we must punish this ruthless guy, otherwise we won't go anywhere." Hearing everyone standing on his side, the purple-haired guy was even more excited. His plan succeeded. Make a scene. Make a big scene. The bigger the scene, the better. Only then will my reputation resound. At that time, who wouldn't say I'm a hero daring to strike a stone with an egg against the Dao sect? Witnessing the crowd turning against Su Wuzhou, Ruoshui worried. "We're done for. If we let these people make a scene, senior brother Su will definitely be punished." Shin Changhao was equally worried. This guy Qian Xuanshan is inciting the masses, basically wanting to create a good reputation for himself. Hateful. What exactly should we do now? Facing the noisy scene of the crowd, Jing Yong thought, junior brother Su has courage and schemes, but in the end, it's still youthful arrogance. Sure enough, I still need to come out to clean up the mess. At this moment, Su Wuzhou stepped up to face him, sneered, then made a scary face and said, "You say you came here with reverence for the Dao sect? Truly thick-skinned." Qian Xuanshan was arrogant just now, but at this moment his face turned pale as he retorted, "What do you want? I'm not afraid." He raised his sword and commanded, saying, "Today is the umpteenth time this month you guys came to the Dao sect to challenge." Being approached by him made the guy tremble and reply, "It's my first time." Hearing that, he immediately swung his sword down, making the guy jump in fear. Then Su Wuzhou said, "Good children don't tell lies. Uncle's sword has no eyes." Terrified to the point of rolling his eyes back, snot flowing down as he screamed. Then he knelt down, kowtowing and confessing, "I'll tell everything. Today is the 8th time this month I came to the Dao sect to challenge. I was wrong." The others angrily thought, "That bastard is truly unreliable. Just one scare and he spilled everything." At this moment, he turned back to glare. They immediately fell silent too. He asked, "What about you guys?" The whole group was terrified and immediately took turns, confessing everything. "We confess everything. I'm the 13th time. I'm the 25th time. I'm the 20th time." He smiled and said, "Why do you come so many times?" They replied, "We felt that the Dao sect wouldn't act ruthlessly anyway. Coming to challenge a few times. Who knows, maybe we can win. At that time, our reputation will be resounding." The Dao sect people retorted, "I said why your face looks so familiar. Turns out you came here to challenge 8 times already. Each time disguised differently. No wonder I didn't recognize you. Hateful, these guys come here to challenge every time. I try my best to spar with them, ensuring the obligation to guide them. Unexpectedly, kindness was treated as useless. Our Dao sect, because we have to keep the rules, too concerned with our own status. That's why we made you think we were easy to bully. I suddenly feel Su Wuzhou acting ruthlessly is quite good. So now, do you have anything left to say?" The group was speechless and didn't know how to respond. He said, "What coming to learn? Just an excuse to learn to gain some fame from our Dao sect." Suddenly, someone retorted against him. "No, these people are just special cases. They don't represent the majority. Moreover, you are an innate rel peak powerhouse, using force to threaten those weaker than you and with lower realms. I want to ask the Dao sect seniors, does the Dao sect teach disciples like this?" The crowd seized the opportunity to be noisy again. Brother Qian Chuanshan is very right. We are all minor martial artists. Don't have any profound combat skills. You bullying us, what ability is that? Now the Dao sect is getting more and more thick-skinned. Even bullying ordinary martial artists like us. Others discussed. Who is that? This is Qian Chuanshan of the Cantillon sect. The Cantillon sect is also considered a major sect of a region. Maybe he can handle him. Su Wu Du Sai. More and more stupid people. Then he said, Qian Chuanshan, you say they are weak, so a disciple of the Cantillon sect. A major sect of a region. Being at the innate realm peak isn't considered weak, right? Didn't you speak up representing the weak? Then let's fight a battle. How about it? He was startled. Thinking in his head. I just wanted to act cool. Didn't want to fight personally. Moreover, this kid has some ability. I'm not sure I will win. The crowd behind cheered. Brother Qian, what are you afraid of? Just fight him. I support you. That's right. Brother Qian comes from a major sect. Must know a lot of secret arts. This kid might not be your opponent. He worriedly thought. This bunch of bastards. You guys like watching drama, but aren't afraid of consequences? He said, if you don't dare, then say in front of everyone that the Cantillon sect is a low-class sect and withdraw from the Cantillon sect. I will spare your life. This guy jumped up. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know how hard I had to work to get into the Cantillon sect? I was an intern at the Cantillon sect for 10 years. He trembled thinking, looks like I have to fight today. Otherwise, if it gets out, not only will it ruin my reputation, who knows, it might make the elders in the sect unhappy. So this guy was forced to accept the challenge. Then today, I will demand justice for everyone on their behalf. Jing Yong looked at him and said, Qian Chuanshan, I have heard of this person. He cultivates a set of 108 heavenly cycle star sword art, which is quite profound. He also has some fame in G City. The person standing next to him replied, Senior Brother Jing, rest assured. If someone else took the field, I would be a bit worried. But Junior Brother Su, I only worry the opponent will be beaten too miserably by him. Another person agreed. That's right. I know this point too. In his head, he thought about the past events that made people suffer. At this moment, he said, You make the first move. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. He was furious. Arrogant. Do you think I am those commoner martial artists? Will be defeated by one move of yours. Today I will let you know the power of the Cantillon sect. In his heart, he secretly thought, This kid has some strength. To avoid losing face, I will just execute one move to show my strength. Then find an excuse to withdraw. Perfect for both sides. Then he used the 108 heavenly cycle, star sword art, creating a heavenly star array aiming at him. Su Wuzhou didn't rush to dodge, but used power to block them and said, Just flashy. Useless. He saw this and was surprised. What? Just raising his hand broke my sword art? Then he used the heavenly seal move. From the sky, a giant stone statue appeared and crashed down to crush him. The crowd just now didn't dare to say anything. Fear in their hearts. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Qian Chuanshan is also an elite of the Cantillon sect, yet he was crippled by one move of that kid? Su Wuzhou is so powerful, yet he is still an outer sect disciple? Then how monstrous are the inner sect disciples? Not to mention the core disciples. The Dao sect disciples this time are so terrifying. The guy attacked by him crawled up awkwardly and said, You bastard. My sea of qi is shattered. Su Wuzhou, you dare to cripple me? He replied, You are a disciple of the Cantillon sect, yet publicly inciting the will of the people, plotting to besiege and attack the G City camp. Me sparing your life is already very lucky. If you're not convinced, let the elders of the Cantillon sect come to the Dao sect camp to confront us on the spot. In his head, he thought, Playing with me? Even if dead, this young master will lie that he's alive. This guy gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard. At this moment, Jing Yong stepped up and said, Junior Brother Su is right. Our Dao sect leader also came to Jixia Academy. If Qian Chuanshan is not convinced, you can let the sect leader of the Cantillon sect find our sect leader to reason. In his head, he thought, This time Su Wuzhou went to battle for the face of the Dao sect. No matter what, I must support him. Qian Chuanshan was furious, veins popping on his face. Hateful. Then he said, Finally, I will tell you one sentence. Don't take my Dao sect's kindness as capital for your insolence. Otherwise, saying that, he pulled out his sword, stabbed it into the ground, and continued. This is the outcome. The challengers were terrified, but he said, Even so, I will spread the news of Tao sect disciples arbitrarily injuring challengers to the outside world. Let everyone see what the Tao sect's virtue is like now. The Tao sect leads the sects of the world. Is this how the Tao sect treats other sects? The crowd rose up to make trouble again. Very true. Can't beat you. So many of us can't out-talk you. Today I will make you lose your reputation. Seriously injuring others at the drop of a hat. What's the point of being so cruel and ruthless? Protest. We will let the sects of the world know the true face of the Tao sect. Jing Yong saw things going too far and thought, not good. If we really let these people spread news outside, it will ruin our Tao sect's reputation. The people in the Tao sect were angry. These guys are truly shameless. Clearly they came to our door to cause trouble. Now it becomes our Tao sect being wrong. Ruoshui also said, can't we let the truth of this matter spread out? Also let the people of the world know who is right and who is wrong. Chang'e worried. Our Tao sect's power is weak now. Influence is not like before. Many people bad-mouthing. I'm afraid. Hateful. At this moment, he said, did you not hear clearly what I said before? I am just an outer sect disciple of the Tao sect. But do you know why I am so strong? Just an outer sect disciple? The crowd was swayed by his words. Very true. Su Wuzhou is so powerful. In other major sects, at least, he could be a core disciple. Worth mentioning is that the Tao sect has declined for a long time. Strength is not as before. Why is he just an outer sect disciple? Could it be he committed some mistake? Then how big was the mistake? To leave Su Wuzhou's high strength only able to be an outer sect disciple? He said, you guys don't need to guess. The reason is very simple. Because the disciples of the Tao sect are all people with kind moral character. They are innocent, kind, and lovely. But I am not. I am cruel, shameless. I like attacking the weak the most. I am the biggest rat, ruining the Tao sect. Ruoshui worried. Why does senior brother Su say that about himself? He is clearly not that kind of person. Could it be he? Su Wuzhou continued. Therefore, regarding the matter you spread outside, don't forget to spread my great name. Anyway, I am that kind of person. But when you spread it, be a bit careful. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, your outcome will be miserable. The crowd was terrified, silent as cicadas in winter, only daring to think secretly. If it's really as Su Wuzhou said, I spread this matter outside. Others can only say Su Wuzhou is a bastard. It doesn't affect the Tao sect at all. If caught by Su Wuzhou, relying on his cruel methods, wouldn't we be finished? Then Qian Chuanshan ran away for his life. I'm slipping away first. Mom called me home to drink milk. The crowd gaped at each other. Wasn't he loudmouthed just now? Ran so fast. Before the main gate, there were no shadows of those troublemakers left. People in the crowd made excuses. Suddenly my son is born. I'm leaving first. I remembered. My ex suddenly wants to meet me again. I'm leaving first too. Jing Yong stood thinking. Although the matter has been resolved, but junior brother Su's reputation has gone bad. He said, senior brother Jing, I'm going in first. Everyone looked at him and said, what's wrong with junior brother Su? Why do I feel he has a lot on his mind? He thought, it seems because his reputation is lost, he is a bit sad. Junior brother Su, he has sacrificed too much for the Tao sect. Meanwhile, Su Wuzhou smiled smugly. The first step of the plan succeeded. Next, officially changing my image. At this moment, Ruoshui stepped up and asked, senior brother Su, are you okay? He punched the stone pillar and said, I'm ashamed of what the Tao sect taught me. She wondered, senior brother Su, why do you say that? He replied, in the Tao sect, I met upright gentlemen. I always thought the words of a gentleman were strict with oneself. But going down the mountain and meeting those people, I learned that in this world, there are many villains. Those guys use despicable means to trample on our Tao sect's position, damaging the Tao sect's reputation. And kindness was exploited by them. Therefore, I understood that the Tao sect cannot all be gentlemen. So if I don't enter hell, who can? As the team leader, I must shoulder this responsibility. From now on, I am the most evil person in this Tao sect. Upright gentlemen, these 4 words have no fate with me. These words made Ruoshui sob. Senior brother Su, you sacrificed so greatly for the Tao sect. Chang'e also cried. Junior brother Su, our enlightenment is far behind yours. This bastard, making sand get into my eyes. Others were also moved and said, senior brother Su, why are you so silly? Senior brother Su is truly a fool. She stepped forward and continued. Senior Brother Su, no matter what, in my heart, you will forever be an upright gentleman. You are our role model. He also pretended to be moved. In the future, absolutely don't call me that again. Remember, I am a cruel person. Only then will the people outside be terrified. Let me alone bear this suffering. Ruoshui held back tears. I know, Senior Brother Su. Then he acted depressed and said, I have to go inside to rest first. Everyone looked at his back. Junior Brother Su broke his principles from the start for the Tao sect. Perhaps he is very uncomfortable. Not just uncomfortable. If it were me, I would have collapsed. Let's not disturb Junior Brother Su anymore. Let it be alone. Su Wuzhou heard this. Thinking, looks like they were convinced by my Oscar-worthy acting. After this, my image can finally be changed. In the future, if I want to peek at girls bathing, I'll peek. If I see someone I don't like, I'll hit them. No need to restrain myself anymore. I'm trembling with joy. Everyone worried. Look, you guys. Junior Brother Su covered his face with his hand. Trembling all over. He is probably crying right now. It's normal for men to have tears. It's just that he hasn't reached the point of heartbreak yet. At this moment, Ruoshui firmly said, Senior Brothers, we absolutely cannot let Senior Brother Su bear everything alone. We are also disciples of the Tao sect. We also need to shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the Tao sect. Ruoshui, what should we do? Tell us. She stated the plan. Tomorrow the next day, the surrounding people all recognized them. These are disciples of the Tao sect. What are you guys doing? Why do you look like that? Another person said, stay away from them a bit. Be careful of getting infected. 4 Tao sect people went out with scary appearances and aggressive attitudes. Scram, all of you. The 4 great villains of the Tao sect are out for a stroll. Dare to look straight at me? Believe I'll spit on you? And Ruoshui threatened, give me the candy or I'll tickle you. Seeing everyone like this, Su Wuzhou thought, are you guys doing comedy? Calling me out to the street just to make me see your retarded behavior? So embarrassing. At this moment, someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was Ruoshui and Changha. She said, Senior Brother Su, we discussed a bit. Feeling we can't let you shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the Tao sect alone. He continued, with us being villains together with you, then you won't be shouldering it alone anymore. He replied, being a villain isn't easy. I feel me doing it alone is enough. In his head, he thought, I didn't easily change my image. If they do this, I acted in vain. He said again, I feel it's very simple. Yesterday, after studying the biography of Hua Dang, I feel being a villain is also a talent. Junior Brother Su, if you don't believe me, I'll show you. He forced a smile. No need. You indeed don't believe me. Looks like I have to demonstrate a bit. Then he went to a nearby melon stall and said, Shopkeeper, how much is a caddy of your melon? Is it ripe? The stall owner smiled and said, Little brother, we young people speak of trust. Would I sell you raw fruit? Thinking in his head, why is this person of the same age so fierce? Did he have to work overtime last night? Then said, our melons are absolutely 100% ripe. I have high-class goods here, just pulled from the ground. Very fresh. The price is also very favorable. Just 10 won per fruit. Just choose freely. He replied, is that so? Then he used his sword to slash the watermelon and said, then let me see if it's ripe or not. Splitting the melon open. He froze, but the owner still smiled and said, see, I said it was very ripe. Chun Changha angrily said, "Ram my ass. The melon flesh is so small. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm a person who lives on an island. If you provoke me, the consequences will be very serious. Do you know that?" The owner trembled. "So what do you want?" He replied, "Easy. I offer 7 for this melon. Moreover, you must throw in 2 cucumbers and 3 tomatoes for me." Chun Changha pointed his blade at the stall owner, making him tremble ceaselessly. Then he brought his face close to the stall owner's face, fiercely threatening. "Do you have an opinion? Believe I'll take 2 of your watermelons and leave?" The stall owner was terrified, sweat covering his face. He waved his hands, hurriedly saying, "No opinion. I thought you were going to slash me. Unexpectedly, you were just haggling, so I couldn't react in time." Next was the image of Chun Changha holding half the watermelon from earlier in one hand and a cucumber in the other, eating deliciously. He happily said, "How was it? Did I look very much like the tyrant in the novel?" The 2 people beside him cheered enthusiastically. Wu Wudi said, "Worthy of being Chun Changha," and Ruoshui looked at him with admiring eyes and cheered. Senior brother Chun is really amazing. Then Chun Changha enthusiastically invited the two of them. Come, come, taste how this melon tastes. Just that the flesh is too little, not enough to eat. They replied, quite sweet. Su Wuzhou stood behind, face darkening, watching them embarrass themselves. Then he directly looked away, unable to help but lament in his heart. Where did the author find these retarded characters to appear in this comic? I'm truly speechless. Wu Wudi saw this and was also eager to perform. All right, next is my turn to perform. Hearing this, he tried hard to stop them. All right, I know you all have talent. No need to perform anymore. Ruoshui said with a bit of a pout. Senior brother Su, there's still me. His face looked a bit helpless as he said, I believe you too. We should go drink tea and rest a bit. Scene changed to a tea house. Chinchanga called out, Waiter, give us a pot of premium green tea. The waiter happily replied, Yes, bringing it to you right away. After the tea came out, Su Wuzhou tasted a sip of tea and thought, the taste of this green tea is strange. Ruoshui, sitting next to him at this moment, was extremely shy, blushing, thinking, Senior brother Su is sitting next to me again. Suddenly, voices from the next table caught Su Wuzhou's attention. Have you guys heard? In G City, a few blood demons have infiltrated. One person said, heard quite a few people were swallowed by the blood demons, becoming blood food. Outstanding disciples of major forces died, quite a few too. Another person continued, heard the blood demons are extremely powerful. Even Divine Sea Realm martial artists suffered miserably. A few days ago, a Divine Sea Realm expert of the Southern Heaven sect was harmed. When found, only a few bones remained. Truly tragic. Su Wuzhou sat silently listening to the two of them discuss. The Jixia Academy Holy Land is right next door. Theoretically speaking, blood demons couldn't infiltrate G City. Who knows? Anyway, Jixia Academy has sent disciples, uniting at Xianfeng Pavilion and discussing with martial artists, preparing to slash the blood demons together. Looks like these disciples of famous righteous sects aren't anything good either. Then the other person cursed and continued, discussing slashing blood demons, yet discussing in a brothel. Looks like G City isn't peaceful either. To be able to let blood demons kill Divine Sea Realm experts. Looks like we have to act more carefully in the future. Suddenly, a person ran panting from outside, making everyone in the tea house startle and look in that direction. He trembled and shouted, Wuzhou, not good. That person panted while wiping sweat from his face, speaking with difficulty. Senior brother Jingyong was beaten and heavily injured. Hearing this, the group exclaimed in shock. What? At this moment, at the Dao sect's residence, Jingyong lay on the bed, bandaged all over. He coughed a few times in pain. Su Wuzhou looked at the person in front of him lying in pain on the bed. Face darkening, he called Xianwei. Then his eyes filled with a deadly look as he asked, Who injured senior brother Jingyong? Xianwei cried and trembled as he recounted. This morning, a core disciple of the Cantillon sect came to challenge. Spoke very nasty words. Senior brother Jingyong was too angry, so he accepted the challenge. Who knew that guy was very formidable. Attacked ruthlessly right from the start. Senior brother Jing was beaten to heavy injury. Su Wuzhou heard this and regretted, blaming himself. He angrily gritted his teeth, hands curled into fists, clenching tight and trembling, saying, It's all my fault. It's because I crippled Qian Chuanshan. So they came for revenge? Jingyong, lying in bed, suddenly spoke up, startling them. Don't blame yourself, junior brother. It's my own incompetence. Junior brother Su, don't overthink it. Ruoshui ran over to help him sit up. Unexpectedly, he coughed up blood, making her extremely worried. Senior brother Jing, are you all right? Wuzhou stood to the side, witnessing this scene, and anxiously clenched his teeth. Then he turned to question Xianwei. Why isn't the doctor here yet? Xianwei quickly replied. Senior brother Chinchangha and Wu Wudi have gone to get him. They should be here soon. Just as he finished speaking, the two of them burst through the door. Wu Wudi shouted, The doctor is here. The doctor was being carried on Chun Chang's back, looking dizzy and nauseous from the run. He looked at the person on his back and announced, Old sir, we've arrived. Wu Wudi said urgently, Doctor, please quickly check on my senior brother Jing. The poor doctor was still dizzy. He trembled, using his cane to support himself, and said, We were in such a hurry on the way here. I'm about to get dizzy myself. Let me take it slow. Next, everyone waited quietly for the doctor to check Jing Yong's pulse. The atmosphere was frighteningly silent. After checking the pulse, Wu Zhou couldn't wait and asked anxiously, "Old sir, how are senior brother Jing's injuries?" The doctor let out a sigh and said, "His 5 viscera are shaken and damaged. His foundation is severed. This injury is more serious than usual." Hearing this, he became extremely worried and thought, "The Xinzang realm is after the Xiantian realm. If his 5 viscera are injured, I'm afraid it will affect senior brother Jing's future cultivation." Chun Changhe quickly asked, "Old sir, can it be cured?" Wu Wudi, beside him, also chimed in, "Yes, can it be cured?" The doctor replied, "Injuries to the 5 viscera are very difficult to heal. I can only prescribe some medicine to help stabilize him. After that, he'll need to recuperate slowly. As for whether he can be fully cured, that will depend on his fate. If he's lucky, he might be able to live like a normal person. As for cultivation, don't even think about it. If he's unlucky." At that point, he sighed again and didn't continue. Hearing these words, Ruo Shui was terrified. She could only stammer. Chun Changhe and Wu Wudi also gritted their teeth in anger and cursed. "Damn the Taiyin cult. Bastards. I will never let you go." Jing Yong saw everyone like this. Despite being covered in injuries, he still tried to comfort them. "It's all right. Life and death are fated. I was mentally prepared for this when I descended the mountain." Hearing this, Wu Zhou's face changed as if he had realized something. He thought to himself, "That's right. How could I have forgotten about that? I was in such a hurry just now that I forgot. Senior brother Jing can be saved this time." With that, his mood lightened, and he said to Jing Yong, "Senior brother Jing, you will definitely be fine. Leave the rest to me." He replied, "Thank you, junior brother Wu Zhou. I'm fine, don't worry." Then, he turned his head to instruct Xianwei. "Xianwei, go prepare some ice ginseng, crystal dew, and icebone stone. These things aren't rare. The encampment should have them." He immediately replied, "All right, I'm on it." After giving instructions, he turned to ask the doctor, "Old sir, may I borrow a few of your silver needles?" The doctor was a bit confused and asked, "Wait a minute, are you planning to treat him in my place?" Countless questions popped into his head, and he continued, "Young man, have you studied medicine? In his current condition, if you treat him recklessly, you could cause his death." Hearing this, the people around him became agitated. "Junior brother Su, we can understand your feelings, but you can't act rashly. Senior brother Su, can you really treat senior brother Jing?" "Junior brother Su, this is a matter of life and death. It's not to be taken as a joke." Faced with everyone's doubts, he said, "Don't worry, I know a little bit about medicine." But more importantly, as he spoke, he looked at Jing Yong with confident eyes and continued, "Senior brother Jing, do you trust me?" Seeing the confidence in the person before him, Jing Yong was stunned for a moment. Then he let out a breath and said with a smile, "Junior brother Su, go ahead. After all, the situation can't get any worse." Hearing his answer, Wu Zhou immediately took action, saying, "All right, here I come." Then he brought out the yin yang medical art to treat directly. He inserted needles into 3 main acupoints, Xuanji point, Shanzhong point, and Shunkei point. Next, he waved his hand to execute the 100 needles union move. Then a stream of power surrounded Jing Yong's body, making him startle and cry out. His whole body seemed to stiffen. The doctor, looking at the scene in front of him, could only exclaim, "100 needles union." Then he trembled as if he couldn't believe his eyes and lamented, "Oh my God, the divine skill in legends really exists?" The stream of power also gradually dissipated. Jing Yong sat up, touched his body, and said, "The pain in my chest seems to have eased." Chun Changhe and Wu Wudi heard this and were extremely happy, quickly coming to the bedside to ask, "Is senior brother Jing's injury better?" Wu Wudi also couldn't help but marvel. Wu Zhou actually has medical skills. So superb, Jing Yong continued. "Luckily, we have Wu Zhou. Over here." Ruo Shui looked at him with admiring eyes. Senior brother Su is really amazing. Being praised like that, he was a bit shy. Scratching his face, he said, "Yeah, just a tiny bit." Saying that, he turned to speak to Jing Yong. "Senior brother Jing, rest for a few days. Combined with the medicine I just prescribed, you might recover completely." In his heart, he thought, "Just now I dropped a drop of spirit liquid from the reincarnation bowl to help senior brother Jing recover faster." Suddenly a loud thud rang out, making him startle and turn back to look. The doctor was currently kneeling on the ground, bowing. While bowing, he said, "Master, please accept a bow from this disciple." This action directly made him dumbfounded, saying, "What the hell? You want to bow to me as master?" He trembled and cried, "That's right. Such medical skills I have never seen before. Master, I want to learn the 100 Needles Union." Saying that, he moved forward to hug his leg tightly and begged, begging Master to teach me. He awkwardly pushed him away and said, "You don't want to learn." Next, he kissed his face, voice whining, "Master, I want to learn." Su Wuzhou being kissed was terrified, glaring and shouting, "Stay away from me a bit." Finished speaking, he turned to Wu Wudi for help. "Senior brother is fine now. Senior brother Wu, take the old Mr. home." He quickly accepted the order. "Yes, okay." The doctor still looked at him with puppy eyes, continuing to beg, "Master, begging you to accept me." After sending the old doctor back, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally chased him away. Thinking, he looked towards Jing Yong and said, "Right, senior brother Jing. Which person from the Cantillon sect injured you?" He replied, "It was a seed disciple of the Cantillon sect, a divine sea realm expert who has entered the Tao." He stroked his chin, thinking, "Divine sea realm? Such a person could go fight the divine sea realm disciples of the Tao sect. Why fight with him? Senior brother Jing isn't telling the truth, right?" Jing Yong smiled and said, "When the people from the Cantillon sect arrived, our divine sea realm disciples were not there." Xian Wei, standing aside, couldn't listen anymore and interrupted, "Forget it, let me say it. Su Wuzhou, when the people from the Cantillon sect arrived, they had to suppress their realm to challenge you. You tried to stop him from behind. Xian Wei, don't say any more." But Xian Wei ignored Jing Yong's prevention and continued, "Senior brother Jing Yong said you weren't here. He kept insulting the Tao sect. Senior brother Jing Yong couldn't bear it, so he challenged on your behalf. That's why." Hearing this, his face darkened and said, "So that's it, I understand." Then he asked with an expressionless face, "Where's he now? What's his name?" Xian Wei replied, "His name is Gue Yingqi. Went to Xianfeng Pavilion now. Her disciples of various sects are there discussing how to kill the blood demon." Saying that, Xian Wei asked him again, "Su Wuzhou, you don't intend to go find him, do you?" Jing Yong saw the situation wasn't good and tried hard to dissuade him. "Junior brother Su, since I'm fine, then let it go. People from the Cantillon sect have never spoken of morals. You're going to find him will definitely result in suffering a loss." Ruo Shui also spoke up. "That's right, senior brother Su, calm down a bit." Jing Yong continued, "Moreover, Xianfeng Pavilion has many disciples with powerful forces. Acting there is also inappropriate." Shen Shangha also came to Su Wuzhou's side and put a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Junior brother Su, I know you are very strong, but he is also at the divine sea realm." But he ignored everyone's advice and said, "This is trouble caused by me. Then let me handle it." Just finished speaking. His face also became serious, assuring, "Everyone rest assured, I will act according to the rules. We'll make a mess." Scene changed to Xianfeng Pavilion. Sound of talking mixed with the jingling of anklets of dancers dancing on stage. Suddenly someone spoke up. The two martial artists were discovered by others only after death. There was no sign of fighting either, unless the blood demon has absolute suppressing power. It must be someone from Xianfeng Pavilion cooperating. The person next to him also replied, "The strength of that blood demon is at most divine sea realm, but being able to kill people in Xianfeng Pavilion definitely had someone cooperating. Otherwise, it couldn't have entered the city through a shortcut. Maybe it's someone from the demon sect." Another person spoke up in agreement. "Right. The demon sect likes cooperating with great demons the most, extremely sinister. This time is probably no exception. Otherwise, this blood demon couldn't hide for so long." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Everyone!" The voice made the group startle and turn their heads back. Then that person continued, "That blood demon swallowed the blood essence of two people. Still hasn't completely digested it. This time I brought a secret treasure, relying on the blood essence of those two corpses to detect it." Saying that, his face became dangerous as he continued, "That blood demon is still hiding in Xianfeng Pavilion." A person angrily slammed the table and stood up shouting, "What audacity! That blood demon dares to stay in Xianfeng Pavilion? Today we must destroy it." Saying that, he turned to the person from just now and said, "Brother Gue, you say what we should do. We will all listen to you." Su Wuzhou sat aside, quietly observing the situation, secretly calculating in his heart. Looks like that person is Ecchi. Just that there are many disciples with powerful forces beside him. If I directly cause trouble for him, the others won't stand still and watch. Mo Daoxian forced me to work according to the rules. I must think of a way. Suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, who is your leader? It turned out to be Wu Feng. He crossed his arms and shouted, quickly bring them out for this master to taste. The surrounding crowd saw this and angrily scolded. Who is that suddenly barging in here? And he was surprised on the side, not knowing why he was here. Thinking Wu Feng. Then he secretly calculated. Didn't expect him to come too. Coming early isn't as good as coming at the right time. I have a way. The madam of Xianfeng Pavilion immediately ran out, smiling, running while saying, this young master, truly sorry. Then she went to Wu Feng's side, smiling ingratiatingly and introduced. Our Xianfeng Pavilion's top girl, Jean Feng, has an appointment today. Our other girls aren't bad either. How about you change to someone else? He angrily raised his voice. What? Then pretended to be distressed and said, only the top courtesan can barely match our status. Those ordinary ones basically don't catch my eye. You being like this makes me very annoyed. The madam didn't keep him, but directly said, then truly sorry. Today our Xianfeng Pavilion is afraid we can't do business with you. Please leave. This sentence of hers directly made Wu Feng petrified. Next, he pointed at the madam and scolded. Hey, are entertainment places so arrogant now? Is this the basic ethic of doing business? Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, making him freeze. G City is the territory of Jixia Academy. To be able to open an entertainment place here, there must be a huge background behind it. You aren't some rich or powerful person. Naturally, people aren't afraid of you. Hearing this, he immediately turned his head, frowning, saying, I'm not a rich or powerful person. Believe I'll reveal my true identity and scare you to death? Su Wuzhou heard this and said, oh, pretending to be surprised. Brother Wu, what illustrious identity do you have? Seeing him, he surprisingly shouted, Brother Su. Then he went to him and whispered, why did you dare to come to G City? You offended that bookworm. Aren't you afraid he'll come find you and kill you? He replied, I came with Mo Daoxian. That bookworm doesn't dare to touch me. Then he put his arm around Wu Feng's shoulder and continued. As for Brother Wu, just now I heard you wanted to meet the top courtesan of Xianfeng Pavilion. I have a way. He curiously asked. What way? He pointed at the crowd and started brainwashing. Brother Wu, look. Over there are many elite disciples with great power. If you can suppress them, your reputation will absolutely spread wide. At that time, the top girl of Xianfeng Pavilion will have a different view of you. Relying on your means, isn't it as easy as turning your hand? Wu Feng actually responded, saying, good idea. But right after, he removed the hand on his shoulder and looked at him with suspicious eyes, saying, not right. Your mouth speaks nicely, but actually you wanted to cause trouble. I won't do it. I'm not easily tricked by you. Su Wuzhou heard this and said, if you don't want to, just let me do it. Wait until I'm famous. The top courtesan will definitely meet me. Pity that since I already have a wife, at most I can only drink tea and talk with her. Truly a waste. Wu Feng held his face, biting his lip in frustration, then put his hand on his shoulder saying, wait. Seeing him fall into the trap, he secretly smiled in his heart. Tricked you, darling. He turned his head and asked, Brother Wu changed his mind? He said with a serious face, I can agree with you, but you must make the top courtesan agree to meet me. Moreover, you must write a few love poems for me. Otherwise, I will tell your wife about you playing in Xianfeng Pavilion. Su Wuzhou smiled and said, rest assured, later just look in my eyes and act. Scene change. Su Wuzhou stopped in front of Gu Yingqi and Lu Yu's table. He glared, revealing a hint of murderous intent. That Gu Yingqi saw this and wondered, what is this angry look? Lu Yu stood up and politely asked, may I ask which sect disciple you are? Also want to discuss with us to destroy the blood demon? Su Wuzhou said expressionlessly, I am a disciple of the Dao sect. The crowd heard this and laughed loudly in disdain, saying, Dao sect disciples also dare to come here? Did they send you here to deliver food to the blood demon? One guy even put his leg directly on the table and shouted, not even at the Divine Sea realm, and daring to come here to join the fun. Todi wanting to die. Those people laughed loudly and joined in. Who says not? After hearing his answer, Lu Yu put his hands down, no longer polite as before, and said, so it's a disciple of the Dao sect. If the Dao sect is willing to contribute a part to eliminating demons. We naturally welcome you. Find a place to sit. However, he said, who told you I came here to eliminate demons? He immediately frowned and said, what? He smiled and pointed at Guei, eyes full of murderous intent, saying, I came to kill people. Guei immediately recognized the person in front of him. His aura also became a bit scary, saying, so you're a Su Wuzhou. Liu Yu aside heard this and cursed loudly. Insolent. This is not a place for you to talk nonsense.